In the vast and boundless void, at the indistinct edge of an elusive illusion, two dark silhouettes stood poised in high confrontation. The nature of these shadows remained inscrutable, yet amidst the profound expanse, an undeniable tension appeared to be brewing something significant. In an instant, it was unclear who initiated the clash, but the two figures collided, shattering the emptiness as if the cosmos itself had fractured in that fleeting moment. The serene morning was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of clamor and commotion. Ling Xi, feeling irritable, pulled the blanket over her head and opened her bleary eyes to peer outside. The sun had yet to rise, clearly indicating that it was not yet dawn. Who could be disturbing her peaceful slumber at such an early hour? As these thoughts traversed her mind, though her eyes remained shut, her unusually keen senses, honed since childhood, allowed her to discern the conversation unfolding outside. It was none other than Aunt Zhou from next door. "Brother Lien, your daughter participated in the Imperial Kitchen's culinary competition a few days ago and earned the title of third-class chef. My dog Dan is a year older than and spends his days running amok in the village, utterly aimless." Aunt Zhou, somewhat embarrassed, handed over the squawking hen she clutched in her hands to Lien Zhonghai, saying, "Could you possibly ask to teach Dog Dan a few tricks, or perhaps let him assist her? It would be far better than him idling at home every day." Chapter 2. The light of the small village. Without delving into the trivial exchanges outside, within the abode, Ling Xi pouted her lips in discontent. It was not that she was unwilling to assist Dog Dan or lend a hand to the Zhou family, but rather the capricious nature of her mother's promises to others left her feeling utterly helpless. Truly, her father had spoiled her mother beyond reason. How could one simply agree to such matters? At the tender age of 9, what need had she for discipleship? Wouldn't it only serve to exhaust her? Her participation in the culinary competition was not driven by aspirations to become a royal chef in the palace. It was merely for the rank and the reward of 500 taels of silver. Otherwise, she would have preferred to remain out of the limelight. Her ears perked up, catching the faint sound of snoring from the adjacent room. Her twin brother, Lien Y, slept soundly, oblivious to the commotion outside, as if he were a log. Lien Y exhaled a resigned sigh. What a worrisome family they were. In truth, their lives had been relatively comfortable here, yet her parents struggled to manage their finances. Were it not for her reliability as their daughter, they would have long since faced dire straits. Their family was somewhat unique. Their ancestors included Lien Wanshan, one of the founding patriarchs of the martial arts sect known as the 10,000 Swords sect. The specifics of this sect and the prowess of her ancestor were mysteries to her, due to a lack of spiritual roots. Their lineage had gradually declined into a collateral branch, distancing themselves from the main family and relocating to the mundane city. They had long severed ties with their ancestral home. This was not uncommon, as it was said that many families of cultivators shared a similar fate. Presently, the village they inhabited, Shangliang Village, was a small community on the outskirts of the capital city, Huangliang, of the mortal realm, Lingyun Kingdom. A significant portion of this village consisted of descendants of cultivators like themselves. Moreover, the royal family and celestial masters maintained numerous connections, rendering the existence of cultivators and celestial beings far from a secret for the common folk residing at the heart of the imperial city. In fact, every 15 years, the grand festival held in Huangliang City to assess spiritual roots presents an excellent opportunity for many families to elevate their status, akin to fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Should an individual possess a spiritual root yet lack a family in the realm of cultivation, they would be readily absorbed by a sect. However, among the mundane populace, such opportunities are exceedingly rare, occurring only once in 100. Ling Xi often feels a sense of regret for the potential that once lay before her to ascend to immortality, now reduced to mere mortality. Although her family can be a source of concern, they find contentment in simplicity, living lives that are both ordinary and warm. Each day, whether it be her parents or her younger brother, provides ample cause for her to fret, leaving little room for additional distractions. The Chow family, located to the west of the village, hails from a lineage of cultivators and carries an air of superiority, living extravagantly without a means of sustenance. Their wealth squandered from the cultivation world. Recently, she heard that they were seeking assistance from their ancestral home. Each time Ling Xi observes this, She feels a pang of empathy. They have a lineage to rely upon, a privilege stemming from a cultivator who emerged 5 generations prior. Now a formidable presence at the 8th level of Qi refinement, capable of bestowing some favor upon their descendants. The significance of being at the 8th level of Qi refinement eludes Lin Yi, but the tone of the Chao family suggests it is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, her own family lacks such fortune. For over 10 generations, they have been devoid of spiritual roots, leaving them wholly unaware of their ancestral lineage or the appearance of their kin. Upon reaching this thought, Lin Yi found herself utterly unable to sleep, consumed by worry. The entire family, from the eldest to the youngest, seemed indifferent to the expenditure of money, indulging without restraint. If she did not devise a means to earn, they would have long been reduced to subsisting on the cold winds of the Northwest. This predicament could be attributed to them all, a family proficient solely in spending rather than in earning. It is worth noting the extraordinary affection shared between her parents. Just look at the names they bestowed upon their dragon and phoenix twins. Lin Yi, Lin Y. An unexpected occurrence. What sort of nonsense is that? Chapter 3. So they are from a noble family. By naming them thus, are they not implying that their existence was a mere accident? An accident? Were it not for them, these 2 parents would likely have perished from hunger long ago. Her father served as a chef in the grandest imperial kitchen within the city, where a significant portion of the operations was under royal patronage. The fortunate souls permitted to dine there were invariably either affluent or noble. The culinary master competition is a time-honored tradition of the Ling Yun kingdom. The royal family harbors a profound appreciation for fine cuisine, thus instilling a remarkable fervor for gastronomy among the populace. Consequently, the status of chefs in Ling Yun Pavilion has reached unprecedented heights, accompanied by generous remuneration. Apart from scholars, chefs represent one of the most esteemed professions in the Ling Yun kingdom. This competition is held every 5 years and is classified into 3 tiers. First-tier chefs may directly enter the palace to become imperial cooks, an honor that brings great prestige. Second and third-tier chefs are also sought after by various royal estates, prominent families, and even grand restaurants. As a chef in the imperial kitchen, her father's skills are undoubtedly commendable, with an annual salary ranging from 60 to 70 taels of silver. However, he lacks ambition, frequently taking leave to whisk her mother away on leisurely escapades. Over the years, her father's sole achievement has been to raise her mother, who has transformed from a slender young lady into a 150-pound matron. There is no delicacy that the 2 of them cannot afford. They have indulged in all manner of culinary delights, including a special trip to the Kingdom of Riding Winds last year to savor the local delicacy of Crystal Lake shrimp. Their home has been left in the care of their 2 children and their great-grandmother, Mrs. Lin. The lineage has dwindled. Over a century ago, a war decimated many lives. In the current generation, Lin Changhai lost his parents at a young age and has an elder sister who married early, leaving him to be raised by his grandmother, Mrs. Lin, with whom he shares a profound bond. Therefore, upon marrying, he and his wife devoted themselves to honoring her. This year, had it not been for the great-grandmother's declining health, they would have ventured out again early this morning to care for her at home. Lin Yi sighed. If her father had not been a first-rate chef who declined palace service in favor of remaining a humble cook, his culinary prowess would have surely earned him a place in the imperial kitchen rather than allowing him to languish with his erratic work ethic. Lin Yi gazed out the window as a shaft of sunlight poured into the courtyard. Dressed and ready, she opened the window and inhaled deeply, feeling her entire being enveloped in a profound sense of joy. She contemplated spending the day in the cozy corner of the southern yard, where the sunlight provided an exceptionally comforting ambience. For reasons she could not fathom, she had always cherished sunbathing since childhood, feeling that basking in the sun invigorated her spirit immensely. Moreover, she possessed an uncanny ability to discern the most radiant sunlight, compelling her to seek it out. Her twin brother, Lin Y, lacked this remarkable talent, much to her delight, which she relished for quite some time. From a young age, she exhibited keen senses and robust health, while Lin Y, despite consuming more and growing larger than her, often succumbed to illness. Contemplating Lin Y, Lin Yi furrowed her brow, stepped out of her room, and turned her foot to push open Lin Y's door. Upon entering, she found a mound of blankets upon the bed, with an indistinct figure gently rising and falling beneath them, accompanied by a steady snore. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth as she positioned herself, poised to leap. With a burst of energy, she propelled herself onto the undulating blanket mountain in a swift motion. The mound visibly flattened, followed by a thunderous scream. "Ah? Lian, it's you again." The startled cry reverberated through the house, causing both Qian Xiu'er, who was diligently cleaning, and Lian Zhanghai, who was having breakfast, to shudder in surprise. Lian frowned in disdain, remarking, "Look at your pettiness. Who told you to sleep in every day? Guests have arrived early today, and yet you slumber like a pig. Hurry up. Work begins at the beginning of the 60th hour. Don't be lazy and risk being late." Despite Lian Yi's evident disdain for her brother, Lian Yi was not without his merits. Lian Zhanghai, recognizing his fondness for Lian Yi, had arranged for him to be appointed as a pharmacy apprentice at the city's compassionate medical hall. Although unpaid, Lian Yi thrived in this role. His laid-back demeanor mirrored that of Lian Zhanghai, leading to numerous admonishments from his twin sister, who often twisted his ear in reprimand. Curiously, Lian Yi inquired, "Who has come? What kind of guests?" The bond between the siblings is remarkably close. They emerged from their mother's womb on the same day, sharing a profound understanding that surpasses that of their other siblings. Their parents adopted a laissez-faire approach to parenting, often absent from home, while their elderly grandmother required their care, leaving little room for parental oversight. Consequently, the siblings have always relied on each other for warmth and support. In the village, they are undeterred by older children who might bully them, for they stand united as two. Lian Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's Aunt Zhou's family. They want me to take Go Dan as my apprentice." Lian Yi scratched his head in contemplation. "Go Dan has such a good relationship with us. Teaching him wouldn't be a problem. Given Uncle Zhou's health, if Go Dan could earn some silver, it would ease Aunt Zhou's burdens." "What is the matter? Are you unwilling?" Lian Yi shook his head. "It's not that I'm unwilling, but I have already attained the rank of a third-tier chef. There are countless aspiring apprentices in the city seeking to learn from me. I have refused them all. If word spreads that I accepted Go Dan in the village, wouldn't it stir resentment towards our family? Teaching Go Dan is not an issue. Uncle and Aunt Zhou have treated us well over the years. However, disputes are inevitable. Recently, two young men from the village, who were on friendly terms, went to work outside. Initially, a shop sought a young man of the Wang surname, but upon seeing one of the Zhang surname, they favored him instead, leading to a feud between the two families. If I take on an apprentice, it could be perceived as undermining someone's livelihood, thus inviting animosity and trouble. Besides, I never intended to take on an apprentice in the first place. I simply lacked the time. I wish to rest for a few days before heading to the city to work as a chef in the South Tower to earn a living for my family." Lian Yi gently exhaled, remarking, "You are overthinking this matter. Look at our father. He accepts disciples at his whim and dismisses them just as easily. Who dares to trouble him?" Lian Yi was taken aback, realizing the truth in his words. Their father had indeed taken on apprentices in the past, and not just one. The least successful of those 3 apprentices had managed to make a living, generously bestowing various New Year gifts upon her family each year. Among these 3 elder brothers, 2 hailed from the nearby village, while the third was picked up by their father during his travels. She had not witnessed any lingering resentment from the villagers towards him. Why was that? Was it because their father possessed formidable martial arts skills, instilling fear in the villagers? The uncles and aunts in the village seemed quite amiable towards their family. Lian Yi shook his head, crossing his arms defiantly. "Incorrect," he declared with a hint of pride. "It is because we belong to a lineage of immortal cultivators." Chapter 4. The Ancestor Awakens. Lian Yi held Lian Yi's claims about their lineage of immortal cultivators in disdain. She waved her hand, pulling him closer, and with a serious expression warned, "Have you been listening to our father's exaggerations again? Do not be swayed by such tales. Look at the Chao family. They are full of boastful individuals, yet they accomplish nothing. Are you not aware of their current plight? Their family, aside from their parents, was relatively pragmatic, unlike the Chao family that had no such esteemed ancestor. Furthermore, it seemed that half of Shangliang village were descendants of cultivators. Being a descendant of a cultivator did not appear to be particularly remarkable. However, Lian Yi disagreed, stating, "Apart from our family and the Chao family, most others are merely small clans or the offspring of solitary cultivators. Can our family be compared to them? Is there not a significant difference between having a lineage and being without one? Their family possesses an ancestral genealogy. Our lineage traces back to ancestors of 18 generations ago, and we are fortunate to have their handwritten notes. Not only do we possess these notes, but we also inherited a substantial amount of silver. It is said that he had a low aptitude for spiritual roots, leading him to believe that his future in the realm of cultivation was bleak. Hence, he sought a wife in the mortal world, settling down here. Even our family's culinary recipes were brought from the realm of cultivation by him. Over the years, our father and you have refined these recipes, thereby elevating their status. Although the Lin family has not been particularly involved with us, they do come every 15 years prior to the spiritual root testing festival in Huangliang City to conduct assessments. Unfortunately, our family has not excelled. Lin Y believes that his sister is overly mature, harboring no fantasies about the future, instead fixated on earning money, showing little interest in the ancestral notes and scriptures, save for the profitable culinary recipes. He, however, is different. He is remarkably yearning for the world of cultivation depicted by our ancestors. The enchanting spells that allow one to soar through the skies and traverse the earth fill him with admiration and longing. Upon hearing this, Lin E, with her brows furrowed, stepped forward to firmly grasp Lin Y's ear, twisting it with vigor. Do you truly desire to enter the realm of cultivation? It is not as easy as it seems. There, one can kill without a second thought, and should misfortune befall you, even your corpse may never be found. Although Lin E had never laid eyes upon the ancestral paintings left behind by her forebears, she was nonetheless well acquainted with the tales shared by the numerous cultivators who hailed from her village. Through their conversations, she gleaned much information. For instance, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Those of greater power possess the audacity to slay their weaker counterparts at will, seizing their possessions without a second thought. Moreover, the formidable among them could effortlessly alter landscapes and annihilate their foes in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Such a reality was utterly devoid of justice and fraught with peril. It was imperative that she extinguish such thoughts from her mind. Lin Y, tugging at her own ear while fiercely swatting at her sister's sharp, claw-like hand, implored for mercy. No, I'm merely curious. Please let go. My ear is about to come off. Alas, I'm going to be late. Upon hearing this, Lin E hastily withdrew her grasp and urged, do hurry. Her foremost desire was to guide her younger brother, ensuring he did not inherit their parents' lackadaisical ways and could sustain himself. Thus, it was absolutely essential that he did not succumb to their father's careless habits. Tardiness was simply unacceptable. Lin Y, rendered speechless, rubbed her ear and sprang from the bed with the swiftness of the wind. After a hasty wash, she seized the crispy, fragrant meat pie their father had prepared that morning and raced off to catch the ox cart headed to the city. Lin E, unfazed, tidied up before making her way to the Lin household, where she assisted Qian Shouer in tending to Lin Shi. Upon entering Lin Shi's room, Lin E observed that her mother had nearly completed her tasks. The crisp autumn air was already quite cool, yet a fine sheen of sweat still adorned Qian Shouer's brow. Lin E took the handkerchief from Qian Shouer, surveying the condition of Lin Shi while gesturing to her mother. Mother, I've already mentioned that I would attend to great-grandmother's cleansing after I wake up, yet you persist in disregarding my words. Her mother, originally the daughter of a country gentleman, had lost her parents long ago and now lived with a loyal servant, maintaining a relatively affluent household. It was said that in her youth, many suitors sought her hand, but she had chosen her father instead. Lin E had heard her great-grandmother recount tales of how her father had engaged in several brawls over this matter before finally winning the heart of his beloved. It appeared that her parents had indeed enjoyed a profound happiness over the years. Qian Shouer did not contend with Lin E. In this household, the children were deemed more valuable, particularly the young E, who had already begun to take charge. Nonetheless, she still murmured, you are young and need to grow. It would benefit you to sleep more. There is no urgency for me to attend to your great-grandmother so early. In truth, she had rushed to rise early. For how could a mother not feel a pang of affection for her own child? She endeavored to do what she could, allowing the maid to rest a little longer. Moreover, she held a deep affection for this great-grandmother. In those earlier days, when she was surrounded by wealth, she was acutely aware that most of those who came to court her harbored ulterior motives, except for Zhang Hai, who was both fervent and kind-hearted. Although Qian Shouer lacked other skills, she prided herself on her ability to discern character. Over the years, she had been immensely grateful. Your great-grandmother has only a few days left. She has been unable to eat for several days. Your father wishes to seek out a remedy. Much like the Chow family, hoping to find a miraculous elixir to cure her ailment, yet he has no connections. It is worth mentioning that they can be considered members of a family with a lineage in the realm of cultivation. However, they are mere mortals, abandoned by their own clan. Over a century ago, amidst the chaos of war, the Lin family did not bother to send anyone to inquire about them. Ultimately, they are ordinary people, having drifted far from the world of cultivation. Lin Yi fell into silence for a moment before tossing the cloth she was using to wipe Lin's face into the basin for cleaning. Our family is different from the Chow family. The ancestors of the Chow family have become cultivators, yet our lineage has not produced a single cultivator throughout the years. Father has invited the esteemed Dr. Lu from the renowned Shoan Hall in Huangliang City, who has stated that our great-grandmother is not ill. Her time has simply come. Lin Yi trembled in fear, causing the cloth in her hand to fall to the ground with a loud thud. Chapter 5. I am your ancestor inside Lin's residence. Lin Changhai sat by the bedside with an expression of excitement, feeling both anxious and nervous. After hearing from Xiu'er, he nearly lost his shoes in his haste. Upon seeing that Lin had indeed awakened and appeared to be in reasonable spirits, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Grandmother, you are awake? This is truly wonderful. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Oh, right. The doctor. Lin Yi nodded, not bothering to tidy up, as this was a matter of great importance to her family. She hurriedly ran outside to borrow a carriage from Master Han's home in the village. Known for his kind and gentle demeanor, Master Han was always willing to lend his carriage to the villagers whenever he was not using it. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, as she departed, Lin observed her for quite some time from behind. Lin paused for a moment, lowering her gaze to examine her own form. A fleeting glimmer of unrecognized embarrassment flashed in her eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. She then lifted her head and regarded Lin Changhai, countering his inquiry with a question of her own. Pray tell, what is your name? Lin Changhai and Qian Xiu'er exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Grandmother? Lin Yi furrowed her brow slightly, sensing an incongruity. However, before she could voice her thoughts, her father interjected, rushing forward to grasp Dr. Lu's arm. Doctor, please. Come and see what is amiss with my grandmother. It seems she cannot recall anything. Lin Changhai felt a profound sadness. His grandmother had raised him. And although she may have forgotten many things, she had never once failed to remember him. Now, it seemed she had even forgotten him. He keenly sensed a glimmer of recognition in his grandmother's gaze towards little E. Dr. Lu, equally perplexed, promptly set aside his medicine chest and took out his pulse pillow. Addressing Lin, Elder, allow me to ascertain your condition. He had never encountered a case where someone remembered nothing after sustaining no injury. Lin regarded Dr. Lu without a word, extending her hand for him to take. After an extensive examination of her pulse and a meticulous appraisal of her complexion and eyes, he posed several questions to which Lin responded. Ultimately, Dr. Lu could only shake his head in confusion. Rising to his feet, he sighed and turned to the anxious family awaiting his verdict. Dear brother Lin, you need not worry. The elder's pulse appears stable, and there is no immediate cause for concern. However, as for her amnesia, I cannot discern the reason. If you remain apprehensive, perhaps it would be wise to consult another esteemed physician. Dr. Lu was well acquainted with the Lin family, and Lin Zhanghai held a profound understanding of Dr. Lu's exceptional medical skills, which were devoid of any deception. After bidding farewell to Dr. Lu, Lin Zhanghai found himself in a deep state of distress. Dr. Lu was the most skilled physician they could afford, and he pondered who else might offer assistance. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, having risen from her bed, entered the hall to find the family of three seated in a row, each wearing a troubled expression. She regarded them with disdain. I have already stated that there is no issue. If you cannot recall the events clearly, then so be it. Did you not just recount them to me? She pointed at Lin Zhanghai, saying, You Lin Zhanghai, fetch me one of your garments, for I find this attire quite uncomfortable. Then, glancing at Qian Xiu'er beside her, she added, And you, Lian's wife, please bring me something to eat. I am quite hungry. Having uttered these words, she paid no heed to the astonished faces of the couple and smiled warmly at Lin Yi, beckoning her over. Come here, little girl. I have something to inquire of you. Lin Yi, taken aback, pointed to herself. Me? She sensed a distinct difference in her great-grandmother. The original Lin Shi had been taciturn yet inherently resilient, a loving figure to her children and a steadfast pillar of the household. However, the current demeanor of her great-grandmother was inexplicably altered. Lin Yi, filled with confusion and a hint of wariness, followed her great-grandmother into her chamber, her mind racing with the strange tales recounted by the village elders during her playful days. Could it be that her great-grandmother had been possessed by some supernatural entity? She pondered earnestly, recalling that black dog's blood seemed to be effective against such creatures. In a moment of distraction, her head abruptly collided with the back of her great-grandmother, who was walking ahead. With a soft grunt, she rubbed her forehead, surprised by the unexpected firmness of her ancestor's back. Raising her gaze, she met Lin's enigmatic smile. A bit embarrassed, she stammered, "Great. Grandmother, is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin chuckled softly, casually pulling out a chair to sit down, and beckoned the young girl. "Come now, sit down. Why are you just standing there? I want tea bite." The child's wary demeanor reminded Lin of the innocent little squirrels she had once seen in the woods. Both charming and endearing. Lien cautiously selected a chair that was the farthest from Lin. What had begun as mere suspicion now solidified into a strong conviction. This was certainly not her great-grandmother. The difference in temperament was simply too stark. Lin raised an eyebrow, no longer concealing her intentions, and straightforwardly asked Lien, "So, little girl, have you figured it out? I am not your great-grandmother." She admitted it. Lien struggled to maintain her composure, fighting to suppress the tremors in her legs. No, she needed to keep this person steady. Her parents were outside. And if harm befell her, it would be one thing. But if her parents were implicated, what then? In that moment, Leonie felt an immense relief that her cousin had gone to the apothecary for work. Had everyone been at home, they might have all been swept away. What must you do to leave my great-grandmother's body? Do you have any unfinished business? If you wish to be released, I promise to help you fulfill your wishes. Would that be agreeable? Despite her evident fear, the girl's stubborn resolve to withstand the situation elicited a chuckle from Lin. She was certainly aware of the child's intentions, those intentions directed towards her family outside. Despite trembling in fear, she still endeavored to devise a plan to save her loved ones. Not once considering flight. For someone who has traversed many years and witnessed the myriad aspects of this world, such a quality is indeed rare and commendable. Lin did not intend to tease the young girl any longer and straightforwardly disclosed, "What are you daydreaming about? I am your ancestor." Chapter 6. The half-demon body within Lin's chamber. The family of three exchanged glances, seated opposite her, at a loss for words. The incident had been triggered by Lin's declaration of "I am your ancestor." Even Lien was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. At that moment, although bewildered, Lien Shanghai and his wife obediently arrived at Lin's doorstep, each bearing clothing and the pastries crafted by Lien Shanghai, and they too overheard the proclamation. The garments in Lien Shanghai's hands fell to the ground with a thud, while Qian Xiu'er, though managing to keep her plate steady, found her previously rosy complexion drained of color in an instant. Subsequently, all three were invited by Lin to take a seat. Inside the room, Lin appeared remarkably at ease, as if she had not just unleashed a figurative bombshell. The Lien family sat in silence, and eventually, Lien Shanghai, feeling the weight of being the head of the household and the sole man present, felt compelled to speak. He hesitantly licked his parched lips and inquired, "May I ask, where has my grandmother gone?" This was his foremost concern, as he truly wished to ascertain whether the enigmatic figure before him, unclassifiable as either human or ghost, had caused her harm. Lin smiled lightly, unperturbed by the skepticism of his junior. "When I arrived in this body, the soul that once inhabited it had already dissipated. This realization is indeed unbearable. However, not only do I lack memories, but I have also lost all my cultivation, rendering it difficult to extricate myself from this vessel. To make matters worse, I find myself no longer in the realm of cultivation, devoid of the spiritual energy necessary for recovery, and unable to locate the treasures of heaven and earth that might restore my memories. The only solace I find is in the presence of this foolish family of three, who are my descendants. I am their ancestral figure. Were it not for this bloodline connection, I would have long since lost patience with their incessant chatter. Out of respect for our shared lineage, I shall be somewhat tolerant, particularly since I glimpsed the potential within the girl, who is quite talented yet oblivious to her own gifts." Lien Zhonghai sighed, understanding that regardless of who stood before him, the disparity in strength rendered any deception unnecessary. In truth, he had sensed this outcome long ago, had he not? Dr. Liu had also remarked that his grandmother was aging, her lifespan nearing its end. Otherwise, he would not have entertained the notion of seeking a life-saving elixir from the Lien family. Lin paid little heed to whether his descendants accepted his words. He waved his hand and recounted his situation. "I am Lien Wanshan, Lien Zhonghai. Surely you know who I am?" Lien Zhonghai was taken aback once more. "Lien Wanshan? The family tree does not record the identity of the first ancestor, yet every member of the Lin clan knows that our lineage was founded by the venerable Lin Wanshan. Moreover, Lin Wanshan is one of the founding masters of the Wanjian sect. It is inconceivable, Senior. Please do not jest about my ancestors. My forebears successfully summoned the Celestial Tower 30,000 years ago and ascended long ago. Although Lin Changhai felt a sense of trepidation towards the person before him, he nonetheless spoke his mind. How could this be possible? Even though Lin Changhai was born into the mortal realm as a member of the Lin family, he could not tolerate any slight against their ancestor. This progenitor held a unique significance for the Lin clan. Without him, there would be no Lin family. It was akin to witnessing the collapse of a long-held belief. He distinctly recalled achieving the pinnacle of spiritual transformation, summoning the Celestial Tower, and then transcending into immortality. Yet, what transpired afterward eluded his memory. Had his recollections been erased by someone, or had he fallen victim to a sinister plot? Such matters have become inscrutable over time. I have perused your family lineage. Perhaps you believe I am deceiving you. Therefore, let me share some truths that may not be inscribed in your genealogy, yet you ought to be aware of them. However, the heavenly principles leave no path of escape untouched. Unexpectedly, they granted me existence before their demise. I, Lin Wanshan, am of a half-demon lineage. Though I possess a half-demon form, I resemble my mother, devoid of any traits that would reveal my father's heritage as a vine demon, thus arousing no suspicion regarding my humanity. Subsequently, relying on the relics left by my father and enduring numerous trials, I ultimately founded the Sword Sect alongside several friends with whom I shared life and death bonds. The conflict between humans and demons has a long-standing history, with both races existing in mutual opposition. Lin Wanshan is acutely aware of his unique predicament. He embodies neither fully human nor fully demon. Should his true nature be discovered, he would find himself ostracized by both factions, ultimately becoming a mere sacrificial pawn due to his insufficient power. To conceal his half-demon identity, he has resolved to marry a human woman, thereby diluting his demonic lineage across generations, ensuring that even his family remains oblivious to the truth. For his own safety, he must keep this secret well guarded. Upon hearing this, Lin Changhai abruptly raised his head, while Lin Yi felt a sudden pang in her heart. Qian Xiu'er, on the other hand, appeared utterly bewildered. She had never encountered such notions before, finding them quite fantastical. Observing the reactions of her husband and daughter, Qian Xiu'er began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Although she was unfamiliar with the concept of a half-demon, their expressions suggested that it was anything but favorable. In truth, the existence of their ancestor as a half-demon is a well-guarded secret within the Lin family, a matter that they would never divulge or inscribe on paper. Has a grave calamity befallen them? Did their ancestor not ascend to a higher plane? Lin Wanshan shook his head, stating calmly, I only recall events prior to my ascension. Now, only a fragment of my soul lingers within this old woman. As for whether any other fragments remain elsewhere, I am unaware. His tone was composed, devoid of sorrow. Having lived to such an advanced age and achieved a formidable level of existence, he has witnessed countless storms and endured myriad hardships. While he harbors deep disdain for his current body, the mere fact that a fragment of his soul retains consciousness is, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Thankfully, fate has not entirely closed off his avenues of escape. Chapter 7. Has the spirit awoken long ago? The intense gaze of the ancestor was palpable, observed by the entire family, leaving Yi with an unsettling feeling. The ancestor's attention was decidedly focused upon her. It was difficult for her to feign ignorance. The matter concerned his daughter, and he could not afford to remain indifferent. Just as he was about to speak, the ancestor preempted him. She shifted from her earlier stern demeanor, seemingly relinquishing the imposing presence she had initially adopted to intimidate them, and became remarkably approachable. I have now lost all my cultivation. You are my descendants, and there is no need for such fear. I would never harm you. However, I perceive something remarkable in this girl. Lin Changhai was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with elation. Are you implying that Xiaoyi possesses a spiritual root? As a descendant of a family renowned for its cultivation, he was destined to undergo the assessment of spiritual roots. From a young age, elders had instilled in them the significance of this moment, which could alter one's fate. If one possessed a spiritual root, they could ascend to the realm of immortality, capable of traversing clouds and moving mountains. As a young boy, Lin Changhai, like many, harbored dreams of heroism and adventure, especially as a child from a cultivation family, privy to more than the average. In his youth, Lin Shanghai had undergone the assessment of his spiritual root, only to discover his potential was exceedingly low, not even reaching half of the standard, and his roots were a jumbled mix. With such a spiritual root, even entry into the realm of cultivation was a formidable challenge, leading him to abandon his aspirations of pursuing a life of immortality. Yet, despite this expected outcome, a sense of regret lingered in his heart. Now, the ancestor was revealing to him that Xiao Yi possessed a spiritual root. Observing the demeanor of his ancestor, it is evident that the young one's spiritual root is unlikely to resemble his own, suggesting that they may indeed venture into the realm of immortality. Neither Lin Wanshan nor Lin Yi can fathom Lin Shanghai's thoughts. Lin Wanshan is certain, while Lin Yi is taken aback. Lin Wanshan nods in satisfaction, affirming, "Indeed, I am merely a fragment of my former self. With my current abilities, I cannot discern the specifics. However, the girl has awakened her spirit. Her every gesture exudes an aura reminiscent of thunder. I surmise she possesses a thunderous spiritual root." He is quite pleased, for historically, those with extraordinary spiritual roots have never had a value lower than 70%. Such individuals are considered to possess above-average talent. With the right guidance and their own fortuitous encounters, descendants from families like theirs might indeed aspire to great achievements in the future, even if not for his own sake. Lin Wanshan feels immense joy at the prospect of such promising potential within his lineage. Establishing a family was, after all, an endeavor to leave behind a legacy. Contemplating this, he prepared to stroke his beard, having grown accustomed to his once magnificent facial hair over the years. However, upon reaching for it, he encountered only a smooth chin, suddenly reminded of his current female form, which dampened his spirits. With a sigh, he acknowledged that there remains hope. The girl before him embodies that hope. Yet, due to the lineage of the Lin family possessing the blood of the vine demon, it is a certainty that any member with a spiritual root must also possess a wood spiritual root. Could it be that the girl harbors both thunder and wood spiritual roots? Thunder is active and counters gold, which in turn restrains wood. The conflict between thunder and wood suggests that such opposing spiritual roots should be unable to cultivate harmoniously, as they are at odds with one another. However, the girl is clearly not as she seems. Observing her every gesture, it is evident that a spark of brilliance has already emerged within her. Although she has yet to reach the first layer of chi refinement, she has undoubtedly crossed the threshold. If she were solely of the thunderwood spiritual root, then regardless of the varying values of her roots, the inherent conflict would prevent her from ever awakening her spirit, even with abundant support. Thus, it is reasonable to surmise that this child possesses not only the thunderwood root, but also another root capable of harmonizing the opposing attributes. Upon this realization, even Lin Wanshan could not suppress the twitch of his lips. He had discerned the nature of her spiritual roots. Her innate talent positions her as a remarkable peer among her contemporaries, though the various trials and tribulations of cultivation are best left unmentioned. He glanced at the young girl. Noticing her expression of surprise tinged with curiosity, he deemed it prudent to withhold this information for the time being, lest she become daunted and lose her willingness to cultivate, which would be unfortunate. With a composed demeanor, he reassured the increasingly anxious family of three, stating, "In my humble opinion, the girl likely possesses the thunder, water, and wood spiritual roots, each with a value of at least 70%. For it is said that thunder begets water, and water nurtures wood. Only with a water spiritual root can the conflicting properties of thunder and wood be perfectly reconciled, transforming into a prodigious talent." To grasp the significance of a 70% root value may elude Yi and Qianxiuer, yet Zhang Hai understands all too well. In his youth, his finest spiritual root barely reached 50%, while his weakest languished below 30. Yet, driven by curiosity, he cast a glance at his equally inquisitive daughter and inquired of Lin Wanshan, "Has Xiao Yi awakened her spirit? When did this occur?" This is the mortal realm, separated from the realm of cultivation by a barrier, where spiritual energy is scarce. Even if there were a slight leakage, it would be impossible to awaken one's spirit. Awakening requires the gradual accumulation of spiritual energy or the assistance of certain magical artifacts. Typically, in the cultivation world, if a young descendant of a prestigious family experiences an awakening, it is achieved through a spirit-gathering array. How could they be unaware of their own family's wealth? If such a treasure existed, would they still remain in the mortal realm? Lien Wanshan's gaze, infused with pride, bore a hint of satisfaction as he looked at the equally perplexed Lieni. Do you often feel an unusual lightness and strength in your body, as if you have always been adept at traversing mountains and rivers? Lieni nodded. She was indeed far more capable than the boys in her village, especially on sunny days, when she felt an abundance of energy. Lien Wanshan did not keep them in suspense, but spoke directly. You possess extraordinary abilities unbeknownst to you. His laughter rang out, clear and expansive. Who would have thought that among my descendants, there exists a child like you, inheriting a unique power that I myself did not inherit from our ancestors? Extraordinary abilities. The three members of the Lien family were once again taken aback. The shocks seemed to come in waves, leaving Lien unsure of how to express her astonishment. They could only hear the resonant voice of their ancestor. That is the innate talent known as light spirit, awakened by your vine demon ancestor after achieving divine transformation. Chapter 8. The Lien family's ancestral home at this moment, within the realm of the Miakuan, specifically at Ling Xi sect, in the cave dwelling of Lien Qingwang. The master of Wanjian Peak, a line of Lien family disciples stood. The entire cave was permeated with an atmosphere of sorrow. At the forefront stands the current head of the Lien family, Lien Mingshi, accompanied by three elders, Lien Qinyuan, Lien Qinxiang, and Lien Qinsong. The expressions on their faces are laden with sorrow. Lien Mingshi sighs. Father, with your departure, what shall become of the Lien family? His words evoke deep emotions among the gathered members. Lien Qingwang, the master of a peak and a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, serves as the pillar of the Lien family. Now, that pillar is on the verge of collapse, and the very foundation is at risk of crumbling. 150 years ago, demonic creatures unexpectedly emerged from the depths of the shadowy Yin Mountain, their origins shrouded in mystery. It is known, however, that the miasma they exude corrupts all living beings, leading to their assimilation. Furthermore, these creatures feed on the flesh and blood of both humans and demons, growing significantly more formidable after each consumption, making them exceedingly difficult to confront. The rampaging demons have invaded the territories of the nearby demon clans, compelling them to slaughter several towns. The Hingyang sect, closest to the shadowy Yin Mountain, found itself besieged and issued a distress signal. The Hingyang sect is a second-tier sect, considered second-rate in the realm of Meikuan continent, where four first-tier sects also exist. To the east lies the Qingshu men, to the west the Chengxian sect, to the south the Huan Fa Pavilion, and to the north the Ling Xi sect. The Hingyang sect is located in the northwest, slightly closer to the Ling Xi sect. With the sudden onslaught of the demonic creatures, the Ling Xi sect bears the responsibility of providing protection. Reports indicated that numerous seventh-tier demons were among the invaders, clearly suggesting an unprecedented scale of invasion. The Ling Xi sect dispatched 3 nascent soul cultivators, leading a contingent of disciples to expel the demons. Not only the Ling Xi sect, but the other 3 sects also sent 2 to 3 nascent soul cultivators to spearhead their efforts. Unexpectedly, a dozen 8th-tier monsters emerged from the depths of the abyss, proving exceedingly difficult to contend with. During that fateful expedition, casualties were staggering, with half of the participants either dead or severely injured. Each of the 4 great sects suffered grievously, and in a dramatic turn of events, one of the 3 nascent soul practitioners from Lingxiao Pavilion self-detonated, while the other 2 returned gravely wounded. Lord Qingguang of the Lien family bore the heaviest of injuries. The Hingyang sect, too, paid a price that nearly led to its annihilation. Now, after 150 years, the Yin Mountain has returned to tranquility. However, Lord Lien Qingguang's wounds remain unhealed, and he has reached the twilight of his life. Remarkably, Lien Qingguang maintains an optimistic disposition. He reflects on the path of cultivation, one that pits mortals against the heavens for longevity, and acknowledges the countless who have fallen before him. He is neither the first, nor will he be the last. He comforts the visibly distressed Lien Mingshi, saying, "Do not be alarmed. Our Lien family has thrived for nearly 30,000 years since our ancestor Lien Wanshan established it. Even after my departure, does that mean the Lien family will cease to exist? It may simply transition from a first-rate family to a second-rate one. The absence of a nascent soul cultivator within our lineage inevitably leads to decline." Lien Qingguang possesses a clear perspective on worldly matters, recognizing that nothing can endure without end. Though his spirit seems resilient and his visage youthful, his graying hair betrays his frailty. He gazes at his son, who, despite his advancing years, remains at the mid-stage of golden core. Lien Mingshi has toiled tirelessly for the family's advancement, his appearance now aged beyond that of his father. In a moment of tenderness, Lien Qingguang offers guidance to Lien Mingshi. After my passing, focus on nurturing yourself and furthering our family's legacy. That child Shulan is a promising talent. At merely 27 or 28, he has already established his foundation. If he cannot revitalize our family, maintaining our legacy will suffice. Even Lien Qingguang understands that this serves as a form of sectarian retribution against aristocratic families, aimed at diminishing the influence of these cultivation families over sect power. However, while you possess cunning strategies, I have my own means to navigate obstacles. The relationship between families and sects has always been one of strength and weakness, interdependent yet fraught with mutual apprehension. Lien Qingguang believes that merely being weak does not guarantee any advantages within the sect. On the contrary, a weakened family must distribute its already limited resources, resulting in diminished protection for its descendants and ultimately hindering their development. In every regard, retaining even a fragment of familial strength is preferable to an ever-increasing decline. Lien Qingguang is well aware of his own lineage due to their bloodline. The members of the Lien family are often straightforward and sincere. Even those endowed with spiritual roots predominantly possess the wood attribute, known for their tranquility and gentleness, which contributes to the generally commendable character of the Lien descendants. Children of the Lien family, despite being unfamiliar with the main clan, do not entirely disregard their heritage upon joining the sect. When compared to other families, Lien children exhibit far greater virtues. The family is a cohesive entity, a vital component of the sect. In the present moment, as long as we strive to uphold the family's integrity, we fulfill our responsibilities. There is no need for fixation. Should we face decline, it is of little consequence, for our ancestors will not lay blame upon us. After my departure, the Wanjian Peak will be taken over by the esteemed Master Juqian, so do not harbor any resentment in your heart. Simply focus on fulfilling your own duties. Without the presence of Yuanian cultivators, our Lien family would have long been unable to safeguard this Wanjian Peak. Furthermore, Master Juqian is a person of noble character. Although he is a newly advanced Yuanian cultivator within the sect, he embodies integrity and possesses commendable virtues. He naturally holds no interest in engaging in power struggles or making a grand display against the Lien family. Lien Qingguang believes that having him assume control over Wanjian Peak is far preferable to having someone hostile towards the Lien family take over. After all, the roots of the Lien family are deeply intertwined with this Wanjian Peak, and should a foe arise intent on eradicating the Lien family, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to escape unscathed. The sect leader, Master Lin Fa, has also shown consideration for his senior disciple in this matter. Having shared these thoughts, Lien Qingguang ceased to speak further, closing his eyes in tranquil anticipation. Lien Mingshi, suppressing his sorrow, etched his father's words into his heart, then bowed and pledged, "I shall diligently remember my father's teachings, and all descendants of the Lien family will heed this as well." A row of Lien family members bowed in reverence, accompanying their esteemed patriarch on his final journey. Chapter 9. Ascending the mountain in Shangliang village as dawn broke. Aunt Zhou from next door was washing clothes at her doorstep when she noticed the Lin family stepping out of their courtyard, followed closely by Lien Yi and Lien Y. Aunt Zhou quickly greeted them. "Madam, are you taking little E and little Y up the mountain again?" Lien E and Lien Y politely responded, "Good morning, Aunt Zhou." With a smile, Aunt Zhou nodded and expressed her concern. "It's chilly this morning. Little E and little Y should bundle up to avoid catching a cold." The two children of the Lien family, since their tender years, have been exquisitely charming, vivacious, and strikingly beautiful, possessing a delightful sweetness that endears them to the older villagers. At this moment, Xiaoyi has already become a master chef, yet she remains close to the village children, engaging in playful banter, spirited quarrels, and even the occasional scuffle. In stark contrast, the children of the Chao family tend to look down upon others, rarely mingling with the villagers. The community, filled with chatter, may refrain from voicing their opinions openly, yet privately, many share their thoughts. It is said that both the Lien and Chao families are descendants of renowned cultivators. Yet their demeanor is entirely disparate. The Lien family exudes warmth and approachability, while the Chao family appears somewhat domineering. Lin Shi, also known as Lien Wanshan, jovially responded, "Indeed, today the sky is clear and bright, a splendid day for physical activity. The mountain offers ample space to showcase our skills." With an inviting tone, she added, Please ask Go Dan to come early. My children, Shanghai and Xiao prepared some delicious egg pancakes this morning. You must come and taste them." Aunt Zhou nodded enthusiastically. "Ah, I shall call Go Dan right away." She then rose and made her way indoors. Although Go Dan claimed to have apprenticed under Xiao Yi, it is clear that it is actually the Shanghai brothers who have been imparting their culinary expertise to him. Their skills surpass even those of Xiao Yi. Over the past month, Go Dan has not only mastered the craft, but has also grown taller and gained weight. Aunt Zhou holds deep gratitude for the Lin family, considering them their benefactors. She turned to watch the trio of grandmother, mother, and child retreat into the distance, noting that since Lin Bonyang recovered from her illness, she seems rejuvenated, and her temperament appears to have transformed as well. Once one could remain indoors, but now each day is filled with excursions, engaging in conversations with the local matrons at the village entrance, and taking her grandchildren up the mountain to stretch their limbs. The joy is immeasurable. Reflecting on her own mother-in-law, Aunt Zhou can only sigh, her heart filled with growing envy for Qian Xiao'er. She is blessed with a husband who treats her exceedingly well, traveling with her across the vast expanse of the country, and she has two exceptionally bright children who, despite their tender age, can support the family. Moreover, she is graced with a grandmother of such amiable nature, who assists in caring for the children without interfering in the young couple's lives. Truly, Xiao'er has fallen into a nest of fortune. Aunt Zhou shakes her head. There is no one in Shangliang village living better than Xiao'er, not even the ostentatious Chao family. Meanwhile, the trio, grandmother, mother, and grandchildren, are merrily climbing the mountain. While urging the two little ones to hasten their pace, Wanshan admonishes, "Pick up the speed, especially you. Xiaoyi, you are now 9 years old, and only at the first level of qi refinement. If you were in the realm of cultivation, you'd find many who attain that level by the age of 5 or 6. Xiao Yi merely pouts, remaining silent. Ever since her ancestor declared her to possess spiritual roots, her life has been thrust into a whirlwind of challenges. From that day forth, her days have plunged into a tumultuous existence. The ancestor believes that with such promising talent, it must not be squandered. Thus, cultivation must commence. The lack of spiritual energy is inconsequential. There are myriad ways to enhance oneself, be it through physical training, honing one's spiritual awareness, or improving speed. Xiaoyi glances at Lin Y, who is fervently climbing the mountain. He asserts that even if one lacks spiritual roots in the realm of cultivation, one can still forge a livelihood, ensuring they are not subjected to the whims of others. The ancestors have stated, whether it is one duck or two, they must be herded. Since Lin Y is so enthusiastic, he has decided to teach them together. Lin Y is indeed diligent, neglecting even the medicine hall. Lin E sighed. Her leisurely days of earning silver had come to an end. However, despite the many grievances brewing within her, she pursued her studies with utmost seriousness. Firstly, to assist her ancestors, and secondly, because her father and Lin Y were enamored with the realm of cultivation. Observing her family so spirited, she could hardly bear to dampen their enthusiasm. Thus, she resolved to diligently hone her skills. Her parents and Lin Y might lack exceptional spiritual roots, or perhaps none at all, and it was her duty to protect them. Lin Yi listened to Lin Wanshan's incessant chatter, remaining silent as she exerted herself to ascend. Having reached the first level of qi refining, how could she allow Lin Y to surpass her in progress? Lin Wanshan was quite pleased to see the two siblings spurring each other on. Though he feigned disdain, deep down he recognized that his children were indeed remarkable. In his era, children with such resilience were a rarity. He held great affection for these grandchildren, regardless of which generation they belonged to. Now devoid of cultivation, he could not ascertain whether Lin Y possessed spiritual roots. Nevertheless, observing the boy's exuberant energy each day, Lin Wanshan had a strong premonition that, while Lin Y might not inherit the girl's innate talents, he likely possessed some spiritual roots of his own. At their level, even with Lin Wanshan's cultivation lost, such intuitive feelings could still prove remarkably accurate. Moreover, Lin Y's amiable temperament, quick wit, and integrity endeared him greatly to Lin Wanshan. If, in the end, there is no spiritual root, even Lin Wanshan begins to ponder how to arrange a good future for his beloved grandson, ensuring he leads a peaceful life. As for the girl's inherited extraordinary ability, while it is termed a power, it is in truth a unique talent, a gift bestowed upon exceptionally gifted cultivators, which may awaken after reaching the transformation stage. It is a divine endowment from the heavens to these prodigious practitioners, characterized by its sporadic nature and inability to be passed down. However, Lin Yi has indeed inherited it, leaving Lien Wanshan both perplexed and comforted. Nonetheless, this matter is undeniably a boon. Confusion aside, there will be time to unravel it gradually. The immediate priority is to nurture this promising seedling diligently, ensuring that such remarkable potential is not squandered. Currently, the girl has already reached the first level of qi refinement. From today onward, the two of you shall remain on this mountain with me for 100 days. A few days ago, I discovered an ancient mulberry tree deep within Yinding Mountain, towering into the clouds. On the highest branch facing east, you will be able to absorb the first ray of sunlight. The first ray of sunlight each day is the purest, imbued with the most unadulterated energy. The concept of light spirit simply refers to the transformation of the energy within this sunlight into spiritual power, which is then gradually absorbed by oneself. This explains why Lien Yi feels invigorated whenever the sun shines brightly, favoring to linger in sun-drenched places. Chapter 10. Special training in the mountains. Life in the mountains is a blend of pain and joy for the 3 generations. In the mountain stream, the waterfall cascades from a great height, generating immense force. A boy and a girl, akin to 2 little sprouts battered by the tempest, practice their skills beneath the rushing waterfall. Sunlight cascaded down, enveloping the 2 individuals, who appeared as drenched as if they had just emerged from a downpour. Uncertain whether the liquid streaming down their faces was the waterfall's water or their own perspiration. Nearby, reclining on the grass beside the waterfall, an elderly woman, clad in an ill-fitting men's shirt, nonchalantly crossed her legs while holding a cluster of plump, purple grapes. With her head tilted back, she raised her hand and popped the grapes into her mouth one by one, exuding an air of sheer contentment. Occasionally, a grape would bounce off the head of a little girl standing by the mountain stream, prompting the languid voice of the elderly woman to drift over. Lien Yi, didn't you have enough to eat today? Your strength has diminished, and your energy flow is uneven. Do you wish to fall into the abyss of your own cultivation? As for Lien Yi, you are exerting excessive force without sustaining it. Such a technique would deplete your energy prematurely, leading to a self-inflicted demise to avoid burdening your adversary. Startled by the words, the little sprout quickly adjusted her posture. Having spent over a month in the depths of Yinding Mountain, Lien Yi mused that while their struggles weighed heavily upon them, the true enjoyment lay with their ancestor. After a brief moment, as the 2 little sprouts faltered, on the verge of being swept away by the waterfall, a voice called out from the shore, "Time is up." The 2 jolted to attention and scrambled out of the water. However, their ordeal was not yet concluded, for the ancestor continued. Lien Yi, go find some fine ingredients. Yes. I require tender shoots that have sprouted within the past 3 days. Lien Yi, prepare a fire to cook. I crave roasted fish. It must be crispy on the outside yet tender within, with just the right amount of juices. I am utterly famished. You have the duration of an incense stick to accomplish this. Should you exceed the time limit, you shall endure an extra hour of practice tomorrow. As she spoke, she indeed produced an incense stick and commenced her countdown. The 2 siblings exchanged a glance, deeply sighing, fully aware that their ancestor was unwavering in her demands. They could only nod listlessly, affirming their compliance, and swiftly commenced their tasks. While their ancestor's words seemed simple, the quest for tender grass within 3 days was daunting. How long would it take them to find it? Furthermore, the perfectly grilled fish, requiring precise control of the heat, felt as if it would wear them out. The most outrageous aspect was the time constraint. Such a complex dish warranted at least a quarter of an hour. Yet they were allotted merely the duration of a stick of incense, which barely sufficed for catching the fish. Behind them, Lien Wanshan chuckled with satisfaction, remarking on their antics. The 2 had engaged in numerous mischievous acts recently to express their discontent towards him, such as deliberately adding excess salt in an attempt to overwhelm him. Yet, their elder chose to overlook their minor transgressions. In the future, they would find themselves grateful to him, as his requests were not intended to torment his own children. During this time, Lien Wanshan observed that Lien Yi possessed a remarkable sensitivity towards plants, effortlessly discerning which herbs were edible and even identifying the tastiest ones, along with the precise days on which they sprouted. With such abilities, Lien Wanshan surmised that Lien Yi must possess a wood spiritual root. He himself, having a high affinity for wood, remembered his own fondness for vegetarian fare and his innate connection to the flora of the mountain. However, as Lien Yi had yet to awaken his spiritual roots, Lien Wanshan remained uncertain. Nevertheless, if nurtured properly, this innate perception might blossom into innate talents after he underwent spiritual transformation, potentially yielding extraordinary capabilities. As for the young girl, these days spent preparing fish have revealed to Lien Wanshan that, despite her merely being at the first level of Qi refinement, her mastery and control of spiritual energy surpass those of an ordinary novice cultivator. He cast a sidelong glance at the bustling girl, who showed no intention of assisting. With his eyes half closed, he felt a sense of pride swell within him. This girl never ceased to amaze him. The concept of light spiritual energy may seem trivial. How much spiritual power could truly be harnessed from sunlight? Yet, while the energy derived from sunlight is indeed minuscule, persistence is key in all endeavors, leading to inevitable success. Moreover, as her cultivation deepens, her ability to transform this energy will only strengthen. One must not underestimate such extraordinary capabilities in moments of confrontation. An additional measure of spiritual energy could mean the difference between life and death. Wherever there is sunlight, there is a constant replenishment of one's cultivation, far surpassing the recovery abilities of others. Initially, before discovering the ancient mulberry tree in the mountains, he had merely instructed the girl to meditate daily under the peach tree in their courtyard, absorbing sunlight. In such a challenging environment, she astonishingly reached the first level of Qi refinement in less than a month. Now, it appeared she was on the verge of achieving the second level. This filled Lien Wanshan with delight. The shorter the time taken, the faster the progress, which only served to affirm the girl's remarkable aptitude. Not only did she possess exceptional talent, but she also demonstrated a high level of comprehension. One should never underestimate the elusive nature of comprehension. A cultivator lacking it, regardless of their innate gifts, will inevitably face bottlenecks. With comprehension, one can transcend these barriers, making rapid advancement a distinct possibility. Let them undergo rigorous training in the mountains. For not only does this place possess a natural aura of wood spirit, which greatly benefits cultivators with wood spirit roots, but it also offers an undisturbed environment cherished by Lien Wanshan. This locale is indeed an excellent venue for body refinement. The two young practitioners are to be taught a martial art he acquired in his early years, the 9 transformations of the golden body. Mastery of this technique grants one an indestructible body, impervious even to the sharpest innate spiritual treasures. This method was conceived by the renowned body-refining master, Lord Hailoshing. From the Makoan realm, he stumbled upon a cave dwelling left behind before his ascension during his travels, which contained this fragmentary text. However, this fragment only extends to the 5th transformation, corresponding to the initial stage of the transformation into spirit. Hailong was a solitary cultivator, unaffiliated with any sect, leading an independent life. Thus, the records of him in the Makoan realm are sparse. It was only after Lien Wanshan obtained this fragment that he took the initiative to learn more about him. Legend has it that Hailong possessed mediocre talent, but he eventually forged his own path, focusing on body refinement, and ultimately achieved transcendence. Although Lien Wanshan possesses many remarkable techniques, his choice of this particular method is deliberate. The fact that Hailong, despite lacking exceptional talent, was able to attain enlightenment through this technique indicates its profound capability to convey the essence of the Great Way, with a relatively low barrier to entry. Furthermore, he has studied it thoroughly, affirming that even mortals can practice it, whether or not Lien Yi possesses spiritual roots. Engaging in this practice will undoubtedly benefit them both. Lien Yi is destined to become a cultivator in the future, if he masters both body and technique. The advantages will be beyond measure. These considerations reflect the best path he has meticulously planned for his descendants, ensuring they encounter fewer detours along their journey. However, the process is arduous and perseverance will be a true test of personal willpower. Currently, whether it be a girl or a boy, despite their mischievous tendencies, their resilience in enduring hardships is something that even Wanshan finds quite commendable. Such children, even if they are not his own descendants, are ones he is willing to teach. He recalls having left this fragment of a manuscript for the Lien family during his ascension. He wonders if it has been utilized properly. However, he is currently unconcerned with such matters, for each generation has its own fortunes. At present, the 2 obedient grandchildren before him are his immediate priority and require his careful guidance. With this thought in mind, he lazily issued a command. After we finish eating, let us venture deeper into Yendang Mountain. The 2 were taken aback upon hearing this. Chapter 11. To go or not to go? Yindang Mountain is so vast that if it were to claim the title of the second largest in Lingyun Kingdom, there would be no first. Yet, its magnitude is not the only concern. The perilous nature of the mountain is equally daunting. The depths of Yindang Mountain are territories that even seasoned hunters or martial arts masters dare not enter. It is home to ferocious creatures such as mighty bears and tigers, the kings of the forest. Additionally, the environment is conducive to the presence of various venomous snakes. It is said that during winter, merely digging a small hole while wandering slightly deeper into the woods could uncover a nest of snakes. Now, in the height of summer, such serpents and other creatures are particularly active. Both Lin Yi and Lin Y hold a deep-seated fear of these animals, especially Lin Yi. For any girl would likely be repulsed by such cold-blooded, frightening, and deadly beasts. Lin Y cast a glance at Lin Yi before promptly refusing. Ancestor, do you not realize that venturing into the depths of Yindang Mountain is not a trivial matter? Perhaps you are unaware of the stories surrounding this mountain? As he spoke, his little mouth chattered incessantly, imparting the legend of Yindang Mountain to Lin Wanshan. Though he was a boy, he was genuinely fearful of the serpents. He truly wished to avoid this expedition. They had ventured quite deeply into the wilderness, and for the past month, he had been reluctant to sleep. Keeping his eyes wide open, surrounding himself with herbs meant to repel snakes. Yet still, those dreadful creatures would appear before him. His skills, along with Lin Yi's, had improved, perhaps even surpassing those of some renowned martial artists and chivalrous figures. However, he observed that although Lin Yi had become a practitioner, she could only conjure a small flame and perform a basic cleansing spell. Such meager abilities were unlikely to save them from the jaws of wild beasts. Their ancestor, reputed to be an immortal, seemed to have yet to acclimate to his current loss of powers, still believing he could soar through the skies, thus assigning them such impractical tasks. In truth, had it not been for the ancient mulberry tree's usefulness to his sister, he would have long ago insisted that their ancestor escort them to the outskirts of Yindang Mountain, to spare him the fright of unexpectedly encountering snakes. Lin Wanshan waved his hand dismissively, ruthlessly shattering the hopes of the two younger ones. I have already ascertained the situation. It is merely an abundance of snakes. What are you afraid of, especially you, girl? You are a practitioner now. The venom of these serpents is mundane and cannot harm you. Besides, you have been practicing the 9 transformations golden body technique for over a month. You must have at least mastered half of the first transformation. It would be most beneficial for you to go in and hone your skills. Lin Wanshan held a particular intention, wishing to send the two young ones into the mountains for some training. Moreover, he could not quite fathom why, but he felt an inexplicable allure drawing him deeper into the heart of Yindang Mountain. At his age, even with merely a remnant of his former self, he still cherished the profound connections that sometimes revealed themselves in moments of unity with the universe. This may well be the bond that cultivators share with the Tao of heaven. Today, this sensation was particularly potent, compelling him to insist on venturing inside. Should he stumble upon something valuable, it would undoubtedly benefit the girl or the lad. With this thought in mind, he called to the two. Child, perform a cleansing spell to help your ancestor wipe his mouth. And you, young rascal, tidy up the pots and bowls. The sun was splendid today at its zenith, casting its most intense rays, causing all malevolent entities to shy away. Let us venture in and take a look. What is there to fear? Am I not here? Neither Lin Yi nor Lin Y felt inclined to engage with him. How could they expect assistance from an ancestor so lethargic that he could not even be bothered to wipe his mouth? Moreover, there was no guarantee he could fend off a snake. As Lin Yi formed hand seals to cast the cleansing spell for her ancestor, she mischievously conjured a splash of water to wash his face, all the while internally scoffing. She claims to be immune to mortal toxins, yet does a bite not hurt? What if he loses an arm or a leg? In a moment of distraction, Lin Wanshan found himself doused with water by the girl. He sprang up from the ground, flinging off his shoes and hurling them toward Lin Yi. Impudent child, do you wish to drown your ancestor? Where would Lin Yi remain stationary, tugging at Lin Y? They sprinted a few paces into the distance, not forgetting to turn back and make a face, saying, Ancestor, if you can't even catch me, how can you claim to lead us into the mountains? If we were to encounter a tiger, you certainly wouldn't outrun it. Lin Wanshan replied. Indeed, he presently lacks the ability to confront a tiger. Should a tiger appear, these two youngsters would undoubtedly flee faster than rabbits, leaving him in dire straits. Lin Y, if danger arises while you are by my side, carry me away. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wanshan meticulously assigned tasks to the two children. Yet, he felt an unsettling emptiness within him at the thought of not venturing inside. However, the girl had a point. If a tiger were to appear, his frail and weary body, which he often despised, would be utterly inadequate. It was likely that before he could even be devoured by the tiger, he would disintegrate. At such a moment, it was uncertain whether a body more suited to his spirit would present itself. With this thought, the old man became even more displeased and began to complain to Lin Yi and Lin Y. You two are truly something. Your great-grandmother's health is far too poor. Since you often spend time with her, why do you not encourage her to exercise more? As he spoke, he stomped his feet in annoyance, examined his hands, and tugged at his graying hair. It's absurd. My bones have grown frail and decrepit, rendering me incapable of accomplishing anything. I have never felt so weak in my entire existence. Lin E and Lin Y, no longer wishing to engage in conversation with him, shrugged in unison and proceeded deeper into the mountains. Indeed, their great-grandmother has already endured enough misfortune. Even in death, she cannot find peace in her resting place. This is unfortunate, but after all, she is their own ancestor, and one might as well regard her demise as a contribution to the Lin family. However, to be met with disdain is truly excessive, as if the great-grandmother desired to offer her body for the use of others. Lin Wanshan clicked his tongue, and after expressing his grievances, he felt somewhat remorseful for his words. Noticing that the two youngsters were ignoring him, he hastened to call out, "Wait for me. I am an elder, and I cannot keep pace with you." As he spoke, he quickened his steps to catch up with them, all the while remembering to retrieve Lin Yi's discarded shoes. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. I will do my best to draw the fierce beast away. Such is the bond of ancestors. They can only risk their lives to accompany the noble. By the way, you have remembered the secret signal we discussed earlier, right?" Lin Yi expressed his concern. Lin Y waved his hand dismissively and proceeded to greet their ancestor. The bond among the three of them, accustomed to a love-hate relationship, is strong. Though they may bicker, when faced with adversity, they will not disregard one another, always caring for each other. Chapter 12. A bear and a python deep within the Yineng Mountains, they still had to traverse at least 10 more miles to reach the ancient mulberry tree, where Lin Yi daily ascended to the highest treetop to bask in the sunlight. During this journey, Lin Yi adeptly led Lin Wanshan and Lin Y to evade 2 bears, a tiger, and 3 circling eagles. Together with Lin Y, they overcame 2 vultures that had been fixated on the trio and a python that sought to swallow them whole. Lin Y particularly relished the red braised pork she prepared, which could be made that very evening. Knowing they would reside in the mountains for a full 100 days, Lin Yi had meticulously prepared everything needed for their expedition. There is little to be done. Within the household, the parents and younger brother remain indifferent and carefree. Consequently, she has developed a meticulous disposition, ensuring that every endeavor is approached with thorough consideration. Now, with the addition of an elder ancestor, it is astonishing that, aside from cultivation, they possess no other life skills whatsoever. He even asserts, with great conviction, that cultivators need not consume mundane food, as all matters of sustenance can be effortlessly resolved with a mere gesture. Yet, Lin Yi finds this utterly implausible. If that were indeed the case, then cultivators would only achieve complete fasting after reaching the foundation establishment stage. What of the time before? Were they merely subsisting on wind and dew? It is evident that he is simply lazy, though he refuses to acknowledge it. Lin Yi suspects that, should the elder ancestor be left to fend for himself at home, he would surely starve. Thus, when Lin Wanshan informed her that he would be residing in the mountains for 100 days, she promptly organized clothing and provisions. Additionally, she left a note for her mother, detailing the location of every item in the house to prevent any confusion later. The preparation of seasonings was particularly important to her. When away from home, she believed that if she could not eat well, she would be unable to accomplish anything. Since childhood, she has had a great fondness for food, which is why, at such a tender age, she earned the title of culinary apprentice. With her father often absent, her cravings drove her to delve into the ancestral texts, compelling her to accompany Lin Y to forage for food and then prepare it herself. By the age of 3 or 4, she could stand on a small stool and set up her own little cooking station, experimenting with delightful dishes. Over the years, not only did they inherit a substantial amount of silver from their father, but she and Lin Y also managed to earn quite a bit themselves, a fact that fills her with pride. However, as they venture slightly further southwest, she senses that something feels amiss. At this moment, the 3 generations, grandfather, father, and grandson, reunited at a designated spot to confirm their route. Along the way, they realized that the elder had a specific destination in mind. Initially, the two had presumed they were wandering aimlessly. Lin Y, feeling somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Elder, where exactly is the place you mentioned? We have been here for 2 hours already, and after the hour of shun, night will soon descend, making our journey perilous." His fear was not unfounded. His sister had become a cultivator, and even if bitten by snakes or scorpions, she would be fine as long as she remained intact. Although their ancestor had lost his magical powers, he possessed an extraordinary sharpness of mind despite his seemingly frail demeanor. It was merely a fade of his wicked sense of humor. In reality, 3 robust men surrounding him would not necessarily stand a chance against him. Only Lin Y appeared pitiful, weak, and helpless. Lin Wanshan patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "What is there to fear? You have both me and your sister here. Just look at your dismal expression. I saw you handle that vulture quite impressively." Lin Y forced a laugh, feeling helpless. Besides, the vulture seemed manageable. However, the mere thought of snakes and insects sent shivers down his spine. Just moments ago, when confronted with a massive python intent on swallowing them, he nearly lost control, and it was only thanks to his sister that he was saved. Suddenly, Lin Yi, who was carefully observing the commotion in the distance, made a shushing gesture towards them. Lin Wanshan promptly moved forward to cover Lin Y's mouth, his eyes silently questioning Lin Yi about the matter. He, now merely a remnant of his former self, trapped within a mortal body, found his magical abilities absent and his spiritual awareness inexplicably dulled, leaving him ill-equipped to sense impending danger. It is said that his spirit is formidable, and even if confined within a mortal form, he should not be entirely incapable of exerting his powers. It is likely that he is merely a remnant of his former self, with his soul severely damaged, resulting in this predicament. The specifics of this situation will need to be contemplated further once he reaches the realm of cultivation. Lin Yi nimbly leaped onto a tree, gazing into the distance. Subsequently, she descended from the tree and quietly conversed with the 2 individuals. "My spiritual sense has reached out, and I have observed a fierce battle not far from here between a massive python and a bear. The python appears rather extraordinary. It is indeed a true giant, twice the size of the one we encountered earlier on our journey. Merely the girth of this colossal serpent surpasses the combined width of Lin Yi and Lin Y. Typically, both the bear and the giant python reign as sovereigns of this woodland realm, each possessing their own territory marked by their distinct aura. It is uncommon for such dominators to transgress their boundaries and engage in direct conflict. The instincts of these creatures would dictate that the most favorable outcome would result in mutual destruction, and should they falter, they risk their very lives. Even devoid of sentience, they would not undertake such a thankless endeavor. From the essence emanating from this area, it is evident that this is the domain of the giant python. It is perplexing why the great black bear has ventured here to confront it. Furthermore, I sense that the giant python appears somewhat fatigued, yet I have detected faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from its form. This is the most unusual aspect, despite the presence of flora in this forest, which naturally harbors some spiritual essence. This energy typically does not linger within a person's body unless actively absorbed by a cultivator. However, it is apparent that this python possesses a residue of spiritual energy within its being. After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, Lin Wanshan suggested, "Let us go take a look." His enigmatic intuition seemed to indicate that this was the right place. However, Lin Y quickly grasped Lin Wanshan's arm, urging, "Wait. They are engaged in battle. We would gain nothing by intervening. It would be wiser to wait a while longer, until they have both exhausted each other." With that, he nimbly ascended a tree to gain a better vantage point. What he saw astonished him. The python was extraordinarily large, and that black bear was equally immense. He had never encountered such size in his lifetime. This was a true contest of kings. Lin Yi concurred, "Ancestor, let us wait a bit longer. It appears the python is growing weary while the black bear seems to be gaining the upper hand. It won't be long before this contest concludes." Suddenly, Lin Y, perched in the tree, exclaimed, "The python has fled, and the black bear is in hot pursuit." "What?" Lin Yi quickly extended her consciousness to sense the situation and confirmed that the giant python had indeed retreated, while the formidable black bear relentlessly chased after it. She turned to Lin Wanshan, pondering whether they should follow. Lin Wanshan shook his head, suggesting, "Shall we investigate the python's lair?" Chapter 13. Two eggs seizing the opportunity presented by the python's retreat, the trio dispersed in search of its dwelling. Ling Xi wholeheartedly supported her ancestors' insistence on locating the python's lair. Although the python had escaped, the air remained thick with a palpable aura of spiritual energy that had not dissipated with its departure. Both the black bear and the python were gone. Yet the spiritual energy lingered, suggesting that the source of this ethereal disturbance lay elsewhere, not solely with the python. Could it be that within the lair of the python lies some ethereal herb? If it indeed possesses such a herb, then the black bear's determination to slay the python becomes rather comprehensible. After all, these ferocious beasts, even devoid of intelligence, are guided by instinct. An ethereal herb is a treasure seldom encountered in the mundane realm, driven by their primal instincts. The black bear may have sensed its presence nearby and sought to seize it. Moreover, the lingering spiritual energy on the python could very well be attributed to its consumption of some ethereal herb. Ling Xi slightly focused her mind, attuning herself to the distinct nature and flow of this spiritual energy. Her senses were far more acute than the average person's. Initially, she attributed it to her awakened spirit, but later realized it was not the case. Upon reaching the first level of Qi refinement, she discovered that she could discern the subtle variations and trajectories of the spiritual energy through her spiritual awareness, without the need for sight. Her ancestor had stated that this could signify innate understanding, marking her as a prodigious talent destined for cultivation. After a while, she seemed to sense something and beckoned Lian Wanshan and Lian Wai to follow her in the direction she had determined. The trio arrived at a spot obscured by interwoven vines, where they could vaguely see a dark cave behind. Ling Xi employed her spiritual awareness to probe inside. It was spacious, containing 2 eggs and nothing else. The eggs emanated waves of spiritual energy. Lian Wanshan raised an eyebrow, expressing disappointment. Only 2 eggs? Upon reaching this point, he had anticipated discovering some treasure, only to find merely 2 eggs laid by the python. Was there something amiss with these eggs? Logically, since the python harbored lingering spiritual energy within its body, despite being an ordinary beast, the presence of this energy should possess the capacity for refining and rejuvenating its essence, much like Ling Xi herself. Having transcended the first layer of Qi cultivation, she emitted an unpleasant odor that left even the outside world unable to eat for an entire day. Since there exists spiritual energy, it is hardly surprising for her to lay eggs imbued with such energy. Lian Wanshan felt a twinge of reluctance. Let us venture inside. Having traveled such a considerable distance, it would be illogical not to explore further. Ling Xi nodded, directing her younger brother, Lian Wai, lead the way. The cave was rather unremarkable, resembling an ordinary snake's den. With a giant python engaged in a fierce struggle against a black bear outside, the outcome uncertain. This land belonged to the python, still retaining its scent, ensuring that no other large beasts would dare intrude. Thus, it was quite safe. Without hesitation, Lian Wai lit a torch and boldly parted the twisting vines to enter. While he did harbor a fear of snakes, it did not extend to the 2 eggs. Lian Wanshan walked in the middle, with Ling Xi trailing behind. Their consciousnesses extended, yet they could not sense the presence of the python or the bear, nor did they know where the battle had led them. Inside the cave, a foul stench permeated the air, an odor that was decidedly unpleasant. Lian Wai's complexion shifted as he rubbed his churning stomach, forcing himself to swallow the nauseating sensation. Lian Wanshan was primarily focused on the 2 eggs, hence he was less affected. As for Ling Xi, being a cultivator, she could easily shut off her 5 senses and block the offensive smell, rendering it manageable for her. Consequently, apart from Lian Wai, who was overwhelmed by the stench, the others were relatively unaffected. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Lian Wai acknowledged that his youth and lack of power left him with little recourse but to hold his breath and endure. The trio entered the cave, first surveying their surroundings. Lian Wanshan, undeterred, urged the 2 younger ones to search once more, discovering that there was nothing else of note. The 3 individuals, finding themselves at an impasse, redirected their attention towards the 2 eggs before them. Undoubtedly, these must belong to the giant python. Upon closer inspection, they observed that the eggs had yet to hatch and were tenderly cushioned by the python's shed skin, indicating the creature's meticulous care to prevent any damage to them. Leaning even closer, they noted that both eggs were white and emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. However, upon further scrutiny, subtle differences began to reveal themselves. After pondering for a moment without arriving at any conclusions, she inquired of Lian Wanshan, "Ancestor, Have you noticed any discrepancies between these two eggs? Lien Wanshan scrutinized the eggs carefully, remarking, they are both white and of similar size. What differences could there possibly be? He was acutely aware that his granddaughter would not make baseless observations, yet he could not discern any distinctions himself. Clearing his throat, he attempted to evade the eager gazes of those around him, who were waiting for his insights, while his mind raced to preserve his dignity as the ancestor. Admitting he saw nothing would certainly be a significant loss of face. Taking a step forward, he grasped the two eggs and lifted them for a closer examination, concealing his uncertainty with, allow me to inspect them more thoroughly. To his surprise, upon lifting the egg in his left hand, a radiant light burst forth, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted. The three of them immediately focused their attention, feeling their minds clear and their thoughts sharpen. In that instant, Lien only sensed a tumult of energy within himself, as if a veil had been lifted, granting him newfound clarity. However, the atmosphere was far from welcoming. She felt an overwhelming surge of energy rushing towards her, leaving her unable to stand. In an instant, she found herself seated on the ground, her body tumultuous as if tossed by a raging sea, battered by that ferocious force. Her mind was in disarray. She had never been so close to death, acutely sensing that she might be torn apart in the next moment. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, she suddenly heard the calm voice of her ancestor whispering in her ear, "Embrace the essence. Remain focused and tranquil. The opportunity has arrived. Unify your thoughts." It was as if she had discovered guidance and belonging, allowing the turbulent energy to wash over her insides, gradually directing it back to her dantian. Her cultivation soared abruptly, advancing from the second to the third layer of qi refinement, until the surging force began to subside, transforming into a gentle flow. Simultaneously, she noticed a white, egg-like object had appeared within her dantian. At that moment, the object showed no signs of activity, lying quietly in her dantian like a lifeless entity. Despite several attempts, she could not elicit any response from it and decided to set it aside. Instead, she methodically circulated her spiritual energy through her meridians, soothing the once violent energy. A sense of curiosity arose within her, and she furrowed her brow in contemplation. Could it be that a treasure was emerging? Having lingered at the 8th layer of qi refinement for quite some time, she had been troubled by the lack of resources to enhance her cultivation. If she could encounter a breakthrough treasure today, it would indeed be a delightful surprise. She paused briefly, then turned and soared towards Yendang Mountain on her sword. Chapter 14. Someone is coming at this moment. Lien Yi had completed her breathing exercises. Although this place is nestled deep within the Yendang Mountains, seemingly devoid of visitors, she remained preoccupied with thoughts of the bear and the python. At that moment, she surmised that neither her venerable ancestor nor her brother would be able to contend with them. Both the bear and the python exhibited a flickering aura within their beings, albeit the radiance emanating from the bear was not as pronounced as that from the python. Thus, they transcended the realm of ordinary beasts, being classified as first-tier spiritual creatures. Coupled with their formidable sizes, even with her assistance, the three of them would likely find themselves in a position solely to escape. At this juncture, having stabilized her cultivation somewhat, she disregarded all else and hastened to awaken herself. However, upon regaining consciousness, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Inside the cave, her esteemed ancestor sat languidly at the entrance, a snake's skin draped like a curtain, seemingly airing out the space for them. Strikingly, Lien Yi, with his heart directed towards the heavens, was actually in the midst of his cultivation. Not only that, Lien Yi discovered that Lien Y had not only awakened his spirit, but had also reached the first level of qi refinement. The moment Lien Wanshan sensed Lien Yi's awakening while on guard at the cave's mouth, he clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "Excellent." With this matter settled, he could rest easy. Lien Yi, finding her increasingly childlike ancestor quite endearing, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I understand. It's just an extra meal for you, isn't it? From now on, whatever you desire to eat, I shall prepare for you." Moreover, she recalled the time when she nearly succumbed to the tearing force of spiritual energy. It was her ancestor who had guided her through that ordeal. After all, wasn't he simply a lover of good food? Satisfying this small request of his was well within her capabilities. This girl is quite difficult to converse with, even amid rigorous training in these remote mountains. When he wishes for a simple dish, she either overwhelms him with seasoning or leaves it tasteless, lacking any semblance of normalcy. Yet, He is well aware that her culinary skills are exceptionally refined. In private, she crafts delectable meals that tantalize his palate. To speak of his own preferences, he possesses few hobbies, yet his penchant for exquisite flavors has always been a defining trait. Even after his abstinence from food, during his travels across the world, he would seek out renowned delicacies wherever he heard of them. Though she may only be a third-rate chef, this young girl possesses a keen intellect and a plethora of innovative ideas. Ordinary ingredients, when touched by her skilled hands and imaginative mind, transform into something extraordinary. It truly delights his taste buds. If he were to compare, he would assert that her skills surpass those of Chang Hai. Despite Chang Hai's age and his repertoire of signature dishes, they remain static and unvaried, which does not appeal to him. Lien Yi divided his attention, pondering her perplexing situation while simultaneously inquiring about the condition of her dantian. It is indeed a positive development that Lien Yi has the ability to cultivate. Yet Lien Yi remains concerned about the mysterious egg within her dantian. Currently, Lien Wanshan is unable to assist her in examining her dantian and can only rely on her descriptions. However, the matter is exceedingly peculiar, and he finds it challenging to formulate a compelling explanation. While I cannot provide a definitive answer regarding the specifics, the initial manifestation of such abundant spiritual energy suggests it might be a spiritual entity. After all, summoning deities is an easy task, yet sending them away proves to be quite challenging. Lien Wanshan clicked his tongue, displaying an attitude of utter indifference towards the matter at hand. He found himself powerless in the situation, yet, drawing from his vast experience, he surmised that anything capable of residing peacefully within one's elixir field must surely be a spiritual object or a treasure of some sort. Even the mere fragment of such an entity, if nurtured over time, could yield unforeseen benefits. He gestured towards another egg carelessly tossed aside and then pointed outside, offering reassurance to Lien Yi. That object is likely not malevolent, observed Lien Yi. The majority of its essence has been absorbed by you. Initially, it released a considerable amount of spiritual energy, sufficient to awaken Lien Yi and facilitate its further advancement. Judging by your demeanor, you two have gained significantly from it, which attests to the purity and magnitude of the energy it harbors. The flow of spiritual energy could rival that of a gathering formation. I have yet to encounter any malevolent entity possessing such refined energy. Though he had become an ordinary mortal devoid of any spiritual roots, his perspective and wisdom remained unchanged. Furthermore, this egg appeared to be the only one of its kind, belonging to a colossal python. The spiritual object you absorbed was likely consumed by the python, subsequently permeating this serpent's egg over time. Observe the egg. It brims with spiritual energy as well. Should it hatch, the little serpent will undoubtedly transcend the realm of mundane beasts, emerging as a first-tier spiritual creature. Additionally, the python's shed skin is a valuable asset. It possesses the ability to conceal one's presence. I shall place this skin at the entrance while you cultivate within. Those outside will remain oblivious to your activities. In just a few succinct words, Lien Wanshan conveyed the entire situation to Lien Yi. Subsequently, the pregnant python, perhaps driven by instinct, discovered this spiritual object and consumed it. As the black bear could not tolerate the thought of such a precious treasure being devoured by the giant python, it seized the opportunity to strike while the python was in its most vulnerable state, laying its eggs, with the intent of claiming the spiritual object for itself. What ensued is now history. As the clam and the snipe contend, the opportunist benefits. Lien Yi had intended to express gratitude towards her ancestor, for had it not been for his insistence, they would not have ventured forth. Suddenly, her expression shifted and her voice tightened. Someone is approaching. Chapter 15. Escape. Lien Yi sensed an ominous presence in the air. She glanced towards Lien Yi, who remained blissfully unaware during his ascension. She hesitated to move him, uncertain of the potential repercussions, yet she could not abandon her brother. In that moment, a wave of panic washed over her. She fervently conveyed her concerns to her ancestor, Lien Wanshan. The newcomer is undoubtedly a cultivator, though I cannot ascertain their level of cultivation. Lien Yi perceived the approach of another through the fluctuations of spiritual energy, rather than through her spiritual awareness. This heightened sensitivity was a boon of her keen senses. Nevertheless, given her relatively low cultivation, even if she could buy them some time, it would be limited. Both Lien Yi and Lien Wanshan understood that the sudden leakage of the spiritual energy from the object had fortuitously caught the eye of a cultivator from the mundane realm. Lien Wanshan felt a tightening in his chest, yet he maintained a calm exterior. As the family patriarch and the pillar of support, any sign of panic from him would extinguish all hope. Just as Lin Yi found herself at a loss, the steady voice of Lien Wanshan reached her ears. Do not panic. The fact that they have not yet arrived indicates that, despite their cultivation level, it cannot be significantly superior to ours. They are likely at most at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Otherwise, although the girl possesses acute senses and can perceive fluctuations in spiritual energy in advance, this ability is fundamentally grounded in her cultivation level, which is currently rather low. If she were to encounter someone particularly formidable, they would have already arrived in a flash. Even those with slightly sharper senses could detect her consciousness and follow it directly. There would be no opportunity for them to concoct plans here. However, since none of this transpired, it indicates that the newcomer's cultivation, while perhaps superior, remains limited. Moreover, this place is mundane, with scarce spiritual energy. Consequently, the reservoir of spiritual energy within the dantian of a qi refining practitioner is minimal, making it challenging to replenish, unless one resorts to spiritual elixirs for energy supplementation, which are rather costly. A first-grade elixir such as the essence-infusing pill requires a spirit stone for each pill, even if it is of inferior quality. If not for the pure spiritual energy within the essence-infusing pill that facilitates better refinement, it would indeed be more beneficial to absorb spiritual energy directly from the spirit stone. Generally, barring the quinquennial spirit root assessment event, it is improbable for cultivators to venture into this energy-deficient mundane realm, especially those with superior qualifications, noble lineage, or abundant spirit stones. Those who do come are either impoverished or elderly cultivators who have lost hope in the realm of cultivation, akin to the ancestors of the Lin Yi lineage. Thus, there is a significant likelihood that they have encountered such a practitioner. To take a step back, as long as they can evade, they may very well escape the impending crisis. Comforted by Lien Wanshan's words, Lin Yi's initial anxiety gradually subsided. One must acknowledge that perhaps due to her parents' prolonged absence, coupled with her role as the elder sister, despite her tender age, her intellect undoubtedly surpasses that of her peers. In this tranquil moment, her mind began to whirl. Whatever her ancestors could conceive, she could also ponder with a little deeper reflection. At this juncture, Lin Yi was resolute and unwavering. She turned to Lien Wanshan and proposed, Ancestor, let us venture towards the direction of the black bear and the giant python. If we happen upon a bear or python returning, we might seize the opportunity to escape. Lien Wanshan nodded in approval and instructed Lin Yi, conceal Lin Yi's 5 senses, then carry him while enveloping both of you with this serpent's shed skin. By sealing their senses, they could minimize the impact on Lin Yi, which was a necessary compromise given the perilous circumstances. After all, their lives were at stake. Let us traverse through the dense foliage, he added. As a seasoned individual, Lien Wanshan's foresight surpassed that of Lin Yi. If they were to confront their foes directly, the odds would be decidedly against them, especially since Lin Yi was their sole combatant. Lin Yi had just advanced in rank, her foundation unstable, and she had yet to master various spells. Furthermore, she had to contend with the burdens of Lin Yi, who was also in the process of advancement. Under such conditions, they would struggle to outrun other cultivators. Moreover, the whereabouts of the black bear and giant python were uncertain. What if they failed to encounter them? It was prudent to retain a means of retreat. Being an ordinary mortal devoid of spiritual energy, Lien Wanshan could rely on his own methods to evade detection by the cultivators. However, Lin Yi, in the midst of his advancement, was exuding energy that might attract attention from passing cultivators. Fortunately, the serpent's shed skin, which had undergone some inexplicable transformation, possessed the remarkable ability to conceal one's presence, proving invaluable in their current predicament. Both Lin Yi and Lin Y were cultivators, fortunate in their diminutive stature, allowing the serpent's shed skin to envelop them. The trio advanced toward a lush thicket, particularly drawn to the ancient trees that had thrived for centuries, where the vitality of nature concealed them. They exchanged little conversation, focused instead on their urgent task, one articulating, the other executing. Just as they were about to depart, Lin Yi caught a glimpse of the solitary serpent egg lying abandoned on the ground. For reasons unknown, she felt a pang of sympathy for it. Acting on impulse, she picked it up and nestled it against her chest. After all, she had already discerned the giant python's exhaustion during its struggle with the black bear. Its prospects appeared grim. The three of them had acquired an unknown spiritual object, and now with the serpent's shed skin, they had greatly benefited from its bounty. It was unlikely that either the black bear or the cultivators would pay heed to the serpent egg. The bear might even consume it in a fit of rage. Even if it were spared, deprived of spiritual sustenance, it would ultimately perish within its shell. The giant python clearly found itself outmatched, desperately attempting to lead the black bear away. This selfless instinct of a mother was evident. Moved by compassion, Lin Yi decided to carry the egg with her. It was light and would not hinder their escape. Lien Wanshan noticed Lin Yi's action. His lips moved slightly, yet he chose silence. After all, it was merely a small spirit beast. If the girl wished to nurture it, so be it. Thus, the trio, accompanied by an egg, commenced their flight for survival. Lin Yi sprinted with Lin Y on her back, while Lien Wanshan followed closely behind. As they moved, Lin Yi remained attuned to the areas with richer wood spirit energy, steering their path towards the densest sources. The three of them were indeed in a state of utter disarray. The heart of Lin Yi was in a constant state of trepidation. They had scarcely escaped when she sensed the fierce approach of a cultivator. As he drew near, Lin Yi realized that his cultivation level vastly exceeded her own, rendering her unable to perceive his true nature. The three of them, concealed in the shadows, remained vigilant as Lin Yi scrutinized him closely. She could not shake the inexplicable feeling of familiarity that enveloped her. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled the portraits hanging in the ancestral hall of the Chao family, and upon comparing them with the features of the Chao lineage, recognition struck her immediately. Meanwhile, Chao Xuanyan, having searched the great python's lair to no avail, was seething with frustration, pondering who might have intercepted him. Suddenly, he felt the unsettling sensation of being watched. Without hesitation, he flung a fireball in the direction where Lin Yi and her companions had fled, bellowing, "Who goes there?" In an instant, the fireball unleashed a conflagration that ignited a swath of grass below. Lin Yi pressed herself firmly against a distant patch of foliage, paralyzed with fear, as the scorching heat of the flames drew perilously close. With Lin Yi still unconscious beside her and her ancestor behind, she knew that even if the flames were to engulf her, she must devise a means to extinguish them without alerting her pursuer. Yet, her body remained motionless, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, betraying her anxiety. She was oblivious to the condition of her ancestor behind her, but his slightly more hurried breaths hinted at his own unease. Under such circumstances, remaining undetected proved exceedingly challenging. Indeed, the ancestor of the Chao family surpassed her in cultivation by a considerable margin. Despite her utmost caution, her whereabouts were still inadvertently revealed. At this juncture, Lin Yi found herself at a loss for any viable means of escape. Throughout this journey, she had contemplated countless strategies, yet they still found themselves in a most precarious predicament, beset by the 3 generations of the Chao family. In their flight, in order to avoid detection, they deliberately chose less favorable paths. Lin Yi and the elder were impeded by their respective states of exhaustion, and their pace was significantly hampered. Simultaneously, Lin Yi sought to locate the whereabouts of the black bear, striving to draw closer to it. Fortunately, her chosen direction proved fortuitous, as it was not long before she spotted the formidable creature. At that moment, it had already vanquished a giant python and was preparing to consume it. The ancestor of the Chao family hurled a fireball, which not only terrified Lin Yi and her companions, but also seemingly alerted the black bear, which, dragging its massive form, began to approach them. Lin Yi, in a moment of self-deprecation, pondered whether, if discovered, they might be granted the mercy of a complete burial, given their shared village. Meanwhile, Chao Xuanlian was seething with rage. The hollow sense of vanity that accompanied his elevated status only deepened the melancholy he felt within the realm of cultivation. Although the Chao family was an esteemed legacy in the world of cultivation, he felt utterly devoid of a sense of belonging. The Chao family belonged to the Jinshui sect, a second-tier sect, co-managed by the Huanfa Pavilion and the Ling Xi sect, with a geographic inclination towards the former. As of now, he had yet to take on a master and remained merely an outer disciple. Now he is over 150 years old, and the most accomplished practitioners of qi refinement seldom surpass the age of 200. Currently, he is merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. If he fails to make a breakthrough, he is destined to succumb within the next 2 decades. However, 2 months ago, he fortuitously overheard other disciples discussing the emergence of a longevity fruit tree deep within Yining Mountain, under the jurisdiction of Ling Xi sect in Lingyun country. The fruits appeared to be nearing ripeness, Upon learning of this, the leader of the Jinshua sect expressed a desire to procure a few longevity fruits from the Lingxiao sect. Lingyun country is one of the mortal realms under the dominion of the Lingxiao sect, and the longevity fruit tree bears 6 fruits every 60 years, which are one of the primary ingredients for concocting longevity pills. He could scarcely conceive of the existence of a 9th-grade longevity pill. It is said that a supreme longevity pill can extend one's life by 1,000 years, while even a low-grade longevity pill can add 200 years. In the Meikuan realm, gathering the primary materials for such a longevity pill is exceedingly difficult. Many ingredients are more elusive than the longevity fruit itself. Even if one were to collect them all, there are only 3 9th-tier alchemists in the entire Meikuan realm capable of crafting longevity pills, and even one of the 4 major first-rate sects struggles to secure a share. Moreover, this extraordinary pill can only yield a single unit at a time, even if it were to result in a flawed product. Such a miraculous elixir is likely only in the possession of those reclusive ancient beings or the leaders of major sections. How could a mere qi refinement practitioner like him dare to covet such a treasure? Nevertheless, he can certainly aspire to the longevity fruit. While ordinary individuals may perish from its overwhelming energy, a practitioner who consumes a longevity fruit can extend their lifespan by 20 years. Even if a practitioner can only partake of it once in their lifetime, it remains an exceedingly rare and valuable treasure. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a tree bearing the fruit of longevity, a tree that springs forth from the earth without seeds, rendering it impossible to cultivate. Whenever discovered, it is invariably guarded jealously by the sections. The Lingxiao sect had originally intended to procure this tree, but the matter was postponed due to the passing of the peak master of Wanjian Peak. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Xuanyan harbored ulterior motives, plotting to locate the position of this longevity fruit and seize one for himself. He was acutely aware that the kingdom of Lingyun would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to oversee it. However, even amidst mortals, he felt no fear of cultivators. Having once encountered a fortuitous event in his youth, he possessed a life-preserving talisman, ensuring that even if he encountered a foundation establishment cultivator, he could at least safeguard his life. The Yindang Mountain stretched for thousands of miles, and Chao Xuanyan had no inkling of the whereabouts of the longevity fruit tree. To his dismay, he discovered that someone had arrived first. Within the serpent's lair, the spiritual energy still lingered, its purity suggesting that the treasures previously present were of no low caliber. Should he acquire such a treasure, would it not facilitate his own advancement? At the very least, could he not exchange it for other items of necessity? Chao Xuanyan clenched his fists in frustration, and abruptly, he unleashed a powerful strike, causing a large elm tree 100 meters away to crash to the ground. The birds perched upon it took flight. Yet before they could ascend high, they were reduced to ashes by the fireball he hurled. With a cold snort, he directed a menacing utterance towards Lian Yi, declaring, "I see you. I will count to 3. If you willingly surrender the object, I shall spare your life. Should I catch you, however?" As he spoke, he advanced a step closer to the direction where Lian Yi and the others were hiding. Chapter 17. Opportunity. Chao Xuanyan was acutely aware that this individual had not yet departed. Curiously, he sensed no trace of her spiritual energy. Reflecting on the earlier feeling of being observed, he vaguely discerned that the intensity of that consciousness was slightly weaker than his own. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily detected. Logically, this person's cultivation should be inferior to his, rendering her presence readily detectable. However, the reality was far more perplexing. The fact that she could mask her spiritual fluctuations suggested the possibility of possessing other concealed treasures. This thought ignited a fervent excitement within Chao Xuanyan. Given that she was a treasure-bearer, yet her cultivation was beneath his, she was indeed vulnerable. The inability to locate her at present posed no issue. He had ample time to pursue her at his leisure. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed loudly into the distance, "1." To him, the figure lurking in the shadows had already become his prey, and thus he felt no urgency. After a span of approximately 15 breaths, he leisurely intoned, 2. Upon uttering the second number, a sinister expression danced upon Chao Xuanyan's face, laced with a hint of mockery, yet he refrained from declaring the third, seemingly relishing in the struggle of his concealed quarry. Lian Yi was uncertain whether her earlier probing had startled the figure. Yet it was clear that this predicament would not resolve amicably. Although he had yet to uncover their presence, it was only a matter of time. Once discovered, the fierce intent evident on Chao Xuanyan's face foretold a grim fate for the 3 of them, likely culminating in a painful demise. Lian Yi did not glance back at Lian Wanshan, who who remained in slumber. She was determined to shield them from harm. The esteemed ancestor, while on the road, informed her that he was present and urged her and Lien Yi to proceed without him, for his presence would only hinder their pace. Having been with them for nearly 2 months, despite his acerbic tongue and pretentious demeanor, coupled with his usurpation of great-grandmother's body and various grievances, Lien Yi had come to regard him as family, not merely kin, but also a mentor. In matters of sorcery and beyond, the ancestor engaged directly in their training, providing guidance and even practicing alongside them, imparting invaluable insights and techniques that transcended the confines of their books. In truth, he need not exert himself so. Though he was their ancestor, the bloodline connection had waned significantly over 3 millennia. Moreover, the Lien family was hardly lacking in descendants, as the main branch was replete with numerous heirs. Yet, he persisted in his instruction, even as danger loomed, insisting they escape first. How could Lien Yi allow such a venerable elder to encounter peril? Contemplating this, she lowered her gaze in silence. As she observed the increasing impatience on the face of the Chao family ancestor, Lien Yi sensed that his patience was wearing thin. Seizing the moment when Chao Xuanlian turned his back to them, she swiftly darted forth from the underbrush like an arrow released from its bow, leaving Lien Yi and Lien Wanshan far behind. At this juncture, her sole objective was victory. Only then could the trio of ancestors hope for a flicker of survival. Chao Xuanlian, feeling a sudden flicker of energy behind him, swiftly turned, only to glimpse a faint green light receding into the distance. He bellowed in fury. "Where do you think you're going?" With a surge of energy, she swiftly pursued ahead, leaving behind the anguished expressions of Lien Wanshan and the oblivious Lien Yi. Lien Yi raced forward, feeling reassured by the knowledge that the ancestral figure of the Chao family was in pursuit. Her forebears and brother were momentarily safe. The question now was whether she could withstand the impending crisis. Lien Yi dashed for her life, yet she was merely a novice in the first stage of Qi refinement. Although she could not ascertain the true extent of the Chao family ancestor's powers, she was aware that he hailed from 5 generations past, over a century old, and had cultivated his skills for many years, certainly more formidable than she. However, Lien Yi was astute, given the ancestor's speed and prior reaction. His cultivation level could not be exceedingly high. In this light, she found herself with a glimmer of hope. As Lien Yi continued her frantic flight, she pondered how to navigate the peril of the day. Ultimately, she was overtaken by Chao Xianxian, who approached with a massive fireball aimed directly at her. With agility, Lien Yi evaded, executing a mid-air roll and effortlessly dodging the attack. Chao Xianxian, having missed, ceased his assault and settled before her. From a distance, he discerned a mere girl at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, and his confidence solidified. Had he not feared damaging the treasures this young girl might conceal, he would not have held back in his previous strike. Now, noticing the storage bag hanging at her waist, a glint flashed in his eyes. Having spotted the bag, he felt no need to feign ignorance. Initially intending to engage the girl in conversation, he found fortune smiling upon him without effort. Without uttering a word, he darted forward like a gust of wind, one hand aiming precisely for the storage pouch hanging at Lien Yi's waist, while the other conjured 3 golden blades that lunged towards her. Realizing his intent, Lien Yi swiftly raised her hand and tossed the storage pouch into the air, where it flickered and vanished in an instant. Seizing the fleeting moment, 3 verdant vines suddenly sprouted from her palm, ensnaring the golden blades of Chao Xianyan. With a swift pull, both the blades and the vines disintegrated. As the ethereal light dissipated, Lien Yi unleashed a flurry of additional vines, which danced with wild abandon, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Chao Xianyan grasped the storage pouch while deftly evading the encroaching vines, scoffing, merely a trivial skill. Meanwhile, dark energy swirled within his left palm, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to this insufferable girl. Internally, he was far from the calm demeanor he projected. The absence of spiritual energy in this mundane realm rendered the entangling vines inexhaustible, significantly draining his own energy. At this juncture, the spiritual energy he had expended far exceeded his expectations. After dealing with this girl, he could scarcely predict how long it would take to recover his energy. Should this debacle jeopardize his quest for the longevity fruit, even her demise would not absolve her of the blame. His expression hardened, and just as he was poised to unleash a powerful strike, a thunderous roar of a bear reverberated through the forest, echoing in their ears. Lien Yi understood that her opportunity had arrived. Chapter 18. Counterattack. Who would have thought that the 2 individuals would engage in battle before it? especially since both exuded a lingering aura strikingly similar to that of the giant python. This enormous bear is nothing more than an ordinary black bear from the mortal realm. Although it has been infused with spiritual energy and managed to transcend its limitations, its intelligence is undoubtedly inferior to that of creatures born as spiritual beasts. This likely reflects the constraints of its bloodline. Consequently, with its limited intellect, it dismisses the two individuals before it, particularly viewing them as adversaries for potentially seizing the treasure it covets, which it considers as good as its own. As the dark energy detached from its paw, it suddenly appeared animated, spreading like a school of fish and enveloping the black bear entirely. The nature of this dark energy remained a mystery, but upon being surrounded, the bear emitted agonizing and furious howls. It then leaped with all four paws, striking out with a speed that surpassed its previous attacks by more than double. The bear, driven to a frenzy by the pain inflicted by the dark energy, flailed its massive paws wildly, heedless of the danger, as its powerful strikes could easily break bones. However, at that moment, she was entirely focused on the fleeting opportunity before her, scarcely concerned about whether the bear's swiping claws would strike her or the unsettling dark energy that had caused her such discomfort since its emergence. She was acutely aware that chances are ephemeral. With her eyes fixed in a calm and steely gaze, she acted with unwavering resolve. In an extraordinarily agile maneuver, she evaded the bear's paw, her fingers weaving intricate gestures as 8 tendrils sprang forth, each armed with sharp wooden thorns, lunging ferociously toward Xiao Xuanlian. Caught off guard, Xiao Xuanlian could hardly believe that this girl had chosen to ignore the colossal bear and instead directed her assault at him. He scoffed, thinking she could possibly defeat him in such a manner. How naive of her. Suddenly, a sword materialized in his right hand, the gleaming blade slicing through the verdant vines before him with astonishing speed. The green tendrils snapped under the onslaught, seemingly unable to withstand the assault. Xiao Xuanyan let out a booming laugh, mocking, "You foolish girl, you are far too inexperienced. Hasten to your demise." However, before he could finish his taunt, his gaze abruptly froze, and he loosened his grip, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. With both hands clutching his throat, he frantically clawed at it. In the moment he spoke, a vine had breached his defenses, deftly wrapping around his neck, while a wooden thorn pierced into the nape of his neck. He desperately grasped the vine, his hands scrambling to remove the thorn. The thorn filled him with dread, for it bore a hint of electric power that surged directly into his neck, leaving him utterly paralyzed by the shock coursing through his body. Unperturbed by Xiao Xuanyan's murderous glare, Lian Yi paid him no heed. Seizing the opportunity, she lunged forward, her left hand sweeping with precision. A flash of silver light erupted, and Xiao Xuanyan, as if struck by lightning, halted his movements, bowing his head in disbelief towards his dantian. There, embedded with uncanny accuracy, was a sharp blade, devoid of any spiritual energy, appearing merely as a mundane object. Yet, this ordinary weapon was infused with an exceptionally pure electric force that obliterated his dantian entirely. Xiao Xuanyan collapsed, unable to comprehend how he had fallen to a girl not yet 10 years of age. Upon witnessing Xiao Xuanyan's demise, Lian Yi exhaled deeply, sinking to the ground as she gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading from her brow like rain. The sensation of life and death in that fleeting moment was undeniably terrifying. Only she comprehended that she had come perilously close to losing everything she had worked for. How could she possibly allocate her spiritual energy to her spells with utmost efficiency, ensuring not a single fragment was wasted? Even a simple vine spell or purification technique demanded her relentless practice, repeated thousands of times until her energy was utterly exhausted. Previously, she failed to understand why. Despite having mastered these techniques, she needed to train so fervently. Today, however, she realized that while others of her level could barely manifest 4 vines before depleting their energy, she was capable of conjuring 8. It was precisely due to this proficiency that she could augment her lightning strike technique upon the vines, avoiding the chaos that typically ensued when most practitioners of her caliber attempted to wield 2 spells simultaneously. Without this skill, she would not have been able to seize even a glimmer of hope, let alone turn the tide against her adversary. She extended her trembling hands, completely drained of spiritual energy, devoid of even a trace. The depletion left her dantian aching faintly. Yet, she dismissed the discomfort, shaking her head. The sensation was all too familiar, reminiscent of her daily rigorous training under her ancestors' watchful eye. Casting a glance at the black bear, she recalled how, During her fierce battle with the ancestor of the Chao family, she had neglected it entirely. To her astonishment, it lay lifeless now, transformed into nothing more than a skeletal frame. The bones emitted an eerie white luminescence, sending a shiver down her spine. What kind of technique had the Chao ancestor employed? That dark energy was exceedingly ominous. As she pondered this, her gaze fell upon the sword wielded by the Chao ancestor, its hilt inscribed with two characters, Jin Shui. Lin Yi recognized that this was a flying sword from the Jin Shui sect, undoubtedly a magical artifact. Although her knowledge of the world of cultivation was limited, she had often heard the Chao family extol the Jin Shui sect as if it were a blooming flower. However, could it be that the Jin Shui sect was some sort of sinister cult? Otherwise, how could such a peculiar technique exist? Because of this, Lin Yi was reluctant to touch anything belonging to the Chao family's ancestor, fearing it might still harbor that dreadful dark energy. That dark energy was exceedingly malevolent. What if she encountered it and ended up like that black bear, not only losing her breath, but also her flesh? She could not recall whether the dark energy and the bear's flesh had merged or if the dark energy had entirely consumed the bear's flesh and then fled. Yet, this was not something she could ponder at the moment. Shaking her head, she dismissed this perplexing thought from her mind. Chapter 19. Dark Smoke. Lin Yi possessed a storage pouch, which held significant sentimental value. It was left behind by the ancestor of the Lin family when he settled in this mundane realm. However, after she reached the first level of qi refining, upon opening the pouch, she discovered nothing but a letter resembling a family missive left by her ancestor. The contents of that letter were exceedingly hollow, comprising merely 3 or 4 lines. Essentially, it conveyed that upon arriving in this ordinary world, he had exchanged the 2 or 3 spirit stones and medicinal pills originally contained within the pouch for silver. He boasted, with great pride, that had he not converted them into silver, there would be no family fortune to speak of today. The reason he hadn't sold the pouch itself was that very few in the mundane world could open it, making it worthless. So he decided to preserve it as a memento for future generations. If someone were to open the storage bag and glimpse the letter, it would be acceptable. If not, it would matter little. She would forever remember the day their family beheld the ancestral letter left by the Lin family, their expressions akin to having been struck by lightning, and the ancestor's face contorted in a manner suggestive of severe constipation, unable to articulate a word. At that moment, Lin Yi felt as though she had discovered her roots. Her father and brother, both carefree and easygoing, were indeed reminiscent of the Lin family's forebear. Nonetheless, the storage bag ultimately remained with her, for she was the only cultivator in her family at that time, though it now lay empty. She typically used it to store cooking spices and similar items. As for the dagger that had been plunged into the old ancestor of the Chao family's dantian, she had no desire for it. This blade had served her purpose in gutting fish. When the ancestor requested fish for lunch, she had carelessly tucked it into her sleeve after use, not foreseeing its future utility. Thus, Lin Yi felt that the knife had truly saved her life. Once today's matters were resolved, she planned to visit the blacksmith to forge a row of knives to hang at her side. It was indeed a vital instrument for survival. In the future, as she ventured into the realm of cultivation, distant families would recognize her approach by the resounding clatter of her knives, earning her the moniker of the Thunderblade Fairy, an epithet born from her fondness for both thunder and blades, likely a habit zone today. However, that was a tale for another time. Gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, Lin Yi felt uncertain about her next steps. Once her spiritual energy had replenished somewhat, she wasted no time and hurled a fireball towards it. Having taken a life, it was only prudent to obliterate the evidence. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen incident occurred. The flames surged high with a sudden crackle, and in an instant, the ancestor of the Chao family transformed into black smoke, slipping away in the wake of the fire. This sight startled Lin Yi, causing her to shudder. Lacking her spiritual energy, she was nonetheless anxious about the potential for prolonged danger, compelling her to forcefully cast a spell. The fireball she conjured was so diminutive that it could scarcely be described as more than a spark. Even if the flames were to spread, time would be required. However, to her astonishment, upon mere contact with the ancestor's garments, the fire ignited as if doused in oil. The figure dissipated faster than ice melting under the sun, vanishing completely without leaving a trace. Even with a limited understanding of the cultivation world, Lin Yi possessed enough common sense to recognize that such a phenomenon was impossible for any mortal. Was the ancestor of the Chao family no longer human? Or was this entity merely an impostor? Shaking her head in confusion, she extinguished the flames. The golden snow sword remained on the ground, and upon casting another fireball, she found it impervious to flames. With no other option, she retrieved it, stowing it away in her storage pouch, vowing to discuss this perplexing occurrence with her ancestors when they reunited. As she pondered these thoughts, she made her way towards the hiding place of Lien Wanshan and Lien Wai. Meanwhile, Lien Wanshan, filled with urgency, hurried towards Lien Yi. Lien Wai, the young lad, had finally awakened, stabilizing his cultivation at the first level of qi refinement. Upon regaining consciousness, Lien Wanshan chastised him mercilessly, implying that had he not been unconscious like a lifeless pig, his sister would not have faced such peril alone. He then urged the boy to hasten towards the location where Lien Yi had emerged. The external world was daunting, and he was taken aback by the multitude of events that transpired in his unconscious state. The elation of becoming a cultivator had vanished entirely. Without uttering a word, he hoisted his ancestor onto his back and sprinted in the direction indicated. Although he could not yet adeptly wield his spiritual awareness, with the guidance of his ancestor, he managed to navigate without incident. In such dire circumstances, Lien Yi chose to venture out to protect his family, and naturally, Lien Wai and Lien Wanshan would not permit Lien Yi to face danger alone. Lien Wai, being a twin, had shared the womb with Lien Yi, and they had never been separated since. Now that his sister was in peril, he was resolute in his determination to face any danger, be it climbing mountains of blades or traversing seas of fire. As for Lien Wanshan, with a complex past, he had approached the threshold of transcendence at nearly 5,000 years of age. Although he was uncertain how he had arrived in this world 3,000 years later, he could nonetheless claim to have lived for 30,000 years. His lineage was vast, extending to this day. His intelligence and eagerness for knowledge brought him immense joy. For any teacher would cherish such a promising pupil. He relished his life here, finding companionship with these two children far superior to anything else. Having lived for so long, he was prepared to accept whatever outcome awaited him. If he could not see things clearly or comprehend the situation, what use was there in pursuing cultivation or achieving enlightenment? Had it not been for that troublesome girl fleeing too swiftly, he would have certainly scolded her for her reckless antics, which nearly frightened him to death. He had intended to pursue her directly, but with Lien Wai still unconscious, he, being the elder, found it impossible to carry him. Impatiently, he awaited Lien Wai's awakening, eager to seek out that girl post-haste. In a state of anxious urgency, Lien Wai urged, "Head southwest. Do you sense the presence of the Great Bear?" They had previously ventured in that direction, and it was presumed that their course remained unchanged. Lien Wai nodded repeatedly, yet with each step, an unsettling feeling grew stronger within him. As he sprinted, he perplexedly inquired, "Ancestor, could it be that you misdirected us? I have yet to perceive the bear's presence. Indeed, there is no sign of the serpent either. Might we have taken a wrong turn?" Both were unable to suppress their anxiety, facing formidable foes. Lien Yi was at a loss, fearing that they may have already encountered misfortune. Throughout their journey, the hearts of the grandfather and grandson raced incessantly. Lien Wanshan's brows furrowed in frustration, ready to unleash his ire. Chapter 20. The Seal at this juncture. The trio stood at the very spot where Lien Yi had slain Chao Xianran. Lien Wanshan's countenance was far from serene, gripping the golden snow sword as he scrutinized it. Yet no clues came to light. He meticulously examined the area where Chao Xianran had met his demise, inspecting every corner, and glanced at the remains of the Great Bear. The site where the Chao family had perished bore only traces of battle. Nothing else remained. The bear's remains appeared to have decayed for over a century, utterly rotten. He beckoned to Lien Yi. "My dear, do you still possess strength? Please cast another fireball. Ensure that neither of you touches these bones." However, he felt an inherent disquiet regarding the nature of this death, as though he had encountered or heard of it before, though the memory eluded him. Lien Yi nodded, conjuring a small fireball the size of a palm and tossing it forth, casting a furtive yet triumphant glance at Lien Wai in the process. She mastered the fireball technique before him, and she did so without any formal instruction. Today, upon witnessing the ancestral figure of the Chao family wielding this spell, she realized she had acquired it as well. Her younger brother had yet to learn it, which, in the future, would surely make him more obedient. Although she had previously felt a tinge of fear, the presence of the ancestor strangely alleviated her apprehension. When she saw her brother and the ancestor rushing towards her, she was overwhelmed with emotion, longing for their family to be united and whole, a sentiment they likely shared. As the ancestor seemed poised to reprimand her, she hastily seized the opportunity to recount her extraordinary experiences before he could speak, even inviting them to join her in her tales. Thus, the ancestor was deprived of the chance to scold her. Her younger brother cast a glance at her, making a face that instilled fear in her heart. She quickly turned away, unable to bear the sight, which satisfied him. From childhood, he had delighted in teasing her, commanding her, and treating her as a subordinate, eager to see the day when she would surpass him, so he could finally put her in her place. Now he too was a cultivator. Determined, she directed a diminutive fireball, barely larger than a mung bean, towards the skeleton of the black bear. With a sudden burst, the skeletal remains disintegrated into ash, vanishing into thin air. Having witnessed the terrifying displays of the Chao ancestor previously, she managed to maintain her composure, deeming the outcome predictable. However, her brother and the ancestor shared a different response. Their expressions grew increasingly grim. The younger brother was purely frightened. He had always been timid and fearful of ghosts, and had never encountered such a scene before. The mere sight of the massive skeleton had already unsettled him, and now, with its sudden explosion into dust, he was utterly horrified. Upon hearing the maid's words, it was revealed that this individual belonged to the Chao family. He felt compelled to investigate the matter further regarding the Chao clan. The sword, impervious to flames, was indeed a spiritual weapon, although it was of a lower grade. It was beyond the capacity of Ling Xi, given his current cultivation, to incinerate it. Leaving it here would be inappropriate, from Ling Xi's perspective. The Jin Shui sect appeared to be a legitimate sect. The quality of the sword undeniably suggested the authenticity of the Jin Shui sect. It was highly probable that this Chao family member was unaware of the true nature of his fortune, perhaps mistakenly believing it to be a stroke of luck, when in fact he may have fallen into a trap, leading him down the path of demonic corruption. Alternatively, it was conceivable that he had willingly chosen this fate. Given the Chao family's propensity for violence and treasure-seeking, Lian Wanshan was inclined to believe the latter. The presence of the sword here was untenable, as it bore significant identifying characteristics. If someone were to inquire, they might easily uncover the connection to their family. After all, the villagers were well aware of their training in these mountains. The nature of their adversaries, be they human or demon, remained uncertain, and Lian Wanshan could not risk exposing his children to potential danger. He mused that his daughter had acted wisely, promptly incinerating the evidence before it could be discovered. Otherwise, leaving that person's corpse here could lead to unforeseen consequences. In this world, he found himself somewhat bewildered. However, he was aware that items tainted by demonic influence were not unfamiliar to their era, and none had yielded favorable outcomes. His children were still young and vulnerable, not yet ready to confront such perilous matters. Hence, Lian Wanshan chose to remain silent, dismissing thoughts of demons and the like. Conveying such fears to his children would only serve to frighten them. What if their terror hindered their willingness to cultivate? The siblings were blissfully unaware of their ancestors' myriad thoughts. In any case, with their ancestor present, they felt a profound sense of security. They would simply follow his guidance. This technique comprised 3 tiers, and given their limited cultivation, they would merely grasp the barest essence of the first tier, which was more than sufficient to seal this spiritual artifact. The elder had only managed to attain the 2nd tier in his youth, never having touched upon the 3rd. Such esoteric yet practical skills are rare and elusive. Moreover, they cannot simply be acquired. Even Wanshan, despite his ordinary aptitude, struggled to reach the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. Yet, this achievement enabled him to seal superior treasures, and occasionally, he could attempt sealing inferior spiritual artifacts. One can only imagine the formidable nature of the 3rd tier. While he may not be capable, perhaps future generations would be. Lian Yi nodded in agreement, adhering to the ancestor's incantation, and gradually performed the sealing spell on the golden snow sword. To his astonishment, the sword emitted a faint glow, which flickered briefly before vanishing, leaving the sword dull and mundane. Unable to sleep, Lian Yi and Lian Y huddled together, chattering excitedly. Lian Y, particularly intrigued, had just begun his journey in Qi refinement and suddenly perceived the world around him in a new light. The mountains appeared greener, the waters more vibrant, and even with his eyes closed, he felt he could see several hundred meters ahead, perhaps even more. In the once tranquil forest of night, an abundance of hushed whispers now permeates the air, accompanied by a palpable aura. During her cultivation, she perceives green orbs of light, akin to fireflies, gradually merging with her being, while red, black, blue, and yellow luminescent points circumvent her, unwilling to draw near. Even the serpents that had once instilled fear within her, regardless of the herbs she employed to repel them, now maintained their distance, retreating far from her presence, bringing her an indescribable sense of relief. To her, this phenomenon feels nothing short of miraculous. Yet, amidst this wonder, Lian Wanshan remains with her eyes gently closed, as if wearied. Chapter 21. The Qi lays down the night past in such a manner, and with the dawn of the following day, Lian Yi, as per her habit, perched atop a lofty treetop to bask in the initial rays of sunlight that graced her. The sunlight cascaded into her being like a gentle stream, enveloping her in warmth and comfort. Now, having reached the third level of Qi refinement, her sensitivity to and mastery over spiritual energy has evolved exponentially. Today heralds a significant transformation. She has transitioned from passively receiving spiritual energy to an intriguing ability to actively absorb it. Initially, she attributed this change to her achievement of the third level, only to later discover otherwise. Upon introspection of her dantian, she observed that the egg within was gradually assisting her in attracting spiritual energy. Previously, only water and wood spiritual energies, along with a sparse amount of thunder spiritual energy, could enter her body. Under the guidance of her consciousness, she could sense the blue, green, and notably rare purple orbs of light entering her being. Even under the influence of light energy, transforming energy into spiritual essence proves to be exceedingly rare and challenging in this mundane realm. She had assumed that, with her spiritual essence depleted, it would take at least 3 days to replenish it. After all, in the past, during her training, whenever her spiritual essence ran dry, it would take her at least 3 days to recover. Now, having reached the third layer of Qi refinement, with her meridians expanded and her dantian enlarged, the process might require even more time. To her astonishment, however, this was not the case. Today, even the other colored orbs of spiritual essence, which would typically avoid her presence, surged towards her in droves. To her amazement, upon inwardly examining her dantian, she discovered that all those orbs had been absorbed by that peculiar egg. Subsequently, the egg, which had remained inert and silent since yesterday, began to rotate slowly. Strangely, she could sense its delight and contentment. This object was indeed quite peculiar. Were it not for its unusual hue, it could easily be mistaken for the golden core of a primordial cultivator, as described by her ancestors, albeit less spherical, significantly larger, and still white. She mused to herself, "This creature is rather greedy. In this mundane world, where spiritual essence is scarce, it consumes everything for itself, leaving not even a trace for me." Just as she was about to conclude her practice and seek out her wandering ancestor to voice her grievances and further ponder the nature of this oddity, the egg began to stir once more. As if responding to her thoughts, it floated within her dantian, twisted slightly, and then began to rotate in the opposite direction, astonishingly releasing pure strands of thunder, water, and with spiritual essence. Although the quantity was minuscule, almost like delicate wisps, the strand of thunder spiritual essence was no longer than a mere ant. However, after autonomously absorbing energy, her dantian astonishingly restored 1/10 of its spiritual power. Even Lian Yi was elated. If merely a slender wisp of each of the 3 types of spiritual energy could restore 1/10, wouldn't 10 wisps of each suffice to reach full capacity? At this rate, would it not take less than an hour? Lian Yi had meticulously calculated her expectations, yet unexpectedly, that egg became quite aloof. It wriggled once more, and then lay still. Nevertheless, the soft, luminous white aura surrounding it seemed far from the dead stillness of yesterday. Lian Yi, left with no alternative, inwardly summoned it. "Egg, could you grant me a bit more spiritual energy?" No response. Was it possible that the name she had given it was inappropriate? Or perhaps it simply could not comprehend. With her illustrious lineage and thousands of years of heritage, she was determined to extract some energy. To her dismay, this entity appeared less useful than a spirit stone, truly a disappointment. Initially, the egg maintained its composure, but upon hearing Lian Yi label it as a waste, it became quite perturbed. Lian Yi observed as it twisted and turned, finally releasing a wisp of spiritual energy. Then, it seemed to throw itself down in exasperation, as if utterly defeated. Lian Yi couldn't help but feel amused. She had already discerned that this oddity resembled a petulant child, unable to tolerate any criticism. The moment it was disparaged, it grew displeased and felt compelled to prove itself. It even lay down in its frustration. Lian Yi sensed a faint emotion within her that was distinctly not her own. a sense of indignation that contrasted sharply with the joy it had shown during their earlier interaction. She speculated that this little creature might truly be upset. Even though the suggestions proved effective, she decided not to tease it any longer and quickly sought mercy, saying, all right, I am unaware of what you truly are, so I shall cease my jesting. Since you have not objected, I shall call you Dandan from now on. Henceforth, I will lend you my dantian for your residence. And in return, if you could bestow upon me a modicum of your pure spiritual energy, I shall refrain from charging you. Though Lin Xi spoke thusly, it was merely a ploy to intimidate Dandan. She prided herself on being a person of clear-cut principles and grievances. Previously, due to this Dandan, both she and Lin Xi had reaped benefits, which she had not forgotten. However, Dandan appeared rather haughty, and she felt it imperative to establish the rules from the outset to ensure she could maintain control over it in the future. Noticing Dandan's lack of response, Lin Xi interpreted it as tacit acceptance. Upon looking up, she observed that the sunlight was obscured by thick clouds, signaling an impending rain. She hastily descended from the tree. At that moment, Lin Xi was still engrossed in his cultivation, and Lin Xi chose not to disturb him. Instead, she climbed the peach tree and skillfully began to harvest its fruit. The towering peach tree was currently bearing fruit. And what delighted Lin Xi the most was not only the taste, but also the faint trace of spiritual energy it possessed. She had inquired about this matter with her ancestor. Lin Wanshan had explained that the peach tree thrived in the depths of the mountains, nurtured by the earth and sky over many years, acquiring a hint of spiritual energy. If it continued to grow in this manner, 5,000 years hence, it could awaken intelligence. A millennium later, it might even cultivate into a spirit. However, for now, it merely possessed a slight essence of spirituality. The fruit was only capable of providing some health benefits to mortals, falling short of the first-tier spiritual fruit found in the realm of cultivation. Lin Xi lamented the arduous journey of flora transforming into spirits. That peach tree was truly exceptional, and she and Lin Xi often yearned for its fruit. The peaches are large and crimson, and with a single bite, they burst forth with juice, sweet beyond measure. Not only do the two of them relish these fruits, but even their ancestors hold them in high esteem. Lin Xi feels a twinge of reluctance to part with the peach tree, lamenting its newfound spirit. Yet in this mundane world, where spiritual essence is scarce, it is indeed a challenge for it to transform into a being of legend. After much contemplation, Lin Xi sought counsel from the ancestor, devising a rudimentary spirit-attracting array to draw in spiritual energy. Lacking array flags, he had to rely solely on the positions within the formation. With no knowledge of complex formations, Lin Xi settled for simplicity, understanding that water nurtures wood. He and Lin Xi excavated a channel to divert a portion of the mountain stream's waterfall. This flowing water symbolizes vitality. Once completed, Lin Xi sensed a palpable enhancement in the wood's spiritual energy, although the array was rudimentary, and its effectiveness remained uncertain. Chapter 22. Refining the heart state. The three of them shared an unspoken understanding. They knew each other's habits and temperaments, rendering any need for reminders or encouragement unnecessary. They moved swiftly along the path, primarily motivated by the impending rain. If they did not hasten, they would surely be drenched. For Lin Xi and Lin Xi, this was of little concern, as they were both cultivators now, but for the elderly Lin Wanshan, whose frail body could not withstand the rain, it was a different matter. While they would have preferred to wait for the rain to subside before departing, the downpour threatened to be substantial. Lin Wanshan, observing the ominous darkening sky and the heavy clouds, anticipated that once the rain began, it would linger for quite some time. If they delayed their departure now, they could find themselves waiting indefinitely. To expedite their journey, the siblings took turns carrying Lin Wanshan, anxious to shield their ancestor from the rain and prevent him from falling ill. Fortunately, the oppressive atmosphere held steady, and the rain had yet to fall. The three generations of the family were not slow in their pace. Within less than an hour, they had already reached the outskirts of Yandang Mountain. They anticipated arriving home in no more than a quarter of an hour. With this prospect, all three of them breathed a sigh of relief, for upon reaching the periphery, they were less concerned about encountering others. Lin Xi and Lin Xi refrained from utilizing their spiritual energy, opting instead to walk briskly like any ordinary person. During the journey, Lin Xi found some time to voice his complaints. I wonder what is amiss today. The spiritual energy is exceedingly thin. Could it be that the impending rain has carried it away? Sister, how does it feel on your end? It is commonly understood that each morning marks the dawn of a new day. a time when the spiritual energy is at its most pristine and abundant. Even ordinary individuals often feel invigorated upon waking. However, Lin Yi felt that today was even less favorable than last night, leaving him quite perplexed. In truth, from yesterday to today, he discovered that he could only absorb with spiritual energy, revealing that he was indeed a practitioner of the single with spiritual root. Upon hearing Lin Yi's revelation, Lin Wanshan was elated, for he too had once been a practitioner of the single with spiritual root. Lin Yi could follow in his footsteps, cultivating in accordance with his teachings. The prospect of having a successor who could inherit his legacy brought a unique joy to Lin Wanshan, even after living for millennia. Moreover, Lin Wanshan's happiness stemmed from another reason. He was still uncertain about the circumstances that had led to his current state, reduced to a mere remnant of a soul. He was aware of his own condition and had speculated over these past days, bewildered by the fact that despite having ascended, he had lost all memory and found himself in such a plight. Despite his efforts to comb through the text stored in his memories, he had yet to unearth the cause of his predicament. At present, his soul remains incomplete, merely a remnant, while his physical form has deteriorated to a state where cultivation is impossible. He himself is uncertain how long the strength of his spirit can endure. However, among his descendants, there exists one who possesses a similar innate talent. As his successor, they may mutually validate and affirm each other's paths, perhaps even uncovering the reasons behind his own existence. It is conceivable that both internally and externally, he may forge a unique path. This opportunity, whether for the descendant or for him, is a fortuitous blessing that is both serendipitous and elusive. Lin Wanshan has never underestimated the youth or the less experienced cultivators, particularly those gifted with exceptional talent. In their time, irrespective of their cultivation levels, gatherings were frequently organized for discourse and enlightenment. The elder cultivators, with their profound skills and extensive experience, held an advantage. Yet, the young prodigies should not be dismissed lightly. Their minds are agile, their ideas fluid and innovative, often resulting in remarkable insights and perspectives on various matters. Young cultivators aspire to receive guidance from their elder counterparts who are more adept in their craft. Conversely, Lin Wanshan and his contemporaries have, on numerous occasions, refined their own paths during such discussions, achieving clarity and fortifying their resolve to advance without hesitation. Lin Yi and Lin Y both share in this joy. Recognizing that with their ancestors' presence, Lin Yi's journey in cultivation is significantly guided, allowing them to avoid many detours. The wisdom of the past lays the foundation for the future, even if Lin Yi's innate talent does not match that of the ancestor. A single-rooted cultivator possesses unique advantages over those with multiple roots. Even a practitioner with a subpar single spiritual root can surpass others with multiple roots of similar aptitude, for the purity of their absorbed spiritual energy is unmatched. In the future, Lin Yi felt she would have to endure at least a century or a millennium as an elder sister to her troublesome younger brother. However, Lin Yi's recent inquiry sparked a realization in Lin Yi. She discovered that the little egg had indeed absorbed the spiritual energy. She was uncertain whether it had depleted the entire area's energy, but it had only returned a minuscule fraction to her. Despite its purity, the quantity was woefully insufficient, truly stingy. Without reservation, Lin Yi shared her observations about the egg's performance with everyone. "My sister is indeed fortunate," Lin Yi remarked, pouting slightly, feeling a mix of envy and a touch of bitterness. Yet, despite their playful banter, Lin Yi genuinely felt joy for his sister. Lin Wanshan stroked his smooth chin, pondering. In light of this, the egg could be akin to a spirit-gathering ring or something of that nature. During their era, spirit-gathering rings were treasures of the spiritual artifact tier. From Lin Wanshan's perspective, he had encountered such an item before. It seemed to be severely damaged or merely a fragment otherwise. A girl and a boy of their cultivation level would have been unable to withstand its power and would have perished long ago. Nevertheless, whether it was a severely injured spiritual treasure or merely a fragment, this object would undoubtedly provide significant assistance to the girl's cultivation. Utilizing it until the nascent soul stage should pose no problem. With this thought in mind, Lin Wanshan refrained from disclosing the origins of this conjectured treasure to Lin Yi, instead gently advising her, "This is a fortuitous event, yet you must not rely solely on it. Cultivation requires one to embody the path, to ascend to immortality. Cultivation resembles navigating against the current. The clarity of one's mind is far more crucial than mere skill. Should one exhibit evident weaknesses in their mental state, The tribulations of the heart at the moment of forming the golden core will be quite revealing. If one's mind remains unshattered, all previous efforts may be rendered futile. While failure in forming the golden core allows for a chance at renewal, the transition to forming the nascent soul poses a greater peril, should one falter. Fortune may either grant a second chance or, in unfortunate circumstances, lead to madness and demise. Lien Wanshan holds great hopes for his daughter and son, believing they are destined for greatness. The refinement of one's mental state must commence from a young age, avoiding the hedonistic path of those unworthy of cultivation, who live solely for fleeting pleasures. In truth, the heavenly way has already taken note. A life of reckless indulgence could very well lead to a future fraught with hardships. Or worse, a descent into a state where one cannot even be considered human. Lien Yi nodded gravely, recognizing the ancestral warning. Bowing her head, she earnestly vowed, "Ancestral Master, I shall remember." Chapter 23. A bitter taste. Their pace was just right, and as the three approached their home, they witnessed a bolt of lightning splitting the dark sky, as if tearing open a portal, followed by torrential rain. Hastily ushering the trio inside, Qian Xiu'er intended to invite them for a warm bath. However, she was taken aback when she noticed a flicker of spiritual light in her daughter's hand, instantly drying the rain-soaked garments of both her and the ancestral master. To her astonishment, her son followed suit, miraculously drying his own clothes as well. This left Qian Xiu'er momentarily speechless. She had forgotten all prior intentions. Lien Zhonghai, however, regained his senses more swiftly than Qian Xiu'er. Initially stunned, he soon erupted with joy. He pulled his son close, overwhelmed with excitement. "Lien Wei, you possess a spiritual root too." Lien Wei, with a sense of pride, gave his father an affirmative glance. Lien Zhonghai couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, who would have thought that while I, Lien Zhonghai, lack a spiritual root, both my daughter and son have brought glory to their father." As he spoke, he couldn't resist pulling Qian Xiu'er closer, showcasing the affectionate bond that Lien Yi and Lien Wei had grown somewhat accustomed to. "Xiu'er, had it not been for you, I would not have such remarkable children. Marrying you is truly the fortune I, Lien Zhonghai, have accrued over several lifetimes." The following 1,000 words were omitted. Qian Xiu'er wore a face of both emotion and recognition, leaving Lien Wanshan with an uncomfortable prickling sensation. He cleared his throat twice, ruthlessly interrupting the pair. "During our absence from the village, has anything occurred?" It was not that he disdained the display of affection from the younger generation. Rather, his advancing age had diminished his teeth to a mere few. Witnessing such scenes only exacerbated his discomfort, as he feared he would soon be left toothless and unable to eat. Lien Zhonghai felt a certain trepidation towards the ancestral figure of Lien Wanshan. Although the old ancestor currently inhabited the body of his grandmother, the aura emanating from him was markedly distinct. While he had once held his grandmother in reverence and filial respect, now it was more akin to awe. He cast a glance at his daughter and son, who appeared at ease, dutifully attending to their ancestor with tea and massages, thoroughly engrossed in their tasks. Lien Zhonghai found it perplexing that they did not perceive the gravity in the ancestor's voice, nor the imposing presence that rendered the atmosphere anything but lighthearted. As for Qian Xiu'er, she tugged at her husband's sleeve and interjected, "What aspect is our ancestor inquiring about? Recently, while I was out selling embroidery in the market, I heard a rumor." Qian Xiu'er was evidently more astute than Lien Zhonghai. "Since our ancestor is of celestial origin, it stands to reason that the inquiry pertains to matters related to cultivation and immortality. It is said that, of late, the townsfolk have occasionally glimpsed immortals soaring through the night sky, and the royal palace has been hosting grand banquets, with the emperor and the national master entertaining several immortals. The national master himself is a practitioner of the 9th level of Qi refinement, regarded as the most formidable figure in this mundane realm. Those fortunate enough to be his guests must be at least as powerful as he, or even more so." As Qian Xiu'er continued her discourse, she winked at Lien Zhonghai, subtly urging him to steer the conversation in that direction. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lien Wanshan furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had even been invited to take charge of the kitchen, which he declined. While assisting the villagers is not an issue in itself, Lien Zhonghai would not even accept payment. However, the head of the Chao family had a disagreeable temperament, oppressing the villagers and behaving tyrannically. Almost everyone in the village had suffered at their hands. During Lien Zhonghai's frequent absences, whether it was his mother or grandmother, they had all encountered misfortunes at the hands of the Chao family. For instance, the 3 acres of fertile land by the Clearwater River. which rightfully belonged to the Lin family, were deceitfully exchanged by the Chao family while he was away. The land they provided in return not only was significantly smaller, totaling less than 2.5 acres, but also, what was once prime farmland had been reduced to mediocre quality. Lin Shanghai, a man of considerable loyalty, hails from a humble background, yet his family has long upheld a tradition of propriety, instilling the values of etiquette and respect in their children. He found himself both amused and infuriated by the arrogance of the Chao family patriarch, for the Lin lineage has endured for millennia, far surpassing the Chao family's heritage. Why would he covet anything from the Chaos? However, a grim realization struck him. The Chao family had mentioned that their ancestral figure, Lin Qingguang, had recently passed away. Upon recalling this, a sense of sorrow enveloped Lin Shanghai. He remembered the moment when negotiations with the Chao patriarch had faltered, during which the patriarch had proclaimed that the Lin family had fallen into decline, devoid of any Yuanian cultivators. Lin Shanghai had never harbored resentment towards his family in the mundane realm. The younger generation had merely descended here due to their inadequate aptitude. Moreover, it was recorded in the ancestral manuscripts that their journey to the mortal realm had been a choice of their own, and the Lin family had never intended to abandon them or force their migration to such a realm. In fact, each time the spiritual roots were assessed, the Lin descendants in the mundane world were never forgotten. Furthermore, without the esteemed reputation of the Lin family, a prestigious lineage, how could they enjoy the tranquil and prosperous lives they lead today? Lin Shanghai was acutely aware of these truths. He lamented the passing of the venerable Qingguang, recognizing the grave implications of the absence of any Yuanian cultivators within the family. Both Lin Yi and Lin Wei were taken aback. The loss of a Yuanian cultivator was no trivial matter, signaling a potential decline of their clan. Lin Yi cast a glance at Lin Wanshan, hesitating to speak. Ancestor. For the esteemed founder of the Lin family, receiving such news must have greatly affected his emotions. Lin Wanshan exhaled softly and waved his hand, as if to reassure his family that there was no need for concern. The Lin family had thrived for approximately 27,000 years, with fortunes rising and falling dictated by fate. While he felt a twinge of discomfort within, he understood that these matters were beyond his control. Despite the passage of millennia, the descendants remained part of his lineage, even among cultivators who, despite being half demons, could not escape the arduous fate of progeny. It was a challenge to conceive, and among those born, only 1 in 10 possessed spiritual roots, with even fewer showcasing exceptional talent. After painstaking efforts to flourish, they now faced decline. This reality weighed heavily on his heart. Chapter 24. Unnoticed Lin Yi hurriedly dashed in from outside, cheerfully greeting her ancestor, who was lazily basking in the sun beneath the eaves. Ancestor, look, my sword is finished. With a sense of pride, she presented a stack of blades that unfolded like petals before Lin Wanshan, eagerly anticipating a smile from him. Yet, Lin Yi couldn't quite fathom why, but she sensed that her ancestor seemed somewhat distracted. She wished for him to feel more at ease, though she was unsure how to convey this. So she thought to divert his attention with some fresh happenings, such as insisting that he light the fire while she cooked or persistently requesting him to teach her sword techniques. Lin Wanshan opened his eyes, a warm smile flickering deep within them. He was well aware of his dear girl's intentions. He did not deter her, after all. It was his own descendant demonstrating filial piety towards him. In truth, however, his recent state of mind was not as serene as it appeared. Since that day, he had been beset by tumultuous emotions, reflecting on the decline of the Lin family and his own current plight. Despite having lived for tens of thousands of years, he found his heart wavering. Yet, as the days passed, he was astonished to discover that his lingering soul had become even more refined. This was indeed an unexpected boon. He pondered deeply, considering it perhaps a trial bestowed upon him by the Tao of heaven. It might be that his cultivation still harbored imperfections, leading to a mishap during his ascension. However, the Tao operates under the principle of 50 and 49, allowing humanity to escape one. Perhaps the Tao had granted him a remedy and a second chance? As Lin Wanshan contemplated this, his state of mind seemed to solidify further. Identifying and addressing deficiencies could only bear positive outcomes. With this in mind, Lin Wanshan had, in fact, regained a sense of tranquility in his heart over the past few days. When the girl presented him with the 15 flying daggers, he could not help but express his disdain. I told you not to rush. Once we reach the realm of cultivation, I shall assist you in seeking iron essence to fuse within. If fortune smiles upon us, we may even find some precious stones and engage a skilled craftsman to forge them. Perhaps they could attain the level of a lower-tier magical artifact. Yet here you are, with mundane tools, attempting to learn my flying dagger technique. Do you realize how wasteful this is? Do you comprehend the caliber of the dagger manual I possess? The flying dagger technique ranks among the mid-tier of the earth level. In the hierarchy of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, the celestial manuals are controlled by sections. Even when the Lin family was a superlative cultivation clan, possessing such a manual was enough to ensure its legacy. Furthermore, the flying blade technique is not something just any child from the Lin family can master. To possess such a remarkable skill capable of transcending the realms of divinity, how could she dare to toy with it using a mere mundane object? One must consider that this girl has already taken quite a few valuable items from him. Truly, she is blissfully unaware of her own fortune. Lin Yi remains unfazed by Lin Wanshan's furious outbursts. His spirited demeanor only delights her further. She joyfully arranges 15 slender blades at her waist, giving them a pat before retorting, "Ancestor, you truly are oblivious to the struggles of the common folk. As for treasures, I have recently come to realize that for a golden elixir practitioner, possessing even a modestly impressive artifact is a matter of pride, let alone a mere chi refining practitioner such as myself. You speak as if these artifacts are as commonplace as picking something off the street. Those iron essence and goldstone items are treasures that one cannot simply obtain. Even if you were to grant me a treasure, I would hesitate to use it. It would be akin to a child parading about with gold, clearly inviting theft." She exuberantly flicks the blades at her waist, feeling an undeniable sense of security. "Why do you underestimate them? Didn't we use the fish-slicing knife last time?" Lin Yi speaks in a roundabout manner. After all, the village is quite different from the mountains, bustling with people and chatter. The choice of weapon is inconsequential. What truly matters is the wielder. I have decided. These 15 flying knives shall be named willow leaf blades. This is a result of her leveraging her father's esteemed position as a first-class chef to secure the finest blacksmith, with whom she personally designed the blueprints. Spending 300 taels of silver, she treasures them dearly. Lin Wanshan found himself utterly exasperated. He waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to prolong the discussion, and directed Lin Yi, "Go prepare dinner. I am famished, and I desire braised pork, with the meat being 70% fatty." Lin Yi pouted. "You've seen the meat I purchased again, haven't you?" Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the eldest uncle had succumbed to a sudden illness, leaving no time to notify the family members to attend the funeral. With the passing of the eldest uncle, Lin Chanlan's life had become rather difficult. She had few offspring and bore her only daughter after the age of 30. Now, the girl was merely 13 or 14, still quite young. With the man gone, the clan began making arrangements to adopt a son for her, to inherit their couple's estate. However, Lin Chanlan could not tolerate such a notion. She was resolute and unyielding, even when the clan leader and elders pressed her. Under the cover of night, she gathered her silver notes and brought her child to seek refuge with her younger brother. When she departed, she left behind a divorce decree, clearly stating that she would not claim the house or the fields. Henceforth, the family would not need to contribute to Waxiado's dowry, and whatever plans they had for adoption or otherwise were of no concern to her. Lin Chanlan harbored no regrets about this decision, having been the elder sister since childhood. Her character was forthright and decisive. As she sought shelter with her maternal family, she calculated that the Hua clan would not pursue her. On one hand, they indeed gained tangible benefits, acquiring a house and land without any cost. On the other hand, Lin Chanlan was a member of the Lin family, and the village boasted both a third-tier chef and a renowned cook from the drunken immortal tower, both disciples of Lin Changhai, which fostered a sense of camaraderie towards her. They were, to some extent, wary of overstepping their bounds. Regardless, her husband had long abandoned her due to her inability to bear a son, and over the years, he had shown no paternal responsibility. She and Hua Xiaoduo had little desire for such trivialities. The silver notes were her dowry and the foundation of her family's wealth accumulated over the years. However, Hua Xiaoduo, being of a fragile constitution, had encountered some difficulties along the way and soon fell victim to a chill. Early in the morning, Qian Xiu'er went out to sell embroidery, while Lian Hai was working diligently. Unbeknownst to her, as she ran, her steps radiated brilliance, seemingly illuminated by a flicker of inspiration, which happened to catch the eye of Lin Qinyuan, who had descended into the mundane world. His gaze flickered as he observed the girl passing by, her feet revealing a hint of green, suggesting a promising affinity for the wood element, and she appeared quite young. Lin Yi remained entirely oblivious. Chapter 25. Guilt towards the ancestors. Meanwhile, Lian Yi busied herself with cooking, immersed in her culinary endeavors. While Lian Xinyuan discerned that this child was most likely one of the Lian family. After all, Lian Xinyuan was responsible for locating those among the Lian clan with spiritual roots every 15 years. Before he achieved the Golden Core stage, he personally traversed the mundane realm. However, after reaching that stage, the increasing responsibilities at home and within the clan prompted him to enlist the help of his grandson, Lian Yanting. Nonetheless, Lian Xinyuan was well aware of the specific residences of the Lian family members. This was evidently from the lineage of Lian Xinxi. Unlike the others in the Lian family, Lian Xinxi was his own full-blooded younger brother, sharing both parents, and their bloodline was closer than that of other cousins. It was only that he possessed commendable spiritual roots, while his younger brother, 200 years his junior, was of considerably inferior aptitude. Thus, when his younger brother expressed the desire to venture into the mundane realm, he acquiesced. For it was evident that with a spiritual root like Lian Xingxi's, even progressing to the intermediate stage of qi refinement was fraught with difficulty, let alone establishing a foundation or achieving the Golden Core stage. However, both he and his brother were acutely aware that this journey would lead to two distinct worlds. Henceforth, he would pursue his life as a cultivator while his brother embraced the existence of a mortal. Yet, bound by their shared bloodline, he endeavored to find a mundane realm in close proximity to Ling Xiao sect, selecting a picturesque locale nestled among mountains and rivers for his brother's residence. Consequently, while he might forget where Lian Xingxi dwelled, it was improbable that anyone could forget him. Knowing that the young girl possessed a spiritual root and had already reached the third layer of qi refinement at such a tender age in the mundane world filled Lian Qingyuan with joy and excitement. His brother's descendant would soon address him as an ancestral figure. He was positively eager to visit her. In truth, his personal involvement in this matter stemmed from a sense of urgency. The demise of his cousin Qingguang had resulted in the Lian family's substantial loss of influence at Wanjin Peak. It is worth noting that Qingguang had sacrificed himself for the greater good of the sect, vanquishing demons. Otherwise, given his 2,000 years of life in the nascent soul stage, it was inconceivable that he would have departed before even reaching a millennium. Reflecting on these events, Lian Qingyuan found his spirits dampened, lamenting deeply. Qingguang was indeed the most extraordinary cultivator the Lian family had produced in millennia, the very pillar of their lineage. With his absence, the sect may endure, but the Lian family felt as though half their world had crumbled. Yet, aside from erecting a monument in Qingguang's honor at the Hall of Heroes, the sect offered little else. The Lian family could not escape the inexorable law of transience. In this regard, Lian Qingyuan held no resentment. As a cultivator, he possessed a deeper understanding of such truths. The sect is not at fault. With so many individuals and factions, maintaining equilibrium is indeed a formidable challenge. Neither the current leader of Linfa nor the newly appointed master of Wanjin Peak, Zhou Qian, took the opportunity to trample upon the Lin family in the wake of Lian Qingguang's passing. In fact, the venerable Zhou Qian personally advised the sect leader to preserve the Lin family's ancestral lands within Wanjin Peak, ensuring they were not forced to relocate, thereby safeguarding the family's dwindling dignity and honor. It must be said, however, that the Lin family has become rather ineffectual. This realization often caused Lian Qingyuan to sigh in regret and bitterness. Years ago, the esteemed ancestor Lian Wanshan, after achieving divine transformation, along with his three comrades, Ren Qingzhen, Chen Yan, and Master Du Nong, founded the Wanjian sect. All four were masters of the sword. Thus, although the Wanjian sect embraced all beings and did not confine its disciples to any specific path, be it magical, sword, or Buddhist cultivation, the number of sword cultivators remained predominant and their skills unparalleled. Yet, after 18 millennia, internal strife, depletion, invasions, and the machinations of newly emerging sects led to the gradual decline of the Wanjian sect, which ultimately succumbed to the Lingxiao Pavilion, a sect founded even earlier that had steadily flourished. The Lingxiao Pavilion, having absorbed the Wanjian sect, ascended to become one of the four great sects of the Meikuan realm, establishing itself as a formidable power in the northwest. Meanwhile, the Wanjian sect ceased to exist, its essence entirely transformed, save for the remnants of its legacy still lingering at Wanjin Peak. The past is not worth elaborating upon, yet the inability to preserve the Wanjian sect is lamentable enough. Now, even Wanjin Peak itself seems imperiled. The Lin family harbors an enduring sense of guilt towards their ancestor, Lian Wanshan. The ancestral figure of the Lin family was a mighty being who ascended to immortality. Should there come a day when someone from the Makuan realm ascends and encounters this venerable ancestor, it is likely that upon inquiring about the state of the Lin family, profound disappointment would ensue. The Lin family, having suffered such a grievous blow, recalled the last wishes of Brother Qingguang. To understand this notion, one must delve into the past. Years ago, when the sect was founded alongside Lien Wanshan, there were 3 patriarchs, aside from the foreign monk, Master Dun. Ren Qingzhen and Qin Yin both hailed from their own esteemed families. None of these 3 patriarchs ascended. They all met their demise for various reasons. Nevertheless, their families held a status in the sect that was on par with the Lien family. However, during this period, fierce struggles ensued, and the Ren family faced the dire threats of decline and annihilation. In light of their own painful reflections, the Lien family naturally sought to learn from the Ren family's experiences. They actively sought out talented individuals to foster development. Thus, not only Lien Qiyuan, but the other 2 elders also ventured forth in search of promising candidates. Had it not been for the necessity of leadership within the Lien family, even Lien Mingshi would have been anxious to step forward. However, Lien Qinyuan had already traversed the mortal realm, seeking out all branches of the Lien family except for the lineage of Lien Qinxi. The outcome was disheartening. Not only did he fail to find any promising offspring among the descendants of the Lien family, but he also encountered only one child, Lien Onlu, possessing a spirit root valued at around 60% with 4 elemental roots, who was now 12 years old and still devoid of spiritual awakening. Lien Qinyuan sighed, for despite everything, he was still his own kin, and given the lack of spiritual energy in the mortal realm, it was difficult to place undue blame. There are 2 children, both descendants of cultivators. One possesses 3 spiritual roots, while the other has 2. However, their spiritual root values are not particularly high, with a maximum of only 60%. Yet, the child with dual roots is endowed with fire and earth attributes, which complement each other, making it somewhat promising. Lien Qinyuan had been meticulously contemplating how to nurture him. Unexpectedly, while strolling through the streets, he witnessed a scene that filled him with delight. With his keen perception, he discerned that the little girl had a solid foundation. Her spiritual energy was dense, and the manifest with spiritual energy was pure and abundant. In this mundane world, a child of less than 10 years exhibited such cultivation. It was challenging for Lien Qinyuan to contain his elation. He contentedly caressed his still smooth and handsome visage, and with a flicker of movement, he arrived outside Liang village. Thankfully, his sharp eyes and quick reflexes allowed him to keep pace. Otherwise, at the swift speed of that little girl, he would have surely missed her. Meanwhile, the venerable ancestor Lien Wanshan, who felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, was sitting at the dining table, sulking. Chapter 26. Lien Qinyuan arrives. The reason for Lien Wanshan's irritation was quite simple. Lien Yi had forbidden him from eating more meat and had forcibly taken it away, placing a bowl of stir-fried cabbage before him instead. The way she articulated her reasoning was so eloquent that it left him seething in silence. Ancestor, this stir-fried cabbage contains shredded meat, prepared with lard, and it's quite fragrant. You've already consumed a substantial portion of fatty meat. For the sake of your health, you cannot eat any more. After stating this, she disregarded his frail condition entirely, and without any scruples, she snatched it away. To his astonishment, she even resorted to using spiritual power, which felt like an affront to him. At present, the plate of meat was placed right in front of Hua Xiaoduo. However, Hua Xiaoduo was timid and apprehensive. She dared not extend her chopsticks, for the ancestral matriarch's fiery gaze was enough to instill fear. Just as Lian Yi remarked, indulging excessively in fatty meat could lead to dire consequences. This scenario had become a daily occurrence over the past few days. It was evident that the matriarch had visibly gained weight, her once pronounced wrinkles now seemingly smoothed out. Lian Yi and Lian Wei sat beside Hua Xiaoduo, engaging her in light-hearted conversation. When Hua Xiaoduo hesitated to take the meat herself, Lian Yi kindly assisted her. With her head bowed and face flushed, Hua Xiaoduo furtively stuffed the meat into her mouth, avoiding the matriarch's gaze. Yet, the delectable flavor of the meat was so enticing that she nearly swallowed her tongue, her eyes narrowing in sheer delight. The culinary skill was truly remarkable. This relatively unfamiliar cousin was indeed impressive and kind-hearted. The entire family of her uncle was delightful. Despite the matriarch's often fierce demeanor and the frequent chaos within their home, this warmth was something previously absent from her own family. Soon, she and her mother would also become part of her uncle's family, which filled her with joy. Lian Yi and Lian Wei felt the same. And given the insights they had gained about the matriarch over these days, Lien Zhonghai and Qian Xiu'er were equally unwilling to relinquish the meat to her. Matriarch, do you remember Aunt Zhang from the village? The plump one who could hardly walk? She passed away while you and Xiao Yi and Xiao Wei were in the mountains. They say she couldn't catch her breath at night and didn't wake up. Lien Zhonghai began to appeal to Lien Wanshan emotionally, providing reasoned arguments. Lien Dagu interjected. Oh, what happened? Aunt Zhang's family were butchers. They lived well and enjoyed good food, yet she never seemed ill. How could this be? She wasn't even that old. Not yet 50. Lieutenant Lien Han nodded slightly. What else can we do but indulge in meat? The doctor from Shoan Hall had arrived, diagnosing the condition as yang hyperactivity, indicating that the fat in the meat had obstructed her, preventing her from breathing properly. Aunt Lien acknowledged this with a nod, her lips curling into a smile as she cast a glance at the frightened Qian Xiu'er, who was struggling to swallow the meat in her bowl. Indeed, Xiu'er was a chubby little girl who also relished meat. Her brother's antics had backfired, as their ancestor remained unfazed while his wife was visibly alarmed. Turning to Lien Wanshan, she continued her coaxing, Ancestor, consuming too much fatty meat will hinder your ability to jump high or walk far. You might not even be able to reach the village entrance. Moreover, it could lead to palpitations and shortness of breath. When Xiao Yi and your little granddaughter wish to take you out, will you still be able to go? Acknowledging your fondness for meat, we aren't denying you. But moderation is key. If you desire it, I shall have Xiao Yi prepare something different and even more delectable for you tomorrow. Aunt Lien, being the eldest daughter, was adept at soothing others with gentle words. This succeeded in softening the expression on Lien Wanshan's face. He picked at the lean meat hidden among the cabbage, popping it into his mouth, and looked at Lien Yi. Very well then, I want to eat braised pork with preserved vegetables tomorrow. Lien Yi readily agreed. Not a problem at all. Yet, she resolved to prepare only a small bowl, with more preserved vegetables and less meat, curious to see how the ancestor would react. Aunt Lien lowered her gaze, observing the subtle exchange and intentions between the grandfather and granddaughter, a smile hidden in her eyes. Even the esteemed Commander Lien did not conceal the truth from her, leading her before the venerable ancestor and recounting the entire sequence of events. Had it not been for the ancestor's presence, neither Xiaoyi nor Xiao Wei, despite their exceptional innate talents, would have been discovered so early, nor guided onto the righteous path by the ancestor. They might have been delayed in their development. Therefore, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the ancestor, both out of filial piety as a junior and to express her gratitude for the ancestor's efforts regarding her nephew and niece. However, the ancestor was rather discerning, only relishing the dishes crafted by Xiaoyi, rendering the otherwise competent Aunt Lien momentarily ineffectual in the kitchen. Nevertheless, Aunt Lien remained undaunted. She busied herself with managing the household alongside Qian Xiu'er, ensuring that everything ran smoothly, even more so than if Qian Xiu'er had been alone. Indeed, the ancestor's temperament had become increasingly indulgent, spoiled by the affection of the entire family. While the family conversed, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Lien Wei leapt from the table and rushed outside, exclaiming, I shall answer the door. It was peculiar. One could only wonder who might visit at this hour. Traditionally, they did not keep their door closed, as it was quite normal for neighbors to drop by. However, since Lien Yi and Lien Wei embarked on their cultivation journey, particularly Lien Yi, they had begun closing the door during their morning practices in the courtyard. This was to prevent the villagers from seeing or overhearing anything, as gossip could easily spread. Although the family had no qualms about their practices, they preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble and disturbances, thus taking precautions. Upon opening the door, a remarkably handsome young man stood outside, adorned in exquisite attire that exuded an air of opulence. Lin Wei scrutinized him closely but could not place him. May I inquire whom you are seeking? You must have come to the wrong address. Meanwhile, Lien Chen Yuan's heart soared with joy, a first-level Qi refinement practitioner. He had not only discovered a girl of the third level of Qi refinement, but also a boy of the first level concealed within this household. His eyes glimmered with excitement as he asked, Is this the Lien family? Lin Wei nodded, and Lien Chen Yuan hesitated before inquiring, Are you a child of the Lien family? Lin Wei scratched his head, finding the man rather peculiar, but he nodded nonetheless, yes. May I ask who you are looking for? Lien Chen Yuan was internally elated, thinking he had struck gold. As a member of the family, discovering a descendant with such potential was a boon for the future strength of the Lien clan. In the hall, the once chaotic dining table, strewn with remnants of a meal, had been tidied away. Lien Qinyuan and Lien Wanshan occupied the seats of honor, sipping tea brewed by Lien Chonghai. Lien Qinyuan did not feel diminished to be seated alongside an ordinary woman. However, he found the situation somewhat peculiar. After all, he was in the Meikuan realm, a revered elder of the Lien family and a golden core cultivator, commanding respect wherever he went. In the mundane world, his status was even more elevated. He was akin to a celestial master, and everyone aspired to venerate him. Who would have imagined that the arrival of his younger brother's descendants would evoke a sense of dissonance? Nevertheless, Lien Qinyuan's temperament bore a striking resemblance to that of Lien Qinxi. Both were laid-back and easygoing. Thus, Commander Lien Chonghai inherited this familial disposition, which is why Lien Qinyuan did not exhibit anger like some others of a more ostentatious nature. Even when his curiosity led him to gaze at the elderly woman for an extended period, and she shot him a fierce glare that startled him, he merely smiled and remained silent. Truly, it was quite peculiar. A mere mortal, not yet a century old, exuded such a formidable presence, indeed, a remarkable individual. Lien Qinyuan was not one to dwell on trivial matters, and finding no reason for concern, he chose to let it go. His entire focus was currently on the 8 or 9-year-old girl and boy before him. Both were impressive. The girl was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while the boy was at the 1st level, yet their spiritual energy was stable and abundant, indicating that their progress was not hastily achieved but the result of steady, methodical cultivation. Lien Qinyuan pondered thoughtfully as he stroked his smooth complexion. This was indeed an enigma. How could children from the mundane world possess such opportunities and mindset, eschewing immediate gains in favor of diligently honing their foundations and spiritual energy, advancing steadily? Such a phenomenon could hardly be attributed to unorthodox methods. As for whether his brother left behind any guidance for the next generation, Lien Qinyuan could only chuckle. He was well aware of his brother's nature. With 800 spirit stones in his pocket and a desire for 1,000, it was highly likely that he had pilfered spirit stones and magical artifacts from his brother, converting them into silver. Nevertheless, while Lien Qinyuan was contemplative, he recognized that such matters pertained to personal fortune. If others chose not to disclose their secrets, he would not pry. He harbored neither curiosity nor envy, approaching the situation with an open mind. Stepping back, one might consider that these two children, confirmed to be his own, have simply encountered a fortuitous circumstance. After all, they are his progeny, and he can only feel joy in this revelation. Thus, he refrained from voicing any inquiries or comments, feigning ignorance, save for the piercing gaze of the great-grandmother, whose family could hardly conceal their anxious expressions. Delightedly, he produced a spirit-testing plate, beckoning Lien Yi and Lien Y to approach. Come now, young Yi and young Y, let us discern the nature of your spiritual roots. Lien Qinyuan, confident in his discernment, surmised that the children's abilities were commendable. However, the precise extent of their talents would only be revealed through the spirit-testing plate. Lien Yi glanced at Lien Wanshan, and upon receiving a subtle nod from her ancestor, she hesitated not to place her hands upon the plate as instructed by Lien Qinyuan. Suddenly, the 7 colored beams of light on the plate began to flicker rapidly, and gradually, 3 beams illuminated, ascending until they nearly filled the entirety of their respective columns. The other 4 beams settled into tranquility. The onlookers were captivated, their eyes glued to the spectacle. Remarkable. 90% of thunder spirit root, 90% of water spirit root, 90% of wood spirit root. Not a fraction more or less, a prodigious gift indeed. This was truly divine spiritual roots, the harmonious blending of thunder, water, and wood, an endless cycle of vitality. Moreover, while a value of 90% does not equate to perfection, those who achieve full marks are exceedingly rare. A score of 90% is already a rarity. And though it may appear as a triad of spiritual roots, the fact that all 3 are at 90% with such exquisite compatibility raises the question, could one find another like them in the realm of Meikuan? To speak candidly, this might be considered a unique spiritual root, allowing for a cultivation speed that perhaps surpasses even that of a single spiritual root practitioner at the 9th level. Lien Qinyuan erupted into hearty laughter, an outpouring of joy that seemed uncontainable. His laughter reverberated through his chest, and in that moment, the immense pressure, embarrassment, and anguish that had burdened him since the passing of his elder brother, Morning Light, felt as if they had been lifted, with a graceful sweep of his long sleeves. A radiant aura enveloped him, and he sensed a surge of spiritual energy rushing through his dantian. Suddenly, clarity washed over his consciousness. He realized that his mental state had experienced a subtle elevation, and the bottleneck he had faced in the late stages of forming his core had begun to loosen. He exhaled deeply, releasing a contented sigh. Among those present in the hall, only Lien Wanshan comprehended the significance of what had just transpired. Lien Wanshan nodded inwardly, feeling quite satisfied with this junior of the Lien family, now one of the elders. While his cultivation level was somewhat lacking, certainly not up to the standards of Wanshan's own era, his character was commendable. Moreover, the ability to perceive subtle nuances suggested that those in the younger generation, under the guidance of someone with such character, would likely excel as well. Throughout the course of several millennia, the Lien family had managed to maintain its integrity, avoiding the pitfalls of power and desire, a fact that brought great solace to him. Unbeknownst to Lien Qinyuan, the elderly woman he found so peculiar had just scrutinized him. He called out to Lien Wei, "Come here, young one. Let me see what kind of spiritual root you possess." Lien Wei scratched his head, feeling somewhat anxious. All eyes of the family were upon him. And with his sister possessing such a remarkable spiritual root, he feared that if his were inferior, it would be a source of great embarrassment. Would he forever be subjected to her bullying and oppression? With a heart filled with trepidation, anxiety, and anticipation, Lien Wei placed his hand upon the spirit testing plate. It flickered momentarily, and soon the entire plate emanated a luminous green hue, resembling an exquisite jade disc. It was a full value with spirit root. What splendid news! Overwhelmed with joy, Lien Qinyuan could only repeat his exclamations of delight, rendered speechless by the momentous discovery. In their family, the most esteemed Lien Shulan was merely a practitioner of a single spirit root, likely a solitary wood spirit root. Yet now, they had unearthed a full value wood spirit root. Every member of the Lien family possessed a spirit root, all of which were wood-based. However, for the past 30,000 years, since their ancestor Lien Wanshan, they had not witnessed a single full-value spirit root. Truly, heaven had favored the Lien family. There was indeed hope in despair. Even Lien Wanshan, though he had anticipated Lien Wei's spirit root to be impressive, could not help but smile at the revelation of its full value. The heavenly path had treated him kindly, allowing him to start anew and uncover his own shortcomings through the potential of the younger generation, perhaps as a means to achieve a certain breakthrough. Chapter 28. A family gathering. Lien Qinyuan was thoroughly pleased with this journey. Knowing that both children possessed such exceptional spirit roots, he felt a sense of calm and began to contemplate the future arrangements for Lien Yi and Lien Wei. He did not stand on ceremony. First, he glanced at Lien Zhonghai and then straightforwardly inquired about Lien Yi and Lien Wei. Little Yi and Little Wei possess remarkable talents. If you have any aspirations, do share them with your great-uncle. He refrained from using the formal title of elder, as his brother's descendants held a closer bond in his heart, naturally endearing them to him. He then turned his gaze to Lien Zhonghai. "And what of you, Zhonghai? Do share your thoughts. We are all family here." As Lien spoke, Lien Wei nodded vigorously in agreement. "Rest assured, we will not bring shame to the family. The Makoan realm is not devoid of ordinary folk. I possess excellent culinary skills, and I can certainly provide for my entire family." Lien Zhonghai's attitude was resolute. They were a close-knit family, and a family should be united. Moreover, he had discussed this with his children, who had long harbored aspirations for the Makoan realm. Both Xiao Yi and Xiao Wei were considerate children, fully supportive of his ambitions. He feared only that his great-uncle might obstruct him, so he hastily asserted that he could earn enough to support the whole family and would never be a burden to the clan. Lien Qinyuan, showing a rather unrefined demeanor, rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted, "Did I say anything? Just you and your wife. And this one here, how much could you possibly consume from the Lien family's resources? Are you worried that the family cannot afford you? Where did this extravagant child come from? Ugh, this insufferable brat. Why must he be so unpleasant in his speech? What does he think of the Lien family? Are they some heartless, petty clan?" Since the breakthrough of his bottleneck today, Lien Qinyuan felt as if he had cast off heavy shackles, gradually reverting to his true nature, carefree yet sharp-tongued. He paid no mind to Lien Zhonghai, who scratched his head in confusion, pointing at the spirit testing plate. "Let us test it, see what kind of spiritual roots we have. And as for the villagers, well, let those under 15 come for a test." While he may have quarreled with the younger generations, he recognized the importance of addressing serious matters. Revitalizing the Lien family required fresh blood. In the present day, with both connection and external ties established, Lien Qinyuan remained steadfast, not imposing any demands. Should there be individuals of superior aptitude willing to stay within the Lien family, the family shall dedicate themselves to fostering such talent. After all, they are all kin. and there is no need for excessive scrutiny. As he spoke, he gestured for the entire family to begin their assessments. Noticing Lien Zhonghai was about to speak, Lien Xinyuan could not contain himself. Are you implying that you have already been assessed? I am not blind to that fact. Furthermore, have your wife, your niece, or your grandmother been evaluated? Considering we are family, should you not hasten to ascertain your potential? Those who can cultivate may extend their lives by decades, if not centuries, allowing them to spend more time with their children. His tone carried an unmistakable disdain. This simple-minded younger generation truly left him at a loss for words. When others seize opportunities, they hardly ponder whether they have been assessed or not. Everyone rushes forward. He recalled how astute his younger brother had been, yet how, after 18 generations, things had come to this. Perhaps the lack of spiritual energy in the mortal realm had dulled people's wits. Fortunately, he need not say more, as Lien Degu was the first to step forward. Allow me, she said. My spiritual roots are quite similar to my brother's. The children of the Lien family have all been tested, and my aptitude is lacking, so I had long abandoned any hopes. Even with an energy cultivation level, one can live over 100, nearly 200 years, enhancing one's health and preventing illness. What could be better? As she spoke, she placed her hand upon the testing device, and indeed, she possessed 4 spiritual roots, with the highest being the earth root, which was not even at 50%. Lien Zhonghai's spiritual roots were also inferior, though slightly better than Lien Degu's, possessing 3 roots, with the fire root being the strongest, yet still below 50%. Qin Xiu'er, following Lien Zhonghai, curiously placed her hand on the testing plate, intrigued by this experience, having never undergone such an assessment before. However, regarding her own qualifications, Qin Xiu'er did not impose strict demands upon herself. The well-being of her children was already a source of immense joy for her. The spirit testing plate flickered unexpectedly to life, eliciting a collective gasp from the onlookers. Lien Yi and Lien Y were particularly elated, astonished that their mother possessed a spiritual root, with a dual root of gold and water. Albeit with low values, the best water root barely reaching 40%. This level of talent could be classified as a false spiritual root for Lien Zhonghai, Lien Zhonglan, and Qin Xiu'er. Nonetheless, any root was better than none, and Lien Xinyuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As he had previously stated, possessing a spiritual root enabled cultivation and promised a longer life. Lien Yi and Lien Y had the potential to become long-term cultivators, and their reluctance to sever familial ties was respected. The Lien family had never compelled its members to forsake worldly attachments. Mortal clansmen could voluntarily remain within the family. After all, if all bonds of affection were severed, what would remain of family? A family devoid of emotional ties would be akin to a hollow shell. For cultivators, the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death was also a form of cultivation. Many believed that cutting off worldly attachments could help evade inner demons, a notion often regarded as essential for cultivators. To this, Lien Xinyuan scoffed. The suppression of one's true feelings and severing of emotional ties would only serve to give rise to inner turmoil. Conversely, overcoming such challenges could potentially lead to greater heights. At present, 2 individuals in the family had yet to test their spiritual roots. Lien Xinyuan cast a glance at Lien Wanshan, who had previously glared at him, before decisively shifting his attention to the timid and timidly retreating Hua Xiaoduo, who had been hiding behind Lien Zhonglan. Child, come forth. He beckoned. With her head bowed and face flushed, Hua Xiaoduo approached, placing her hand upon the spirit testing plate. The day's events had already surpassed her understanding, leaving her feeling both anxious and fearful, yet there lingered a trace of excitement within her heart. The entire family, including the young lady Hua Xiaoduo, anxiously focused their gaze upon the spirit testing plate, with Aunt Lien exhibiting the utmost tension. The plate flickered momentarily, illuminating 2 luminous pillars. Lien Xinyuan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether today was indeed a fortuitous occasion, as if their ancestors had manifested. How could it be that his brother's family possessed spiritual roots? Unbeknownst to him, this had nothing to do with their ancestors. While the manifestation had indeed occurred, he himself was hardly in a position to be assured of anything. With a dual spiritual root, 70 earth and 50 wood, his prospects were promising. Steady and resolute, his great-uncle assured him that he would cultivate to the stage of forming an elixir. The family was filled with excitement, particularly Aunt Lien, who fervently declared their ancestors' blessings. Lien Wanshan shot Aunt Lien a sidelong glance, scoffing softly. What blessings? He did not possess such abilities at present. Lien Xinyuan was equally elated. His words were conservative. Yet the potential for someone like Hua Xiaoduo to achieve the nascent soul stage was not insignificant. He refrained from voicing this to avoid inflating the child's pride. The spirit testing plate remained utterly still, devoid of any response. Lian Wanshan's brows remained unmoved, as expected. In Chapter 29, the pretentious Lian Qinyuan found no dismay in the revelation of Lian Wanshan lacking spiritual roots. In this mundane world, not having spiritual roots was, in fact, the norm. Was it not an extraordinary circumstance to possess them? However, the Lian family, privy to the underlying truths, felt a tinge of disappointment. Though they were not entirely aware of their ancestors' current state, they ultimately did not perceive it as a favorable outcome. Their soul had been forcibly separated from its body. Nevertheless, Lian Wanshan's demeanor reflected a premonition he had long harbored. The absence of spiritual roots was well within his expectations, and he did not find it particularly troubling. Since that day when his remnant soul had begun to solidify, he had realized that conventional methods of cultivation would likely prove futile. Ever since awakening within this body, the entire situation had felt rather peculiar. An aged and frail body devoid of spiritual roots surprisingly accommodates his formidable soul, exhibiting neither disintegration nor awkwardness. Although he perceives that his residual soul power is scarcely a third of what it was at the time of his ascension, it is nonetheless too potent for an ordinary human vessel to contain. Yet, upon merging with this remnant soul, there is not the slightest hint of sluggishness. Moreover, there is no drain on his soul power due to a lack of compatibility. Remarkably, his soul power appears to be augmenting. This phenomenon is evidently contrary to reason. In the context of soul possession, if a soul could seamlessly harmonize with any physical form, would the practice of possession still be deemed sinister? It is precisely because both soul and body are intricately matched that any attempt to usurp another's essence incurs the cost of defying fate. Only those with great fortune or exceptional abilities, who have cultivated a true avatar, may gain additional lives. Furthermore, he has discerned that, should he desire, it seems his soul could detach from the body, as if this vessel were truly an extension of himself. This revelation is almost too difficult for him to fathom. Although he harbors disdain for this corporeal form, being that of a decrepit woman, it is a calamity for someone so vain and concerned with personal appearance. Still, possessing a body is preferable to lacking one entirely. Despite not yet fully grasping the conditions and reasons for the increased density of his soul power, he surmises, based on his feelings and experiences, that his true cultivation may not pertain to the body, but rather to the refinement of the heart. Thus, he remains indifferent to the absence of spiritual roots. After all, even if they existed, this elderly woman would merely possess a false spiritual root, and at her age, the likelihood of awakening her spirit remains uncertain. He discreetly winked at Lian Yi, whom he deemed the most astute, signaling them not to worry, while maintaining a posture of sipping tea with his head bowed. Indeed, Lian Yi, who had been feeling uneasy, instantly grasped the elder's intention. Was there something they wished to discuss away from the presence of the great-uncle? Given the circumstances, the elder seemed neither anxious nor disheartened, suggesting that matters might not be as they had anticipated. Although Lian Wanshan had remained silent, Lian Yi, having spent considerable time with the elder, was quite familiar with certain expressions and subtle gestures, which provided her with a sense of reassurance. Lian Qinyuan, oblivious to these nuanced actions, was buoyed by the results of his spiritual root assessment and eagerly sought to have the villagers tested as well. Perhaps the bountiful mountains and pristine waters here were not exclusive to the descendants of the Lian family. He was determined to extend this opportunity to those in neighboring villages. Apart from Lian Wanshan, who seemed too frail to venture out, he intended to rally everyone else. Consequently, Lian Shanghai received Lian Qinyuan's directive and, along with his family, set off to find the village chief. As they departed, Lian Qinyuan reminded them, "Just convey the message. I shall remain here for a day. Missing this celestial opportunity shall mean it will not wait for us." After all, he was not recruiting for a sect, but rather seeking talents for the Lian family, as the official assessment would come in a few years. Just then, a thought struck him regarding Lian Yi and Lian Y, prompting him to call out to Lian Y, "Wait, take this hidden spirit pendant with you." This charm could obscure the properties of the spiritual root, remaining undetectable beneath the Yuan Ying level. As he spoke, he produced a jade pendant that shimmered with a verdant glow. He then explained that although Xiao Yi and Xiao Duo possessed commendable talents to outsiders, they appeared merely as cultivators with 3 and 2 spiritual roots respectively, while Xiao Y, being a single spiritual root cultivator, stood out conspicuously. In truth, from Lian Qinyuan's perspective, Xiao Yi's singular type was truly extraordinary, unique in its brilliance, and the most remarkable aspect was that most people failed to recognize it. The aptitude of a cultivator is typically assessed using a spiritual measuring plate, yet the attributes of spiritual roots can be discerned easily by those with a higher cultivation level, particularly those who have advanced by at least one major tier. This is due to the fact that cultivators with different spiritual roots exhibit distinct colors in their escape lights as they move. Unbeknownst to many, cultivators with 5 spiritual roots have escape lights that resemble a rainbow. Conversely, the single spiritual root cultivator is still far too conspicuous. Xiao Wei's cultivation level was regrettably low, which could lead to complications. Lin Xinyuan also recalled that a longevity fruit tree had recently emerged in the Lingyun country, although it belonged to their Lingxiao sect. Its sudden appearance in the mundane realm had caused the news to leak. This matter could no longer be concealed, and many cultivators, particularly loose cultivators, were likely to take action. Consequently, it was probable that some cultivators would be moving about in the mundane realm soon. The dispositions of cultivators vary greatly, and there are certainly those with malicious intent. Should they encounter Lin Wai, it could spell disaster. After dismissing a large group of people, only Lin Xiyuan and Lin Wanshan remained at home. Lin Xiyuan chose not to converse with the elderly woman, surmising that they belonged to the category of individuals who simply could not find common ground. He strolled casually in the courtyard, observing his brother's living conditions. Years ago, he had assisted his brother in arranging this house, yet after several centuries, his brother now had 18 generations of descendants. The small courtyard is meticulously maintained, vibrant, and immaculate. One corner is adorned with a trellis, entwined with morning glories and bearing various edibles such as loofahs and pumpkins. The garden also boasts fruit trees, particularly a pear tree nestled by the wall, its fragrant bounty filling the air. Even Lin Xinyuan, who typically exhibits discernment, could not resist. He summoned a large pear with his spiritual energy and promptly devoured it. As he indulged, memories of Lin Wanshan surfaced. He plucked another pear and levitated it towards him, saying, "Elder, would you care for one?" Lin Wanshan leisurely accepted the sizable pear, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, and began to savor it, seemingly disinterested in engaging in conversation. Lin Xinyuan shook his head, at a loss for words. This elderly woman, with her haughty demeanor, bore no resemblance to ordinary mortals, which struck him as quite peculiar. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere was short-lived, as Aunt Zhou from the neighboring Dogden's household soon arrived with several of Dogden's brothers to assess their spiritual roots. Upon stepping outside, Lin Wai promptly informed his close friend Dogdan, and Aunt Zhou, embracing the adage of first come, first served, hurried over. Witnessing their arrival, Lin Qiyuan quickly adopted an ethereal demeanor, retrieving his flying artifact from his storage pouch, which transformed into a cloud-like form, floating gracefully in midair. He seated himself atop it and produced an iron spiritwood table, upon which he placed a jug of spiritual wine and a feather duster, presenting an impressive celestial countenance. Lin Wanshan was taken aback, astonished that among his own descendants, there existed one even more ostentatious than himself. Lin Xinyuan chose to ignore him, and truly, that elderly woman was quite unlikable. She had just given him a pear, yet her incessant chatter could not be silenced. Was he not merely enhancing the reputation of the Lin family? It seemed she did not comprehend this. Chapter 30. An unexpected turn that day. The Lin residence was bustling with visitors, the threshold nearly worn to tatters. Only he and Lin Yi remained, while Lin Wai attended to the guests. There was no other choice. Their elder only concerned himself with his ethereal demeanor, leaving the burdensome tasks to them. It was not due to any other reason, but rather the incessant annoyance from the Chao family had left them utterly exasperated. The results of the spiritual root assessment were rather disheartening. Apart from a 15-year-old boy named Li Taiju from the northern village of Lanchao, who possessed a 5-element spiritual root, there were no other promising candidates. This included the Chao family members who were ingratiating themselves here, in a close-knit community, even if there were indeed children with spiritual roots. Persuading them to venture to the Meikuan realm would prove challenging. Li Taiju's spiritual root aptitude was subpar, with each type falling below 50%. Thus, without a significant opportunity, he was unlikely to progress far in cultivation. However, Li Taiju's plight was pitiable, an orphan without support. He himself expressed a yearning to journey to the Meikuan realm. Lin Xinyuan was carefree, Lin Zhonghai was loyal, and Lin Yi and Lin Wai followed in their temperament. So there was no refusal to Li Taiju's aspirations. They finally managed to send off the lingering members of the Chao family, and in a swift motion, Lin Xinyuan stored away his ostentatious belongings. Meanwhile, Lin Wai, taken with Lin Chunyuan's flying artifact, approached him with flattery. Elder uncle, is that cloud-like thing a flying artifact? May I touch it? Lin Chunyuan gently patted Lin Yi's head, displaying a sense of indulgence towards this promising child of the Lin family. Very well, quickly gather your belongings. We shall set forth in an hour. By then, not only will you be able to touch, but you will also be able to sit. As he spoke, he turned to provide further clarification. All matters have been resolved. It is time to depart. He then addressed Li Taizhu, saying, when you leave, do make a trip to your village. If there is anything you wish to take along, it can all be brought together. With that, he produced several white pouches. Adorned with intricately embroidered scenes of clouds and mist, the corners embellished with the character for Lien. These are storage pouches, capacious enough to hold anything you cannot bear to part with. They require spiritual awareness to open, and Taizhu, Shanghai, you may find them difficult to access. Thus, let Xiaoyi and Xiaowai assist you. Furthermore, it was well known throughout the 10-mile radius that they were here to test for spiritual roots, and lingering any longer would be inappropriate. Lin Chunyuan extended his spiritual awareness and overheard the conversations within the surrounding homes. The villagers were merely aware of his status as a cultivator, hoping to seek favors from him. Some had even notified their relatives in other villages, contemplating sending their children the next day to test their spiritual roots in hopes of fortuitous outcomes. Meanwhile, the Chao family was in the ancestral hall, lighting incense while holding a slip of paper inscribed with red characters, igniting it above the incense. This was a bundle of incense sticks, specifically meant to convey messages among blood relatives of the same lineage. Such as the myriad of human experiences, this is the essence of humanity. Lin Chunyuan was unfazed by it all. Mortal beings are driven by their myriad emotions and desires, facing countless tribulations. It was not only him. Should Lin Yi and Lin Y reveal their magical abilities, those same individuals would surely come seeking them. Indeed, since the emergence of a cultivator from the Chao family, many had come to seek their assistance. In this village, there are both locals and outsiders. The others are not foolish. Upon hearing the words of the elder, they all comprehend the situation. Although they do not possess the profound awareness of Lin Chunyuan, they can discern from the demeanor of the Chao family head that others are similarly informed. Lin Zhahai sighed, realizing that some acquaintances had already begun to make demands. Understanding that such matters were inevitable, it would be better to depart cleanly and resolve everything once and for all. He called out and took the lead in tidying up. Qian Xiu'er, Lian Degu, and Hua Xiaoduo also emerged to lend a hand, while only Lin Wanshan sat idly at the entrance, watching everyone busily work while munching on sunflower seeds. However, he was not entirely inactive. He was directing the children to assist. Xiaoyi, dig up that grapevine from our corridor. Its flavor is truly delightful, and I relish it, he instructed. Xiaowai, bring me that zeaton-wood frame bed. It is made from 1,000-year-old ancient sandalwood and possesses a certain spirit. I sleep so comfortably on it. Shaduo, have you finished packing your things? If you are done, please help me carry the trunk. I have completed my own packing as well. And that young lad, was it Taizhu? Xiaoyi has brewed a considerable amount of peach wine, buried in the backyard. Could you assist the elder in fetching it? The children he directed spun around in a flurry, while Lin Chunyuan cast him sidelong glances. However, fearing further confrontation, he remained silent. Once they had finished tidying up, Lin Zhahai locked the courtyard gate, entrusted the fields to Aunt Zhou's family, and even provided them with 200 taels of silver to assist in watching over the courtyard. He also handed over various culinary recipes and cooking insights, which he had meticulously copied by hand to Godan, thus fulfilling the bond of master and disciple. Moreover, Lin Hai enlisted the assistance of Lin Chunyuan to send a letter to the village chief from a distance, detailing the family's relocation to the realm of immortality. With the gratitude and reluctance of Aunt Zhou's family lingering in the air, they soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Lin Y clutched tightly to Lin Yi's garment with one hand while steadying the flying artifact with the other. Utterly devoid of the spirited demeanor he had displayed moments before takeoff, his face turned pale, as if he were on the verge of fainting. Before Lin Chunyuan could express his disdain, Lin Yi beat him to it, exclaiming, "You spineless coward! What are you afraid of? Didn't our ancestor employ a protective shield? We won't plummet." Such an embarrassing display. Was Lin Y destined to be the first cultivator to succumb to acrophobia? Did he not see how unafraid Brother Taizhu and Sister Xiaoduo were? Sister Xiaoduo's face glowed with excitement, a stark contrast to Lin Y's trepidation. Truly, he was all show and no substance. In the background, Lien Qinyuan's leisurely voice echoed, "Should anyone dare to vomit aboard my ancestor's cloud vessel?" Umph. The unspoken threat in his tone was evident to all, aside from Lien Wanshan, who closed his eyes in apparent disinterest. The sound of collective gulping filled the cloud vessel. Even if one felt nauseous, they had to endure it. Lien Yi struggled to suppress the queasiness that threatened to overwhelm him due to the rapid speed, caught in a dilemma of whether to cry or vomit. The bittersweet sensation was clear to him alone, just as he began to acclimate to the swift flight. The faintly shimmering green and gold protective barrier of the vessel suddenly swayed. Lien Yi looked up and was met with a dark cloud of crows descending upon them. Chapter 31. How about becoming my disciple, dear immortal? A dense flock of crows surged forward, and just as Lien Yi felt her heart race, they scattered with a mere touch. She did not observe any peculiar movements from Lien Qinyuan, only witnessing him flick his long sleeves, unleashing a wave of golden energy that spread like celestial blossoms, striking the black crows with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, their numbers diminished significantly. The cloud boat hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and apart from Lien Qinyuan, the others remained silent. However, Lien Wanshan, Lien Yi, and the rest of the family appeared slightly pale, their expressions tinged with anxiety. After all, for Lien Chanhai and his companions, witnessing such a scene for the first time rendered it impossible to feel unperturbed. They huddled closely together, as if seeking strength and reassurance from one another. In her ears, Lien Qinyuan's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, rang out, "Do not hide in the shadows, esteemed guests. Do you think this humble practitioner is unaware of your identities? Such a greeting seems rather uncouth. Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves, Master by Mo and Fairy Xin Rue?" Lien Yi was taken aback. Acquaintances? Addressing them in such a manner? Indeed, as soon as Lien Qinyuan's words fell, his voice, though gentle and soft, resonated differently in her ears. It surged like thunder, crashing into her mind with an overwhelming force, as if poised to shatter her consciousness. Instinctively, Lien Yi struggled to suppress the tumultuous desires swirling within her head, while also channeling her spiritual awareness to help suppress that fierce, destructive power affecting her nearest kin. Simultaneously, her gaze darted anxiously towards the other members of the Lien family. Her consciousness was limited, and thus her power was also constrained. Yet, if she did not attempt it, would she not forfeit all chances? Fortunately, her concerns were unwarranted, for it seemed that everyone merely experienced a fleeting moment. That forceful energy abruptly vanished. The expressions of her family, which had initially contorted in pain, transformed into confusion a moment later. A gentle voice, laced with intrigue, whispered in her ear, Suddenly, a couple materialized from the air. Upon a closer inspection, she was taken aback once more. The man was tall and slender, adorned in a white robe and cap, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, while the woman was strikingly majestic, clad in fiery red, towering even above the man by half a head. How utterly mismatched they appeared. However, the woman cast her gaze directly upon her, raising an eyebrow with evident interest. "Old thief Lien, this little girl is rather impressive. She can withstand my husband's lion's roar." Even though he employed only a minuscule fraction of his power, primarily aimed at intimidation without causing actual harm, the girl managed to perceive it so swiftly and resist it, which is truly remarkable. I had heard that the Lien family had fallen and was recently seeking promising talents to revive their lineage. It seems that the old thief Lien has indeed discovered a gem. With this thought, Fairy Xinrue's eyes sparkled, though her demeanor suggested she was not entirely pleased. She turned to Lien Yi and beckoned her with a gesture, her voice dripping with temptation. "Little girl, I find your talent quite exceptional. The old thief of the Lien family is not a good person. Consider this. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Once again, she introduced herself. "Both my partner and I are gold core cultivators from the Qingshu sect, with our master being a nascent soul elder. Should you choose to join our ranks, a promising future awaits you." As she spoke, her gaze roamed over Lien Yi, growing increasingly pleased. The girl appeared diminutive, hardly 10 years of age, yet she had already reached the third level of Qi refinement, with a faint purple aura emanating from her, suggesting the presence of a thunderous spiritual root. Her family's lion god Roar sought a successor with such abilities, yet thunderous roots were rare and elusive. For many years, they had been unable to locate a suitable candidate. This only fortified her determination to claim the girl as her own. She offered Lien Yi a smile she believed to be exceedingly kind. "Little one, the Qingshu sect is one of the 4 major sections. The Lin family currently lacks even a single nascent soul cultivator. A wise child would surely recognize the better choice. Lin Yi was perplexed. Why had this celestial being's attention turned to her? Shiner, gaining confidence with each word, thought to herself that people naturally aspire to greater heights. And she believed this girl to be intelligent. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She produced a small wooden token and raised it toward Lin Yi. By the way, what is your name? I shall inscribe it today, and you will become my direct disciple. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming dryness in her throat. She would much prefer to avoid such fervent attention. She glanced at Lin Qinyuan, who appeared indifferent, merely following Shiner's gaze without any intention of intervening. She cast another glance at Lin Wanshan, who was stroking his smooth chin with an expression of contemplation as he regarded Xinrui and the Bai Mao couple, lost in thought. Truly, relying on mountains can lead to their collapse, and depending on people can result in their departure. Her father seemed eager to assist her out of this predicament. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Xinrui shot him a glare, rendering everyone speechless, with the exception of Lin Yi. Fortunately, it appeared that there were no other pressing issues. Otherwise, her great-uncle would likely have intervened. Lin Yi hesitated before speaking. I am surnamed Lin. Xinrui nodded. Oh, Lin what? Lin. Immediately, her brows furrowed, and she turned her ire towards Lin Qinyuan, exclaiming, I wonder why this old rogue has fallen silent. It turns out this is your own child, and you believe she cannot be taken away, do you? Beside her. The Bai Mao real man chuckled derisively and tugged at Xinrui's sleeve, saying, My dear, do not be vexed. This old rogue has been unscrupulous for quite some time. Let it be. That girl is merely a trifling 3 spirit roots. We shall seek out a more promising spirit root elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi released a breath of relief, yet her curiosity was piqued. It seemed there was a profound enmity with the Lin family. However, they did not resort to extreme measures, and her great-uncle remained remarkably composed. Were they foes or allies? Meanwhile, Lin Qinyuan was reveling in his audacity, laughing heartily. Entirely unconcerned by the couple's remarks, his expression unequivocally conveyed, This is my own child. What can you do about it? Your efforts are in vain. Xinrui gritted her teeth, feeling a sense of injustice. Isn't the longevity fruit tree in this realm? It cannot be far from here, can it? Aren't you curious enough to take a look? You are already over 600 years old, aren't you? Alas, still without the Yuan. Are you preparing for your demise? Or is it that you have fallen so low that you cannot even procure a single longevity fruit? Lin Qinyuan, unaffected by provocation, maintained his composure. Not at all. The revered Bai Mao has already reached 700 years. It appears, dear fairy, that you are at least a decade older than Bai Mao. Lin Qinyuan's sharp tongue was not reserved solely for his kin. He unleashed his barbs indiscriminately upon outsiders as well. Lin Yi observed the rapid transformation of Bai Mao and Shiner's expressions, shifting from a visible crimson to a deep violet, particularly Shiner. For no woman would tolerate the revelation of her age in public. Without uttering a word, she unleashed a palm strike. And Lin Yi felt as though the cloud vessel had plunged into tumultuous waves, nearly capsizing. Lin Qinyuan retaliated with a flurry of punches, countering midair. And after a considerable struggle, he managed to stabilize the vessel's precarious position. He was genuinely apprehensive. Shiner was notoriously domineering and troublesome, and should he further provoke her, she might well upend the entire ship and its crew. If it were only himself at stake, it would be one matter, but today, with so many of his kin aboard, he could not afford such a loss. With this thought in mind, he once again extended his sincere intentions. Might the fairy be yearning for the longevity fruit? Chapter 32. A heartfelt sacrifice. She was already in a state of distress. Despite possessing the plasticity elixir that promised eternal youth, her true age revealed her to be a veritable elder. Having been trapped in the late stage of the Jedon for nearly 3 centuries, her master, the esteemed Pufeng Jinjuan, a formidable half-step Huashan cultivator, was one of the rare 3 9-rank alchemists within this realm. Yet, despite her awareness that the master of the sect surely possessed the longevity elixir, a creation of her own master, she felt utterly unworthy of claiming it. The master had bestowed upon her a longevity fruit, and her master had given her another. As for the rest, the master advised her to wait until the next harvest of longevity fruits within the sect, when she could receive 2 more. However, the notion of waiting was utterly impractical for her. The sect possessed but a single longevity fruit tree, which bore a mere 6 fruits every 60 years. Even if one were to consume a longevity fruit or the longevity elixir only once in a lifetime, The scarcity echoed the adage of too many monks and too little porridge. Thus, she was compelled to seek the longevity fruits elsewhere. Both she and her husband required the longevity elixir. Her master's success rate in producing the elixir was less than 30%. Hence, to be prudent, she needed to prepare materials for 6 furnaces, requiring 6 longevity fruits. Unfortunately, her master had failed to produce even 2. Now, having exhausted their financial and material resources, they had barely managed to gather enough primary ingredients for 1 furnace, resorting to substitutes where necessary, but the longevity fruit remained elusive. 5 months prior, she and her husband had received news of a longevity fruit tree discovered in the kingdom of Ling Xi. At that time, they were in the western desolation seeking another principal ingredient, the Gigi grass, for the longevity elixir. Upon hearing the news, they hurriedly made their way there, fearing they might miss the opportunity. Just as they were consumed by anxiety, their eyes caught sight of Lian Xinyuan, leisurely piloting a flying vessel, gliding effortlessly past them. A stark contrast to their own frantic state. At that moment, her frustration reached a boiling point. Now, her anger had only intensified. What a jest! If I am not in search of the longevity fruit, what purpose do I have in this mortal realm? Lian Xinyuan gestured towards the distance, saying, surely. The esteemed couple has heard of the longevity fruit tree in the kingdom of Ling Xi. I have personally sent the leader of Ling Fa to come forth. You may wish to assess the situation. When it comes to understanding the dynamics of this couple and their sect, none could rival Lian Xinyuan. Even if the Qingshu sect and Lingshao Pavilion could directly acquire the longevity fruit on a sect basis, it would not simply be handed to them. Moreover, the sect leader had already bestowed upon them the longevity fruit, making another request not only unreasonable but also unlikely to yield results. As this topic unfolded, the ears of the Lian family members perked up, particularly Lian Wanshan, who exchanged knowing glances with Lian Yi and subtly nodded towards Lian Qiwan. Following the gaze of their ancestor, Lian Yi indeed caught a fleeting moment of discomfort on her great-uncle's face. Could it be that her great-uncle was a scoundrel who had abandoned the disciple of the Shiner fairy? This thought made the seeming coldness she felt from him suddenly seem quite reasonable. Unfortunately, Shiner appeared disinclined to address the matter, as if to say, do you have the audacity to feign ignorance with us, taking us for fools? Lian Xinyuan raised his hands in exasperation, seemingly losing patience due to her revelations. Your presence here is merely a waste of time. I have already laid out a clear path for you, should you choose not to pursue it. I cannot conjure the longevity fruit from thin air. Though our Lian family boasts a legacy spanning thousands of years, such precious resources cannot simply be given away. Even if they exist, they are not to be dispensed casually. This is the very foundation of our Lian lineage, not something to be distributed at will. As the flames of revelation ignited, Xin Rue directly pierced through Lian Xinyuan's defenses, declaring, you old scoundrel, let us speak plainly. My master is poofing. How could I be unaware of the matters concerning the longevity fruit tree? While others may be oblivious, as one of the core disciples of a grand sect, with a master of considerable stature within our order, it is inconceivable that she would remain uninformed. Lian Xinyuan stubbornly denied, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. With a flick of her hand, Xin Rue enveloped the surroundings in a veil of delicate black mist. Lian Wanshan subtly moved his lips toward Lian Yi, who nodded in understanding. This was indeed a barrier. Instinctively, Lian Yi sensed that Xin Rue was about to unveil significant secrets. You cannot possibly tell me that you are unaware of the events that transpired 50,000 years ago when the Ascension pathway abruptly vanished from the void, and the Ascension Tower emerged. Whenever the Ascension Tower appears, within a month, a longevity fruit tree inevitably follows. Is it not true that your Lingshao sect's longevity fruit tree was contributed by your Lian family? Was it not your ancestor, Lian Wanshan, who ascended from Wanjian Peak and summoned the Ascension Tower? Has this matter now intertwined with your lineage? Casting a fleeting glance at Lian Wanshan, Lian Yi noted the slight furrow of his brows, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. Even though Xin Rue employed a soundproofing spell, her voice remained subdued. Lian Xinyuan stood with one hand behind his back, his demeanor unchanged, neither confirming nor denying. Since you have stated that the longevity fruit tree has already been claimed by the sect, even if it was submitted by my Lian family, it no longer belongs to us. We possess none of it. If it were the case, how could my cousin Qingguang have succumbed? The upheaval at Yining Mountain not only claimed Qingguang but also the Yuan Ing cultivators from the 4 major sects, alongside countless foundation establishment and core formation practitioners. The younger disciples may tremble at the mere mention of the demonic specter, yet they understand that the true horror of the demonic specter extends far beyond the visible. In situations like Qingguang's, even the life-extending fruit proves futile. No matter how much one consumes, it will be devoured by the demonic aura, which in turn nourishes and intensifies that very aura, leading to a vicious cycle of transformation that ultimately renders it better to end one's life prematurely. Thus, it is not that Qingguang could not afford the life-extending fruit, but rather that he could not consume it. Xinrui crossed her arms. Engaging in a playful banter with her husband, he simply wishes to negotiate. Does he not? Are you not aware of his nature? This rascal has been cunning since childhood. And even in his old age, he remains unchanged. With a raised eyebrow and a smirk, she continued, Speak. What is it that you desire? Today, the fairy is in a rather good mood. Perhaps I might grant your request. Lin Chengyuan arched an eyebrow, casting a glance at the esteemed Baimo Xinren, who snorted in response. Am I to presume you have taken a liking to me? Lin Chengyuan laughed heartily. I have long heard of the virtuous couples techniques, which are said to be inherited from ancient practitioners. Particularly, the Lion Goddess Roar is a rare attack method targeting spiritual consciousness. I, Lin Chengyuan, am not one to be lacking in etiquette. I would not covet Brother Baimo's foundational technique. However, I have heard of a unique accompanying technique, the mountain-slaying palm, which emerged alongside the Lion Goddess Roar. Due to its exceptional requirements for spiritual roots and qualifications, it has yet to find a successor. I wonder if you might be willing to part with it? Chapter 33. The negotiation falls apart. Who in your family possesses a fully realized golden spiritual root cultivator? Baimo's expression was taut, tinged with an undercurrent of vigilance. After searching for a successor for so many years, he had two intentions. One was for the Lion Goddess Roar, and the other was to find an heir for the mountain-slapping palm. Unfortunately, the requirements for cultivating the mountain-slapping palm were exceedingly stringent, necessitating a cultivator with a fully realized golden spiritual root. Could it be that you have one in your family? Both the Lion Goddess Roar and the mountain-slapping palm were treasures he had acquired through serendipity from the ancient cultivator's cave, and they comprised an entire system of techniques. Upon obtaining them, he discovered they were a set of superior methods of the earthly extremes. The Lion Goddess Roar was solely focused on spiritual consciousness, while the mountain-slapping palm was more comprehensive. Although it was primarily concerned with the extension of spells, a portion of it dealt with the refinement of spiritual awareness. From the perspective of the esteemed Baimo, this aspect of spiritual techniques was undoubtedly the quintessence of the entire collection. Contemporary cultivators often prioritize physical prowess and the boundlessness of spells, neglecting the significance of spiritual awareness. However, as a practitioner of the Lion Goddess Roar, he was acutely aware of the myriad advantages conferred by a powerful consciousness. Though his own mastery was lacking, he had experienced several advancements propelled by the strength of his spiritual awareness, enhancing his physical cultivation. Lin Qinyuan shook his head, a light-hearted expression laced with a hint of amusement, rendering him inscrutable. He produced a chair from seemingly nowhere and seated himself in midair opposite Baimo and Xinrui. Of course not, he declared. Thus the mountain-slapping palm can only be considered a supplementary technique. But what if, in the future, my family does possess one? How can you be so certain that my family will not have a fully realized golden spiritual root cultivator in the days to come? A solitary brow furrowed in the vast desert, nearly robbed of breath by the unexpected words of Lin Qinyuan. How could it be? Which family could possibly possess a fully realized golden spiritual root cultivator, if not the Lin family? The Lin household, whether cursed or otherwise afflicted, was known for its individuals bearing only wood spiritual roots. Typically, those with wood roots are of a gentle disposition, yet the old rogue before her might be an anomaly. Even those with a singular wood spiritual root, when compared to other singular cultivators, often exhibit relatively weaker combat prowess. Should a fully realized spiritual root truly exist, it would undoubtedly belong to a singular root cultivator. Just as she was about to voice her indignation, she was restrained by Xinrui. She had no fear of Lin Qinyuan making demands, as long as he had the audacity to request something. It indicated that he possessed a means to procure the elusive longevity fruit. How precious that fruit was! Relying on her master's esteemed reputation and her own standing within the sect, she had managed to acquire merely two. Her interest in Lin Qinyuan stemmed from her knowledge that the Lin family once owned a longevity fruit tree. However, it was later rumored that the Lin family had offered this tree to the sect. Given this history, if the Lin family sought the longevity fruit, it was inconceivable that Ling Xiao's sect would deny them. Moreover, she strongly suspected that the Lin family might be concealing some for themselves. Yet, she was acutely aware that even if they had some, What reason would they have to part with it for her? It would require a sacrifice on their part. If Lin Xinyuan were to make a trivial request, it would only lead her to believe he was deliberately toying with them. Lin Xinyuan lowered his gaze to admire his hands, as white as jade. My ancestor ascended nearly 30,000 years ago. The longevity fruit tree indeed has some connection to my family, but even with the lingering affection of my ancestor, after 30 millennia, little remains, if any exists. It would be due to the contributions of Lian Chengwang to the sect, and the meager remnants of the ancestral connection to Lian Wanshan. Even though the sect would not provide Lian Chengwang with longevity pills given the circumstances, should they allow the internal alchemists to concoct them, the sect would likely turn a blind eye. After all, the Lian family, with its heritage spanning millennia, possessed the capability to gather the primary ingredients required for the longevity pills, even if the malevolent energy gnawed at their lifespan. Assisting Master Chengwang in extending his life would at least delay his eventual demise. Even an additional century might yield a solution. When Lin Xinyuan expressed these sentiments, there was an element of self-pity, yet it also reflected the bitterness of the Lian family. Lacking a ninth-tier alchemist, they were subject to exploitation by others. The sect leader had benevolently aided them in assembling a batch of materials, which was commendable. However, when they sought the expertise of the ninth-tier alchemist, Lord Qisong from the Wanfage, not only did they end up with a failed concoction, but they also found themselves deprived of several valuable resources. Consequently, when word of this reached Lin Xinguang, he vehemently refused to accept it and, in his anguish, unleashed the suppressed malevolent energy within him, causing him immense suffering and hastening his demise. The longevity fruit tree had once been gifted to the sect, but the then head of the Lian family was astute. He relinquished all benefits from the sect and entered into his secret contract with the sect's hidden garden. This agreement allowed the Lian family to harvest 6 fruits every 60 years, of which they received a mere 1. However, one should not underestimate this single fruit. Over the years, the Lian family had accumulated a considerable number. With these longevity fruits, they could exchange for many desired items. Now, with Beima and Xinrui having come to them, Lin Xinyuan saw no reason to be courteous. I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of the venerable Master Pu Fengxian. As his disciple, the enchanting fairy Xinrui, my skills in alchemy could be described as transcendent. If I could acquire your profound alchemical techniques, I, Lin Xinyuan, assure you that I shall do everything in my power to procure a longevity fruit for you. As the grand elder of the Lian family, I possess a certain credibility in this regard. However, scarcely had the words left my lips when Lin Yi beheld an ominous cloud of darkness enveloping the air. Lin Xinyuan was entirely shrouded in that very mist. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi was seized by terror. It was not mere mist, but rather the billowing of black flames. Lin Xinyuan stood firm, yet the chair he once occupied had vanished. In his hand appeared a dual-colored sword of gold and green. In his ear, Xinrui's voice resounded in a fit of exasperation. You audacious rogue! How dare you presume to demand my alchemical techniques, the culmination of my lifetime of dedication? I would scarcely be inclined to share them even with my own most cherished disciple. The technique of the mountain palm, Xinrui deemed rather superfluous, for it was of little use to her and bore a daunting threshold. Should she choose to relinquish it, it would matter little. Yet to demand her alchemical techniques was an affront beyond measure. Her talent for alchemy was exceedingly high, having already attained the rank of a 7th-tier alchemist. It is fair to say that had she not been constrained by her cultivation, she might very well become the next 9th-tier alchemist. Lin Xinyuan remained unfazed. Shrugging his shoulders, if the fairy and the esteemed master of the 100 deserts lack sincerity, then our negotiations have reached an impasse. Should you reconsider? You are welcome to seek me out at the Lin family. I trust you have not forgotten which way the doors of the Lin family swing open. With that, he turned his gaze away from the two, sheathed his sword, and with a flourish of his sleeve, ascended to his cloud vessel, channeling his spiritual energy to depart in the opposite direction. The two individuals exchanged glances, their thoughts shrouded in mystery. On the cloud boat, Lin Xinyuan elegantly waved his sleeve before taking a seat. He beckoned to Lin Yi, saying, if you manage to acquire the mountain palm technique, dear Yi, make sure to practice diligently. Lin Yi, taken aback, exclaimed, oh. Chapter 34. Suspicion on the cloud boat. The atmosphere regained its liveliness. Come, come. Let us indulge in some fine wine. Chong Hai, do you not have some peanuts with you? Do not delay in bringing them forth. Lien Chong Hai, blushing with embarrassment, hurried to his son, urging him to retrieve the peanuts. The mention of peanuts by his elder in such a public setting was quite disconcerting for him. Truth be told, he had not intended to bring them. It was his elder who suggested it, remarking on the tedium of the journey, especially after seeing their ancestor with sunflower seeds. As Lin Wei fished out a bag of peanuts, curiosity compelled him to inquire, "Didn't you say one must possess a full-value golden spirit root?" He himself possessed a full-value wood spirit root and regretted not having the mountain palm technique, which sounded impressively formidable and surely suited him. Lin Yi, equally intrigued, had not anticipated that this matter would also pertain to her. Lin Qinyuan, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Who says so? That is merely a sign of their ignorance. The mountain palm technique is originally from our Lin family, a legacy bequeathed by your ancestor, Lin Wanshan." As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Yi was caught off guard, choking on her own saliva. Her gaze instinctively darted towards Lin Wanshan, and not just hers, the eyes of the entire family. Save for the unknowing Li Taizhu and Lin Qinyuan, were drawn to Lin Wanshan. Lin Qinyuan cast a perplexed glance at Lin Wanshan, puzzled. "What are you all staring at?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. Lin Qinyuan furrowed his brow, choosing to remain silent. However, he could not shake the growing doubts he harbored regarding Lin Wanshan. Such suspicions were warranted, for the circumstances were undeniably peculiar. Although Lin Qinyuan had spent little time mingling with Lin Zhonghai's family in the mortal realm, he sensed that the true head of the household was, in fact, the elderly matron. Despite her status as an elder, the dynamics between the mortal world and their cultivation realm were starkly different. Typically, elderly women relied on their descendants. It was quite unusual for someone of her age to assert authority while appearing to command the family's respect and concern. Their lives seemed almost too comfortable. Lin Wanshan maintained an impassive demeanor, behaving as if he were oblivious to Lin Qinyuan's scrutinizing gaze, exuding an air of calm indifference. He casually cracked sunflower seeds and took a swig from a wine pouch, savoring the peach wine brewed by Lin Yi. Lin Qinyuan observed him intently, even employing his spiritual energy to assess the matron's age, discovering that she was merely an elderly woman, one nearing the end of her days, with no signs of abnormality. Yet, it was precisely this normalcy that struck him as unsettling. Logically, a typical old woman would have been thoroughly frightened by the earlier events. Although he himself was merely a golden core cultivator, he was considered a celestial being in the mortal realm. Why then, did he feel no trace of the exhilaration one would expect from an immortal? Instead, there was an unmistakable disdain directed towards him. As he reflected on Lin Yi and Lin Wei's solid foundations and substantial spiritual energy at such tender ages, he could not help but feel a swell of pride for his exceptional children during their recent confrontation with Mo. Yet, it was impossible to dismiss the curiosity that lingered within him. "Ancestor, what on earth is happening? Pray, enlighten me, how did this matter suddenly intertwine with our venerable forebear?" Lin Yi is a perceptive child, adept at discerning subtle clues. Although Bozo remained silent, Lin Yi sensed something from the fleeting glance he cast towards the ancestor. While Lin Yi was oblivious to the ancestor's thoughts, she understood that since he had not disclosed his identity to Bozo, she must remain discreet. Despite Bozo's status, her allegiance lay with the ancestor, who was also her and Lin Wei's mentor. Lin Qinyuan, with narrowed eyes, recognized the girl's protective intent, though clever. She was still too young and inexperienced. However, he chose not to shatter her innocence. Taking a sip of his drink, he continued the conversation initiated by Lin Yi, saying, "The mountain-slapping palm is an ancient technique acquired by our ancestor Lin Wanshan during his travels to other realms. At that time, the Makoan realm was interconnected with other realms, teeming with powerful practitioners." With a sigh, Lin Qinyuan seemed to reminisce about something. The ancestor was a free-spirited individual with many friends, one of whom, a transformation stage cultivator, borrowed this technique from him. At that time, it was of no use to the Lin family, and the friend offered an irresistible token of gratitude, prompting the ancestor's agreement. However, that friend later vanished, leaving the matter unresolved. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of the esteemed Jinren of the 100 Deserts. These events are meticulously documented in the notes left by Lin Wanshan. It is said that only cultivators with a full gold spiritual root can master the mountain-slapping palm. Yet our ancestor clearly stated that those with a thunder spiritual root could also practice it, requiring no more than a 90 proficiency. Secondly, the lion goddess Roar requires a practitioner with a thunder root, and it is unreasonable that the mountain-slapping palm, being of the same origin, cannot be cultivated by one with a thunder root. Furthermore, the thunder root is an extraordinary spiritual root, fundamentally derived from gold. Thus, it is assured that Xiao Yi can certainly cultivate the mountain-slapping palm. Although Lin Yuan is somewhat ostentatious and affected, his intellect remains sharp. He had been troubled, pondering how Xiao Yi, with her exceptional talent, lacked a suitable cultivation method. Their family had never seen a practitioner with a thunder root, and even within the sect, such practitioners and their techniques were exceedingly rare. Just when Lin Yuan was deep in thought, fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly. Lian suddenly understood, recalling how their ancestor had gazed thoughtfully at someone just moments ago. However, would the master by Mo and Fairy Xine Rue really come? Hadn't their earlier discussion ended in discord? Lian harbored doubts about whether her great-uncle was overly optimistic, noting the expression on Xine Rue's face, which seemed to convey a desire to devour Lin Yuan whole. Yet, Lin Yuan remained confident. Of course they will. You are being naive. Both of them are prodigies, even leaders in their respective fields. How could they accept the notion of nearing the end of their lifespan? Master by Mo had a better chance, being merely a step away from the nascent soul stage. If absolutely necessary, he could forcefully forge a nascent soul. If he could procure a conception pill, there was still hope. However, Xine Rue was far from that point. Over the years, she had exhausted all her resources in pursuit of the longevity pill, making her desperation widely known. Yet, in comparison to extending one's lifespan, what were the alchemical techniques and mountain-slapping palm worth? She is the foremost disciple of the esteemed Master Park Function, possessing an extraordinary talent for alchemy, which has earned her the master's favor and a high status within the sect. However, if her lifespan were to come to an end, she would lose everything. For someone like Xinrue, who harbors a strong desire for power, this notion has likely become her inner demon. As for him, his unwavering dedication to mastering alchemical arts is driven by familial obligations. Are there not ninth-tier alchemists? Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. They must forge their own path. The family inherently possesses wood's spiritual roots, granting them a natural affinity towards flora. Therefore, everyone has some proficiency in alchemy, though the most skilled among them only reach the 6th tier. As for talismans and formations, masters treasure their insights and notes more than life itself. Some even withhold knowledge from their own disciples. When faced with peril, they would rather incinerate their secrets than pass them on to future generations. Within the sect, the teachings available are merely foundational. Acquiring a 9th-tier alchemist status through those is akin to chasing a fantasy. In this generation of the family, several individuals exhibit promising alchemical talents that must be nurtured diligently, leaving him no choice but to exhaust his thoughts in pursuit of knowledge. As he spoke, Lin Yuan suddenly pointed towards the distance, exclaiming that the Meikuan realm was approaching. Chapter 35. Entering Meikuan from the perspective of the mundane world. The Meikuan realm appears as a distant, ethereal mist, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. With Lin Yi's spiritual perception, he could not discern what lay within. Lin Yuan casually settled in place, gesturing towards the Meikuan realm while providing a brief introduction. The Meikuan realm is vast, stretching billions of miles in all directions. Our Lingxiao Pavilion is stationed in the northern region, and the direction we are entering is also from the north. Lingxiao Pavilion is a prestigious first-rate sect alongside us. There exists the Qingshu sect to the east, of which Bai Mo and Xien Rue are members. To the west lies the Qingshan sect, while the Huan Fa Pavilion is situated to the south, both esteemed as first-rate sects as well. Countless second-rate and third-rate sects, not to mention those that have fallen into obscurity, abound in this realm. Additionally, there are various demonic sects and entities from the demon race scattered throughout the Meikuan realm, insights into which will gradually unfold as your cultivation advances. The secrets of the cultivation world are manifold. There is little need to delve into them without sufficient prowess. As your strength grows, many truths will naturally reveal themselves. Discussing these matters could occupy us for 3 days and nights without conclusion. Our family, the Lian clan, ranks among the most venerable of cultivation families, with our ancestral land situated on the side peak of the Wanjian Peak of Lingxiao sect. Currently, our clan comprises 3 elders, including myself, with the other 2 elders possessing mid to late golden core stage cultivation. The clan leader, Lian Mingshi, is the son of your esteemed ancestor, and is known for his integrity, boasting late golden core stage prowess. We 5 stand as the highest cultivators within the Lian clan at present. For our clan's disciples, those with superior spiritual roots may enter a sect and strive for excellence, while those of average talent are expected to inherit the family legacy and contribute to our lineage. As for individuals like myself, with decent qualifications, one may choose to remain within the family or join a sect. Naturally, Joining a sect does not imply neglecting the family. One must remain devoted to both the sect and the clan, benefiting from our advantageous location and the esteemed position our ancestors hold in the Makoan realm. Our clan members are afforded the opportunity to attend the scripture halls and listen to the teachings of the inner sect disciples, along with the doctrines expounded by the elders and administrators of our sect. This privilege is a significant boon that our family bestows upon its members, an advantage that many wandering cultivators or those without familial ties may never attain in their lifetimes. In the realm of cultivation, where strength is paramount, relying solely on oneself is impractical. Without the guidance of mentors, the majority of individuals progress slowly on their paths. Being born into a family allows one to join the inner disciples in absorbing the wisdom shared by experienced elders, thereby circumventing numerous pitfalls that many cultivators encounter. At times, the starting point of an individual may indeed represent a destination that others could never reach in their lifetimes. This assertion is not without merit. Although the responsibilities may be doubled, the benefits reaped are equally substantial. It is for these reasons that, even in the absence of Golden Core cultivators within our clan, there remains a considerable number of young Golden Core practitioners who hold great potential for future breakthroughs into the nascent soul stage. Most descendants within the family lack spiritual roots or possess inadequate aptitude for cultivation, rendering their prospects bleak. However, should they choose, they can secure a position within the clan to sustain their livelihoods, thereby benefiting from the family's protection. Naturally, there are also those who venture far and wide, to the mundane world or elsewhere, with the family offering no obstruction to their pursuits. Each member of the Lin family embodies the essence of our lineage. Tracing back to our esteemed ancestors, the Lin family began amidst the grandeur of the Wanshan Mountains. We have always upheld our own family principles, for we are bound by blood as one family. Should anyone resort to treachery and harm a kin for personal gain, they shall undoubtedly face the severest consequences. As Lin Qinyuan gazed upon his family members, he cautioned them, "Our esteemed ancestor recognizes your virtuous natures, yet the temptations, perils, and strife of the cultivation world are beyond your current comprehension. In such circumstances, a person's character may falter. It is imperative to remain steadfast in your convictions and not to forget the words I impart today. While a disreputable family may hinder its members, a noble lineage can serve as a catalyst for growth." The Lin family members nodded solemnly, and one queried, "By the way, esteemed ancestor, are we not a family of the Wanjin sect? How has this changed?" Upon their ancestor's arrival in the mortal realm, aside from bringing the family tree and a few texts, his writings contained not a single piece of valuable information. The ancient pages of the family lineage clearly stated the Lin family of the Wanjin sect. When did this situation transform? Not only were Lin Yi and Lin Y astonished, but even Lin Chonghai and Lin Chonglan were taken aback. In truth, when the couple, Baimo Jinren, mentioned that Lin Qinyuan was a cultivator of the Ling Xi sect, they had been compelled to inquire further. Lin Yi had perused the notes left by their esteemed ancestor. But aside from boasting of the Lin family's grandeur, they merely recounted tales of his travels and the challenges faced in establishing the Lin family in the mundane world, which proved to be rather tedious and devoid of any practical insight. At that time, her mind was solely preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth, showing no interest in the path of immortality, unlike Lin Y, who was profoundly enamored with the tales recounted by the esteemed ancestor Lin Xi. Ultimately, it became evident that Lin Yi's conjectures were indeed accurate. The ancestor, who failed to even mention the significant transformation of the Wanjin sect into the Ling Xi pavilion, displayed an alarming level of unreliability. Lin Qinyuan, momentarily taken aback, likely did not anticipate such flakiness from his younger brother. This matter is rather lengthy to explain, thus he proceeded to narrate the general circumstances surrounding the sex transition. As Lin Yi listened attentively, she was keenly observant of the ancestor's demeanor. However, Lin Wanshan's expression remained unchanged, his pace of seed-spitting undisturbed. Having previously contemplated the implications of Lin Xinguang and the family's predicament, he had long since come to terms with the situation. With the Lin family in decline and a greater number of sect members leading to a cacophony of voices, the dissolution of the Wanjin sect was hardly surprising. The fact that they still possessed a familial domain was, in reality, far better than he had envisioned. While Lin Yi discreetly scrutinized Lin Wanshan's expression, Lin Qinyuan was focused on Lin Yi. Lin Wanshan was well aware of the unfolding events. The girl is concerned about him, which he found immensely endearing, yet upon seeing Lin Qinyuan, his mood soured. In truth, Lien Wanshan was quite in agreement with the criticisms directed at Lien Qinyuan by the couple, the esteemed by Mo. Such cunning behavior was quite irritating. Nevertheless, despite his disdain for Lien Qinyuan's somewhat pretentious and shrewd demeanor, having such a figure among the heads of the Lien family was not without its merits. As for any suspicion, let him harbor it. He had no intention of divulging anything. Currently, he was not in the best of spirits. Lien Yi scanned her surroundings, unable to discern any clues. At that moment, Lien Qinyuan also rose to his feet, pointing towards the ethereal white mist. We have arrived. In an instant, Lien Yi felt the overwhelming spiritual energy surging towards her, bringing a sense of profound comfort as if every pore in her body was greedily absorbing the essence that was hundreds of times denser than that of the mundane realm. Not only she, but even Lien Wei, who had already settled down, was breathing rhythmically, utilizing this spiritual energy for cultivation. Lien Yi sensed that the dormant egg within her dantian, which had remained still for many days, began to stir slowly. Just as she contemplated emulating Lien Wei to make use of this rich spiritual energy, she suddenly felt an unusual movement in her arms. Chapter 36. The hatching of the serpent egg within her dantian. The egg's movement was not surprising. It was much like before. It was only natural for the egg to respond upon sensing the sudden surge of spiritual energy. However, it was quite delightful that it could react autonomously. Lien Yi had an inkling that this egg seemed almost sentient. It would respond when spoken to, particularly enjoying sweet words, yet it was also sensitive to provocation. It even exhibited emotional reactions that she could perceive. At this moment, the egg's rotation quickened, and Lien Yi felt a surge of joy and exhilaration that was distinctly not her own. Nevertheless, she had no time to attend to it now. Her entire focus was on the serpent egg, which was the center of attention for those surrounding it. Each day during her cultivation, she included the egg, fearing it might perish, hoping it would absorb enough spiritual energy to thrive. Yet, it had never shown any response. To her surprise, upon entering the Makoan realm, it could hardly wait to hatch. Perhaps it found the spiritual energy of the mundane world too meager to endure. At this moment, a small crack appeared on the serpent egg, revealing slight movements within. Lien Qinyuan initially felt a tinge of curiosity, but after a fleeting glance, his interest waned. It was merely a low-tier spirit beast, lacking in utility. Nevertheless, if it brought joy to Lien Yi, then nurturing it was acceptable. This incident further solidified Lien Qinyuan's conviction that Lien Yi harbored secrets. Even a low-tier spirit beast was a rarity in the mundane world. Where could the girl have procured such a creature? Lien Wanshan displayed no reaction. He had long since lost his curiosity regarding the snake egg. Lien Zhenghai, too, found it unremarkable. Wasn't it merely a small snake hatching? He had witnessed countless such occurrences throughout his life. They were ubiquitous in the mountains. Lien Zhonglan, Qian Xiuer, and Lien Wei, however, were a mixture of fear and intrigue, standing at a distance while craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Lien Yi rolled her eyes at them, especially at Lien Wei. Why was he afraid of everything? Afraid of heights and snakes? Would he still be hiding behind her once he became a golden core cultivator? It was quite vexing. In contrast, Hua Xiaoduo and Li Taizhu exhibited no fear whatsoever. Particularly, Hua Xiaoduo garnered Lien Yi's admiration. Not only was she unafraid, but she also leaned in closer, chattering excitedly about the snakes she had encountered in the past. Sister, can you guess what color this baby snake is? White. Lien Yi recalled that the large snake had indeed been white. Li Taizhu leaned in closely to the snake egg for a better look, despite its slight cracks. A thin membrane still covered the shell, obscuring the view of its contents. Hua Xiaoduo smiled mysteriously. I have a feeling that this snake egg isn't white. Their village, where they resided, had an abundance of snakes, and Hua Xiaoduo had seen many throughout her life. The likelihood of this snake egg being that of a white snake is exceedingly slim, for white snakes are inherently rare. Surely not. She finds the white snake somewhat more aesthetically pleasing. Other colors tend to evoke a sense of dread. Just as she mused on this, the thin membrane of the egg ruptured and out wriggled a small worm. Its slender, emaciated body was pitch black, rendering its eyes nearly indistinguishable. With a slight grimace, she realized that despite her lack of expectations, its hideousness was utterly surprising. The majestic spirit beast was supposed to be formidable, yet it appeared less robust than an ordinary earthworm. Lien Yi turned her head away, smiling at Lien Wei with an expression reminiscent of the big bad wolf. Ah? Little brother, take a look. This tiny snake is hardly frightening. You should keep it and raise it. If a juvenile beast is left unattended without the guidance of an adult spirit beast, it is bound to meet its demise. Lin Xi shook his head, decisively crossing his arms in front of himself. No, he was not oblivious to her tactics. His sister only resorted to such endearing terms when she sought something from him. While normally, she would call him Lin Xi with a tone of authority. He had long yearned to rebel against her tyranny. If she intended to ensnare him, she was sorely mistaken. Lin Yi's expression darkened as she prepared to twist the ear of her disobedient brother, but to her surprise, the little snake moved. With a swift slither, displaying agility uncharacteristic of a juvenile creature, it made its way up the hem of Lin Yi's garment and coiled itself atop her head. Lying flat and motionless. What? Ha ha ha, Lin Yi, it's wrapped around you. Lin Yi found herself momentarily taken aback, hastily attempting to pry the small serpent away. However, to her surprise, the creature was not only remarkably slippery but also covered in scales, rendering her efforts futile as it remained steadfastly entwined, seemingly caught in her hair. Lin Yi was at a loss. She hesitated to exert too much force, fearing she might inadvertently harm the creature. Instead, she resorted to gentle persuasion. Hey, come down. I made a mistake. I promise I won't abandon you, all right? She harbored serious doubts that the little snake had understood her intention to give it away, suspecting it was maliciously clinging to her. To her dismay, the serpent showed no reaction. Lin Xi glanced over, chuckling, and remarked, "That little snake probably thinks you're its mother. You've likely kept it for quite some time. It has grown accustomed to your scent and has thus claimed you." In the mortal realm, young creatures often identify the first being they encounter as their mother, and spirit beasts are no exception. They too rely on scent for recognition. Let it be. I notice its color is as dark as your hair, making it difficult to discern at a glance. Though allowing it to remain was the only option, the creature clung tightly. While there were simple ways to remove it, such actions would surely jeopardize its life. The Lin family was known for their temperate nature. Although they had not shied away from ending the lives of those who bore ill will towards them, they believed in the principle that all beings possess a spirit, and every cause has an effect. As a practitioner, Lin Xi held the concept of karma in high regard and imparted this wisdom to his disciples, emphasizing caution in such matters. Yet, without needing his counsel, Lin Yi would never harm the creature. With no other alternatives, she reluctantly relinquished her grip and surveyed her family, who were stifling laughter, clearly amused yet indifferent to her plight. She sat cross-legged, poised gracefully, exuding an abundance of spiritual energy, making it an opportune moment for cultivation. The egg within her dantian spun ever faster, and she could feel it enveloped in pure spiritual essence. In that moment, she awaited the egg to bestow its energy upon her. As she contemplated this, the fiery tempered egg, having absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, suddenly paused. Then unexpectedly began to rotate in reverse. She felt it abruptly expel 3 substantial strands of spiritual energy. In an instant, the violet strands entwined with the azure ones. Lin Yi was struck by an overwhelming sensation as if struck by lightning. Chapter 37. Side effects. Lin Yi could assure that it was not an illusion. She had indeed been struck. She felt her hair standing on end, wildly dancing, and even the seemingly lifeless little snake atop her head was animated, swaying uncontrollably. The members of the Lin family were visibly horrified, with Qian Xiu'er paling and exclaiming, "Daughter." This clearly indicated the severity of her situation. The only calm individuals were Lin Qinyuan and Lin Wanshan. Lin Qinyuan cast a glance at Lin Wanshan, reassuring the Lin family members, "Do not panic. This is a normal phenomenon." What? Lin Qinyuan's expression was somewhat complex, teetering between concern and amusement. He took the opportunity to tease the frightened Lin Yi and Hua Xiao duo. "Do not be afraid. You aspire to this, but you lack the qualification." As he spoke, Lin Qinyuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The girl's spiritual root was extraordinarily unique. He had perused ancient texts and vaguely recalled reading about a powerful being from the demon clan who ascended tens of thousands of years ago, possessing a thunderwater spiritual root. You are aware that during thunderstorms, the water amplifies the lightning, and the more abundant the water, the more potent the lightning becomes. This holds certain advantages. However, there are, of course, some minor side effects. Lin Qinyuan could not help but chuckle, yet it seemed rather unkind to mock his junior, especially since the latter's face was as dark as night, his hair standing on end, and he was intermittently trembling violently. The snake, after being struck by lightning, was in a state of sheer terror, realizing that it could neither ascend nor descend, for the current had irrevocably bound it to Lin Yi. It could only drift along with the current, swaying mesmerizingly atop Lin Yi's head. Lin Xi pointed out, as you can see, during cultivation, one is perpetually subjected to the sensation akin to being struck by lightning. As he stroked his chin, he admired Lin Yi's pitiable and comical appearance, pondering, perhaps this is ultimately a good thing. After all, during the stages of forming elixirs, cultivating the primordial spirit, transcending the divine, and even ascending, the tribulations of lightning become increasingly formidable, with countless cultivators reduced to ashes beneath their fury. The lightning tribulation appears as a test from the heavens, surpass it, and the skies clear, revealing radiant hues. Moreover, the heavens may even bestow spiritual rain to mend the wounds incurred during the tribulation. Fail, and you may lie there, your remains scattered, or worse, turned to dust. Lin Xinyuan had naturally experienced the tribulation of forming elixirs. The memory of that sensation was enough to make one's teeth ache at the mere thought. Every day, Xiaoyi must endure the relentless trials of her cultivation. A fate that seems inescapable, particularly when the time comes for her to face the tribulation. On that day, the tribulation will likely be only marginally more formidable than her daily trials, making it a relatively easy endeavor for her. The members of the Lin family could only watch in silence. Lin Wanshan rolled his eyes, articulating the unspoken truth that lingered in everyone's hearts. Let us see if you would willingly submit to daily electrocution. Lin Wanshan felt an immense sympathy for Xiaoyi. He pondered whether it was truly a blessing or a curse for his child to possess a spirit root that had not been encountered for millennia. In this world, there had once been cultivators with thunder and water spirit roots. Just because Lin Xinyuan had never encountered one did not mean that Lin Wanshan had not. The memory of that bittersweet experience still made Lin Wanshan's teeth ache. What was more troubling was that Xiaoyi's spirit root was exceptionally rare, comprising 3 roots of identical nature, all equally matched and entwined. The thunder and water roots of comparable strength, intertwined in a manner that intensified the sensation of being struck by lightning, likely rendering her experience even more unbearable than what Lin Wanshan had witnessed before. Yet, what could be done? She was fated to bear this exquisite agony of her spirit roots. It was a conundrum without resolution. Lin Wanshan shook his head and shifted his gaze from the disheveled Xiaoyi, instead looking out towards the boundless mountain scenery and radiant hues of the Meikuan realm, pondering how much deception and turmoil lay beneath such a beautiful surface. Indeed, everyone faced their own hardships. Lin Xinyuan, stung by Lin Wanshan's remark, bore his frustration in silence, restraining himself from retaliating. This elderly woman seemed to regard him with disdain. Ever since he had entered the Lin family, she had opposed him at every turn. What was her true intention? Lin Xinyuan, increasingly agitated, could not fathom how, with his strikingly handsome appearance, he had yet to encounter a woman who was indifferent to his charm. Since his debut, he had never been so belittled by an elderly woman. However, amidst his indignation, he found himself increasingly aware of the exceptional nature of this matron. Glancing at Lin Y, he noticed the child gazing at his sister with a look of sheer fright. It was evident to Lin Xinyuan that both Xiao Yi and Xiao Y shared a close bond with this woman. Yet, the two seemed to be fiercely protective of her, and he recognized his own inferiority in her regard within their hearts. He resolved to devise a subtle plan. Humph! Lin Xinyuan silently ground his teeth, eager to uncover the identity of this formidable figure who dared to be so audacious. Meanwhile, the Lin family was consumed with worry, while Lin Yi remained oblivious to the conversations around her. However, she harbored grave suspicions that she had been thoroughly duped, and quite severely at that. Firstly, her ancestor had led her astray. In an effort to entice her into cultivating, he had extolled the virtues of the Meikuan realm, knowing her fondness for wealth, and proclaimed that treasures were abundant in the realm of immortality. He even encouraged Lin Y to join in urging her to persevere in her cultivation. Yet, amidst all the promises of benefits, did that old man ever mention the potential drawbacks of such endeavors? A cunning old fox who could discern her spiritual root attributes from the outset would surely be aware of this, even if it was merely considered obscure knowledge within the realm of immortality. She vividly recalled the ambiguous, somewhat amused expression on her ancestor's face at the beginning. Humph. He could forget about her cooking for him in the future. There is also Bozu, who undoubtedly knows as well. At a glance, Bozu appears to be someone with a multitude of thoughts, full of cunning schemes. He is likely laughing at her in secret. The most outrageous aspect is the egg within her dantian, perhaps due to the sudden abundance of spiritual energy in this realm of cultivation. The egg is voraciously absorbing the energy to enhance itself. Ling Xi feels an ever-increasing sense of joy and excitement, one she cannot suppress. And she even senses its reluctance and resistance. Nevertheless, it conveys to her a reassurance that all will be well. Indeed, all is well. Aside from the sensation of being electrified, which brings numerous benefits, the pure spiritual energy emanating from the egg is overwhelmingly potent. While Ling Xi endures the tingling sensation coursing through her body, she simultaneously guides the energy for effective cultivation. The energy sweeps through her pores and traverses her dantian, quickly restoring sensation to her previously numbed body. However, the electric current is equally relentless, intertwining with the spiritual energy in a playful dance of retreat and advance, treating her body as a playground for hide and seek. In no time, Ling Xi feels a sudden burst of comfort as she effortlessly ascends to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 38, The Mountain Bridge, additional chapter to express gratitude for the support of dear readers. Yunzhou journeyed for over 20 days. The vast expanse of the Meikuan realm stretches endlessly, with Lingxiao sect situated at the northernmost point of Meikuan. Nonetheless, even with the speed of a flying vessel commanded by a golden core cultivator, it would take over a month to reach the mountain gate. If one were to travel alone, the journey could be expedited, yet it would still require more than half a month, unless one utilizes the teleportation array, which would facilitate swift travel. The exorbitant costs associated with it render it an impractical option for most, save for urgent matters. Unlike the mundane realm, which, to the likes of Ling Xi and others, appears expansive, her own experiences have been rather limited. Throughout her upbringing, her farthest journey was to the capital city of Huangyang in Lingyun Kingdom to participate in a culinary competition. Her parents, on the other hand, have traversed numerous locales, indulging in feasts and merriment. The landscapes and dimensions of the mundane realm pale in comparison to the Meikuan realm, which is akin to comparing heaven and earth. Observing her parents leisurely seated at the rear of the cloud vessel, admiring the drifting clouds, Ling Xi felt a pang of envy. She found it difficult to comprehend why they would choose to spend their time in such a manner. Would it not be more beneficial to dedicate that time to cultivation? The ease with which they exchanged words seemed endless, leaving her to wonder if they ever grew weary of each other's company. Among the others, aside from the rather indifferent Lian Wushan and Lian Qinyuan, Ling Xi was the only one not engaged in cultivation. The others noticed her recent breakthrough and began to feel a sense of urgency, particularly Lian Wei, who, as a twin, was determined not to be outpaced by his elder sister. Lian Chonglan, along with the mother-daughter duo of Hua Xiaoduo and Li Taizhu, also remained diligent. Having just arrived and yet to awaken their spirits, they saw Hua Xiaoduo successfully achieve this milestone, while Lian Chonglan and Li Taizhu had not. Hua Xiaoduo, possessing dual spiritual roots, had a relatively promising aptitude and, being youthful, found it easier to awaken her spirit. In contrast, Li Taizhu's spiritual roots were less favorable. Yet his youth and vigorous energy suggested that he was on the verge of awakening, as Ling Xi observed the subtle gathering of spiritual energy around him in recent days. The most challenging predicament lies with Captain Lan and Captain Hai. The latter couple exhibits a complete lack of diligence, rendering any discussion unnecessary. In contrast, Captain Lan is fervently eager to awaken her spiritual consciousness, yet finds herself lacking the requisite energy. Nevertheless, Lian Qinyuan has asserted that there are indeed methods to facilitate such awakening, especially within their extensive family, which surely possesses some arcane secrets. Although advancement may not be feasible, awakening the spirit is still within reach. This revelation alleviated the burdens weighing on Captain Lan's heart. However, she did not grow complacent. Each day, she diligently observed the cultivation of several children, engaging in meditation alongside them. Ling Xi, on the other hand, had no desire to move. Engrossed in her own mental preparations. Since that fateful day, after absorbing an abundance of spiritual energy, her companion, Egg, has disregarded her entirely, retreating to the corner of her dantian to slumber. No matter how she called out, it remained unresponsive, offering no indication of acknowledgement. Were it not for the radiant aura emanating from her being, she might have feared for its vitality. The little serpent has exhibited considerably subdued behavior lately, likely due to the shocking experience it endured. These days, when Ling Xi directs it eastward, it dares not venture west, and when commanded to coil, it refrains from stretching. Evidently, the memory of that electric jolt has left an indelible impression on it. Ling Xi is quite satisfied. Indeed, it is the principle of might that prevails. Yet, with Egg's absence, There is no one to compel her to cultivate, and she finds herself utterly inactive. She vividly recalls the day she stabilized her realm and awoke to find Lien, with great effort, had conjured a water mirror for her inspection. To her dismay, the beggars lining the streets appeared far more dignified than she. Moreover, she had inquired with her great ancestor and learned that as her cultivation deepens and her powers escalate, the sensation of being electrified would become a constant companion. Thus, it seems her fate is sealed. Henceforth, she is destined to endure the trials of daily electrification. She would forever remember the expression of barely suppressed amusement and sympathy on her elder's face when he spoke those words, and the identical looks of their ancestors behind him, their lips curving in an almost identical arc. "Come here, my dear. I am being bullied by your elder." For days now, the young girl had neglected to prepare meals for him, leaving him with nothing but those abominable fasting pills. Were such things fit for human consumption? Were they even nutritious? He had never cared for them, even when he fancied himself a sage. Fortunately, Chang Hai still knew how to cook, and he could manage to snatch a few bites of his dishes. Yet, he still felt unsatisfied. The girl's cooking was undoubtedly more to his liking. If he were to express it, this little girl was rather petty. She blamed him for not informing her about the dangers of electricity. Could he have told her? Would she have been able to cultivate properly afterward? Perhaps she was destined to remain in the mortal realm, serving as his cook, living a joyful life. Such exceptional talent squandered in that manner would indeed be a shame. Now, he found himself racking his brain to please her. How absurd. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to curry her favor, especially since she could prepare his favorite braised pork. Thus, whenever something arose, he would invariably call for her. This exclamation not only caught the attention of Chang Hai and Qian Xiu'er, but even Chun Yuan was taken aback, nearly choking on his own saliva. Upon seeing Lieni glance in his direction, he quickly raised his hands above his head, stammering, "Cough, cough, cough. What are you saying? I was merely playing a game of chess with you." Lien Yuan was driven to the brink of wishing to silence the old woman once and for all. Firstly, he harbored suspicions regarding her identity and sought to draw closer, hoping to unearth some semblance of truth. Secondly, the atmosphere aboard the cloud vessel was exceedingly dull. The younger generation was preoccupied with their cultivation, while others engaged in romantic entanglements. One young girl, however, had ceased her cultivation, and these days had been sulking over her grievances, claiming he had sabotaged her practice. He felt profoundly wronged, more so than Dou-yi. For how could he have known she was unaware of the matter? Furthermore, during his visit to the Lien family, the girl had clearly already embarked on her cultivation journey. Thus, in his utter boredom, with no one to converse with, he found himself playing games with the sole idler aboard, the matriarch of the Lien family. What game, you ask? Chess. To his dismay, not only was the old woman a dreadful player, but she also exhibited poor sportsmanship. After he captured a couple of her pieces, she cried foul, accusing him of bullying her. Lien Yi glanced at the two of them, approached to observe, but was unable to turn the tide in her ancestor's favor. She too was an abysmal player with a lack of enthusiasm for the game. With a shrug, she lost interest and wandered off to the side, retrieving some dried fruits from her pouch, while simultaneously perusing the book gifted to her by her great-uncle. Seeking to familiarize herself with the Lien family's circumstances in the current state of the Meiquan realm, she even laid out a soft mat for herself, reclining comfortably, glancing through the transparent light barrier of the cloud vessel. Whenever her eyes tired from reading, she would gaze outside, allowing her eyes a moment of respite, finding a certain tranquility in the process. A little black snake nestled beside her, seemingly at ease as well. The two players glanced over at the girl and her pet, their contentment leaving them momentarily speechless. Lien Wanshan cast a glance at Lien Qinyuan and abruptly pushed the chessboard aside. "No more games," he declared. "I'd rather go to bed than play chess with you." Little did he know what thoughts stirred within Lien Qinyuan. After all, he was his ancestor. Lien Qinyuan was well aware of the complexities of his emotions, yet he chose to toy with him, waiting for the day when he could no longer contain himself. Lien Qinyuan shook his head, rendered speechless by the unreasonable elderly woman. He collected the chess pieces and withdrew to a corner. To be angry with this woman would surely cost him several years of his life. His gaze fell upon the little black snake, and he noticed how astute it was, understanding who could provide it with benefits. After being struck by lightning that day, the snake showed no signs of harm. It was lively and vibrant, seemingly even more agile than when it first hatched. He had examined it closely but discerned nothing unusual. Yet, this was inherently peculiar. Legends spoke of those with the Thunderwater spiritual root, stating that during their cultivation, They should not be approached lest one be inadvertently harmed. Yet, this snake had not only avoided injury, but appeared to have thrived. It seemed the little serpent instinctively recognized that following Lin Yi would bring it fortune. As it fixated on the young girl, refusing to be driven away, Lin Xinyuan found himself puzzled, sensing that Lin Yi harbored many secrets, intertwined with the people and things connected to her. For instance, the elderly woman, the little snake, and the inexplicable speed with which she had broken through that day, as well as the vortex of spiritual energy surrounding her. Nonetheless, Lin Xinyuan refrained from delving deeper into these thoughts. After all, Lin Yi was family, and he had no desire to covet any treasures that might be associated with his own kin. However, he subtly hinted at the girl, reminding her that the realm of the immortals is not the mundane world. With her exceptional talent, it is inevitable that Xiao Yi will ascend to the Lingxiao sect. Unlike the Lin family, where trust is often superficial, the world of sects is rife with treachery and the pursuit of treasures. One must harbor no malice, yet remain vigilant against others. In this perilous environment, one must maintain a sense of caution. Adorned in her precious garments, the treasures she possesses become inconsequential. This matter must be attended to promptly, lest the prolonged night give rise to unforeseen complications and expose their secrets. Lin Xinyuan pondered, and with a flick of his hands, he conjured a glimmer of golden light that pierced through the barrier and soared away. It was a message talisman. The martial ascendant of Fire Refining Island was a high-ranking disciple of their sect's 9th-tier artifact master, the Supreme True Monarch, with whom he shared a close rapport. Yet, that individual was notoriously lazy, often requiring a queue for forging swords and blades, as he had declared he would only accept one commission per month. This was an urgent matter. No matter how busy the martial ascendant, he must carve out time for him. He had to cut in line. Once this task was accomplished, he would find peace of mind. He selected a suitable location and began to meditate. As for the other children, Lin Xinyuan deemed them inconsequential. Even if Lin Yi possessed exceptional talent, he was merely a with spiritual root, and the Lin family would not fail to guide him. However, Lin Yi was truly unique. Her potential was extraordinary but also exceedingly rare. Even if he were to acquire the mountain-splitting palm, he felt uncertain. Not only the Lin family, but even the sect had never encountered a practitioner with such an exceptional spiritual root. Lin Xinyuan harbored a deep-seated fear of corrupting the child. To be frank, he held the greatest hopes for Lin Yi. After spending time together, he recognized that this girl was indeed the cornerstone of their family. The fellow Changhai, indeed, harbors thoughts of children in his heart. Yet the foremost place in his affections is reserved for his wife. Just look at the names he has chosen for his children. What an unexpected choice. His wife is quite similar in nature. As for the elderly woman, she is rather unreasonable. Despite her advanced age, her strong-willed and eccentric demeanor is apparent. Even to Lin Xinyuan, the elderly woman holds Lin Yi's opinions in high regard. It is said that the transformation of this elderly woman into her current state is, in part, the responsibility of Lin Yi, who has indulged and coddled her. Remember, there was a time when they had a falling out, with the elderly woman swearing off preparing meals for him. Now, however, she oscillates between declaring hunger and thirst, whining incessantly, while that troublesome girl has abandoned her studies to fetch the small purple clay stove. Do not assume he is oblivious to their antics. He observes everything with clarity. As for Lin Yi, although he is a lad, he is no match for his sister, who keeps him firmly under her thumb. The child Shu Lan possesses decent aptitude, yet his overly gentle disposition and the excessive protection he received from a young age have rendered him innocent and easily deceived, which causes Lin Xinyuan considerable concern. Upon returning, he intends to discuss with the family head and the other elders the inclusion of Lin Yi in the lineage succession list for careful cultivation. He cannot afford to let her potential go to waste. After all, it is a great blessing bestowed by their ancestors that the Lin family has heirs to carry on during these challenging times. With these reflections, Lin Xinyuan finds solace in his own cultivation. After another 7 days, Lin Xinyuan stood at the bow of the cloud vessel, gesturing towards the horizon for the children to see. Do you see the mountains yonder? The mountain gate is drawing near. In 2 years, the Lingxiao sect will open its gates, welcoming many young disciples. Uncle Ancestor anticipates that you will join them in traversing the Bridge of Worship. This bridge is a rite of passage for all novices entering the sect, a test of their inner state and character. Those who can cross the Bridge of Worship possess commendable virtues and have refined their mental fortitude. The Bridge of Worship is a primordial spiritual treasure. Born from the essence of heaven and earth, once the revered artifact of the Ling Xi sect. It possesses the ability to expose the weaknesses and character flaws of practitioners. However, since the cataclysmic events 50,000 years ago, when the celestial ascension pathways vanished from the void, the spirit of the bridge has dissipated, causing its rank to decline and resulting in a self-imposed seal. It has remained dormant for millennia, serving little purpose aside from aiding novice disciples in refining their minds and characters during their initiation. This function mirrors that of the heart refinement path utilized by other sects, such as the Wanfich. While the scions of noble families may bypass the bridge of worship and enter the inner sanctum directly, Lien Xinyuan believes that the experience of crossing the bridge is valuable for honing one's mental state, even if it entails facing adversity. After all, identifying one's own weaknesses is essential for growth. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and the more one polishes themselves to perfection, the better. The group nodded in agreement, engrossed in conversation, when suddenly a young woman soared through the air on a sword. Upon spotting her, Lien Xinyuan smiled and exclaimed, "Shulan, what brings you here?" Chapter 39. The sweet-tongued Lien Yi, figure clad in a resplendent green gown, approached, exuding an ethereal aura, gliding gracefully on her sword against the backdrop of the orange-red evening clouds, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, as depicted in tales of yore. Perhaps sensing their presence, Lien Yi observed the girl from afar, her lips curving into a delightful smile, revealing two charming dimples that added an extra touch of sweetness to her visage. Truly, she embodied the essence of a sweet sister. Lien Yi's voice reached Lien Yi's ears, filled with awe. "Wow, this young lady is exceptionally beautiful. Lien Yi, you should take a leaf out of her book. Your perpetually furrowed brow is nearly driving me to despair." Upon witnessing the enchantress, Lien Yi's initial admiration quickly dissipated. She pinched the soft flesh on the inside of Lien Yi's arm and, with a swift 180-degree turn, whispered through gritted teeth, upon first meeting, "You dare to refer to her as young lady? Haven't you heard? In the realm of cultivation, these fairies are all stunningly beautiful and eternally youthful. She could very well be old enough to be your grandmother." At this remark, Lien Yi remained unfazed, while Lien Xinyuan chuckled. Meanwhile, Lien Shulan, who had approached, wrinkled her nose and scrutinized Lien Yi and Lien Yi, particularly focusing on Lien Yi. She then frowned and declared, "I heard that." Lien Yi replied, "My apologies, ahahaha. I truly beg your pardon. Honestly, why did I have to say that?" Now she feels embarrassed. It was Lien Xinyuan who stepped in to ease the tension. "Shulan, come over here. These two are Lien Yi and Lien Yi, descendants of the Lien family. In terms of lineage, they are several generations your juniors. You could even refer to them as your grandmothers, or perhaps even your ancestors. In addition to Hua Xiaoduo and Li Taizhu, they will also be my family's prot-gs, so you must take good care of them." Ziyu Zhenren is one of the prodigious cultivators of Ling Xi sect, with an immeasurable future ahead. As a sword cultivator, he is yet to reach 200 years of age and is already on the cusp of achieving the Yuaning stage. Truly, he is a genius among geniuses. Although Lien Shulan hails from a noble family, being favored by Ziyu Zhenren speaks volumes of her exceptional abilities and innate talent. While the members of the Lien family possess what spiritual roots, it does not imply their combat prowess is lacking. Their ancestor, Lien Wanshan, was a sword cultivator, and most of their family members follow in his footsteps. Lien Shulan appeared troubled and conflicted as she gazed at the row of younger individuals standing before her. Her eyes landed on Li Taizhu, who, despite claiming to be only 15, appeared taller and sturdier than her. "Very well then, you may all call me elder sister," she declared, casting a pointed glare at Lien Yi. "Especially you, Lien Yi. If you dare to call me grandmother again, I shall give you a good thrashing. Do you understand?" Lien Yi, dispirited, nodded listlessly. "I understand." Oh dear, she thought, having been singled out right from the start. This elder sister's cultivation was inscrutable and evidently formidable. Initially, she had assumed her to be a sweet, delicate flower, but it turned out she was a fierce blossom, which was quite intimidating. However, Lien Yi leaned in, nodding fervently, "Rest assured, I will definitely only call you elder sister. How could I possibly call you grandmother? There's no way such a beautiful, fairy-like figure could be a grandmother." Lien Yi and the others were left speechless by this exchange, while Lien Shulan beamed with delight. She stepped forward decisively, addressing Lien Yi, "Rest assured, within the sect, if anyone dares to bully you, just come to me, and I shall stand by you." Lian Wai nodded eagerly, pulling Lian Yi closer, while pointing at Hua Xiaoduo and Li Taizhu who stood nearby. "That's splendid. From now on, you shall be our protector. And anyone who dares to trouble us will have to reckon with you. Furthermore, if anyone dares to mistreat you, we will rally to your side as well." Lian Shulan had a particular fondness for the sweet-talking Lian Wai, who had once called her a little fairy. Thus, she paid no mind to his small tricks as she patted her chest, declaring, "Fear not, I shall shield you all from now on." Lian Yi concealed a smile, aware of Lian Wai's cunning nature, yet he had always been considerate and charming, endearing himself to everyone from infants to the elderly in their village. Everyone who encountered him could not help but smile. Lian Qiyuan, however, was not inclined to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. His curiosity piqued as he asked, "Shulan, is your master aware of your presence here? Have you perhaps sneaked out while your master is in seclusion?" The Lian family, since its founding by their ancestors, had adhered to the principle of prioritizing the sect over the family. Thus, over the course of millennia, despite the fluctuations of the sect and the changes in lineage, the Lian family had maintained its existence. The sect might regard the family with caution, imposing checks upon them, yet a faint thread of ancestral connection persisted. Perhaps, that was the fundamental reason behind their enduring legacy. Moreover, although their family members cannot entirely escape certain familial disputes, most of them adhere to decorum and conduct themselves with propriety, thus maintaining a relatively good reputation and fostering more friendships than enmities within the sect. Is there not? I have been quite obedient, and besides, our master does not concern himself with us. He is preoccupied with his seclusion. Were it not for you, would I have hurried over here? Oh, Lian Qinyuan paused momentarily, then suddenly smacked his forehead. Could it be that Wujia sent you? Wujia is quite bothersome. He is too lazy and, due to his amicable relationship with Lian Qiyuan, is familiar with the younger generation of the Lian family. Thus, at times he requests them to run errands for him. Lian Qinyuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, what benefit did he bestow upon you? This mischievous girl would hardly come running without some incentive. Lian Shulan smiled proudly, lifting her chin. Did you see? A defensive magical artifact, not merely a tool. Lian Qinyuan followed the sound and noticed two delicate yellow flower-shaped jewels embedded in Lian Shulan's hair, curling his lip. Inferior, grade yellow level. What is there to be proud of? You little miser. Lian Shulan retorted. What? It is still a magical artifact. If you, my esteemed uncle, were to grant me one as well, I would gladly assist you with errands. Lian Qinyuan waved his hand dismissively. Ungrateful girl, have you not received enough benefits from me over the years? Where do you think that Qing's Sun sword in your possession came from? And your master, had it not been for my intervention, would you have been accepted as a disciple under such exceptional circumstances? Now, quickly disclose what Wujia actually sent you here for. Depart swiftly. Our esteemed uncle finds your presence rather irksome. Lian Shulan stuck out her tongue, refraining from further mischief. Despite her clan elder appearing youthful and amiable, exuding an air of harmlessness, she was acutely aware that this seemingly innocuous figure was, in truth, a formidable tiger masquerading as a cat. A mere adjustment of his whiskers was all she dared to do. She would not risk provoking him, for if she did, neither her parents nor her ancestors could save her from the ensuing wrath. In her childhood naivety, she had committed such foolish acts before. The master Wu Jia had proclaimed that not everyone could acquire the treasures he forged. It wasn't he enough to rely on personal connections. One had to present themselves for his scrutiny, and only then could they hope to earn his favor. Chapter 40. Return to the Lian family. Additional content. Wu Jia's demands did not surprise Lian Qiyuan, for his characteristic laziness was well known. He would avoid any task he could, and, if compelled, would devise various means to procrastinate. Presently, he was indeed stalling, for every moment he could delay was advantageous. In truth, he held little interest in who Lian Yi was. Lian Qinyuan rubbed his forehead, bewildered by how his childhood companion had reached this point, now a seventh-tier weapon refiner. And his cultivation had not faltered. It was a talent that evoked both admiration and envy. Meanwhile, Lian Shulan's curiosity was piqued. Clan Elder, whom did you ask Master Wu Jia to forge a magical artifact for? Is it for the little outsider? Among the group, she held a particular fondness for the little outsider and naturally wished to equip her future younger brother. If it is for the little outsider, should there be any materials that the clan elder lacks, I might contribute a bit if I have them. As she spoke, she winked at the little outsider, conveying an air of protection and support. Even with a smile that belies her true feelings, it seems this sister will be disappointed. Lien Qinyuan stroked his chin, finding the situation rather amusing. Shu Lan has taken quite a liking to the young one. It appears to be a destined connection, as the young one also possesses a single with spiritual root, and a fully developed one at that. Shu Lan, you must take good care of him. Really? Lien Shu Lan exclaimed with delight, devoid of any jealousy, her enthusiasm palpable. She pulled Lien Wai closer, assuring him, do not worry, young one. I, too, possess a single with spiritual root. I can teach you in advance, and I am willing to assist you with anything you wish to learn. In truth, Lien Shu Lan felt somewhat unfortunate. In her generation, many from her family possessed spiritual roots, yet none matched the quality of hers. Most had either 3 or 4 spiritual roots, with only one, Lien Yanchun, being the child of the clan elder, endowed with both water and wood roots, and another, Lien Hanjing, from the family of the clan uncle, possessing fire and wood roots. Despite her exceptional spiritual root quality, she was neither the child of an elder nor a direct descendant of the clan leader. Her parents were merely 2 foundation-building cultivators, while her great-grandfather had reached the golden core stage, albeit only in its early phase. Since her spiritual root was discovered in her youth, she garnered attention from her family, which subsequently elevated her parents' status. However, being neither the child of an elder nor part of the main lineage naturally invited jealousy from certain individuals. In such a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of people, yet when compared to other families, the Lien family was indeed quite remarkable. Moreover, she was fortunate to have the protection of the venerable Morning Light ancestor within her sect and the watchful eye of her esteemed relative, Lord Qinyuan, from the Lien family. Although she occasionally faced harsh words or found herself isolated and bullied in private, she was not one to be easily oppressed. Overall, her life was rather pleasant, albeit tinged with inevitable solitude. However, with the arrival of her younger cousin, who shared her spiritual roots, she felt a sense of companionship blossoming. Furthermore, his superior talents promised that she would no longer be the sole focus of the esteemed head of the Ming family. She now had someone to share her burdens, filling her with unspoken joy. The relentless scrutiny of the Ming family head had left her feeling suffocated. With this thought, she grasped Lien Wai's hand and began to enthusiastically discuss matters of cultivation. Indeed, she was determined to nurture him well, for when his prowess surpassed hers, she would finally attain her freedom. Lost in her daydreams, she had seemingly forgotten about Lien Yi, Hua Xiaoduo, and Li Taizhu. Lien Qinyuan shook his head, reflecting that Shu Lan was still but a child, merely in her early 20s and at the nascent stage of foundation building. Having been nurtured with high expectations from a young age, it was no wonder she felt immense pressure. Though Lien Yi and Lien Wai were only 9 years old, both were astute and perceptive beyond their years. Hua Xiaoduo and Li Taizhu were slightly older, yet still in their early teens, brimming with youthful vitality while also displaying remarkable maturity. Hua Xiaoduo, in particular, was gentle and shy, despite not being the eldest. She often embodied the role of an older sister. The martial prodigy had a fondness for the exquisite Qianglin wine from Maishio Pavilion, yet his laziness rendered him unwilling to descend the mountain to procure it himself. Lien Yi nodded repeatedly, though his thoughts were filled with exasperation. Amidst laughter and jovial banter, Lien Shulan accompanied them to the gates of Ling Xiao sect. From a distance, the towering gates loomed, shrouded in ethereal mist. Although the 3 characters spelling Ling Xiao sect were not particularly grand, Lien Yi found it impossible to overlook their presence. As he gazed into the distance, he felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the 3 characters, evoking a sensation of intimidation that made it difficult to look directly at them. Suddenly, a realization struck him. There must be a deeper significance to the inscription above the gate. Indeed, Lien Qinyuan's voice rang out, reminding them, the 3 characters above this gate encapsulate a spatial array. This stone itself is a complete essence of spirit, inscribed with a spatial array by the array master, Lord Guyun Xingjuan, who ascended to immortality thousands of years ago. This treasure was later acquired by Ling Xiao sect and carved into the gate. As your cultivation is currently insufficient, it is inadvisable to gaze upon it. Those with greater innate talent are more susceptible to becoming entranced and losing themselves, should one's spirit be seized. It could lead to dire consequences. Xiao Yi, Xiao Wai, and Xiao Duo, do not fix your gaze upon it. Tai Zhu and the others are unaffected, but you have yet to awaken your spirit. The 3 nodded in understanding, particularly Lien Yi, who felt a lingering dread. Had it not been for their ancestor, she would have nearly succumbed to its allure. Crossing through the gate, Lin Xinyuan stowed away the cloud boat. Within the sect, the use of swords or flying artifacts was strictly prohibited. As he spoke, he retrieved a token from his waist, a dark blue-black identity plate, neither metal nor wood, which he tossed to a junior disciple at the gate for inspection. The young disciple, bowing respectfully, addressed him with deference. "Ah, it is indeed Master Lien. Please, come in." As he spoke, he stepped aside to allow entry. Lin Xinyuan nodded slightly, gesturing towards the row of people behind him. "These are all members of my family." He then ceased to speak further, leading the group into the door. At the entrance lay a long corridor, seemingly endless. The mountain path was bustling with activity, filled with a variety of cultivators and disciples. Upon spotting Lin Xinyuan and Lin Shulan, calls of greeting erupted. Lin Y felt overwhelmed. "This path is interminably long." Lin Shulan chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Watch me." With a flourish of her hand, she produced a peculiar sound near her lips. An echo responded from afar. Soon a bird, resplendent in yellow with white accents, soared towards them. Lin Shulan, unable to contain her pride, declared, "This is a celestial steed, quite common within our sect, serving as a means of transport for everyone." Lin Yi and the others gazed in amazement. Just as they were conversing, the celestial steed arrived, its fluffy head adorned with 3 tufts of fur and 2 perky ears. Despite its considerable size, it exuded an endearing charm. Upon seeing Lin Shulan, it affectionately leaned in, nuzzling against her, as if they shared a deep familiarity. Indeed, Lin Shulan retrieved a pill bottle from her storage pouch and dispensed 2 plump celestial pills into the steed's mouth. The creature relished the treat, its eyes narrowing in delight. "This one is named Sandai. My senior sister has raised it at Wanjian Peak since it was young. It is quite clever. I trained it to wait for me during the hours of Chun and Shin each day. See, it has proven to be useful. Otherwise, you may proceed at your own pace. It is estimated that it will take another 2 hours to catch sight of the celestial camel." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the fur of the 3-headed creature and beckoned everyone to mount the back of the celestial camel. With a gentle cry, the celestial camel unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. Everyone marveled at the experience. The broad, smooth back of the celestial camel was soft and remarkably comfortable. After approximately 15 minutes of flight, they arrived at the inner sanctum of Ling Xi sect. At this point, the breathtaking scenery of Ling Xi sect became visible. The pavilions nestled among the mountains exuded an ethereal aura, and the richness of spiritual energy stirred the dormant essence within Lin Yi's dantian. Had he not been exerting tremendous effort to suppress it, he might have exhibited a remarkable display akin to being electrified. In the distance, a rainbow bridge hung gracefully, adorned with small fish darting and leaping, painting a picture of celestial splendor. Do you see that? That is the Rainbow River, which, from afar, resembles a magnificent rainbow bridge. In truth, it is a river of 7 colors. The alchemists of Cloud Cauldron Mountain particularly favor using the water from this rainbow river for their concoctions. Even the apprentices and the renowned chef, Master Qi Feng, of the Celestial Dining Hall enjoy fetching water from the Rainbow River, fishing out silver-lined fish to prepare dried fish and fish sauce. Ah, and do remember to win the favor of the culinary staff at the Celestial Dining Hall, especially the chef. They hold the key to determining whether the spiritual steamed buns and dishes you receive this month are crafted by the chef himself or haphazardly molded by his apprentice. The Celestial Dining Hall serves as the dining venue for the disciples of Ling Xi Pavilion. Although there are fasting pills available, their taste is exceedingly poor, and most cultivators find them unpalatable. Unless compelled by external circumstances, one would resort to consuming the fasting pills. However, within the sect, disciples typically seek delectable offerings from the celestial canteen. The sect provides its disciples with rations, allowing them to claim a certain quota of spiritual rice, spiritual flour, and spiritual buns each year. Should one desire additional delicacies or wish for the celestial canteen to custom-prepare dishes, an extra payment of spirit stones is required. Initially, the celestial canteen was not favored, primarily due to its lackluster flavors. Yet, everything transformed with the emergence of Master Qi Feng from Ling Xi sect, a remarkable individual who comprehended the path through culinary arts. Since his foundation establishment, he has remained within the celestial canteen. While numerous attendant disciples have come and gone, Qi Feng has persisted for several centuries. With his arrival, the celestial canteen has evolved into a beloved haven among the disciples of Ling Xi Pavilion. Even though Qi Feng possesses a tempestuous temperament and charges exorbitant prices, the disciples have begrudgingly accepted it. What choice do they have? Who could possibly contend with him? Apart from the 7 nascent soul cultivators of the sect, who else could guarantee a victory over Qi Feng, who is at the late golden core stage? High prices and the expenditure of spirit stones? They have no recourse, for his culinary skills are unparalleled, and such exquisite dishes are unattainable elsewhere. Thus, the Celestial Canteen has ascended to a prestigious status within Ling Xiao's sect, second only to the discussion peak where the sect leader, true monarch Lin Fa, resides. Upon arriving in this locale, even Shu Lan eagerly introduced her companions to the delightful offerings. From Lian Zhanghai to Lian Wei, everyone seemed at a loss for words, nodding in agreement, utterly astonished by the extraordinary sights they had witnessed. Indeed, this realm of cultivation is a place of profound allure. After traversing the Rainbow River, Lian Qiuan led everyone to admire the mountain worship bridge. Before them stood a small bridge, resembling white jade, quietly poised over an exceptionally tranquil lake, silent and serene. If one were to glance casually, they might mistake this harmonious scene for a mere painting. Little did they know, this small bridge harbored legendary prowess. After visiting Baishan Bridge, Sandai led them further north. The peaks loomed ahead, with one towering summit piercing the clouds, akin to an unsheathed sword. Surrounding it were 5 steep side peaks, each resembling a blade, their cliffs remarkably smooth and sharp. At last, they arrived at Wanjian Peak, where the Lian family resided, closest to the main peak, Emosia. Lian Yi felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Had they finally arrived? From this point onward, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would be their home. She glanced at her ancestor beside her and noticed a glimmer of light in their eyes, an expression of uncharacteristic joy and tranquility that Lian Yi had never witnessed before. Indeed, the Lian family was founded by this very ancestor. No matter how many eons had passed, it was impossible to feel indifferent towards one's lineage. For those like them, who had been estranged from their roots for centuries, there lingered a blend of nostalgia and trepidation upon returning home, accompanied by a profound sense of pride in being a member of the Lian family. How much deeper, then, must the feelings run for the one who had established it all? In that moment, Sandai circled around the main peak, striking a remarkably cool dive position, indicating they were about to land. Once Sandai stabilized and bent down, everyone dismounted from its back. Lian Shulan presented 2 spirit beast pills as a reward, which Sandai eagerly received, rubbing against Lian Shulan's sleeve in satisfaction before taking flight, leaving the group standing atop the mountain. In the distance, a cluster of houses could be discerned, nestled in varying proximity. At the center lay a spacious courtyard, the residence of the family patriarch, Lian Mingshi, along with the 3 esteemed elders. As Lian Qinyuan advanced, he introduced the members of the Lian family. From afar, several figures emerged from the main courtyard. Lian Qinyuan bowed respectfully, addressing the patriarch. Esteemed leader, this is my younger brother Lian Qinxi's progeny, among whom are several promising talents. Chapter 41. Discontent within the grand hall of the Lian family estate. Lian Mingshi was positively beaming with joy. Holding one hand of Lian Yi and the other of Lian Wei, he gazed left and right, feeling utterly captivated. His eyes then fell upon Hua Xiaoduo and Li Taizhu, a sense of unspoken satisfaction washing over him. Lian Mingshi resolved to visit the ancestral shrine to light a stick of incense for his father, eager to share this delightful news and grant him peace of mind. His tone was affectionate and earnest, yet Lian Qinxiang found himself filled with discontent. Casting a sidelong glance at Lian Yi and Lian Wei, particularly at Lian Yi, he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. The Grand Elder is merely fortunate. Not only does he have a grandson blessed with dual spiritual roots, but astonishingly, a descendant from his younger brother's line possesses such exceptional talent. Years ago, when the sacred technique of Jing Sui was stolen from their ancestor, Lian Wanshan, could it be that the Grand Elder bestowed it upon the Qinxi lineage? Is that why they have been so inexplicably fortunate, yielding 2 prodigious individuals? Lian Qinxiang felt a blend of jealousy and resentment, believing that Lian Qingwang's past decisions were profoundly misguided. They had been estranged from the family for so long, neither born nor raised within the Lian household. How could they possess any genuine sense of belonging? To Lian Qinxiang, these individuals were nothing more than outsiders. Regrettably, neither his brothers nor the head of the family heed his counsel. It is utterly maddening. His own 5th-generation descendant, Lian Hanjing, possesses dual spiritual roots. He had anticipated that the family would allocate resources towards Lian Hanjing, yet who could have foreseen that after years of silence, The sixth branch would produce Lien Shulan with a singular spiritual root, while Lien Qinyuan fortuitously welcomed a grandson with commendable dual spiritual roots. He endured this situation for many years, ultimately managing to swallow his pride. The Lien Xi family, belonging to the same primary branch, surprisingly boasts two talented cultivators with exceptional spiritual roots. Furthermore, that girl, Hua Xiaoduo, is also a daughter of an external marriage from the primary branch, and her aptitude is quite remarkable. In the future, how much of the family's resources will be diverted towards the members of the primary branch? Aside from the second branch, Lien Mingxi's family, what good fortune can the third branch expect? Will Han Jing receive the family's devoted cultivation? It truly infuriates him. Upon hearing these words, both Lien Xunsong and Lien Mingxi's expressions shifted slightly. However, Lien Qinyuan merely chuckled, saying, "Third brother, your words are misguided. Everyone present is well aware of Qinxi's temperament. It is not favoritism towards my younger brother. He has always been rather erratic. Moreover, the pure essence technique has been lost for 500 years. At that time, my brother had yet to be born. Indeed, I believe the old ancestor may have been deceived regarding the pure essence technique's ability to refine spiritual roots. Our family has not lacked individuals who have studied it, and even back then, the clan was aware of this and contemplated its practice. Just look at who has benefited from it. It is utterly useless. Were it not for such extraordinary effects, how could this divine tome be so easily stolen? Or how could the family remain so tranquil? All of them are kin, even though my brother has been gone for many years. To have these few exceptional children is truly a blessing from our ancestors. Lien Chisong, the kind-hearted member of the fourth household, has always acted as a mediator among the brothers since his youth. He gazes upon Lien Yi and the others with warmth and delight. In his heart, the presence of successors is a monumental joy. Regardless of which household they hail from, they are all family, are they not? Yet, his cousin Lien Xiang fails to grasp this principle. This time, however, Lien Qinsong's mediation has proven ineffective. Lien Xiang is determined not to easily bypass this matter. He has been unable to contain his fury for some time. He even demands that Lien Qinsong contribute a piece of thunderstruck wood, simply because there is a child with a lightning spirit root. Lien Mingxi intends to forge a usable lightning attribute sword for that child using the wood. He has also presented numerous treasures and spirit stones, preparing to invite a master of martial arts to refine it. His gaze, sharp as lightning, pierces through to Lien Yi. He cannot comprehend how this impoverished little girl possesses the audacity to claim their family's resources, especially when she adorns herself with what? A row of knives. All mere mortal instruments. Does she consider herself a butcher? She is small, slender, and dark-skinned, clearly a rustic girl. Why should she be entitled to seize the resources of the Lien family, or to diminish the value of their precious texts? Ultimately, she even expects him to part with the thunderstruck wood. Although he entrusted that wood to the family and withheld even finer treasures, he remains displeased. When it comes to treasures, one can never have too many. Morning Song, you must cease your words. How could it possibly be that even morning thought has taken away the cleansing marrow technique? Pray, elucidate for me the enigma of these children, particularly this young girl. How is it that at such a tender age, she has achieved the fourth layer of Qi refinement? Indeed, it has come to my attention that she possesses remarkable talent. Yet regardless of her innate gifts, even within the sect, supported by spiritual veins and familial aid, I have never heard of such a young girl attaining the fourth layer of Qi refinement. Could it be that she has acquired the cleansing marrow technique? I simply cannot fathom it. Or is it that she has practiced some malevolent art? I demand to uncover what secrets this girl harbors. As I spoke, without warning, I extended my hand, palm facing downwards, conjuring a colossal handprint within the hall, intent on seizing Lien Yi. Lien Yi's complexion turned ashen, and the Lien family members were momentarily stunned. However, the handprint solidified in midair only to dissipate, yet in a realm unseen by the Lien family, it crackled ominously, as if it were reluctant to vanish. Lien Yi observed that within the hall, Lien Mingxi, Lien Qinyuan, and Lien Qingsong had all made their move. The ever-smiling visage of Lien Qinyuan was now as dark as the bottom of a pot, exceedingly grim. Even Lien Shulan, who caught a fleeting glance, felt a chill of trepidation wash over her. Indeed, as the handprint disappeared, Lien Mingxi was the first to voice his objection. Third elder, what is your intention? Do you no longer regard me with any respect? Before Lien Qinxiang could respond, Lien Qinyuan interjected with a cold laugh. Third, Have you lived so long that you have succumbed to senility? Have you forgotten the family rules of the Lin clan? I do not mind assisting you in revisiting this matter. The opportunities acquired by the descendants of the Lin family in the outside world are personal fortunes. Unless one is willing to disclose them or share with kin, other opportunities are not to be inquired into by family members, nor should they be pressured due to one's status. What? Do you feel inadequate in your fortunes and resort to bullying the younger generation? Recently, I too have felt quite impoverished. Perhaps I should summon your esteemed Han Jing and have a look at his storage pouch. Chapter 42. You unworthy descendants. Lin Xinyuan is naturally acerbic, his words sharp and cutting. Do you not believe that my fortunes are favorable? Is my branch indeed fortunate? I shall tell you, my branch is indeed fortunate. One possesses a fully developed wood spirit root, while another boasts a 9/10 proficiency in thunderwater wood, yet you desire them. And they are not fated for you. A shameless old man like you. To have even one or two descendants of decent aptitude is likely due to the ancestors' benevolence. As in the realm of immortals, you fare worse than a stray dog, receiving mere scraps of pity. Blah, blah, blah. In the hall, the expressions of all present, including the members of the Lin family, such as Lin Wanshan, Lin Mingshi, Lin Qinsong, and Lin Shulan, grew increasingly wooden. This included the focal point of the matter, Lin Yi. They were all well aware of Lin Qinyuan's sharp tongue. He was the type to infuriate without remorse. And as Lin Xinxiang's complexion shifted from red to black, and then to a purplish hue, it seemed he might explode at any moment. Lin Yi sighed, astonished that after so many years of brotherhood with the third elder and the great ancestor, he still had not grown accustomed to such behavior. It seems that Bo Zhu has been rather gentle with him. Iku is neither a benevolent individual nor a pushover, incapable of feeling any sympathy for someone who harbors ill intentions toward her. Were it not for her tender age and lack of cultivation, she would not hesitate to teach him a lesson herself. However, she cannot do so at present, yet she has made a note of this grievance. What does it matter if he is an elder with the surname Lien? A person who cannot even uphold their own integrity and disrespects their elders does not deserve her filial piety or respect. While she was lost in thought, Lin Xinyuan continued unabated. Evil arts? What kind of formidable sorcery could this be? Are you blind? Haven't you noticed how solidly my young lady is grounded? If you covet her opportunities, just say so, instead of concocting absurd excuses. Lin Xinxiang was so infuriated that he found himself at a loss for words. Were it not for his inability to match Lin Xinyuan's strength, he would have long since. He clenched his teeth tightly, fearing that if he relaxed even for a moment, he might lose control and take a piece out of Lin Xinyuan. An indescribable hatred surged within him. Although Lin Xinyuan was technically his cousin, he had always used his age and superior cultivation to keep him beneath his heel. He recalled that aside from Lin Xinguang from the second branch, who was a prodigy taken as a disciple by the illustrious Jianjun, the rest of their siblings spent their childhoods largely within the family. Lin Xinyuan was the oldest among them, with him following closely behind. Whenever disputes arose among the siblings, Lin Xinyuan would always intervene. If he emerged victorious from a fight, Lin Xinyuan would chastise him, saying he was much older and should not compete with his younger siblings. He was defeated, yet Lin Xinyuan still intended to strike him, stating that as the eldest, with the highest cultivation, he should not be outmatched even by his younger siblings. Truly, he felt utterly useless. Since childhood, he had never possessed the eloquence of Lin Xinyuan, nor matched his cultivation level. He could neither argue nor fight back. He had grown weary of it all, feeling as though he lived perpetually in the shadow cast by Lin Xinyuan. Would he truly have no chance to rise if he did not eliminate him? Suddenly, he found himself in a daze, as a voice echoed in his mind, incessantly urging him, kill him, kill him, kill him. He was uncertain of his own thoughts, but in a moment of impulse, he raised his hand to unleash his most formidable technique, the Tiger Roar Palm. This was an attack from a mid-stage core formation cultivator, wielding at least 70 to 80% of Lin Xinxiang's power. Within the hall, aside from Lin Xinyuan, Lin Mingshi, and Lin Qinsong, who possessed sufficient strength for self-defense, the Lin Zhonghai family and others like Lin Shulan would be utterly defenseless against such a strike. Although caught off guard, Lin Xinyuan reacted almost instantly, shouting, "Be careful." With that, he struck out with his palm, colliding with Lin Xinxiang's attack. Meanwhile, he swiftly summoned a small yellow umbrella artifact, shielding Lin Zhonghai and his wife, as well as Lin Shulan, who was closest to them. Others, including Lin Mingshi, raised a protective barrier to safeguard the nearest Lien Yi, with Li Taizhu also providing protection. Lien Qinsong, nearest to Hua Xiaoduo and her daughter, shielded himself while simultaneously guarding them. Upon entering, one glanced around silently, exuding an aura of peculiarity and utter insignificance. As events unfolded, when Lien Yi found himself under attack from Lien Qinxiang, Lien Wanshan, who had been swaying and standing behind Lien Yi, was left behind by the crowd, accompanied by Lien Yi's piercing cry of ancestor. Although Lien Qinyuan managed to deflect the powerful strike of the Tiger Roar Palm, the resultant surge of spiritual energy triggered the protective formation of the courtyard, leading to a thunderous collapse of the dwelling. Lien Wanshan vanished beneath the ruins. However, Lien Yi's exclamation of ancestor captured everyone's attention. In the Lien family, only one individual may be addressed as the ancestor, Lien Wanshan himself. Even the descendants of the Lien family in the mundane world would not be oblivious to this truth. Throughout their journey, Lien Wanshan had consistently concealed his identity, prompting Lien Changhai's family to refer to him simply as great-grandfather or grandmother. The sudden proclamation of ancestor startled everyone into uncertainty. Lien Qinyuan, too preoccupied to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth or inquire about the unconscious Lien Qinxiang, found himself at a loss for words. Lien Mingshi, Lien Qinsong, Lien Shulan. Oh my heavens! This exclamation echoed like a thunderclap, rousing Lien Qinyuan and the others from their stupor. Without a moment to spare for further inquiries, they focused on extricating the individuals from the debris. In an instant, the trio displayed their unique abilities, with green, golden, and blue lights flickering incessantly amidst the rubble. Startled by a deafening roar, the members of the Lien family beheld the once stately residence of their patriarch and elders, now reduced to rubble. Their expressions were grim, as if haunted by an unshakable dread. Unfortunately, the protective array had activated, rendering them unable to discern the conversations of those within. How could they have entered with such mirth, only to leave devastation in their wake? Were these individuals truly members of the Lien family, or had infiltrators mingled among them? What unspeakable horror had so transformed their patriarch and elders, leaving them in a state akin to mourning a great loss? As the Lien family members stood bewildered and on high alert, the busy figures within the protective barrier finally unearthed Lien Wanshan. Thanks to his fortunate positioning, Lien Mingshi stood before him, effectively shielding him from the surge of spiritual energy. When the structure collapsed, a main beam fortuitously fell across his path, providing a narrow refuge and sparing his life. Thus, when he was extracted, aside from his ashen face, he suffered no significant harm. Lien Mingshi, with a sheepish grin, leaned closer and inquired, "Ancestor?" Lien Wanshan, covered in dust and grime, spat in disdain and pointed at the crowd encircling him, unleashing a tirade of curses. "You unworthy descendants." Chapter 43. The forbidden ground of Cold Mountain in Lien Shulan's residence, the Lien Changhai family sat to one side. Several heads of families and elders, who typically exuded vigor, now hung their heads in trepidation, standing nervously at the lower table. At the upper table sat an elderly woman clad in male attire. Given the main courtyard's collapse, it was inappropriate for the ancestor to remain amidst the ruins. Thus they had relocated to Lien Shulan's residence, which was in close proximity to the main courtyard. The venerable ancestor has already conducted a thorough cleansing, and fortunately, there was not a single scratch. The garments, crafted from the silk spun by 10-year-old spirit silkworms, were graciously contributed by the family head, Lien Mingshi. They radiate ethereal energy and possess commendable defensive properties. Lien Changhai felt somewhat restless, as both the family head and the elders remained standing, while his family's younger generation was seated. He found it increasingly difficult to remain still, stealing glances at the inscrutable expression of the elderly matriarch at the head of the table. He was at a loss for words. Particularly since the events of the day were unforeseen, none could have anticipated such occurrences, which nearly resulted in harm to the venerable ancestor. Lien Changhai managed to utter a few dry remarks, though he was uncertain of their substance. The silence from the venerable ancestor rendered the atmosphere tense, with both the elders and the family head appearing equally hesitant to speak. Should he remain silent any longer, it would surely become unbearably awkward. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Lien Qinyuan, his eyes conveying a hint of reproach. Despite the venerable ancestor's silence, many of the matters Lien Changhai mentioned had been previously articulated by her, recorded in the ancestral manuscripts. which were meticulously preserved in the highest echelons of the family library. Accessible only to the family head and the elders, knowledge far beyond Lin Changhai's reach. This realization further solidified his belief, leaving no room for doubt. Thus, the paramount concern became how to placate the wrathful ancestor, a task he found utterly daunting and without a clear approach. He felt a storm brewing within him. Unable to find solace as memories of their first encounter flooded back, he could not comprehend why she seemed to harbor such disdain for him, casting suspicion at every turn. Whenever he contemplated these matters, he yearned to vanish before his ancestors. He felt as though, from that moment forth, he would forever appear diminished in their presence. With this thought in mind, he cast a reproachful glare at the two mischievous children, Lin Yi and Lin Y, knowing full well that they were the source of his vexation. Even if they favored their ancestor, he was still their great-uncle, particularly Lin Yi, whom he had kindly permitted to enlist the slothful Wu Jie in crafting her ceremonial attire, only for her to neglect to provide him even a single word of warning. Truly, they were two insufferable children. Had they merely uttered a word of caution, he would not have been subjected to such humiliation today. Sensing her great-uncle's frustrated gaze, Lin Yi tugged at Lin Y's sleeve and offered an apologetic smile in his direction. She was currently seated off to the side alongside Lin Y, having inadvertently revealed their ancestor's predicament in a moment of desperation. Although she understood that their ancestor could not remain estranged from the family head indefinitely, she felt a twinge of guilt for being the one to breach the subject. However, there was no alternative. Their ancestor's situation was dire, and both of her formidable supports had crumbled. Alas, she feared that the days ahead would not be so easy. Yet, at this moment, no one seemed to notice her plight. As soon as Lin Mingshi finished speaking, Lin Wanshan let out a cold laugh. You speak of alleviating my troubles and sharing my burdens. Yet how can you share my burdens when my own family seeks to take my life? I believe it would be wiser to prepare a bundle for my departure. I would rather leave early than risk being slain by my own descendants. After all, no one pays me heed, nor offers me protection. And it is outrageous that my own kin have turned out to be ungrateful scions intent on my demise. His words left those present momentarily speechless. At the forefront stood Lin Mingshi, sweat cascading down his forehead. His head lowered even further as he hastily acknowledged his faults. It was the incompetence of the younger generation that had led to such a predicament for the esteemed ancestor. He implored the ancestor to take care of their health and not to succumb to excessive anger, for ignorance is often excused. Oh, how do you intend to punish him? Lin Wanshan cast a fleeting glance at the fearful Lin Qinyuan, relishing in his current display of reverence. Humph, this little brat had been both pretentious and arrogant throughout, and Lin Wanshan had longed to temper his overbearing demeanor. Lin Qinyuan found himself momentarily speechless, casting a glance at Lin Mingshi. Lin Qinxiang, narrow-minded, selfish, and consumed by jealousy, had audaciously laid hands on his kin. It was imperative to strip him of his elder status, confine his cultivation, and imprison him in the cold mountain for a century, as a deterrent to others. To lay hands on one's own kin is a grave offense. Fortunately, no significant harm had been inflicted. According to the family rules, should severe injury occur, the price would be life for life. However, they were fortunate to have intervened in time, for Lin Yi possessed exceptional talent as a cultivator. Should he succeed, the hope for the family's revival would be utterly destroyed. Hence, this punishment, under the principle of life for life, was the harshest of all. Cold Mountain, a remote and frigid locale far from Lingxiao sect, was a place of extreme cold, while it was revered as a sacred ground for ice spirit root cultivators. Even those at the nascent soul stage would find it unbearably chilling, with a slight misstep leading to frostbite. For Lin Qinxiang, stripped of his cultivation, each moment would be a torment. The Lin family owned a territory spanning 100 miles in Cold Mountain, known among their kin as the Cold Mountain Forbidden Zone, specifically designated for the punishment of errant family members. Their lineage has endured for tens of thousands of years, although they may possess the bloodline of vine spirits, which renders their temperament relatively gentle and simple. The complexities and unpredictabilities of human nature, influenced by the environment and opportunities, inevitably lead to the emergence of wayward descendants. Over the span of 3 millennia, the desolate cold mountains have imprisoned dozens of their kin, aiming to rectify their misdeeds and allow for a fresh start, while simultaneously serving as a deterrent to the clan, warning them against transgressing taboos. Some have emerged from those confines, while others remain eternally ensnared within. Although Lin Qinyuan is not the family head, he believes he has acted with fairness and justice in handling the matter of Lin Qinxiang. However, the ancestral spirits are evidently displeased. Is it truly so? Chapter 44. The ancestral guidance. Lin Qinyuan found himself momentarily stunned, yet, to any discerning observer, it was clear that the ancestors were dissatisfied. This is dire. Could it be that they now question his competence? Ancestors, I. Before Lin Qinyuan could finish his thought, Lin Wanshan, with an air of impatience, waved his hand, interrupting him. Nevertheless, his tone conveyed an inexplicable calmness. Lin Qinxiang, without seeking the reasons, has unleashed his wrath upon the younger generation, and with such severity. Do you not consider investigating the matter, instead of merely imposing punishment? Who has emboldened him to act in such a manner within the family? Is he not afraid that, upon the revelation of his actions, the descendant he ardently protects will be scorned by the clan? What emboldened him to strike in such circumstances, particularly knowing that at least 2 or 3 cultivators present possess greater or comparable prowess? It is evident to any observer that the likelihood of success in such an endeavor is exceedingly low. One might attribute this to impulsiveness. A youth in their teens or early 20s may act rashly out of bravado. However, I find it hard to believe that a person of several centuries would still succumb to impetuous behavior. Such an unusual and illogical course of action should raise suspicions. Do you not think? As the head of the family, is it truly acceptable for the elders to resort to such a crude and simplistic solution? You have imprisoned Hans Han. Yet have you considered the fate of his direct descendants? The child, possessing the rare dual spiritual root, is also a descendant of the Lin family. Have you contemplated how to treat that child? He is no longer a mere infant. Have you thought about whether he might grow resentful towards the family in the future, and how he might act in response? The realm of cultivation has long been rife with sinister arts capable of manipulating human hearts. Should you not investigate this further? If Qinxiang indeed exhibits any abnormalities, should we not explore whether others within the family might share similar conditions? Moreover, if he had long harbored ulterior motives or exhibited any peculiarities, would not those in his immediate circle have noticed something amiss? A cascade of inquiries bombarded Lin Mingshi, Lin Qinyuan, and Lin Qinsong. The 3 men broke into a cold sweat, feeling a profound sense of shame. Although the ancestor did not explicitly state it, he repeatedly highlighted their shortcomings, their management flaws, and ultimately, the cause of the Lin family's decline. Lin Mingshi fell to his knees before Lin Wanshan with a resounding thud, exclaiming, "Ancestral patriarch, it is our failure to properly govern the Lin family that has led us down the path of decline. We are deeply remorseful. Despite being several centuries old, we have burdened you with these concerns. We, the descendants, have shown great ingratitude." Initially, Lin Mingshi had believed that the demise of his father, the loss of the Yuan in cultivators, and the forfeiture of the position of the peak master of Wanjian Feng were the primary reasons for the family's gradual deterioration. Yet, the patriarch's probing questions awakened him to a different reality. The departure of his father may have resulted in a temporary fragility due to the absence of Yuaning cultivators. However, as long as the family remained united, with the descendants striving for progress and nurturing a sense of kinship, they could undoubtedly regain strength over time, even in the face of adversity and the lack of prodigious talents. At the very least, they could stabilize their current situation, could they not? What was most alarming was the fracturing of their unity, with each individual harboring their own agendas. Even the leaders among them failed to perceive the family's trajectory, opting for simplistic and blunt resolutions to problems, which ultimately siphoned away the family's vitality. As Lin Mingshi knelt, Lin Qinyuan and Lin Qinsong experienced a moment of clarity, particularly Lin Qinyuan, whose face flushed with deep embarrassment. Ultimately, they had been too haphazard in managing the family, lacking in methodical approaches. This act of humility brought a modicum of comfort to Lin Wanshan's heart. Though he had maintained a stoic facade since entering the family abode, he had been quietly observing the Lin family, pondering how it had transformed over thousands of years. Yet, as their ancestor, he could not simply turn away in apathy. Instead, he could only internally recite the Heart Sutra while offering guidance and insight. Fortunately, he is not entirely foolish. He nodded thoughtfully and stated plainly, "If you can comprehend the words of this old man, then there is still hope for you. I have lived my life with a sense of freedom, yet I understand that managing a grand sect or a small family follows the same principles. I once heard a saying in the mortal realm, ruling a great nation is akin to cooking a delicate dish. The more prosperous the time, the more one must exercise caution, especially now, when we are already witnessing a looming crisis. The three of them stood with bowed heads, listening intently, and each nodded in agreement, seemingly experiencing a moment of enlightenment. It was not only they who were astonished. Even Lien Yi and Lien Y stared at their ancestor in disbelief, for his demeanor today was vastly different from his usual self. However, upon reflection, Lien Yi began to understand. Every family has its own shortcomings that must be addressed. Mortals are the same. Although their ancestor had ascended to a status akin to that of an immortal, he was not beyond the concerns of the earthly realm. It is only natural to be unable to let go entirely. What one does not see can be ignored, but once seen, it becomes a source of distress. To their surprise, the seemingly wise Lien Wanshan, upon catching the gaze of his two grandsons, suddenly lifted his chin in a rather boastful manner. Shattering the image of sagacity he had just projected, Lien Yi raised his eyebrows, unable to refrain from admiration. Reflecting on this, he scratched his head. Though he did not place much importance on spirit stones, he had indeed laid eyes on various techniques and treasures. Despite his carefree and leisurely disposition, even after achieving a divine transformation, he had wandered far and wide, entirely absent from the sect and the Lien family. However, at that time, the Lien family had yet to flourish. His mind was entirely consumed with thoughts of elevating the family and the sect. Thus, he devoted considerable attention to martial techniques and treasures. Anything useful for the Lien family, or potentially beneficial in the future, was meticulously copied for the clan. While the original texts and some obscure, inconsequential items were relegated to the sect. Reflecting on those days, Lien Wanshan felt a pang of sorrow. This thought dampened his spirits once more, and his expression darkened. He had invested so much effort, perfecting martial arts, acquiring treasures, and establishing family regulations and genealogies, all in the hope that his descendants would face no worries after his ascension. Yet, what was the outcome? His progeny had met with failure, and he was compelled to offer personal guidance. Lien Wanshan pondered whether he had somehow offended the heavenly principles of the Meikuan realm, which seemed intent on tormenting him. The family had even begun to decline. Despite his self-proclaimed brilliance, he found himself unable to resolve such myriad issues. Was this capricious heaven plotting against him, or merely indifferent to his plight? Chapter 45. A return to amnesia. On that note, Lien Yi felt that life was treating him reasonably well. Recently, after their ancestor had chastised the great-uncle, the family head, and the elders, they had been unusually compliant. Not only did they swiftly bring forth Lien Xinxiang for accountability, but even the direct lineage of Lien Xinxiang was interrogated extensively. Ultimately, some peculiar clues came to light. Although the family head and elders kept this matter under tight wraps, whispers of rumors still circulated. Coupled with the particularly gossipy Lien Shulan, Lien Yi managed to glean snippets of both truth and fabrication. It is said that after Lien Xinxiang was struck unconscious by Lien Qinyuan's palm that day, he remained in a deep slumber for over 10 days. Upon awakening, he astonishingly appeared to have become foolish, even suffering from amnesia. Given Lien Wanshan's prior experience with amnesia, the Lien family was acutely sensitive to such matters and immediately sensed something amiss. They conducted extensive inquiries but found no substantial results. It was only through his great-grandson, Lien Hanjing, that they learned Lien Xinxiang had obtained a lightning-struck wooden artifact, along with a mysterious technique which he practiced, seemingly leading to a shift in his temperament that became notably more violent. However, Lien Xinxiang cherished this technique so deeply that even Lien Hanjing had not been privy to its specifics. Furthermore, upon searching Lien Xinxiang's storage bag, they discovered no trace of this technique. As the family pieced together these clues, they grew increasingly suspicious that Lien Xinxiang had engaged in malevolent practices. Such a grave matter transcended the family level. The head of the family had reported it to the sect, the specifics of which were beyond the knowledge of junior disciples like Lien Yi. Presently, while Lien Xinxiang has not been sent to the forbidden cold mountain, the esteemed elder Xinjian, a medical practitioner of the sect, has stated that his soul is incomplete, the reasons for which remain elusive. At present, Lien Xinxiang has been stripped of his cultivation and taken to Elder Xinjian's Qingnong Peak for close observation, in hopes of uncovering the truth. In contrast to the tumultuous situation within the Lien family, marked by attempts to restore order and maintain balance among various factions within the sect, Lien Yi's household enjoys a tranquil existence. Upon returning, they chose a splendid location to establish their residence, a site selected by their ancestor. who cherished the presence of 2 centuries-old 7-star fruit trees, a spiritual fruit he adored, thus justifying the establishment of their home there. The Lin family harbored no particular demands regarding their residence. After all, compared to the mundane world, Wanjian Peak, belonging to the inner sanctum of the Ling Xi sect, was a realm of abundant spiritual energy, adorned with a plethora of spiritual flowers and fruits. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a paradise on earth. Hence, they had no specific preferences. It was indeed a blessing that their ancestor could designate a location for them to establish their abode. Initially, Lin Changhai had been troubled by this matter, contemplating enlisting the help of his granduncle to select a suitable site. Furthermore, Lin Qinxiang, with his amnesia and fragmented soul, bore a striking resemblance to their ancestors' condition, prompting the Lin family to treat this issue as a most guarded secret, shrouded in deep mystery. However, this notion was merely a fleeting thought. After all, Lin Wanshan appeared to be an ordinary mortal devoid of spiritual roots. Like most members of the Lin family, he was perceived merely as an elderly individual living a tranquil life at home. Moreover, Lin Changhai's family, characterized by their simplicity and kindness, quickly assimilated into the clan without any sense of dissonance. Although Moxie Peak was a secondary peak, its vastness meant that encounters with Lin Wanshan's relatives were exceedingly rare, and the likelihood of witnessing Lin Wanshan alongside the family head or even the elders was even more improbable. Since the day he had imparted lessons to his younger kin, Lin Wanshan had grown quite indifferent to the trivialities of family matters. He had declared that he was now an elder, and his responsibilities to the family had long since passed. Presently, his primary focus was to resolve his own affairs, and during his leisure, he delighted in guiding his grandchildren and overseeing their cultivation, finding great joy in his freedom. As for matters concerning the family or the sect, he felt no inclination to engage or concern himself with them. After all, the sect he founded has long since vanished, and the evolution of the family is now a matter for the younger generations to concern themselves with. Did it not continue to flourish in his absence? Having lived to this advanced age, he places greater importance on the immutable laws of nature. Just as the principle of prosperity inevitably leads to decline, cycling through time, he had once been unable to refrain from imparting a few words of wisdom to the younger generation, yet he deemed it inappropriate to involve himself further in their affairs. Moreover, in his view, the family, though distant, has not yet reached the brink of ruin. On the contrary, the present moment is both a crisis and an opportunity, perhaps even a chance to achieve greatness once more. However, as their ancestor, it would be unseemly for him to express such sentiments to the younger generation. As an elder, does he not care for his dignity? He vividly recalls a day when he pointed a finger at his great ancestor's nose and exclaimed, "You little rascals! I am of such an advanced age, yet you still bother me. Do you not wish to see me live a good life? Do not presume that just because I offered you a few pointers that I intend to be at your beck and call. It is merely that you are too foolish. I fear that you might tarnish the family name in the future. That is why I reluctantly chose to teach you a thing or two. In truth, I would rather spend my time napping and observing my clever grandchildren, little E, little Y, little Duo, and little Shulan, as they hone their skills. Do not bring your wrinkled faces too close to me. If you come to me with every trivial matter, then what was the purpose of my founding this family? If not to produce descendants who only serve to irritate me? Now be gone. I wish to take my afternoon nap." Amid the amusing scene, despite feeling a tinge of sympathy for the ancestor who was drenched in saliva and too timid to wipe his face, I could not help but think that such treatment was deserved. Regardless of the illustrious figure he once was, he now stood as an ordinary mortal devoid of spiritual roots. Continuing to exert himself in such a manner could only prove detrimental to his well-being. Thus, in recent days, I accompanied the ancestor on his excursions, and with the vivacious presence of Lin Shulan guiding us, we have thoroughly explored all that Ling Xi sect has to offer. Presently, the 5 of us have just emerged from the bustling market of Ling Xi sect, having dined at the exquisite Maitaju. Lin Wanshan smacked his lips and inquired of me, "Little E, have you gleaned any insights?" Chapter 46. The unfurling blossoms upon our return, due to the ancestor's formidable reputation. We decided it best to refer to him as great-grandfather to avoid any potential disturbances. Before I could finish my thought, I received a gentle reprimand from Lin Wanshan. "You extravagant fool. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones this feast has cost?" With a sidelong glance at the storage bag, he lamented, "And you, insisting on bringing dishes for your parents, your aunt, and Taiju. Your father can cook for himself, yet he remains unawakened." Feeding them these delicacies infused with spiritual energy is a waste, as they cannot absorb it. Lien Wanshan was clearly displeased. Although his descendants had generously gifted him numerous spirit stones, his love for fine food and drink, combined with the presence of 4 young ones accompanying him, resulted in considerable expenditure. The spirit stones flowed like water, turning this venture into a rather unprofitable endeavor. Although he possessed little understanding of spirit stones, at that time he was a revered figure at the pinnacle of cultivation, enjoying a status of great esteem. Now, however, he found himself in the presence of an ordinary old woman, and the current state of the Makoan realm was incomparable to that of yesteryears. Had he not just discovered the spirit stones with great difficulty? Lien Wai, with a pout, muttered softly, "But aren't you, after all, still immortal? Consuming these spiritually infused dishes is nothing short of wasteful, isn't it?" Little did he know, Lien Wanshan had keenly overheard him. Before Lien Wai could finish his sentence, Lien Wanshan seized his ear with a firm grip, exclaiming, "You little rascal, it seems you are itching for a reprimand." Lien Shulan, and Hua Xiaoduo leaned against one another, shaking their heads in delight, observing Lien Wai's pitiful state as he clutched his ear, howling in distress. With no intention of lending a hand, it was not that they lacked sibling affection, rather. The daily skirmishes between the old and the young had become a source of amusement for them, a spectacle to which they had long grown accustomed. Unintentionally, Lien glanced up and noticed a newly opened shop beside Mei Taojiu, the treasure pavilion. It was evidently a store selling magical tools and artifacts. She tugged at Lien Shulan and Hua Xiaoduo, saying, "Sister Lan, Sister Duo, let us go to the treasure pavilion for a look." Pointing to her own head, she added, "Little Black has been coiling atop my head all day. It's rather heavy. We should buy it a spirit beast pouch." This Little Black, having just hatched, was indeed fortunate. Following Lien around for meals and merriment, it had grown visibly larger, more than doubling its size since its emergence from the shell. It had a penchant for coiling around her head, masquerading as her hair. Lien felt an increasing weight pressing down, nearing unbearable levels. Her neck felt as though it might snap, and she had long contemplated purchasing a spirit beast pouch to contain it. However, there was no opportunity for Lien to purchase anything. At this moment, she had only just familiarized herself with the Lingxiao sect, and today marked her inaugural visit to Meitao residence for a meal. Upon returning, if she were to mention this to the ancestor, surely the ancestor would bring them along. Furthermore, she was short on spirit stones. In truth, the clan provided a monthly allocation, and for cultivators like Lien who were at the Qi refining stage, the clan distributed 10 spirit stones each month. Although this amount was insufficient to procure even a single dish at Meitao residence, it represented a considerable fortune for a junior cultivator like Lien. It was said that outer disciples of the Lingxiao sect received only 5 spirit stones monthly, while servant disciples were allotted 2, and the inner disciples merely 15. Nevertheless, assistance from her great-uncle was necessary, as she needed to devise ways to earn additional spirit stones. Lien blinked. 10 stones. Is that insufficient? Lien Shulan replied, knowing full well, "Of course it's inadequate, but I could lend you some. You can repay me whenever you have it." After pondering for a moment, Lien felt somewhat troubled. Perhaps I should come back next month. Little Black shouldn't grow too much in that time, right? Lien Shulan mercilessly shattered Lien Yi's daydream. What are you thinking? A spirit beast pouch likely requires 50 spirit stones. Don't even mention next month. Even if you return in 3 months, you still won't be able to afford it. She then playfully flicked Little Black, who had raised its head upon hearing its name from Lien. This glutton is insatiable. In less than 3 months, it will be heavy enough to snap your neck. I suggest renaming it Greedy Snake. It is often said that objects resemble their masters, and it is rumored that Xiao Yi possesses exceptional culinary skills, suggesting that she may indeed be a connoisseur of fine food. Otherwise, how could she have raised such a gluttonous creature? Even oblivious to the teasing glances exchanged between the two sisters, was astounded. How could this be? Was it not stated that spirit beast bags were as common as storage bags? She hesitated to approach her great-uncle for one, as no one in the Lien family raised spirit beasts. Thus, she contemplated purchasing one herself. How could the price of such a necessity be so exorbitant? Lien Shulan rolled her eyes. Who exactly informed you that storage bags were readily available? Many wandering cultivators cannot afford them. Lien found herself at a loss for words. She wished to express that her understanding stemmed from her ancestors, who likely harbored misconceptions about the Makoan realm. Furthermore, was 50 spirit stones truly a substantial sum? Just moments ago, a single squirrel spirit fish had cost 30 spirit stones. Upon reflection, Lin Xi conceded that this was indeed a valid point. The squirrel spirit fish was consumed in one sitting, whereas a spirit beast bag could serve her for an extended period. Contemplating her meager 10 spirit stones, Lin Xi sighed. Echoing Lien Wanshan's lament, spirit stones simply do not last. Although she may not reach the culinary prowess of renowned chefs, surely she could earn enough spirit stones. She glanced at Hua Xiaoduo, Lien Shulan, Lien Wei, and Lien Wanshan, pondering that perhaps this matter warranted further deliberation. In Chapter 47, titled The Trap, Lien Xi ultimately borrowed spirit stones from Lien Shulan and rushed to the treasure pavilion to procure the spirit beast bag. Ignoring the struggles of the little black creature, she stuffed it into the bag, hoping that it would have the opportunity to cultivate and shed some weight in the spacious confines. As she emerged, she deliberately gazed upon the array of magical artifacts displayed before her. Merely artifacts. Yet even the most ordinary among them commanded a price of no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Some items demanded not spirit stones at all, but required other treasures as equivalent exchanges. She noticed a long flute, marked with the stipulation that it could be traded for a 200-year-old frostbloom herb. There were numerous similar requests, some seeking spirit herbs, others desiring different artifacts, and even some asking for elixirs. The proprietor of the treasure pavilion, Master Lin, informed her that many of these magical items were consigned by cultivators who established the terms of trade, while the pavilion merely retained a 10% commission. The first floor of the pavilion was filled with various magical artifacts, but those of a higher grade could be found on the second floor. Individuals like her, who were frugal even when purchasing a spirit beast pouch and were merely nascent cultivators, lacked the qualifications to ascend. As she stepped out of the treasure pavilion, she noticed a crowd seemingly encircling her ancestor and siblings. Frowning, she instinctively sensed trouble and quickened her pace towards them. Parting the throng, she caught sight of Lien Wei and Lien Shulan standing firm in front, defending Hua Xiaoduo and their ancestor, their expressions unwavering as they appeared to be debating with several individuals ahead. Lien Xi concentrated intently, hearing the boisterous voice of the leading man, filled with arrogant bravado. Understand this, that old hag and the brat collided with me during their ruckus. Did you not see? The accompanying lackey promptly echoed. Do you not know who my young master is? How dare you bump into him? Are you blind? Lien Wei appeared infuriated. Did our collision cause you any injury? It was not intentional, and it was merely a light tap. I have already offered my apologies. Lien Shulan, with a cold smile, tugged at Lien Wei and unleashed her ire upon the man clad in white before her. Qin Shihua, cease your barking like a dog. What is it? Is your Qin family still dissatisfied after clashing with our Lien family outside? Must you also instigate a brawl in the marketplace beneath the sect, bringing further disgrace upon yourselves? Qin Shihua's expression shifted dramatically, his anger palpable. Lien Shulan, you insufferable girl, cease your nonsense. What? Are we not entitled to seek an explanation after you collided with us first? Lien Shulan huffed. Let us seek justice here. This ruffian was merely jostled during some playful antics involving my great-grandfather and brother. We have already apologized. He was neither injured nor fell. Yet he audaciously demands 50,000 spirit stones. Qin Shihua, why don't you just resort to theft instead? Meanwhile, the crowd surrounding them murmured and pointed. Yet no one dared to intervene. Lien Xi furrowed her brow, pondering the sheer audacity of this individual, demanding such an exorbitant sum for a mere bump, enough to procure a magical artifact from the treasure pavilion. She scrutinized the man, noting his youthful visage, the depths of his cultivation obscured from her view. According to Lien Shulan, it seemed he bore some acquaintance with their family, and there was a history of discord. His eyelids were puffy, and his gait unsteady, resembling that of a drunkard rather than a cultivator. As she assessed him, Qin Shihua's gaze was drawn to her. TSK, 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 a mere fourth level of chi refinement? Pray, how old are you? Lien Xi ignored him and walked directly to Lien Wei's side. She observed the 4 members of her family, noting their attire was neat and tidy, indicating that aside from their verbal altercation, no physical confrontation had yet ensued. Even in the face of conflict, Lien Xi remained unperturbed. After all, her elder sister Lien was a foundation-building cultivator. Although she could not discern the full extent of the man's cultivation, she was no fool. Anyone bold enough to provoke others in the market was unlikely to possess significant strength, Otherwise, they would have acted rather than merely boasting here. Her primary concern was inadvertently harming her esteemed ancestor. Lin Yi realized that the man was acting deliberately, likely harboring some grievance against the Lin family. Sensing their relatively lower cultivation levels, he believed them to be easy targets and had come to provoke them. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi's indifference only served to infuriate him further. He remained motionless, merely signaling to the attendant behind him. That attendant, a man of the 6th layer of Qi refining, appeared to be in his 30s. Looking even older than Chen Shihua. Receiving the silent cue, the attendant stepped forward and seized Lin Yi's arm, exclaiming, "You little brat, are you deaf? Did you not hear young Master Shihua speaking to you?" Without hesitation, Lin Yi swung her hand and forcefully struck his arm away. The attendant's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He sensed that this seemingly insignificant girl was no easy prey. Lin Shulan, fuming with rage, confronted Chen Shihua. "You are no longer a youth. If I recall correctly, you are over 100 years old. Bullying a girl who has not yet reached your age is a disgrace to the Chen family." Chen Shihua offered no reply, merely casting a smirk in Lin Shulan's direction. Then, with a flick of his hand, another attendant behind him stepped forward, blocking the path of Hua Xiaoduo, Lin Wei, and Lin Wanshan. Hua Xiaoduo pursed her lips and stepped forward, standing alongside Lin Wei to shield their esteemed ancestor. He truly regarded the three individuals with disdain, for their highest cultivation level merely reached the 2nd tier of Qi refinement, accompanied by a mere mortal woman. As a practitioner at the 5th tier of Qi refinement, he hardly felt threatened. Lin Shulan gritted her teeth, her gaze icy as she confronted Chen Shihao. "What do you mean, Chen Shihao? It is prohibited to employ spells within the market. Do you presume that your Chen family's influence grants you the audacity to act recklessly here? Were it not for this regulation, I would have already taken action against you. Why do I have to endure this prolonged exchange?" Chen Shihao shrugged nonchalantly, steadfastly blocking Lin Shulan's path. "Oh, I am aware. Who said this young master intended to use spells? That would merely signify I am bullying you. However, how do you propose to address the incident of colliding with me? It is beyond my capacity to simply swallow my pride." He gazed at Lin Shulan with ill intent and proposed, "How about this? A new martial arts school has opened on West Street of the Market, established by a friend of mine. Its arena can nullify magical powers. What do you say? Are you brave enough to face me in a duel? Regardless of the outcome, this matter shall be settled. Otherwise, I shall reconsider my stance, and not only will you owe me 50,000 spirit stones, but that old woman and that foul boy shall also have to bow their heads 3 times in apology." Though that odious boy had offered an apology, the elderly woman had not. At this point, Lin Shulan could no longer restrain herself. With a flick of her wrist, a slender wooden spike, as fine as a hair, shot towards Chen Shihao's eyes in an instant. Chen Shihao was momentarily taken aback, yet he seemed to have been prepared. Swiftly raising his hands to activate a shield-like magical artifact, narrowly deflecting the wooden spike. In response to this altercation, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the market, indicating that a restriction had undoubtedly been triggered. Before long, a golden core cultivator clad in the distinctive white robe of the Ling Xi sect, adorned solely with the embroidered 7-colored auspicious clouds at the cuffs, arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Shulan's countenance darkened further. This individual was from the Qin family. At that moment, she vaguely surmised that her family had likely fallen into some traps set by the Qins. Chapter 48. Serendipitous mishap. This group of scoundrels from the Qin family had likely been watching them for quite some time, and today's seemingly fortuitous encounter was, in fact, a carefully orchestrated scheme, awaiting their unwitting participation. She pondered how coincidental it was that in such a spacious street, a mere turn of the head resulted in Chen Shihao colliding with her ancestor and Lin Wei. It seemed he had deliberately maneuvered himself into their path. The area surrounding Meitao residence lay in the northern street of the market, a considerable distance from the sect. The Lin family also owned a shop in the market, located on the eastern and southern streets, while the northern street was predominantly occupied by shops belonging to the Qin family. Today, the golden core cultivator on duty in the northern street was indeed a member of the Qin family, specifically a paternal uncle of Chen Shihao. It was evident that regardless of whether Lin Shulan chose to engage or refrain from action, Chen Shihao would undoubtedly fulfill his objective. But what could that objective possibly be? It was implausible that it involved her. The long-standing enmity between their families was well known to both parties. Even if Chen Shihao were inclined to fight, he would not stand a chance against her. After all, she was a solidly established foundation establishment cultivator, while Chen Shihao, despite being in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, had merely reached that level through an abundance of spiritual herbs, a privilege afforded to him as the son of the family head. Thus, it was likely that his intentions were aimed at Lin Yi and Lin Y. At this moment, Chen Shihao was probably unaware that Lin Y was the one among the Lin family possessing superior talent. He likely assumed it to be Lin Yi, who had a higher cultivation level. However, in this manner, it inadvertently turned out to be a fortunate miscalculation. Xiao Yi's innate talent, often described as possessing 3 spiritual roots, remains largely unknown to the ordinary clan members. Yet, even the higher echelons of the clan, including her, are aware that her aptitude surpasses that of the young outsider. The Chun family is a long-standing lineage of the Lingxiao sect, seemingly enduring for as long as the sect itself. Following the merger of the Wanjin sect and the Lingxiao sect, the Lin family, as a venerable lineage of the Wanjin sect, not only avoided becoming a defeated faction, but instead consistently overshadowed the Chun family in various aspects, be it strength, fortune, or relations with the sect and its numerous peaks. The fierce competition for resources and the long-standing animosity between the two families have rendered them irreconcilable. Lin Shulan is acutely aware that the Chun family is likely growing restless. Over the years, the Chun family has indeed been on a steady decline. Currently, the most formidable among them is their patriarch, Chen Ji, a mid-stage golden core cultivator from Jintan Island. Furthermore, the Chun family is rife with internal strife and familial discord, although they appear numerous. They pale in comparison to the relative unity of the Lin family. Rather than striving for self-improvement, they seem perpetually fixated on undermining their rivals. In Lin Shulan's view, such an obsession is utterly unnecessary, considering the vastness of the Lingxiao sect. It would be far more prudent for them to concentrate on enhancing their own strength rather than fixating on the Lin family. She believes that the Chun family's continual focus on internal conflict is precisely what leads them further down the path of decline. The Lingxiao sect, as a premier sect of exceptional stature, boasts not only 2 reclusive transformation stage cultivators, Yai Jianjun and Donglai Jinjuan, but also 7 nascent soul cultivators. Such a level of prowess indeed places them at the pinnacle of the Meikoan realm. In the realm of elite sects, the Wanfage boasts 8 Yuanian cultivators, yet lacks any Huashan. Although the Chengxian sect is home to 2 Huashan practitioners, one of them is a recent ascendant, having attained this status within the last century, while it possesses merely 5 Yuanian cultivators. The Qingshaman, on the other hand, counts a single Huashan among its ranks. The master of the enchanting Shiner, the esteemed Pufing Jinjuan, stands at the threshold of Huashan, alongside 6 Yuanian disciples. These 5 Huashan represent the pinnacle of power within the Meikoan realm. Presently, the Ascension Tower has remained dormant for a millennium, shrouded in mystery. It is conceivable that the absence of summons is due to the Huashan Star Lords not yet reaching the consummate stage of their transformation. Furthermore, given that Huashan cultivators are believed to live until the age of 10,000 years, the prolonged inactivity of the Ascension Tower suggests that any Huashan who vanished into seclusion over a millennium ago can be presumed to have passed away peacefully. Within the Lingxiao sect, the inner sanctum comprises 4 peaks, 2 islands, a cliff, and a hall, along with several additional mountains and islets that, lacking a resident Yuanian cultivator, have become secondary peaks and subordinate islands. The only exception is the Xianshikan, manned by the esteemed Qifeng Zhenren, a late-stage Jindan cultivator who, though not a traditional practitioner, may aptly be described as a culinary adept who attains enlightenment through gastronomic means. Each of the remaining 4 peaks, 2 islands, and the cliff is presided over by a Yuanian cultivator. The Yidafeng is home to the sect leader, Lin Fa Jinjuan, a mid-stage Yuanian practitioner, who dominates the Lingxiao sect's main peak. The Wanjin Peak is led by Jiuxian Jinjuan, a newly ascended early-stage Yuanian cultivator, who has succeeded the late Lian Chengwang as its master. Wanjin Peak is teeming with talent, including the illustrious Ziyu Jinren, the master of Lin Shulan, who is renowned as a gifted cultivator, his own mentor being the illustrious Yikexianjin. Lastly, the Qingnong Peak is presided over by the divine Shinjinjuan, a late-stage Yuanian cultivator and a healer of great repute. The esteemed leader of Tuguan Peak, the true monarch Bianjin, is a practitioner of Buddhism and a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. His master, the Eastern Star Monarch, is also a Buddhist practitioner and a direct descendant of the renowned Master Dunning, who originally established the sect alongside Lien Wanshan. The island lord of Jintan Island, where the Chun family resides, is the true monarch Boizhou, a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages. He is a descendant of Chun Yan, who co-founded the sect with Lien Wanshan and a member of the Chun family. After several millennia of development, the Chun family has dwindled, however. Following the merger of Ling Xiao sect and Wanjian sect, the Chun families from both sects have united, forming a singular Chun family. Additionally, there is Hualien Island, whose lord is the supreme true monarch, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator and a ninth-tier artifact master, one of only two in the entire Makoan realm. His disciple is an exceptionally lazy martial stage practitioner. Moreover, Hongzanya serves as the residence of the Rin family, where the head, Rin Yaofei, was originally a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, he suffered severe injuries during the Yin Mountain incident, causing his cultivation to regress to the early stages of nascent soul. He is currently in seclusion, recuperating. Rin Yaofei is a descendant of Rin Qingxin, who, alongside Lien Wanshan, established the sect. The women of the Rin family generally surpass the men in strength, and Rin Yaofei serves both as the head of the residence and the family leader, a remarkably resolute individual in authority. The visitor, named Chun Jinliang, is a golden core cultivator from the Chun family. His countenance reveals distress as he approaches Lien Shulan with an expression of utmost impartiality. Are you not aware of the sect's regulations prohibiting the use of spells in the market? Since you have erred, you must accompany me for a brief journey. Please pay the fine of 1,000 spirit stones and transcribe the rules of Ling Xiao sect. Lien Shulan scoffed, offering no semblance of respect to Chun Jinliang. She was not a mere victim to be trifled with, even if Chun Jinliang's cultivation level surpassed hers significantly. What is it? Is Chun Shirshu experiencing some sort of visual impairment today? Did Chun Shihai not just employ a spell? Why is it only I who am being apprehended? Chun Jinliang's expression soured. Were she an ordinary cultivator, he would have dispatched her with a swift strike, ensuring she faced dire consequences. However, he could not do so. Lien Shulan was not only a member of the Lien family, but also a disciple of Ziyu, the grand disciple of the god of transformation. Furthermore, the sect had explicit regulations stating that any use of spells in the market, regardless of whether one was acting in defense, would be deemed equally culpable. Chun Jinliang shot a fierce glare at Chun Shihai, who was proving more of a hindrance than a help. Did he truly believe that enduring this would be fatal? Lien Shulan was hardly in a position to eliminate him. Now, he found himself in a predicament where he could not justly demand accountability. Avoiding his clan uncle's gaze, Chun Shihai felt a swell of indignation. It was easy for him to speak out. After all, he was not the one suffering. Lien Shulan's strikes were notoriously severe, and only those who had felt them could truly comprehend the pain. At a loss, Chun Jinliang cleared his throat and declared, in that case, the two of you shall accompany me for a discussion. Chapter 49. Agreeing to him, Lien Shulan clenched her teeth, intending to drag Chun Shihai along with her to comply with Chun Jinliang. However, Chun Shihai interjected with another ploy. Wait, my side is paining intensely. I must have sustained an injury. I do not deny our violation of the market regulations. Although my cultivation is merely at the mid-stage of foundation building, and I am not a renowned figure as a member of the sect, I am certainly willing to acknowledge my mistakes and amend my ways. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Lien Shulan. The implication unmistakable. It was clear that she had flouted the sect's regulations. He subtly sneered at her and then grasped Chun Jinliang's arm, saying, Uncle Master, I beseech you to arbitrate this matter. I admit my fault in instigating a dispute in the marketplace today, yet this altercation was not initiated by me. The discerning eyes of those present are keenly aware of the truth. Chun Shihai, ever cunning, refrained from addressing Chun Jinliang as clan uncle, opting instead for the formal term used within the sect, adopting a demeanor of official business. Meanwhile, Lien Shulan, having discerned their true intentions, realized that both she and her elder were likely ensnared in an unavoidable predicament. As she pondered how to extricate herself from this trouble, her hidden hand subtly moved, launching a minuscule object, smaller than a sesame seed, into the air. Chun Jinliang's gaze sharpened. His hand twitched slightly, yet he chose not to intervene. The speed of this signaling fly was exceedingly slow. Furthermore, even if the message were to reach Lien's family, by then, the mischief they intended would likely have already been executed. Contemplating this, Chen Jinliang exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Shihai, urging him to intensify his efforts. Chen Shihai, understanding the signal, lamented even more dramatically. While seeking 5,000 spirit stones may have been my wrongdoing, is it not an egregious act of bullying on their part? I can hardly contain my indignation. However, I have come to a realization. Lian Shulan, after all, is my fellow disciple within the sect. For her sake, I cannot proceed thus. Therefore, I shall forego the spirit stones, yet both parties harbor grievances that must be addressed. In every sect, there exist regulations that permit the resolution of personal grievances through a duel at the designated arena, provided both parties consent in advance, absolving them of any responsibility for the outcome. Our minor dispute does not warrant such grandiosity. However, we may emulate the customs of the sect and engage in a contest. Once it is concluded, today's matter shall be laid to rest. With just a few words, the image of a righteous and principled disciple of the sect is vividly portrayed. He interrupted Lian Shulan's protest, saying, "Do not be hasty in your refusal. The Qin family does not intend to take advantage of yours. I am genuinely considering your interests. After all, our families have a long-standing discord. Should we leave this matter unresolved today, I can manage my own affairs. But I cannot guarantee the behavior of others in the Qin family." As he spoke, he scrutinized the group, including Lian Wanshan, who possessed either no cultivation or only low-level abilities. The implication of a threat was unmistakable. Of course, I shall not take action myself. Rather, my esteemed brother here, who is at the 5th stage of Qi refinement, could spar with your young lady. He gestured towards Lian. Furthermore, the marketplace prohibits the use of spells. Should you feel at a disadvantage, we can proceed to the martial arts hall I suggested, where there exist formations to seal or suppress cultivation. You may choose at your leisure, and we shall have our uncle as a witness. What say you? His words oscillated between persuasion and intimidation, as if Lian Shulan's refusal to acquiesce would invoke the ire of both gods and men. No sooner had Chen Shihai finished speaking than voices from the crowd chimed in. Indeed, what young Master Chen says is quite reasonable. It is said that the Lian family's disciples are known for their courage and righteousness. Surely they would not shy away from a friendly spar among sect siblings? How could they? Moreover, it must be acknowledged that the Lin family bears some responsibility in this matter. Indeed, there is hardly a discernible difference between the 4th and 5th levels of Qi refinement. The young master of the Chen family did not press aggressively, rather. He appeared amicable and willing to negotiate. Should the Lin family be fully aware of their missteps yet refuse to concede, it is quite lamentable. Amidst the clamor, Lin Shulan undoubtedly recognized that these words were directed at her family. The individuals present were not mere spectators. They were summoned by the Chun family to instigate and steer the conversation. She lamented her own oversight, having fallen into a trap, and found herself constrained. It was as if they were being roasted over an open flame. Observing Chen Jinliang's expression of self-satisfied agreement only intensified her nausea. However, despite the crudeness and distastefulness of their tactics, they were undeniably effective. If she chose not to respond today, it would not even take until tomorrow, within the hour. The Lin family would be filled with trepidation, succumbing to bullying and allowing the rumors of their wrongdoing to proliferate. While they may not fear the repercussions, there are countless individuals who remain uninformed, inevitably leading to the emergence of unwarranted adversaries misled by the Chun family's narrative. To be ensnared in such trivial matters would indeed be exasperating. Yet, if she acquiesced, her dear companion would have to confront that individual of the 5th level of Qi refinement. That man, towering and robust, would appear even more imposing beside her petite friend. Furthermore, the Qin family approached with ulterior motives, undoubtedly well prepared. While this individual may excel at the 5th level, there could be undisclosed contingencies. Should her friend be harmed, it would be a most regrettable outcome. Lian Shulan gritted her teeth, preparing to refuse. For the trifles of reputation paled in comparison to the prospect of nurturing a promising talent within the family, one capable of elevating their lineage to new heights. If anything were to befall Lian Yi or the likes of Hua Xiaoduo, she could very well find herself at the mercy of the clan leader and the elders. And the weight of her conscience would be unbearable. Should misfortune befall the ancestor, she feared she might not see the light of another day. The mere thought that any calamity could strike made it evident that her own safety was paramount. Within the family, aside from the treacherous smile of the grand elder that instilled great fear in her, the incessant nagging of the clan leader was equally intolerable. When she erred, he He would neither strike nor scold her, but would instead persistently lecture her to the point where she wished to peel her own skin off in despair. Since her youth, she had often pondered why the clan leader pursued swordsmanship. She believed he would be far better suited as a disciple of the serene master Enai Guanfeng, immersed in the teachings of Buddhism. Just as she prepared to voice her thoughts, the usually silent ancestor tapped her back with a finger. Agree to him. Startled, Lien Shulan neglected to observe the triumphant expressions of the Qin family, stammering in fear. Great ancestor. Lien Yi paused momentarily, glancing at the robust figure before him, brimming with pride, before shaking his head. Great ancestor, I am not afraid. Having spent considerable time alongside Lien Wanshan, he had grown more attuned to the ancestor's modus operandi. He understood the unspoken message of Lien Wanshan. The ancestor had consistently reminded them that the realm of cultivation was starkly different from the mundane world, fraught with countless unknown perils. While the family could serve as a support, it must not become a crutch. Sometimes, danger may arise from one's own family. Take today as an example. While there may be numerous instances where her family is under scrutiny, it is improbable that assistance will always be readily available. Will even Shu Lan remain by her side indefinitely? Certainly not. Therefore, it is imperative for her to cultivate her own strength and learn to confront these perils independently. Lien Yi comprehends the essence of Lien Wanshan's intentions. This is not a manifestation of cruelty from their ancestors, but rather a reflection of their earnest concern. In this realm, as cultivators, any form of dependency can prove fatal. Only through personal growth, which necessitates both time and opportunities for training, can one truly thrive. This moment presents an opportunity. Hence she remains unperturbed. Chapter 50. An unfortunate coincidence. Upon Lien Yi's agreement, Lien Shu Lan grew anxious. The task assigned to the fly was to seek assistance from either the family head or any elder upon encountering them. Could it be that the family head and the elders were not at home? Surely, when they departed today, it seemed as though their clan uncle was present. Lien Wanshan exchanged a glance with Lien Shu Lan, offering her comfort. Do not worry. Here, I am both your granduncle and a member of the Qin family. I can assure you that from this day forth, the Qin family will not trouble your Lien clan regarding this matter again. Chun Jinliang, now entirely unyielding, felt emboldened. Since the Lien family had acquiesced, even if members of the Lien clan were to arrive, he remained unafraid of their potential betrayal. The Lien family was notoriously steadfast in their promises. Should they renege, the spittle of their words would drown them. Today, he was confident that Qin Shihua had already orchestrated matters at the martial arts school, while Qin Jinliang outwardly appeared impeccably righteous. A glimmer of malice flickered in the depths of his eyes. The Lien family is currently devising a plan to send her into the Lingxiao sect when it opens its doors to disciples in 2 years, seeking a worthy master for her. While the Lien family may be easily deceived in various aspects, they are notoriously secretive regarding matters of family revival and the qualifications of their kin, seldom broaching such topics. This unity evokes both envy and jealousy in the Qin family, intensifying their desire to obliterate the Lien clan. After much effort and considerable expenditure of spirit stones, they gleaned a fragment of useful information from a drunken relative of the Lien family. Subsequently, they focused their attention on this young girl, who appeared to meet all the necessary criteria. Just look at those bright, cunning eyes. She is clearly astute. The girl is evidently around 15 or 16 years of age. Chen Shihai initially suspected the boy, as his bone age appeared comparable to that of the girl, but observing him being directed by the other sisters, he seemed unlikely to be the one. From the Chun family's perspective, no one would treat a promising talent poorly, allowing them to be treated like a mere errand boy. Moreover, the young girl possesses a higher cultivation level, aligning more closely with the traits of an exceptional candidate. At that moment, when Shihai expressed his intention to spar with the girl, the anxious expression on Lien Shulan's face only fueled Chun Jinliang's satisfaction. It must be this insufferable girl. Once the day concludes, she shall be rendered useless. After exchanging a glance with Chun Shihai, Jinliang lowered his gaze, concealing the venomous resentment in his eyes. Should the girl be incapacitated or inadvertently harmed, they would bear no guilt for their ruthless actions. Indeed, they had discovered a remarkable talent, Chun Yinin, a member of the Qin family, with dual spirit roots, water and gold, possessing a composition of 60% water and 70% gold. The child is merely 10 years old. Yet upon entering the sect, will the wretched girl from the Lien family not overshadow her at every turn? If Chun Yinin is to be overshadowed, It is tantamount to the Chun family being subjugated by the Lin family once again. Why should this be tolerated? With Lin Shulan already a source of frustration, the Chun family is at their wits' end. Although Chun Shiho possesses dual spiritual roots, he could not surpass Lin Shulan in cultivation. Despite consuming countless elixirs to elevate his prowess just enough to momentarily eclipse her. Yet, deep down, the members of the Qin family are acutely aware that in every other aspect, Chun Shiho pales in comparison to Lin Shulan. Lin Shulan is a disciple of the esteemed Ziyu Jinren. While the Qin family has expended considerable effort hoping to have the revered Boizhou Jinjuan accept Chun Shiho as a disciple. However, despite the alliance between the Wanjian sect's Qin family and the Lingxiao sect's Qin family, Boizhou Jinjuan remains distant from them. In truth, the Chun family seldom has the opportunity to encounter him, and he strictly forbids them from acting in his name. Nevertheless, they are not foolish. Having finally produced a Yuanian cultivator, it is not so easily dismissed. It is merely a matter of avoiding inconveniencing him. Thus, the chasm between Lin Shulan and Chun Shiho continues to widen. How can the Chun family tolerate another member of the Lin family looming over them? Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate that wretched girl before matters escalate. As various thoughts churn among them, they arrive at the Martial Arts Hall on West Street. Liani looks up to see the sign reading Laohi Martial Hall. Chen Shiho strides forth, boldly declaring, "Laohi, come out. Set up your finest arena. We wish to duel." As soon as he finishes speaking, a short, wiry man with a sharp face and a handlebar mustache rushes out, giving the impression of no good intentions. "Here I come." He is the young master of the Qin family. "Very well. I shall make the necessary preparations immediately." As he spoke, his small eyes surveyed the members of the Lin family, and with a chuckle, he turned to beckon the waiter. "Nyo-san, please prepare room 9. Nyo-san complied readily. Chun Shihao exchanged a knowing glance with old he, who subtly nodded in response. Chun Shihao understood the unspoken agreement and feigned ignorance of the moment. In the realm of cultivation, where everyone was at the 4th level of qi refining, the notions of advantage or disadvantage became irrelevant. After all, cultivators prioritize spells, cultivation, and strength above all else. Age bears little consequence. A foundation-building cultivator of several centuries would bow before a golden core cultivator of merely 100 years. Lin Shulan could not suppress a derisive remark. If that is the case, it is acceptable for everyone to be confined to the 4th level of qi refining. But it is imperative that there be more than one witness. With that, she turned to Qin Jinliang, stating bluntly, as a matter of fact, being a disciple of the Qin family, it is prudent to maintain some distance. Otherwise, matters could become quite convoluted. Lin Shulan was uncertain when her reinforcements would arrive. Yet it was inconceivable to allow the Qin family to act with impunity. She exchanged a glance with her ancestor, Lin Wanshan, who nodded in affirmation, providing her with reassurance. Raising her brow, she declared, "This side of West Street is the closest to the outer gate of Lingxiao sect. The master of the second peak, He Qing, is renowned for his integrity. We happened to see him within his peak just as we exited. Perhaps we should invite him to join us." Chapter 51. Is the birth of an infant not appealing? Lin Shulan's remarks left Qin Jinliang feeling quite embarrassed, as they were undeniably true. And the individuals present were indeed those they had previously arranged to meet. These individuals comprised local merchants, disciples of various sects, and certain freelance cultivators who conducted business under the aegis of Lingxiao sect's marketplace. In the Northern Street area, his family shop was the most prominent, and he had diligently maneuvered to ensure that whenever there were tasks in the marketplace, the elders and overseers of the sect would assign him to this location. Consequently, the Northern Street had effectively become a small stronghold for the Qin family. It could be said that, apart from the exquisite Maishio residence and the renowned Baoyi Pavilion, there was not a single merchant or vendor who did not seek to curry favor with them. Maishio residence belonged to the Ren family, upheld by the formidable Ren Yaofei. The Qin family dared not provoke her, for she was a formidable character. Although currently gravely injured, her cultivation had plummeted to the early stage of yuanying, and it was rumored that if a viable solution eluded her, her cultivation might regress to the Jindan stage. Strangely, he did not contemplate the implications of his own potential regression in cultivation, which could jeopardize his position as the master of Hongshan. It was said that the sect leader had even courteously escorted her down the mountain. The mere thought left Qin Jinliang incredulous, even without Ren Yaofei. The women of the Ren family were fiercely formidable, and he dared not provoke them. As for Baoyi Pavilion, Its enigmatic owner had never made an appearance, with all communications filtered through the shopkeeper. Regardless, while they dutifully paid the protection fees, commanding their obedience proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Chen Jinliang had made several attempts to extend an olive branch, all of which met with failure, and he had since lost interest, choosing instead to bide his time and seek a suitable opportunity to leverage a weakness against Bowie Pavilion, intending to teach them a lesson when the moment was ripe. The truth remains unchanged, yet being scolded by a junior, he found it intolerable. Instantly, his expression darkened. Lien Shulan, you may be young, but what do you mean by constantly criticizing me? In the sect, you ought to address me as Master Uncle, and outside, given the relationship between our families, it would not be inappropriate for you to call me Elder Uncle. Is this how your master, Ziyu, and Lien Mingshi have taught you? Usually, he refrains from speaking ill of Ziyu, as one must consider not only the Golden Core cultivators, but also the esteemed figure of the transformation god. However, since Yike Xingjuan has not made an appearance for nearly a century, Ziyu has become as wild as a beast. Furthermore, with Ziyu in seclusion, should he still fear this impudent girl, Lien Shulan? Lien Shulan retorted, to wish for secrecy, one must refrain from wrongdoing. This is a life-and-death arena competition. Am I not entitled to seek fairness and justice? If not, then I shall not compete. Lien Shulan was exceptionally resolute, dismissing his pretentious demeanor with disdain. Chen Jinliang was infuriated, his concealed hands fidgeting beneath his sleeves. Had he not known he could not bear the consequences of killing Lien Shulan, he would have struck her down without hesitation. Chen Shihao found himself in a dilemma, internally cursing Lien Shulan for her troublesome antics, while simultaneously needing to mediate the situation. The distance from Shijie to the outer second peak was neither too close nor too far. Why complicate matters? Even if one does not trust Master Uncle, surely one must have faith in the multitude of witnesses present. Hurry along. Laohe has already made the preparations. Regardless of what Chen Shihao said, Lien Shulan remained resolute. Growing weary of the conversation, she waved her hand dismissively, clearly indicating that unless the Chun family acquiesced, she would not allow Lien Yi to take the stage. Lien Yi stood behind Lien Shulan, observing intently, grateful that her sister was advocating for her rights. The situation had reached an impasse. Though Lien Shulan appeared calm on the surface, she was internally anxious. She didn't necessarily wish to seek Elder Hutching's assistance, nor could she abandon the four of them here. Her intention was simply to buy time. Fortunately, she was not left in despair. Just as Chen Jinliang was about to speak again, prepared to disregard his dignity and impose his authority, Lien Qinyuan hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing everyone still standing in place, his first glance was directed at the elder, who had been thoughtfully seated by Lien Yi. Noticing that the elder appeared well and in good spirits, with not a single hair out of place, he finally shifted his gaze to the other children. Once assured that they were all fine, he felt a sense of relief and turned his attention to the Chen family. Lien Shulan promptly approached, meticulously recounting the events. With the information previously conveyed through the fly, Lien Qinyuan was now fully informed. He looked at Chen Jinliang, whose complexion had not recovered since Lien Shulan's rebuke, and spoke in a tone that was neither harsh nor lenient. Jinliang, why are you meddling in the affairs of children at your age? Without waiting for Chen Jinliang to retort, he beckoned to Chen Shihao. Come, Shihao. What seems to be the issue? Let the elders see, for the elder has recently acquired a bottle of golden therapy powder, a 5th-tier elixir. It is a boon for you. As long as your meridians remain intact, it can heal injuries sustained during the golden core stage. Not to mention someone of your foundation establishment level. Even Lien Qinyuan, unreserved in his retorts, exclaimed, Ah, do not tell me that a mere bump from my child and elder has left you, a foundation establishment practitioner, injured in your meridians? Could it be that you are attempting to swindle us? Or has Shihao encountered some difficulties in his cultivation, rendering his physique inadequate? Chen Shihao felt as though he were drowning in the spittle of Lien Qinyuan, the very person he feared most among the Lien family, known for striking without warning. Not only was he at a loss, but Chen Jinliang also felt exasperated, secretly cursing himself for neglecting to consult the almanac before venturing out today. Was it not said that Lien Qinyuan was poised to break through and was preoccupied with seclusion? How could he have the leisure to address such trivial matters? Surely, the prospect of forming a core must be far more enticing than attending to the family's promising talent. Even if the talent is exceptional, what could possibly compare to the tangible benefits of forming a core? Chen Jinliang believed that Lien Qinyuan had lost his senses. Though he had been envious of Lien Qinyuan's recent opportunity for core formation, which had consumed his thoughts for days and hindered his own cultivation, he still could not comprehend Lien Qinyuan's actions. Fortunately, Lien Qinyuan remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly receive a scornful retort. What ancestral figure would dare to ignore danger? Had it not been for him holding back Lien Mingshi, and with Lien Qinsong absent, the entire Lien family would likely have mobilized. Chen Jinliang cleared his throat twice, coming to Chen Shihao's aid. Well, Brother Qinyuan, your child has also agreed to this martial arts competition, hasn't he? Lien Qinyuan nonchalantly waved his hand while inspecting his nails. Our family has not expressed any reluctance. Since both Shulan and Xiaoyi have consented, let us proceed as previously discussed. However, the witnesses cannot be you or me, as that would not reflect fairness, would it? Upon my recent outing, I happened to visit Yidao Peak and chanced upon the sect master. I have invited him to serve as a witness. Chen Jinliang and Chen Shihao were left speechless, their expressions a mere canvas of confusion. Inside, their minds raced like a stampede of wild horses. They exchanged a dazed glance, their eyes unmistakably revealing a singular thought. Is Lien Qinyuan even human? This was utterly outrageous. With the sect master present, how could they maneuver their plans? The injury to her meridians was a concealed affliction. No matter how exceptional her spiritual roots might be, without equally robust meridians, it would all be in vain. Not to mention the golden core, nascent soul, or spirit transformation stages. Just the foundation establishment would be insurmountable, as the influx of spiritual energy would overwhelm her shattered meridians. This scheme was undeniably ruthless. Yet now, it was all for naught. Chen Jinliang still had confidence in deceiving those below the nascent soul level. But the sect master was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, as the sect leader, did the Chen family really believe they could employ such tactics in his presence without inciting his caution? Chen Jinliang, as the master of Lin Fa strolled over leisurely, he greeted. Qinyuan, Jinliang, why are you out here? Are you waiting for me? To our surprise, we had indeed encountered a remarkable child. My late cousin, resting in the depths of the underworld, could surely find peace now. The master of Lin Fa stroked his beard, glancing at Lien Yi, Lien Qinyuan, and Hua Xiaoduo. He took a particular interest in Lien Yi, yet refrained from further comments, gesturing for the proceedings to commence. At this juncture, the Chen family had little to articulate. The group approached the T-shaped number 9 arena prepared by Old He. Lien Yi exchanged a glance with her ancestor and then with Lien Qinyuan, both of whom nodded encouragingly. Unfazed, Lien Yi nimbly leaped onto the stage. With a powerful shout, her fist shimmered with golden light, causing the wooden vines and thorns entwined around her fist to shatter into fragments, falling to the ground and withering away swiftly. Lien Yi remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to this minor setback. Such trivial difficulties paled in comparison to the rigorous training she had endured under her ancestor. If it proved ineffective, she would simply try again. While evading her opponent, she unleashed wooden thorns and vines to disrupt his movements. Throughout this encounter, Lien Yi profoundly sensed the disparity. Compared to Chao Xuanyan, whom she had previously encountered in the mortal realm, this disciple from a lineage of cultivators possessed considerable prowess. At the very least, the golden aura emanating from his fist far surpassed the fiery orb strength of Chao Xuanyan. However, that wretched girl was remarkably agile, skillfully avoiding direct confrontation with her diminutive stature. If stealth proved futile, he resolved to confront her openly. With that thought in mind, he summoned a hammer into his hand and swung it downwards towards Lien Yi. The iron hammer is a mystical artifact, exuding an aura of sharpness so intense that even the tendrils of wood and thorn have not yet made contact before they shatter. Lien Yi swiftly pivots, displaying no hesitation as her hands dance like fluttering butterflies, deftly forming intricate gestures. With each movement, hundreds of ethereal leaves are released, soaring through the air with astonishing speed. Their passage seems insubstantial, yet concealed within is the formidable force of thunder. Upon colliding with the sharp metallic energy surrounding the hammer, they crackle and spark, igniting streaks of fire around it. Among these leaves, a row of daggers, suspended from Lien Yi, is infused with a hint of thunderous energy, having been propelled into the fray alongside the leaves. Lien Yi scoffs internally, recalling her ancestors' words, "Fighting is a matter of survival, and to neglect even a protective shield is to underestimate the foe gravely." She has ensured her own defenses are firmly in place from the outset. However, the thunderous energy courses through her, rendering her body numb as if electrified. Her own spiritual power is unable to coalesce, thoroughly disrupted by the onslaught of lightning. At this moment, she cannot afford to ponder whether the intelligence gathered by her clan was flawed. Was it not said to be a singular with spiritual root? How could there be thunderous energy? Thunderroot cultivators are renowned for their unparalleled combat prowess, as the destructive nature of their power surpasses that of any other spiritual force. Damn it, this insufferable girl is far from the weakling they presumed. She is, in fact, a trump card. Chapter 53. Confrontation. Even Chen Shihou and Lin Shulan can perceive further than he. The outcome is already determined. There is no need for further discourse. Although Chen Jinliang's countenance was grim, he would never beg for mercy. After all, the rule of life and death had been established by the Chen family, and they had borne the banner of sect regulations. It was utterly illogical to slap his own face. Regardless, his aptitude was mediocre, and the hope of foundation establishment was bleak. There was little to mourn. Even as he consoled himself with these thoughts, a glance at Lin Qinyuan, who was conversing with the sect leader, filled him with intense hatred. He could not bring himself to believe Lin Qinyuan's words, claiming to deliver wine. It was evident that he had ulterior motives in inviting the sect leader. What sin had the Lin family committed to produce such an anomaly as Lin Qinyuan? In his youth, he was carefree and charming, his appearance so androgynous that it defied categorization. Not only did the female cultivators of Lingxiao sect flock to him, but even those from external sects relentlessly pursued him. Meanwhile, Lin Qinyuan himself traversed through the flowers without so much as a petal clinging to him. After reaching the core formation stage, he quietly married and had children, focusing solely on family matters and no longer courting women. Even after his wife passed away without breaking through to the golden core stage, he showed no signs of indulging in flirtations. Initially, Chen Jinliang thought Lin Qinyuan had matured due to his stagnation in cultivation. Yet, witnessing his smug demeanor made Chen Jinliang want to retch. Despite being of similar age, Lin Qinyuan retained the youthful visage of a boy, neglecting any sign of maturity, such as a beard. They were peers, sharing the same master, the illustrious Huayan Jinren. With Lin Qinyuan as the senior brother and himself as the junior, he had once possessed youthful exuberance, but Lin Qinyuan overshadowed him. Lin Qinyuan's charm with the opposite sex surpassed his own, his cultivation level exceeded his, and even their master favored him more. Chen Jinliang felt perpetually trapped in Lin Qinyuan's shadow. Even at the moment of his ascension, the master entrusted all his belongings to Lin Qinyuan, deeming him the most akin to himself, possessing a virtuous character and exceptional understanding, with the potential to attain the ultimate path. He urged Lin Qinyuan to diligently take on disciples and pass down his unique swordsmanship. As for his second disciple, he merely remarked that the individual possessed mediocre talent and a questionable disposition, unworthy of the burden. Such utter nonsense. The deceased master Huqian was entirely oblivious to his merits. After Huqian's passing, he severed ties with Lin Qinyuan, henceforth no longer addressing him as a brother. In encounters, they referred to one another solely by familial titles. However, it has been a century since their last meeting, and upon this unexpected reunion, how could he forget Lin Qinyuan's habitual cunning? Chen Jinliang closed his eyes, suppressing the rising tide of resentment. Ultimately, he had to concede that he was outmatched this time. Chen Jinliang's discontent was perceptible only to Chen Shihou. The others remained indifferent. The head of the Lingfa sect gazed intently at the stage, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. He turned and heartily laughed, patting Lin Qinyuan on the shoulder. This young lady must be the child with the rather unique spiritual root you mentioned. Excellent, truly excellent. The head of Lingfa was no fool. He understood that Lin Qinyuan's visit to Vidao Peak was not merely to deliver wine, but to ensure the safety of his own child. He was also aware that Lin Qinyuan's repeated references to Lin Chengwang were intended to invite him to consider Lin Chengwang's merits. The head of Lingfa was willing to extend this courtesy, not only because Lin Chengwang had rendered services to the sect, but also because, at the time of his ascension, he made no demands. Yet as the leader, he could not overlook the contributions of those who had served faithfully. Moreover, the Lin family has always been known for their tranquil demeanor, standing as one of the most composed noble families throughout the millennia. From a personal perspective, the leader of the Lingfa sect harbors no disdain towards the Lin family. Furthermore, the Lingxiao sect has amalgamated with the Wanjian sect. although it no longer bears the name of the latter. The foundational legacy left by the Wanjin sect is what has elevated the Ling Xi sect to its current esteemed status as a premier sect. After all, the ancestors of the Lin family were the founding masters of the Wanjin sect. In essence, the Lin family, akin to the Rin family, stands apart from other noble lineages. They possess ancestral ties to a founding master, ensuring that as long as they do not commit treasonous acts against the sect, they will retain their place within the Ling Xi sect. The ancestors Lin Wanshan and Rin Xingzhen serve as their natural shield. However, this protection guarantees merely the family's existence, not its perpetual standing as a first-rate noble lineage. As for the Qin family, which claims a connection to the sect, the once prominent lineage of the Qin family, descended from the founding master of Wanjian Peak, has long since fallen into decline. Presently, the modest figure of Boizhou Jinjuan barely possesses a trace of the bloodline from the founding master Qin Yin, and he is not a direct descendant. The Chun family associated with the sect is even less significant. Thirdly, it is for the child with the thunderous spiritual root, as mentioned by Lien Qinyuan. Though Lien Qinyuan remains unaware of the intricacies, the leader of the Ling Fa sect understands the profound significance of such a child to the current sect. Thus, today, for no other reason than for this child, he is compelled to make an appearance. With a powerful leap from the ground, his fist radiated with a golden aura, suddenly enlarging to such an extent that it appeared akin to a basin from a distance. All eyes were riveted upon him, and within the gazes of Chun Jinliang and Chun Shihao flickered a mix of surprise and ill intent. This reckless girl is far too complacent, completely underestimating her own capabilities. Lien Shulan and Hua Xiaoduo wore grave expressions, sweat beading on their brows from fear. Only Lien Wei and Lien Wanshan remained at ease. Lien Wei understood that his twin sister would never engage in futile endeavors. Moreover, he had a clear understanding of her capabilities. As for Lien Wanshan, he was brimming with confidence in the child he had personally nurtured. His 9 turns golden body technique far surpassed whatever martial arts this individual practiced. Meanwhile, Lin Fa and Lien Qinyuan displayed no discernible emotions. In that fleeting moment, both lengthy and brief, a tiny, delicate fist collided with a massive fist that was at least 10 times larger. The scene that the Qin family had anticipated failed to materialize. With a resounding crash, a brilliant explosion of sparks erupted at the point of contact. Those above the foundation establishment stage could clearly observe the layers of spiritual light enveloping Lien Yi's fist diminishing and peeling away amidst the fiery spectacle. First a layer of purple, then blue, followed by green. That singular strike shattered the meridians in his right arm. Unless he could undergo a rebirth after reaching the nascent soul stage, even the flesh-replenishing elixir would be beyond his means. Lin Fa, the sect leader, sighed softly and turned to Lien Qinyuan, suddenly exclaiming, "This child possesses truly remarkable eyes. They shine with a brilliance as if all the spiritual energy in the world has coalesced within them." Chapter 54. Mentorship. Lin Fa stroked his beard, refraining from further comment. Yet a smile lingered on his lips. What more could the 2 members of the Qin family say? Although the sect leader had not directly commented on the events that transpired in the arena, could his demeanor not speak volumes? Chun Jinliang bit down on his silver teeth, filled with such rage that he nearly spat blood. The Qin family had long been plotting, exhausting their resources on spirit stones. It was one thing for the news to be miscommunicated, but the fact that they had also lost a disciple was intolerable. The most outrageous aspect was that their efforts had merely served to embellish the reputation of that insufferable girl. Now, she had made a name for herself in the eyes of the sect leader. This meant that the wretched girl had secured her position among the upper echelons of Ling Xi sect. It goes without saying that in 2 years, when the sect opens its doors, even if her cultivation stagnates, she could effortlessly enter the inner sect with her eyes closed. Chun Jinliang pondered. It was evident that if the Lien family exerted themselves further to enhance the girl's appeal, keeping a watchful eye on her cultivation, and if Lien Qinyuan and Lien Mingshi were to mention Lien Chengwang and the ascendant Lien Wanshan to the sect leader, rekindling old ties, securing a nascent soul mentor would be a mere trifle. Years ago, when Lien Qinyuan wished for Lien Shulan to apprentice under Ziyu, it was to ensure she began her sword training early. Eventually, Ziyu would fortuitously encounter Lien Shulan, recognizing her remarkable talent for swordsmanship. Then, he would invoke their past acquaintance to smoothly place Lien Shulan under his tutelage. Based on the leader's demeanor, was it possible that he intended to take the Lien family's insufferable girl as his disciple? However, this prospect seemed rather slim, as the leader currently had only 2 disciples and appeared to avoid the signs of noble families. Yet, one could not be certain. After all, he was the sect leader. Whose thoughts could shift with the winds, and who would dare to voice dissent? What would become of Chen Yining then? The slots for disciples among nascent soul cultivators were already scarce. Each one taken diminished the opportunities for others. With the Lin family's insufferable girl occupying a spot, the options for his family would become even more limited. Chen Jinliang felt his heart in turmoil. The arrival of this girl, Lin Yi, had completely disrupted his family's plans. Nevertheless, no matter how much resentment Chen Jinliang harbored, he dared not display any dissatisfaction. The master of Lin Fa nodded, indicating that there was nothing amiss. With the restrictions lifted, he beckoned to Lin Yi, calling out, "Little girl, come here." Lin Yi cast a glance at Lin Qinyuan, noticing her great uncle's relaxed demeanor, which brought her a sense of reassurance. She respectfully saluted the portly elder, who was striving to maintain a friendly expression, saying, "Younger generation pays respects to the master." The true monarch of Lin Fa nodded and gently patted Lin Yi on the head, inquiring, "What have you learned?" Lin Yi's eyes twinkled as she wondered if she had garnered the master's favor. Stealing a glance at her great ancestor, she observed that he remained seated on his small stool, showing no intention of rising. Perhaps recognizing him as an ordinary man and an elderly woman, the master did not press the matter. Lin Yi concealed her somewhat charred and cracked fists behind her back, striving to present her best self. "I have practiced the 9-turn golden body technique alongside my brother and sister." As she spoke, she gestured towards Lin Yi and Hua Xiaoduo, who stood beside her great ancestor. Her intention to promote her siblings was unmistakable. Hua Xiaoduo, caught off guard by the attention, lowered her head, shy and hesitant to speak, while Lin Yi puffed out his chest, exuding a sense of pride. The sight of these 3 siblings amused the master of Lin Fa, who, smiling, glanced at Lin Qinyuan, who could hardly bear to witness the antics of his own children, and remarked with a nod, "They are all good children." The head of the Ling Fa sect nodded, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. The flying leaf technique serves as the foundational skill of the Ling Xiao sect, accessible to any child possessing a wood spirit root. However, to cultivate such a rudimentary technique into something extraordinary is no small feat. A child at the 4th level of Qi refinement managing to produce hundreds of sharp leaves through the flying leaf technique is indeed remarkable. Moreover, the ability to infuse the leaves with lightning energy and conceal hidden weapons demonstrates a ruthless approach towards adversaries. These qualities are truly commendable. Such a raw gem deserves meticulous cultivation. This is a technique that is easy to begin but quite challenging to master. Nonetheless, it is premature to dwell on this matter now. He beckoned to Lin Yi and Hua Xiaoduo, urging them to disclose their spirit roots. When Hua Xiaoduo felt the headmaster's gaze upon her, she summoned her courage and replied, "I possess both earth and wood spirit roots." The headmaster, pleased, stroked his beard and addressed Lin Qinyuan. "Very well, I understand your intent. When the sect opens its doors tomorrow, I shall assist in finding suitable mentors for these children. In 2 years, they must be diligently nurtured. We cannot afford to let their potential languish." In truth, he had already learned of the children's spirit root attributes from Lin Qinyuan. His inquiry was merely to gauge their character. Ultimately, he was quite pleased. The girl, Lin Yi, demonstrated her loyalty by supporting her siblings in times of her own triumph, revealing her sense of righteousness. Despite her injuries, she concealed her hands behind her back, a testament to her resilience and refusal to display weakness. There are 2 children remaining. One of them, known as Lin Yi, possesses a lively disposition and exhibits a profound respect for the elderly and affection for the young. He shows genuine concern and care for both his elder, without spiritual roots, and his several sisters, embodying a compassionate spirit that cherishes the weak and needy. In contrast, Hua Xiaoduo, who is gentle and reserved, recognizes the good intentions of her siblings. Standing alongside Lin Shulan, she resembles the most nurturing of elder sisters, demonstrating her awareness of her role as an older sibling and her sense of familial duty. Should she ascend to the position of senior sister within the sect, she would undoubtedly serve as an exemplary leader. These children are ones he does not mind nurturing. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinyuan was genuinely overjoyed. "Thank you, Master Zhongmen. I will certainly cultivate them diligently and will not disappoint you." This was indeed Lin Qinyuan's ultimate aim. In 2 years, it would be easy to bring these children into the sect, yet finding a suitable master would be a daunting task, as the chances of encountering a discerning mentor are exceedingly rare. However, the implication of Master Zhongmen's words was quite clear. He would inform the Yuanning Zhenjun or Jindan Zhenren who were seeking disciples. Consequently, the likelihood of these children finding appropriate mentors would significantly increase. He had not anticipated that the master would acquiesce so readily. It was, after all, due to the exceptional qualities of his own children. A thought he indulged in with a sense of pride. Lien Xinyuan waved his hand, assisting the elder ancestor to rise, and cheerfully proclaimed, "Let us proceed to Mighty Oj. My great-uncle invites you all to a feast as a reward for your efforts." The group exchanged glances and winked at the elder ancestor, unanimously deciding to keep the recent visit to Mighty Oj a secret. Once again, amidst quarrels and scuffles, they found themselves hungry once more. Chapter 55. 2 years by the banks of the Rainbow River, Lien Yi and Lien Wai struggled to capture the elusive silverline fish. While Lien Wanshan was accompanied by Hua Xiaoduo and San Dai, languidly waiting on the shore, their eyes fixed in anticipation. The scenery of Lingxiao sect was breathtaking. Akin to a celestial paradise, abundantly infused with spiritual energy, particularly the Rainbow River, a marvel among wonders. Although this river was situated near Yunding Mountain and the Immortal Canteen, it was somewhat distant from their own Wanjian Peak. Yet, the insatiable appetites of the Lien family, led by their ancestral figure Lien Wanshan, could not be easily quelled. With such an ancestor, the trend trickled down, first to Lien Mingshi and subsequently to the entire Lien clan. The ranks of these gastronomes continued to swell, eliminating the need for clandestine indulgences while maintaining the fade of ethereal cultivators. Moreover, their taste grew increasingly discerning, insisting only on the most exquisite delicacies. Today, Lien Shulan was summoned by her senior brother to attend to chores, lamenting her inability to savor the delectable silverline fish. Nevertheless, she had thoughtfully dispatched Sandai to assist in transporting her family and the fish. While the onlookers, both human and beast, found pleasure in the scene, the laborers faced a different reality. Lien Yi could only sigh deeply, exchanging a glance of exasperation with Lien Wai, at a loss for words. Once again, the silverline fish, already ensnared, managed to slip away, their agile movements scattering them in all directions, either plunging into the crimson waters or darting into the golden depths, utterly beyond their grasp. Lien Yi glanced down, and as anticipated, the net had indeed sustained several significant tears. She tossed the tattered net to the ground and complained to Lien Wanshan, "Ancestor, look. This golden silk net can be pierced by this wretched fish. We simply cannot catch anything. If you desire dried fish or fish sauce, shall we not visit the celestial canteen? Do you not possess spirit stones?" She continued, "This fish is called silverline fish, with such sharp teeth. It could as well be named iron-toothed fish." Lien Wanshan's brows furrowed in displeasure, her demeanor far from that of a proper lady. With an agility unbecoming of her age, she sprang up from beside Sandai. "Spirit stones? Why squander what can be done by oneself? Are you unaware of how hard it is to earn money, you spendthrift? Oh, I merely wish to enjoy a roasted fish. Is that too much to ask? You cannot show me filial piety? You have already reached the 7th level of chi refinement, yet you cannot even catch a single fish. You are worse than the second-tier striped cat that Yenqin has raised lately. And you, Lien Wai, do not think I did not notice your smirk. Have you caught any fish? You are at the 6th level of chi refinement as well." Lien Yi rubbed her forehead. "Do not mention that cat. It perished in a fight with my little black one. Since that cat was adopted by Lien Yenqin, tranquility has eluded the Lien household. Both creatures enjoy roaming about the house, and neither Yenqin nor I prefer to confine our spirit beasts. Alas, these two seem particularly fated to cross paths. And in a house as vast as ours, their encounters are frequent, always resulting in a scuffle at first sight. Is this what they call the legendary dragon-tiger battle? Yet, they are neither dragon nor tiger." Lien Wai, with a gentle temperament, waved her hand dismissively. "Great ancestor, do not be vexed, we shall catch some. What else can we do but catch them?" The ancestor's temper has been quite fiery of late, likely due to the younger generation restricting his indulgences. He was quite displeased. Since encountering the master of the temporary method 2 years ago, he felt that their lives had not changed much, remaining exceedingly tranquil. The imagined scenario of being favored by the master and subsequently ascending to the pinnacle of life had entirely eluded him. On the contrary, their days had become increasingly arduous. However, the family head and the elders could still attend supplementary lessons. As long as the ancestor consented, the three of them had no say in the matter. Despite being utterly exhausted, they were compelled to attend classes. Moreover, the ancestor's perspective differed from others. In today's cultivation world, Qi refining practitioners typically concentrated solely on their cultivation levels, while the study of alchemy, talismans, and formations was generally reserved for those who had at least reached the foundation establishment stage or were practitioners with no hope of advancing further. Otherwise, it was only the Yuanying and Huashan practitioners who would dedicate themselves to such studies as a means to prolong their lifespan. The elder had asserted that regardless of the subject, the sooner one began learning, the better. Cultivation during the Qi refining period was not merely about desperately enhancing one's level, but also about establishing a solid foundation in cultivation techniques and other disciplines. Due to the elder's approach, the three of them found themselves in a difficult position. However, Hua Xiaoduo lacked talent in this area, nonetheless. She was able to focus her mind on learning the art of alchemy. Though her innate abilities were average, her diligence in practice was unparalleled, and she never uttered a complaint. Unlike her, Lian, who possessed an extraordinary talent for alchemy, had always felt a unique affinity and connection to plants even in the mundane world. Lian initially believed this was due to his single-wood spiritual root, yet Lian Shulan, who also possessed a single-wood spiritual root, did not exhibit such abilities at all. This talent proved to be highly advantageous for him in alchemy. The elders and family head of the Lian clan had already resolved that once the mountain gate opened this year and the children had taken their apprenticeships, Lian Xinyuan would accompany Lian Wei on a trip to Chuyin Prefecture. There lies the realm of Mei Kuan, a place where alchemists, talismans masters, weaponsmiths, and array masters are nurtured. Every 3 years, competitions such as the alchemy contest, talismans contest, weaponry contest, or array contest take turns, meaning that if one participates in the alchemy contest, it occurs once every 12 years. This year, coincidentally, is the year of the alchemy contest. The clan members all say that someone like Xiao Wei is surely a stable third-rank alchemist. However, Lian Yi possesses only average talent in this regard. Yet she has her own troubles. For instance, a year and a half ago, the esteemed Bai Mo and the enchanting Xian Ru did indeed, as Lian Shun had anticipated, trade a long-life fruit for the mountain-slapping palm technique and a volume of alchemy heart techniques. The mountain-slapping palm fell into Lian Yi's hands, as she had no difficulty mastering it. The alchemy heart techniques, on the other hand, are accessible only to the members of the Lian family and are considered family secrets not to be divulged. This tome greatly enhanced the alchemical prowess of the Lian clan's younger generation, but that is another story. Presently, Lian Yi is occupied with cultivating her abilities, practicing the 9-transformation golden body technique, and honing the mountain-slapping palm, all of which prove insufficient. In between, her ancestors insist on her preparing meals, and not just her ancestors. Several others, who are her seniors, also request her culinary skills. However, the other individuals trouble her only once a month and often bring their own ingredients, generously providing her with a portion, leaving behind a small share for her each time. Among them is Lian Song, who is both extravagant and fond of children. He frequently brings small gifts, whether it be the spiritual mulberry fruits from the ancient mulberry tree on the Yidao Peak, which only golden core cultivators can harvest, or talismans he personally crafted suitable for those cultivating qi. Every time the third elder came to seek her out, Lian Yi would flee the fastest. Even if it meant preparing a meal for him once a day whenever she had the time, she would be wholeheartedly willing. The most exasperating part was that the ancestor relentlessly demanded their cultivation, insisting that she cook as well, claiming it was a promise she made long ago. Lian Yi could not help but lament her youthful ignorance from years past. The ancestor was particularly difficult to please, with a discerning palate. If she ever fell short and he deemed her cooking inferior to that of the renowned Mei Tao Ju, he would become displeased. How could she, a mere third-rate cook from the mundane realm, be compared to the celestial chefs of the cultivation world? Yet, Lian Yi had come to realize that people are often driven to excel under pressure. From being criticized by the ancestor for serving swill to now, where 8 out of 10 times her dishes managed to barely meet the celestial chef standards of Mei Tao Ju, she had indeed made progress, albeit limited to common fare, such as first and second tier mountain chickens or freshly caught wild boar. Chapter 56. The peculiarities of cooking. Lian Yi had grown accustomed to the task of cooking. But the most outrageous aspect was that the ancestor only gave orders while she had to gather all the ingredients herself. As for the higher-tier ingredients, she lacked both the skill to procure them and the ability to prepare them. With a sigh, she reflected on today as predicament. Having grown weary of the celestial canteen's fish paste, the ancestor insisted she catch silver-lined fish to grill. This placed her in a most uncomfortable position, caught between competing demands. Yet, despite her efforts, the ancestor remained unsatisfied, becoming increasingly difficult to please. If ever Lin Xi decided to abandon her duties, he would inundate them with his incessant complaints. Lin Xi was quite vexed. She found herself utterly unable to restrain her ancestor. If she refrained from cooking, he would simply venture to Maitaju or the Xianchitang. Were it not for the fact that her ancestor was rather unique, these past 2 years had seen him neither ill nor afflicted, and he remained lively, able to run, jump, and frolic. According to his own words, his soul power showed no signs of dissipating, and his remnant soul remained quite substantial. Despite the scolding she would likely endure, Lin Xi was determined to prevent him from indulging in such gluttony and laziness. However, Lian Wanshan remained composed, revealing no disappointment or other emotions. Noticing the worry of his descendant, he cryptically remarked, "The time has yet to come." When pressed for more information, he would divulge nothing further. Lin Xi could not help but mutter, "Humph. Once Sister Lan and I accumulate enough spirit stones, I shall open a food stall in the marketplace. At that time, if you wish to dine, you shall have to pay with spirit stones." Lian Wanshan cast her a disdainful glance. "Oh, do you dare to charge me?" Lin Xi felt a knot in her throat. She indeed lacked the courage to do so. After much effort in collaboration with Lin Y, they managed to catch a dozen silver fish, each the size of a palm. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lin Xi remarked, "These silver-lined fish and this rainbow river are indeed peculiar." The river water shimmered in 7 colors, and from a distance, it resembled a rainbow suspended in the sky. Remarkably, each of the 7 hues corresponded to a specific attribute, rich and pure in essence. The crimson waters, closest to the edge, flowed like liquid fire, easily blending into elixirs, much to the delight of the alchemists of Yunding Mountain. More remarkably, when these 7-colored waters blend in equal measure, they can be seamlessly integrated through specific incantations, resulting in a rare and pure attribute-free essence. This is the renowned rootless water of the Ling Xi sect, coveted not only by the alchemists of Yunding Mountain, but also sought after by many outside at exorbitant prices, for it is one of the essential materials for concocting the Divine Spirit Pill. The Divine Spirit Pill is a 9th-grade elixir consumed by those in the transformation realm. However, despite the proximity of the Rainbow River, acquiring the rootless water is no simple feat. Each hue of water is repelled by cultivators lacking the corresponding spiritual root. Including those in the transformation realm, the higher the cultivation, the more pronounced the rejection, leading to an unbearable sensation akin to a multitude of ants gnawing at one's heart. Even mere magical extraction from the river proves futile. Moreover, if the water departs the surface of the Rainbow River for more than 3 breaths, it transforms into ordinary water. Consequently, the alchemists of Yunding Mountain must bring their cauldrons to collect the water directly, dispatching disciples with the requisite spiritual roots to gather the desired attribute. The challenge lies in the need for the 7 types of Rainbow River water to merge in equal measure within 3 breaths. An arduous task that necessitates 7 adept practitioners with compatible spiritual roots to simultaneously extract the water. They must then perform an exceedingly complex series of hand seals and incantations within this brief time frame, repeating the process. The identities of those who gather the water are a closely guarded secret within the Ling Xi sect, entrusted exclusively to a select disciple of the sect leader. It is said that this rootless water generates substantial revenue for the sect each year. The silver thread fish is particularly peculiar, possessing no bones throughout its elongated, shimmering form that glistens like silver as it swims. Its head, however, is fearsome, armed with razor-sharp teeth capable of severing even inferior magical artifacts like gold thread nets. The Ling Xi sect shows no restraint in allowing its disciples to utilize this fish, as it seems to be inexhaustible in supply. Moreover, the practitioners of the Rainbow River do not exclude the silver thread fish, which swims chaotically and is exceedingly difficult to capture. After catching the fish, the 4 individuals and 1 bird ventured to the sword bamboo forest beside the Rainbow River, where they roasted the silver thread fish and consumed most of it, leaving only a portion for Lian Shulan. As for the others, They received no share, for the fish was indeed slippery and elusive. While enjoying their meal, Lin Yi grew curious and inquired, "Ancestor, I recently perused the sect's history and discovered that the Rainbow River originally belonged to the Wanjian sect. Yet there was no detailed account. What is the origin of such a strange river?" Lin Yi and Hua Xiaoduo also expressed interest. But Lin Wanshan was in no mood to recount this tale. He casually plucked a bamboo leaf, scraped off the leaf as flesh to keep the stem for cleaning his teeth, and unceremoniously belched, casting a sidelong glance at the three children. "Does eating not silence your incessant questions? Always asking, asking, asking. Such knowledge is not meant for children." As he spoke, he climbed onto the back of the sluggish creature. Feigning slumber, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, and both Lin Yi and Hua Xiaoduo exchanged glances of confusion. They had never witnessed the ancestor in such a manner. It appeared that the Rainbow River indeed harbored secrets that ought not to be divulged. Hua Xiaoduo shook her head at her younger siblings, while Lin Yi and Lin Yi silently acknowledged one another, deciding to temporarily abandon their inquiries, for as the ancestor had stated, their cultivation was still in its infancy, and some matters were perhaps best left undiscovered for now. Since the day they feasted upon grilled fish, the three siblings of the Lin family have remained diligently within the clan, devoted to their cultivation in anticipation of the grand event held once every 15 years by the Ling Xi sect, where they would recruit disciples. This day marks the eve of the opening ceremony, and Lin Mingshi, unable to quell his unease, visits the three siblings to impart his final words of guidance. At dawn tomorrow, the sect's gates shall open, welcoming junior disciples discovered by the attending elders from various regions, as well as children from families of cultivators. Our Lin family has successfully secured 10 spots for entry into the sect. Do not underestimate the bridge of acknowledgement. Do not assume that your commendable spiritual roots and talents will guarantee your passage. The bridge of acknowledgement is treacherous. If your hearts are not resolute, you shall not succeed. Should you fail to enter the inner sect, it would be a source of great shame. Without access to the inner sect, regardless of your potential, you shall be relegated to the outer sect, enduring hardships until you achieve foundational cultivation. Lin Mingshi's admonitions were filled with heartfelt sincerity, as he bore countless anxieties and concerns within. Do not blame me for not directly placing you within the inner sect. The journey across the bridge of acknowledgement is for your benefit. Cherish this opportunity. Your great uncle has set aside his pursuit of the nascent soul for your sake. Do not let the family's hopes rest in vain. Rest assured, all is well at home. Your parents and Xiaoduo's mother have awakened their spiritual consciousness and are now Qi refinement practitioners, so you need not worry about them. As for the ancestral elder well, that is a matter to be navigated at his discretion. Upon hearing this, the siblings nodded in acknowledgement. A sleepless night passed, and as the hour of the rat approached, Lin Yi and her companions were led by Lin Mingshi to the entrance of the mountain, where a long path awaited them. Chapter 57. Paying homage to the mountain. The long path, shrouded in an air of mystery, was congested with young disciples ranging from 7 to 15 years of age, making the once spacious mountain gate nearly impassable. Observing this serene path and the myriad expressions of confusion, excitement, and arrogance on the faces of the young disciples, Lin Yi found it quite remarkable. Over the past 2 years, she had never imagined she would transition from the mundane world to this extraordinary place, and a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Glancing around, she noted that her brother had already struck up a conversation with a stranger of similar age, and the two were huddled together, whispering like old friends. Her sister, Hua Xiaoduo, stood silently beside her, though Lin Yi could sense her underlying nervousness. Among the 10 disciples from the Lin family, she was not well acquainted with anyone other than Li Taizhu. Over the past 2 years, Li Taizhu had grown into a young man, yet his innocent demeanor remained unchanged. Upon seeing Hua Xiaoduo and Lin Yi, along with a few others from the Lin family, he was filled with joy. In his heart, these were his siblings from the mundane world. Had it not been for the persistence of the Lin family, he would never have altered his fate, arriving here and taking Lin Qinsong as his master. As he spotted Lin Yi and the others, he eagerly retrieved a handful of talisman papers from his storage bag, distributing them. These are my drawings of the Fireball Talisman, Ice Arrow Talisman, and Wood Spike Talisman. Lin Yi looked up, somewhat astonished. Brother Taizhu, aren't you going to enter the sect? Li Taizhu smiled, his expression serene and peaceful. My qualifications for entry were also through the outer sect, and I have already taken a master. This time, My master has allowed me to witness the Baishan Bridge and to temper my mindset, suggesting that it would be beneficial for my future. Hua Xiaoduo nodded in agreement. Understanding. Brother Taizhu is quite well within the family. Ancestor Chunsong has a gentle temperament, and he is a 7th-tier talisman master. Lin Yi shared this sentiment. Over the years, Li Taizhu had only reached the 3rd layer of qi refining, but his foundation seemed quite solid, as Ancestor Chunsong often spoke of him with praise. She graciously accepted the talisman given by Li Taizhu, smiling. Brother Taizhu, if we ever enter the sect, please do not hesitate to express any desires or preferences you may have. We are family, after all. Li Taizhu beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly. Sister Xiaoyi, rest assured. I will not hold back. I will take care of my great-grandfather, Uncle Lien, Aunt Lien, and Aunt Changlan at home. Lin Yi and Hua Xiaoduo felt genuine gratitude towards Li Taizhu. They exchanged glances and solemnly offered their thanks. In that case, thank you very much, Brother Taizhu. This made Li Taizhu somewhat embarrassed. He stammered for a while, assisting both Lin Yi and Hua Xiaoduo, his face flushed with a deep crimson. Fortunately, not long after, a cultivator with a mustache approached from afar and immediately performed a greeting. I am Lu Chun, a golden core cultivator from the outer peak. Today, I will take you to Baishan Bridge. Accompanying family members or disciple attendants are welcome to join. Cultivation is a solitary journey. Everything relies on oneself. So remember. Upon concluding his words, the disciples who had accompanied the novice practitioners bowed respectfully to Lu Chun before departing without uttering another word. They waved farewell to Ming Shi and his companions, dismissively flicking their sleeves as they left without hesitation. However, some scions from noble families, accompanied by their relatives, appeared as if they were experiencing a heart-wrenching farewell, and faint sounds of weeping could even be heard. The crowd erupted into a cacophony once more, stirring with emotion before a portion of them reluctantly made their exit. In the passage of time, the duration of an incense stick was fleetingly brief. Soon, a resplendent curtain of multicolored light was cast before the mountain gate, signifying its closure. Lu Chun did not glance back at the disciples nor utter another word. He merely waved his hand, beckoning them to follow him. The Baishan Bridge was now shrouded in mist, its vast contours faintly discernible. Lu Chun advised, enter now. Once you cross this bridge, you shall rely solely upon yourselves. At this moment, not only the bewildered novices from the mortal realm, but even the 4 companions of Lin Yi felt a twinge of trepidation. Lin Yi remained silent. Yet she was aware that Lin was frightened. He had a tendency to chatter incessantly when apprehensive. The clan leader and elders had spoken of the Baishan Bridge as a vast illusionary array, where each individual's experiences would differ profoundly. It could be as ephemeral as a fleeting dream, leaving no lasting impression, or one might become ensnared within its depths, experiencing profound transformations or even having their resolve shattered. In summary, the Baishan Bridge was an enigma, a phenomenon that defied description. Not only is it enigmatic in its efficacy, but most individuals traversing the Baishan Bridge feel little to no sensation. A few, however, speak of it with a certain reticence, and some gradually forget their experiences there. The Lin family had never crossed the Baishan Bridge themselves, yet their sect's ancient texts recount the journeys of their friends and fellow disciples. Ultimately, it is known that within the Baishan Bridge, each person encounters a unique experience. As for how it refines one's state of mind and fortifies one's will, opinions diverge, and no consensus exists. Such ambiguous answers do little to assuage the psychological unease of Lin Yi and her companions, who are gripped by an ever-present fear of the unknown. In the midst of conversation, Lu Chun waved his hand, precluding any response from them. A gentle breeze swept through, seemingly without significant effect, yet it felt as if the wind possessed a will of its own, propelling them all forward a step. Lin Yi suddenly felt the mist enveloping her, and the presence of those around her vanished, including Lin Yi, who had just been holding her hand. The surroundings were eerily tranquil, as if she were the sole inhabitant of this realm. She turned around, but behind her lay only an indistinct haze. In this vast expanse, it seemed she was utterly alone. In astonishment, Lin Yi took several steps forward, tightening her grip on the talisman in her hand, cautiously maneuvering ahead to discern what awaited her. Suddenly, from afar, a distant and resonant trumpet of an elephant echoed, growing nearer. Then, before Lin Yi's eyes, a colossal blue elephant, as large as a hill, emerged, its feet sprouting grass of varying lengths beneath it. The grass grew at a frenzied pace, ascending to Lin Yi's knees, then surging uncontrollably towards her. Before she could react, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 58. Lin Yi drop by drop. She felt as if the rain had awakened her once more. She was quite displeased and stretched her branches to shelter her dwelling. Why was there so much rain in this forest? Having lived in these woods for over 10,000 years, she had once adored the rain. Yet recently, for reasons unknown, she had developed a disdain for it, particularly for the thunderous storms. She felt an unsettling restlessness, an inexplicable sense of foreboding that she could not articulate. Sighing deeply, she realized there were no others of her age in the forest. Everyone referred to her as grandmother. She reminisced about the princess's appearance, imagining that if she were to take on human form, she would surely embody the essence of a woman, transforming into that princess, donning different exquisite garments daily and tossing embroidered balls to attract suitors. Eagerly, she inquired, "Is there anything interesting happening outside lately?" She envied those with feet like lawn pie, who could walk freely, while her roots tethered her to the earth, preventing her from venturing beyond. Lin Yi waved her branches, intrigued. Why do these mortals engage in constant warfare? It is quite the spectacle. Throughout the millennia, wars and the fall of empires have been far too numerous to count, and she had lost track of how many times she had witnessed such events. The blue-skinned elephant appeared somewhat anxious and agitated. This time is different. The immortal sects behind these two mortal nations have intervened, and they have sent formidable cultivators of the transformation stage. We are neither too close nor too far from them, and I fear we may be caught in the crossfire. If I can escape, what will you do? Ah, yes, dear heavens, Blueskin, you must think of a solution. Her tone was urgent and filled with dread, for she had no feet and could not relocate. Moreover, her immense size meant that Blueskin could not carry her away. What to do? Over 1,000 years ago, when neither the Red Sunset Kingdom nor the Mushu Kingdom inhabited this land, cultivators had once clashed nearby, and a fireball had fallen here due to their magical confrontation, causing her great pain and leading to a prolonged slumber. It took her an extensive period to recover. Blueskin sighed, "What can I do? I have only just attained the ability to transform into human form, and my magical power is still too feeble. Even if I wished to assist you, I would be unable to." As a creature of noble lineage, possessing the bloodline of the six-tusked white elephant, Blueskin had been granted immense fortune to take on human form. It gazed compassionately at Lin Yi, pondering a clever plan, for after all, they had been companions for over a millennium, and in this place, only Lin Yi could converse with it. "If worst comes to worst, give me your wooden heart. If calamity strikes, I shall flee with it. But that is not feasible. Even if I were to part with my wooden heart, without a physical body, it would only preserve a fraction of my essence, rendering my cultivation entirely lost. Unless absolutely necessary, she would rather face the flames than relinquish her wooden heart." However, her fear was not of fire itself, but rather of those who wielded it. She had indeed suffered at the hands of transformation stage cultivators. And could she truly place her trust in the blue-skinned beings? Their wooden cores, akin to the golden elixirs and nascent souls of cultivators, were invaluable treasures for both humans and demons alike. As a wooden entity, her nature was gentle, be it demon or cultivator. Those who obtained her wooden core would not experience explosive surges of spiritual energy upon consumption. With diligent cultivation, they could gradually absorb it into their dantians. The blue-skinned beings had seemingly been her neighbors for a millennium, their bond deep and profound, and their temperament exceedingly mild. Yet, despite her innocence, she was acutely aware that when confronted with immense benefit, the most unpredictable factor was the human heart, a truth that also applied to demons. It was reminiscent of the time, long ago, when she first awakened her spiritual consciousness, and the Buddhist cultivator Wusher bestowed upon her the name Lotus Intention. Originally, she was a crimson jade vine, and this mountain was once known as Crimson Jade Mountain, while this forest was called Crimson Jade Forest. She was the largest wooden entity within this grove, her size reflective of the expanse of the forest itself, with other wooden beings growing in her interstices. That year, she blossomed, her fiery red flowers captivating Wusher. A sage of the Buddhist path, he was a transcendent cultivator, having already reached the transformation stage. He came to Crimson Jade Forest merely to refine his heart and prepare for ascension. He believed her flowers bore a striking resemblance to the fiery red lotus revered among Buddhist practitioners, capable of nurturing one's innate Buddha nature. Hence, he named her Lotus Intention. He resided there for 3 centuries, a period that marked the most vibrant chapter of her existence. All that she knew was imparted by Wuxi. Though reluctant to part, she understood the significance of ascension, and so she bid him a heartfelt farewell. Initially believing it to be a final farewell, she found herself reunited with him a century later. For reasons unbeknownst to her, he had experienced a decline in his cultivation, losing even his foundational Yuan-ing level. This time, he did not come to reminisce. Instead, he sought to seize her Mu-Xian while she felt sympathy for him and was unguarded. At that moment, his visage was twisted with malice, a sight she would never forget in this lifetime. Indeed, his regression was pitiable, yet Mu-Xian was her very lifeblood. Had she not endured the pain of severing half of her Mu-Xian to bestow upon him, she would not have had the opportunity to conceal the other half and enter a state of false death. Thus, her survival was ensured. As for the whereabouts of the malevolent Wuxi, who believed he had acquired her entire Mu-Xian and disregarded her existence, she felt no inclination to concern herself with him. Upon awakening, she realized she was no longer the Hong Yutong. The original Hong Yutong had perished long ago due to the separation from its Mu-Xian. The Mu-Xian, akin to a seed, would give rise to a new body after the original perished, yet she was uncertain if she would retain her former self. Her memories persisted, yet she had transformed into an ivy that bore no flowers. She now referred to herself as Ling Xi, a name chosen to eternally remind herself of the lesson learned, to never place her trust in others lightly. Presently, the thought of relinquishing her Mu-Xian filled her with trepidation, yet she harbored a greater fear of the transformation practitioners. The azure-skinned elephant, unaware of Ling Xi's turmoil, furrowed its brow and remarked, "In recent days, I have been restless, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. As you know, our demon kind is particularly vulnerable before such an advancement, especially one like me, who merely consumed a fruit of manifestation and possesses limited magical prowess. Should I succeed in my breakthrough, I cannot guarantee my own safety. Thus, I intended to ensure your well-being before my own transformation." Ling Xi found herself at a loss for words. Despite Lan Paixiang's earnest affections, she remained apprehensive. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a dazzling beam of sword light, intertwined with a fiery net, descended upon her, engulfing her entirely. The mountains echoed with the wails of the trees, all consumed by flames. A sense of foreboding washed over Ling Xi. This was no ordinary fire. It seemed to be an otherworldly flame, scorching her flesh and perhaps even her very soul. Could this be the legendary Zhenyang fire? A chilling premonition of disaster gripped her. Chapter 59. Selecting disciples. Unbeknownst to Ling Xi, she was ensnared in a tormenting ordeal, adrift in an enigmatic illusion. In reality, the senior members of Ling Xiao sect convened at the pinnacle of the Enlightenment Tower on Dao Peak. There, a mirror-like artifact, as large as a folding screen, hovered in mid-air, dividing itself into 108 segments, each synchronously showcasing the performances of junior disciples on the Baishan Bridge. Ren Yaofei, with her hair now a cascade of silver, pointed to a particular frame within the mirror and inquired of Lin Fa Zhenjuan, "Is this the child with the thunder spirit root you mentioned earlier?" Her question captured the attention of all the Yuanian cultivators present, for it was rare for Lin Fa to extol a disciple in such a manner. Even Xinjun, who was earnestly observing the spirit capture mirror in hopes of selecting a disciple, was intrigued. "Is she a member of the Lian family?" Lin Fa nodded, gazing at Ren Yaofei with hopeful eyes. "Senior sister, what do you think?" Ren Yaofei shook her head, grounded in reality. This girl does possess a remarkable wood spirit root, yet her prowess with the thunder spirit root remains to be seen. At this moment, the spiritual mirror transformed into a complete entity, displaying an array of interconnected images. Within the reflection, Ling Xi stood upright, enveloped in a resplendent green light, his expression a tapestry of joy, sorrow, and anxiety, yet his eyes remained tightly shut, clearly still immersed in his plight. The implication was clear. "Sister, please temper your expectations. I have already scrutinized the situation on your behalf." Ling Fa, unable to contain his urgency, felt a personal connection as he and Ren Yaofei hailed from the same lineage. This was his beloved senior sister, now tormented by the specter. Her cultivation regressing to the point where even her beauty was at risk. How could he not feel anguish? On a broader scale, she was a nascent soul cultivator, and they had just suffered a loss with Lian Qinyuan. They could not afford to lose another senior sister. Moreover, she possessed remarkable talent in the realm of formations, and the sect had high hopes for her to ascend to the rank of ninth-tier formation master. For millennia, among siblings, Shunjun rarely expressed such admiration for anyone, especially for someone from a family he typically disdained. However, it was not surprising that the Lin family could earn Ling Fa's respect. Indeed, this family was rather peculiar. Much like the Ren family, who held themselves in high regard. Shunjun cast a glance at Ren Yaofei and smiled, recognizing their similar familial backgrounds and extraordinary talents. Perhaps this young lady could indeed capture Yaofei's attention. Ling Fa sighed in frustration. It is not merely my impatience. My senior sister cannot afford to wait any longer. The immortal truthful Zen master chuckled softly, reciting a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha. Chen Boizhou joined in with a sigh. Master brother, please do not fret. If you truly find yourself at leisure, why not help me and junior brother Zhou Qian find a disciple? It is better not to mention the Chen family. Recently, they have been frantically imploring him to take Chen Yining under his wing, but he has resolutely declined. It is not that he lacks compassion. Rather, the internal strife within his family is exceedingly disheartening. He is the sole survivor of his line, having grown up amidst relentless disputes and ceaseless struggles for resources, which have left him weary at heart. Moreover, as a collateral descendant, he has endured far too many instances of inequitable treatment. Chen Boizhou, possessing a temperament of detachment, is well aware that despite his repeated assertions of his unwillingness to allow the Chun family to exploit their name for reckless behavior, they continue to ignore his counsel. He has no desire to elaborate further. The chaos and decay within the Chen family have become irreparable. Now, he merely seeks to restrain them, hoping they do not provoke undue trouble for others. Gazing at the girl in the spirit mirror, Chen Boizhou cannot help but sigh. Why is it that both the Ling and Ren families can gradually rise amidst adversity, adeptly managing their clans and nurturing their disciples, while the Chen family continues to plummet? Perhaps it is his own inadequacy. He is not formidable enough. The Ren family, led by their resolute and fair-minded senior sister Yaofei, commands respect and affection from its members. The Ling family, though bereft of senior brother Qingguang, remains largely united, their descendants harmonious and rarely contentious. In stark contrast, his family seems to lack both these qualities. Chen Boizhou muses, perhaps it would be beneficial to accept a more assertive disciple to help him manage the Chen family. He glances at the young girl, esteemed by the sect leader, and thinks that she might indeed be a good choice. However, since the sect leader has shown preference for senior sister Yaofei, he must relinquish that possibility. Meanwhile, discussions arise atop the Dao Tower, while Lian Yi continues to struggle within the illusion. The agony of the flames was unbearable for her. If her soul continued to be scorched in this manner, it would be the end. This time, she could not conceal the wood heart, for the entire mountain was ablaze. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Blue skin, you must go. The wood heart is yours. After a millennium of friendship, if you hold even a modicum of regard for me, please leave me half of the wood heart, buried in the depths of the mountains, in a place devoid of soil and water, preferably within the river mud. The remaining half is yours when you break through. May the wood heart provide you with the strength to survive. If you can awaken the bloodline of the six-toothed white elephant through the heavenly thunder, I shall consider it my repayment to you." With that, she cast aside the wood heart, relinquishing her resistance, allowing the searing flames to engulf her. The landscape swiftly turned to charred blackness. The enormous blue-skinned elephant, clutching the wood heart, spoke through tears, "Lian Yi, I will carry you to safety. I shall not consume your wood heart, rest assured." After uttering these words, it dared not make another sound, fearing detection by the nearby transformation stage cultivators, and with a powerful leap, it soared away. The rain fell in torrents, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. The blue-skinned elephant darted through the air, fleeing into the distance. Though Lian Yi had perished, Lian Yi could still perceive all that transpired. She sensed the determination in Lian Yi's final moments and felt the sincerity in the blue-skinned elephant's promises. Yet, perhaps this day marked the end for both of them. As the blue-skinned elephant continued its flight, a distant, ethereal male voice suddenly called out, "Hey, you there, blue-skinned elephant. Where do you think you're running?" Upon hearing this, the blue-skinned elephant was struck with terror. It had always been timid and reluctant to approach other beings, save for Lian Yi. It only managed to interact with others when descending the mountain to procure necessary supplies. It did not wish to see how close the human cultivator had come, only thinking of running faster, lest it be captured. Lian Yi had recounted tales of human cultivators, declaring them the most ruthless beings in existence. If it were to be caught, it would face skinning and dismemberment. Ah, help! It paid no mind to the impending thunder, drawing all its spiritual energy to its four limbs, fleeing for its life. This frantic escape indeed drew the attention of the heavens, a bolt of purple lightning striking down directly upon the blue-skinned elephant. Meanwhile, Ren Yaofei, who had been intently observing Lian Yi, suddenly raised his hand. Wait, look. Chapter 60. The Heavenly Guardian Formation. The gazes of the crowd shifted back to Lian Yi. What was this? As cultivators at the nascent soul stage, their perception was far from weak. Lian Yi was enveloped by what appeared to be a natural magnetic field. Lightning flickered, and the essence of wood flourished, while at the center lay a faint layer of water membrane. Remarkably, despite the lightning's potential to obliterate her, it formed a peculiar balance with the wood and water, creating a natural protective barrier that enveloped her perfectly, leaving no room for vulnerability. Could it be the Heavenly Guardian Formation? This was a protective formation bestowed by the heavens, an immense potential ignited in the face of dire straits. As the name suggests, it was a gift from the heavens, not something one could simply claim. Even if she remained ignorant and unaware, once she regained her consciousness, she might not know how to wield this formation. Yet, with such potential and aptitude, could she not aspire to reach the zenith of formations in the future? It is worth noting that even a 9th-tier formation master might not possess the Heavenly Guardian Formation. In the ancient realm of Meikoan, there exists a legendary creature known as the Array Beast. Though it possesses a modest rank, it emanates a unique magnetic field capable of neutralizing any offensive formations directed at it, hence its name. Similarly, this remarkable ability can be likened to the innate talents that some gifted cultivators awaken after reaching the nascent soul stage. The Heavenly Array is akin to such innate abilities. In the present, this child has activated the Heavenly Array within the illusory realm due to the influence of the Baishan Bridge, suggesting that upon reaching the nascent soul stage, she may very well awaken her innate talents in the art of formations. Perhaps, if circumstances permit, she could achieve the status of a master of formations in her generation. Ren Yaofei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he struck the table. This child is exceptional. I shall take her. Is she not the girl from the Lian family? Are Lian Qinyuan and Lian Mingshi at home? I shall pay a visit to the Lian household. Today is fortuitous, perfect for accepting a disciple. Lin Fa interjected. There's no need to rush. The Baishan Bridge ceremony has yet to conclude. Really, sister? With your impulsive nature, won't you frighten them by suddenly visiting the Lian family? After all, rumors abound that you are still in seclusion to recuperate. Lin Fa sighed. Were it not for the bond of our sisterhood and having grown up under her formidable presence, I would have long since rebelled against her authority. Alas, I am no match for her. The divine needle chuckled at the amusing dynamic between the disciples. It had been over a millennium since Ren Yaofei, the former chief disciple, had taken on such a role. However, being a member of the family, she was deemed unsuitable to succeed as the next leader. Thus, the cycle perpetuated with Lin Fa stepping into that role. As time passed and everyone matured, Ren Yaofei ceased her antagonism towards Lin Fa, yet out of habit, she often maintained a fierce demeanor towards him. In the realm of the Ling Xi sect, Lin Fa found himself ensnared in the shadows of his youth, too timid to resist. The upper echelons of the sect were acutely aware that Ren Yaofei was the bane of Lin Fa's existence. Nevertheless, their bond was undeniably profound. During the grave incident involving the Yuma, Lin Fa had intended to intervene personally, yet Ren Yaofei, resolute, ventured forth alone. The aftermath of that decision was dire. Ren Yaofei's cultivation plummeted, and shortly thereafter, Brother Qingguang succumbed to his injuries. The one gripped by the most profound fear and urgency was Lin Fa. He sought her out countless times at Qingnong Peak, imploring her to devise a remedy for Ren Yaofei's afflictions, fearing that she might suffer the same fate as Brother Qingyuan. Yet, she possessed no feasible solution. The fact that Ren Yaofei had managed to endure thus far was owed to her unique cultivation method, which mitigated the demonic energy within her. Securing her from an imminent demise akin to that of Brother Qingyuan was already the most favorable outcome. However, as a formation master, she discovered an ancient and legendary Zhengyang exorcism array, capable of dispelling the malevolent energy within her. Alas, the Zhengyang fire, essential for reinforcing the array, was a rare form of otherworldly flame that had vanished after the disappearance of the Void Ascension passage 50 millennia ago. Thus, as a secondary measure, They could only resort to the power of lightning for suppression. This necessitated the assistance of cultivators with a lightning root, as only they could continuously summon lightning to bolster the Zhengyang exorcism array, aiding Ren Yaofei in expelling the demonic energy while remaining unscathed by the malevolent aura she emanated. Unfortunately, cultivators with a lightning root were already scarce, and the matter concerning the Yuma was shrouded in secrecy. To enlist their aid in suppressing the array, the most prudent course of action was to seek disciples from their own sect, preferably junior disciples, as taking one under their wing would serve as a token of gratitude for their invaluable assistance. However, Yao Fei is an individual of remarkable personality. She asserted, "Life may be expendable, but one must not take on disciples haphazardly. Only those worthy of inheriting the legacy may be accepted. Should I choose to take on a disciple, it must be someone whom I find agreeable." This left Ling Fa in a state of great distress. Yet there was no one in the entire sect who could sway her decision. Ever since the demise of the previous sect leader, Ren Yaofei has been the supreme authority, with her holding the highest rank, while the former master of Zi could not even contend with her during his tenure. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Now, witnessing Ren Yaofei relent brought a collective sigh of relief among those present. Although Ling Fa had been rebuffed by her, the relaxation in his expression revealed his delight. The esteemed Jinjun exclaimed with a booming voice, "Since our junior sister Yao Fei has acquired an excellent disciple, we must not lag behind. Let us all gather and see if there are any promising candidates among the children." Shinjin also seemed somewhat anxious. Indeed, Yao Fei already has Fu Fei, and now she has taken a second disciple. My Qin Ming is poised to inherit my legacy. But one can never have too many good disciples. My alchemical skills remain without an heir. Jin Bo Shou chuckled. "Senior sister, your standards are quite high. Did not our senior brother, the sect leader, mention that a child, a sibling of this girl, is rumored to possess great talent in alchemy? You might want to take a look. You must act swiftly. I too cannot wait any longer. Let us not choose the same one, for it would be quite unbecoming if we, as senior and junior siblings, were to quarrel over a disciple." This remark elicited hearty laughter from the assembly, and Jiu Qian joined in the jest. "Brother, do not subject yourself to ridicule. Should Sister Shunjin administer a needle, you would surely be undone." Yet, Shunjin genuinely became intrigued. "Oh, which one is it?" Not so madly laughed. "Ha ha, even if the issues with the remain unresolved. The incultivators throughout the are preoccupied with taking on disciples to enhance their strength, but there is no need to rush at this moment. Just look at how anxious you all are. I find it rather difficult, as children with a connection to the Buddha are rare and hard to come by. Perhaps I might encounter someone who resonates with me." Jiu Qian nodded in agreement. "What you say is indeed true, senior brother. As a newly ascended, I must also venture out soon. Remaining secluded at home to refine my skills cannot be the only course of action." Wan Jianfeng felt quite at ease, as his family was not prone to causing trouble, nor did they covet power, which allowed him to rest easy. Nonetheless, there were some within the sect who harbored ill intentions, whispering to him that Lien Xinyuan was soon to enter seclusion to form his, and that he should be cautious of Lien's potential success in seizing control of Wan Jianfeng. Jiu Qian, however, harbored no worries regarding this. The relationships among the upper echelons of their generation in Ling Shao sect were relatively harmonious. If Lien were devoid of even this modicum of tolerance, he would not have reached his current standing. Chapter 61. A series of joyful events. A 6,000-character chapter seeking initial subscriptions. The dialogue atop the Dao Tower was unbeknownst to Lien Yi. The protective array spoken of by Ren Yaofei did not last long. Within a mere moment, it visibly dissipated. She was unaware of anything, yet after the array faded, she regained consciousness. Following this, her mind was blank, and she could not comprehend what had transpired. At this moment, the members of the Lien family surrounded her. "Lien Yi, what just happened?" Lien Mingshi anxiously inquired. "What is the situation?" "Lien Yi, what situation?" She glanced around and noticed that besides Lien Mingshi, there were also Lien Qinyuan and Lien Qinsong, as well as Lu Chun, along with several unfamiliar cultivators standing in small groups. However, she could not see Hua Xiaoduo or Lien Wei among them. Her sudden appearance seemed to astonish everyone. Drawing their gaze towards her, Lien Mingshi exchanged glances with the others, expressing their surprise. "How did you emerge so quickly? It hasn't even been half a day." The mountain worship bridge requires 3 days to open. Only a few individuals might exit early, but at least 1 day must pass. Most will be thrown out after the bridge closes. Lien Yi blinked. "I have no idea. Did I get thrown out by the mountain worship bridge?" Was I unsatisfactory? Oh dear, this is terrible. My ancestor said that if I fail to successfully apprentice, I'll bring shame upon him. And he will increase my lessons. He won't take me out to play anymore, and I won't be able to enjoy the delicacies at Maishio residence. The Lin family exchanged perplexed glances. They were equally bewildered. Cough, cough, cough. What did you encounter? Lin Yi responded. I encountered an elephant. Then I lost consciousness and couldn't remember anything. By the way, how could there be an elephant? Is it raised by the sect? An elephant? Oh, it's blue-skinned. The peculiar color of that elephant left a deep impression on me. The elder mused, once the mountain worship bridge concludes. I should inquire with the sect leader. Lien Xinyuan felt that asking would yield no clarity and waved his hand, signaling the end of the topic. Meanwhile, Lu Chen approached, glancing at the members of the Lien family and inquiring, Senior brother? Lien Xinyuan let out a sigh, disregarding the curious, gloating, and malicious gazes cast by those around him. He pulled Lu Chen aside to discuss the situation, hoping Lu Chen might possess some insight. Previously engulfed in confusion, upon hearing the subsequent revelations, Lien's family was utterly elated. Of course, it was about taking on disciples. Please keep an eye out for me. I have several children inside. If anyone emerges, do inform me. And I shall return promptly. As he spoke, he surveyed the crowd, noting the envious and jealous glances, particularly from the Qin family. With a deliberate scoff, he relished the sight of them grinding their teeth in frustration, as if they were about to devour him whole, which brought him satisfaction. Then, like a proud and spirited rooster, he led his family away, leaving Lu Chen shaking his head behind him. This senior brother, after centuries, still possessed such an insufferable demeanor. Was it truly necessary to provoke the Qin family? He pondered the long-standing enmity between the two clans, which had once been covert but had now become overt. While the Qin family was certainly unscrupulous, Lien Xinyuan's vexatious nature undoubtedly played a significant role in escalating tensions. Lu Chen mused that quietly amassing wealth would have sufficed, yet Lien seemed inclined to stir the pot. Meanwhile, as they walked, Lien's family contemplated the prospect of discipleship. Who would be taking on a disciple? Could it be that the sect leader intended to take Xiaoyi under their wing? Although this would diverge from the leader's usual approach, perhaps their perspective had shifted, finding Xiaoyi to be rather endearing. Indeed, just as she stepped through the threshold of her home, before Lien Yi could even share her day's experiences with her ancestors, the master arrived, accompanied by a female cultivator entirely unfamiliar to her. This woman, with her graying hair and age spots adorning her face, appeared exceptionally aged. Yet her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary sharpness and brilliance. Upon entering, her gaze fixated on Lien Yi, causing her to feel a sudden shock, as if she were being scrutinized from the inside out. Though still youthful, Lien Yi had always been an astute child, well aware that anyone accompanying the master, who graciously yielded space as he walked, was undoubtedly a person of significance. This revelation momentarily startled Ren Yaofei, who then relaxed his features, an uncommon softness gracing his brow. Ah, what an intriguing child. Ling Fa also noticed this, momentarily taken aback, reflecting on Lien Yi's audacity. Reminiscent of a young calf unperturbed by the tiger, he recalled his own childhood, when the fierce demeanor of his senior sister would send shivers down his spine. Now, with injuries marring her countenance, she had become even more taciturn, her formidable presence so commanding that passers-by instinctively veered away from her. Within their own sect, although many recognized her as the Yuanying true monarch, a majority, particularly the junior disciples, preferred to avoid her. Trembling in her presence was hardly a source of shame. Ling Fa cast a sidelong glance at Ren Yaofei, noting his perpetually fierce expression. Indeed, Lien Yi was a child of exceptional courage and promise. Before Lien Yi could ponder further, Lien Xinyuan and the others were equally astonished. Master-'s uncle. Ren Master, have you emerged from seclusion? The unexpected arrival of Ren Yaofei caught the entire family off guard. This individual, who was presumed to be in seclusion for healing, graced them with his presence, seemingly valuing the potential of Lien Yi, the esteemed disciple. However, dealing with him could prove to be quite challenging. Lien Xinyuan experienced a tumultuous blend of emotions, joy intertwined with concern. On one hand, the fact that Ren Yaofei, recognized as the foremost figure among the transformation stage cultivators in their sect, took an interest in his daughter, suggested her exceptional capabilities. It boded well for her future as a promising core disciple of the sect. Yet, on the other hand, Ren Yaofei's notorious reputation was equally renowned. She was infamously known as a fierce woman throughout the Meikuan region. Her eldest disciple, Fu Fei, possessed both elegance in name and extraordinary beauty that outshone all in the Meikuan realm. Despite being a golden core cultivator, Fu Fei, who was merely in her 200s, had an impressive future ahead. However, her fierce reputation had frightened away all potential suitors, leaving her without anyone pursuing her. It seemed that she was increasingly resembling her master in terms of ferocity. Lin Xinyuan couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine at the thought of his daughter potentially following in the footsteps of these two formidable women, becoming a fearsome presence herself. As Lin Xinyuan was lost in this whirlwind of thoughts, Ren Yaofei cast a knowing glance in his direction, interjecting the moment with an enigmatic hum. The soft hum startled Lin Xinyuan, and not just him. Even Ming Shi and Lin Qinsong were taken aback, revealing just how fearsome Ren Yaofei had become in the eyes of others. Of course, it was not the elder who sought a disciple, but rather the senior sister who had taken an interest in your Lian girl. Today, at the Baishan Bridge, Lian displayed remarkable talent, prompting both the elder and the senior sister to have a few questions for her. Lin Xinyuan and the others nodded in agreement. The presence of the sect leader himself to discuss discipleship signified immense importance. Not only did Lin Zhonghai and his wife momentarily freeze before becoming overwhelmingly excited, but even Lin Wanshan, who sat beneath the spirit fruit tree waiting for news, could hardly contain his pride at his daughter's good fortune. He had often remarked that she was most like him, possessing a spirit that was undeniable. The sect leader of Lingxiao was indeed discerning. Lin Fa and Ren Yaofei turned their gaze towards Lin Yi, with Lin Fa maintaining his customary warmth. Lin Yi, do you remember what you experienced at the Baishan Bridge? I felt no discomfort, Lin Yi replied, slightly furrowing her brow as she assessed her feelings. Indeed, she felt none. At this, Ren Yaofei appeared quite pleased. She spoke directly. Do you wish to become my disciple? I am Ren Yaofei, the principal of Hongzhengya. Over a century ago, I sustained serious injuries in the battle against the malevolent spirits and require a cultivator with a lightning spirit root to aid in my recovery. Would you mind this? Of course, this healing process will not harm you in any way. My desire to take you on as my disciple is not solely based on your potential to assist me. I am far more impressed by your innate talent and qualifications in the realm of formations. Although you may not remember, you excelled remarkably in the illusion of Baishan Bridge, and I was thoroughly pleased. These words, though unintended for her to express, felt necessary to convey. Ren Yaofei believed that essential truths ought to be articulated with clarity. The relationship between a master and disciple mirrors that of a father and child or a mother and child in the mortal realm. The successor to her legacy should not be shrouded in misunderstanding or estrangement. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated such a reason. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, stating, "The disciple harbors no grievances and willingly wishes to take Master as my mentor. As a practitioner with a thunderous spiritual root, both the elders and the family head have advised me that upon joining a sect, one must prioritize the sect above all else. The matter of the dark demon is not solely a burden for Master Yi. It is a pain shared by the sect and indeed by my own family, the Lin family. It is my duty as the disciple to offer what little assistance I can to Master Yi or to my future mentor." The majority of Lin family's members had selflessly accepted her, and she had seamlessly integrated into the clan. While occasional selfishness may arise among them, it is merely a facet of human nature, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, as they ultimately prioritize the sect and their lineage. Therefore, Ren Yaofei's assertions were, to Lin Yi, trivial matters that caused no discomfort. Her exceptional talent and thunderous spiritual root had garnered attention, demonstrating her worth. Who cares about the initial intentions when a nascent soul cultivator takes on a disciple? Wouldn't that be overly sentimental? She was on the verge of prosperity. Ren Yaofei nodded, noticing the young girl lost in thought, and as Lin Yi expressed those impassioned sentiments, the joy in her eyes became evident. Unconsciously, she too felt elated, pondering, this girl truly delights me. Is it not a joy to have her as my disciple? She could not help but share in the joy. In that case, let us proceed with the tea ceremony. As she spoke, Ren Yaofei effortlessly tossed a steaming cup of tea into the air. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly caught it, kneeling solemnly to pay his respects as a disciple. Ling Fa was momentarily stunned, unable to greet the Lin family members, and hurriedly followed Ren Yaofei, exclaiming, "Senior sister, wait for me." It was rather inconsiderate to leave without giving the sect leader a semblance of courtesy. In the small courtyard, Lin Qinyuan shattered the collective astonishment. Indeed, Master Ren is, as the legends portray, utterly direct and unpretentious. The news of Lin Yi being accepted as a disciple by the master of Hongzenya spread even faster than the wind. It seemed that shortly after Lin Yi's arrival at Hongzenya, the entire Meikuan realm, both inner and outer sects, was abuzz with the news. Except for the disciples still stuck at the mountain worship bridge and those in secluded training. It was even whispered in the markets below the mountain. It was true that in the past, the fastest to leave was Ziyu Jinren, who managed to depart in a single day. Although there was no definitive correlation between leaving early and possessing remarkable talent, it still imparted an impression of exceptional capability. Rumor had it that the sect leader intended to accept a disciple, only to have that position snatched away by the formidable female leader of the Ren family. Of course, the sect leader could never outmaneuver the Ren family's matriarch. Shu, lower your voice. The proprietor of my Taju just passed by. Oh, I see. It is said that the young disciple hails from the Lin family. Given that the Lin family is currently weaker than the Ren family, how fortunate for them to send such a promising individual to the Ren family. A gossip circulated. Its sound notably hushed. Please cease your ramblings. What nonsense are you spouting? The Lin family's disciple is not sold to the Ren family. Rather, he has gone to Hongzhen Cliff to pursue his studies. If my ancestors' graves were to emit smoke, and my child were taken by a nascent soul cultivator as a disciple, I would surely die laughing. Pray, do stop. You foolish girl? Although endowed with 5 spiritual roots, your entire family fortune has been squandered on her, and she has only attained the first level of qi refinement. Old foe, my dear brother, I must advise you to seek a suitable young man, in hopes of producing a promising grandson. Perhaps fortune will smile upon you. I had thought that was the extent of it, but to my surprise, the Lin family's fortune did not merely end there. 3 days later, among the 10 disciples of the Lin family entering the sect, 4 were accepted as apprentices by golden core and nascent soul cultivators, while 2, though not taken as disciples, remained in the inner sect. 2 chose the outer sect, and 2 stayed within the family. In the same market at the foot of the mountain, one could only marvel. It seems the ancestors have truly manifested their blessings. Indeed, you should have seen the ashen face of Elder Chen Jinliang. He came to my shop and shortchanged me by a spirit stone. I dared not confront him. Alas, today I have suffered significant losses. Ah, my friend, how unfortunate for you. Yet, isn't Chen Yining also quite remarkable? She has been accepted as the chief disciple of Master Ling Xi. Master Ling Xi is a practitioner of Yunding Mountain, a 7th-tier alchemist, and it is said he is preparing to venture to Ziyin Prefecture to seek the rank of 8th-tier alchemist. The Qin girl is indeed fortunate to be in such esteemed company. Ah, perhaps you do not comprehend this. No buyer surpasses the Liang's. In ordinary circumstances, such a situation would be fortuitous, but alas, the Chun family's adversaries have encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck this time. Indeed, it is said that the younger brother of the girl who recently visited Hongzenya has been accepted as a disciple by the Divine Needle Immortal. Are you not aware of the stature of the Divine Needle Immortal? She is currently the most accomplished healer in the Meikuan realm, a 7th-tier alchemist as well. I dare say, could any disciple of the esteemed Master Ling Xi rival one of the Divine Needle Immortal's apprentices? Furthermore, there are 3 others. One girl, named Huaduo, has been taken as the chief disciple by the esteemed Huqing, the master of the outer second peak. Another has also been accepted by a golden core practitioner. Huqing, being the peak master, his chief disciple is destined to inherit his position, is it not? How remarkable indeed. No wonder I observed the members of the Lin family striding with such confidence. This time, the Chen family has also produced 10 individuals, aside from Chen Yining. Several others have managed to remain in the inner sect, thanks to the earnest pleas of the Chun family head and the favor of the esteemed Boizhou Jinjuan. As the gossiping crowd discussed this matter, their voices grew ever softer. It is no surprise. Discussions erupted in the market. The Lin family truly exemplifies the tales shared amongst the townsfolk. Anyone bearing the surname Lin struts forth with an air of grandeur. Lin Qinyuan not only walks with an imposing presence, he seems to glide effortlessly. The clansmen gazed upon him with a mixture of reverence and awe, and in recent days, the threshold of his home had nearly been worn away by the incessant visits of his kin. They came, bringing their children, seeking his favorable judgment, as if a child endorsed by him would be destined to be taken as a disciple by the venerable nascent soul and golden core cultivators of their clan. Furthermore, He was on the verge of entering secluded meditation to break through to the nascent soul stage, which filled his heart with an exuberance beyond measure. Even the sight of Yin Qin, that gluttonous tabby cat, seemed less irksome to him now. Li Ming did not appear as insufferable as Li Qin. Yet the joy radiating from the corners of his eyes and brow was evident enough for even the blind to perceive. In recent days, he contemplated bestowing some treasures upon his promising children, for they were members of the clan, and their lineage held considerable resources. He decided to grant each child a defensive talisman, a vial of healing elixir, and 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, as a reward from the family. As for Li Qin's song, he was known for his generosity. When there was a celebration at home, his joy knew no bounds, and he became exceedingly accommodating. He would grant any reasonable request, which led to many seeking him out at the family residence. Even if one could not benefit directly, they eagerly awaited a scattering of talismans or spirit stones from him, which could be saved for younger kin with spiritual roots or sold in the marketplace for a profit. As for the family of Li Zhonghai, their status within the clan had risen significantly, particularly that of Qianxiu heir. Newly married clansmen or those wishing to have children flocked to Qianxiu heir, bringing gifts of all kinds. Eager to discern the secret behind her remarkable ability to bear such extraordinary children. Is there some remarkable secret? This indeed left Qianxiu momentarily speechless. Yet she felt a profound joy in her child's exceptional qualities. However, when pressed to articulate the reasons for her child's brilliance, she found herself at a loss. To put it another way, as a mother, even if her child lacked innate talent, she would still hold them dear. Yet, the fact that her child possessed such remarkable gifts, gaining the attention of those esteemed nascent soul immortals in their sect, filled her with even greater delight. After a period of deep contemplation, she could only suggest that there exists a legend in the mundane world. Couples who share a particularly harmonious relationship tend to bear intelligent offspring. Little did Qianxiu anticipate that her casual remark would be revered by the Lin family as a guiding principle. The exact number of brilliant children born into the Lin family over the course of hundreds or even thousands of years is uncertain, but this notion significantly fostered harmony among the couples within the lineage. Of course, that is a story for another time. Chapter 62. Sisters of the sect Lin Yi never envisioned that her life after becoming a disciple would unfold in such a manner. On the Hongjian cliff, her master had long since retreated into seclusion, and it was said that she was now under the supervision of her senior sister, Fufi. In truth, Fufi did not exert much oversight over Lin Yi. At just 11 years old, Lin Yi appeared to Fufi as merely a child, albeit a slightly older one. Fufi was not particularly fond of children, yet this young sister seemed relatively well-behaved, prompting her to reluctantly take on the role of caretaker. Her method of supervision was quite straightforward. She bestowed upon Lin Yi a medicinal garden to tend to. The reason lies in her remarkable wood spirit root, which undoubtedly bestows her with an innate talent for cultivating spiritual herbs. However, Lin Yi perceives this notion as a fallacy. She has yet to recognize such a merit within herself. According to her senior sister's perspective, those endowed with wood spirit roots should possess a natural aptitude for herb cultivation. Consequently, one might surmise that her family ought to boast the largest medicinal garden within the entire sect, given the abundance of wood spirit roots among the Lin clan. Bored and languid, Lin Yi reclined in a chair beneath the spiritual fruit tree, practicing the spring breeze transformation technique as outlined in the herb garden management guidelines provided by Fu Fei. The rain bananas in the southeastern corner are particularly fond of rainfall. They require ample watering. Meanwhile, the Huangjing in the central area detests rain and should be watered only every 5 days. Today marks the 3rd day, thus it must be avoided. As for the verdant rows to the west, how much rain do they require? What are they called again? Lost in contemplation, Fu Fei arrived unexpectedly. Startled, Lin Yi sprang from her chair and greeted her senior sister with a polite, "Good day, senior sister." Initially, Lin Yi was captivated by her senior sister's ethereal beauty, finding her exquisite beyond compare. Despite having encountered numerous celestial maidens within Ling Xiao's sect, none had elicited such a reaction from her, a girl who could hardly refrain from drooling. Yet, after nearly a month, the initial awe and aloofness had waned, leaving Lin Yi with the impression that her senior sister seemed disinclined to engage in activity. Spending her days idly within the cave abode, the disorder within that dwelling mirrored her own situation closely. However, being younger and of lesser cultivation, she had an excuse for her laziness. What of her senior sister, a golden core cultivator, who could not even muster the effort to lift a finger. Could it be that, like the esteemed Wu Jie, one would rather abstain from indulging in the exquisite wines of Mei Tao Ju than step beyond the confines of their cave abode? Lian Yi, having become accustomed to following her ancestor daily, might find the prospect of remaining solely within the cave unbearable. This marks the second occasion she has witnessed her senior sister emerging from the cave. What could be the purpose of her visit today? As Fu Fei observed her junior sister's puzzled expression, she cleared her throat softly, striving to modulate her voice to a more soothing and gentle tone. Lian Yi, after spending such a considerable time in Hongjinya, have you encountered any discomfort? I must admit, I sometimes find myself yearning for home and for our ancestor. How is your practice of the flowing light technique that Master assigned to you progressing? Should you face any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire of me. The flowing light technique is a cultivation method specifically tailored for Lian Yi, aligning perfectly with her thunder spiritual root. Although Fu Fei does not possess a thunder spiritual root herself, as a golden core cultivator, she is more than capable of assisting her junior sister should any questions arise. Master's injuries are quite severe. Do not misconstrue her lack of attention as indifference. She has emerged from her seclusion solely to select disciples, and she is genuinely pleased to have you as her student. Fu Fei, feeling somewhat guilty for neglecting Lian Yi during her time in Hongjinya, offered these reassurances. In truth, she had received a message from Ren Yaofei prior to her own retreat, instructing her to care for Lian Yi. However, her aversion to children had deterred her from fully embracing this responsibility. It has been nearly a month since her arrival, and she had not taken much initiative, fearing that Master would hold her accountable upon her return. Thus, she ventured out briefly to fulfill her duties as a senior sister. Fortunately, Lian Yi is now 11 years old, an age beyond the phase of incessant crying, which brings Fu Fei a sense of relief. She felt that children were truly the most terrifying beings in this world. Otherwise, according to the sect's rules, cultivators at the core formation stage and above were required to take on disciples. However, she resolutely ignored this stipulation. She had already made up her mind that if anyone in the sect insisted she take on a disciple, she would embark on a journey, challenging anyone to catch her. If all else failed, now that she had this little girl, she might as well take on a few more disciples. Lian Yi, perplexed, could not fathom why her neck always felt a chill whenever her senior sister spoke. After her master entered seclusion, although Lian Yi was somewhat unprepared, her master had bestowed upon her a storage pouch before retreating. Not only that, but within the pouch lay a letter from her master, delineating the usage of foundational techniques, the application of magical artifacts, instructions on consuming elixirs, and a token of identity containing 500 contribution points, explicitly granted for her access to the scripture repository of Ling Xi sect. Additionally, her master had thoughtfully provided a set of incantations for entering the cave dwelling, allowing her senior sister to guide her in recognizing the cave residents. With her master being so diligent, it would be ungrateful for Lian Yi to act overly sensitive. Although she had not previously entered the sect, the Lian family resided within it. Thus, it was evident that the contribution points within her identity token were likely a gift from her master, as ordinary disciples did not receive contribution points upon acquiring their tokens. Moreover, though her senior sister appeared somewhat fearsome, she recalled a fellow junior sister who had come to assist her with her cultivation issues. Overall, Lian Yi felt that both her master and her senior sister were quite amiable, contrary to the misconceptions she had previously encountered. Those individuals had profoundly misunderstood her master and senior sister. Upon reflecting on this, Lian Yi let out a sigh, pondering the hardships faced by women in both the mundane world and the realm of cultivation. She had once believed that the latter would prove to be more favorable. However, within the sect, male cultivators outnumbered their female counterparts significantly, even among those at the nascent soul and golden core stages. It was truly unjust that her considerate master and her beautiful senior sister were spoken of in such unflattering terms, likened to demons by outsiders. Fu Fei inadvertently caught sight of Lian Yi, who resembled a little old man with her furrowed brow, lost in thought, which struck her as rather amusing. Suppressing her laughter, she opened the flowing light technique that Lian Yi had handed over, her expression softening considerably. The pages were filled with dense annotations, the handwritten notes surpassing the printed text in abundance. It was remarkable that at such a tender age, she had already reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. With a solid foundation, over the past month, She had neither been swept away by the pride of being accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul cultivator, nor had she indulged in frivolity without supervision. Instead, she had diligently immersed herself in the study of her techniques, which was indeed a rarity. Fu Fei was aware of her master gifting the little junior sister a storage bag and even knew its contents. Her daily routine was remarkably structured. Spent either in the medicinal herb garden, in her cave abode, or frolicking in the mountains, gathering spiritual fruits. Recently, she had even heard tales of this girl catching bamboo rats from the back bamboo grove to roast and eat. Well, everything else was quite satisfactory, except for a slight gluttony. After all, she was still young. One must not stifle her spirit. Fu Fei nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and began to attentively address Lin Yi's questions regarding her cultivation process. In that moment, an indescribably harmonious atmosphere enveloped the two sisters. After resolving her issues, Fu Fei took another stroll through the medicinal herb garden. She noticed Lin Yi's plump pet snake, Xiaohong, basking in the soil, sound asleep. She observed it for a moment without uttering a word, then pointed out the deficiencies in Lin Yi's daily planting. Just as she was about to depart, a thought struck her. In a few days, the Chuyin Prefecture would host the alchemy competition, and this time, our sect would send 100 disciples. I find myself with little to do lately, and coincidentally, a friend of mine is also attending. I intend to accompany him alongside the sect's leading representative, Master Ling Xi. Since you have no pressing matters, why not accompany me on this journey? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, abruptly lifting her head. Fu Fei offered no further explanation, merely waved her hand dismissively, departing with an air of aloofness. From a distance, her voice rang out, "Make sure to pack your things. We shall set off in 3 days. If you delay and miss the opportunity, just wait and see how I will deal with you." Lin Yi let out a crisp sigh, feeling an indescribable warmth in her heart. Her senior sister must have known that her family, Lin Yi, was heading to Chuyin Prefecture, which is why she insisted on bringing her along. After all, which golden core cultivator would take a qi refining disciple along on their travels without feeling burdened? Especially someone like her senior sister, who detested unnecessary complications. Had Lin Yi not been taken as a disciple by the divine needle fairy, his family's elder would have accompanied him. However, since he was now under the tutelage of the divine needle fairy, the elder naturally refrained from overshadowing this arrangement, allowing Lin Yi to follow his master's guidance. Lin Yi felt a sense of gloom enveloping her. She and Lin Yi had never been apart since childhood. When within the confines of their family, she could cling to her great-uncle, who would gladly accompany her and Lin Yi. The two siblings had even made a private pact to experience things as they once did in the mundane realm, with her participating in the culinary master competition while Lin Yi stood by her side. However, now that they had each taken on their own mentors, a momentous occasion indeed. Freedom seemed a distant memory. Lin Yi was not one to be ungrateful, nor would she voice such thoughts, yet she couldn't shake off the feeling of melancholy. To her surprise, her senior sister had come to her aid in a significant way. Abruptly, Lin Yi wiped her eyes with her sleeve, vowing never to speak ill of her senior sister again. Should anyone dare to utter a word against her in Lin Yi's presence, she would certainly defend her fiercely. Quickly turning her head, Lin Yi indeed found her ancestor lounging beneath a tree. "Are you longing for me, or for the meals I prepare?" she inquired. Lin Wanshan waved his hand dismissively, opening his eyes to stretch the truth. "Of course, it's you I miss. Look at my dear girl, you've grown so thin. Yet, I do long for your cooking as well. With you both away, I am left in great solitude, with no one to converse with." Lin Yi rolled her eyes heavenward, unconvinced by her ancestor's act of self-pity. He looked radiant. After all, his life at home must be exceedingly joyful. Though the clan members might not recognize him, the family head and great-uncle would never dare to treat him with disdain. Whenever they had the opportunity, they would often come to chat with him, and even if he scolded them away, they'd still return. It was he who held disdain for the family head, not the other way around. Moreover, she was well aware that recently, they had all entered the sect and found esteemed masters. Furthermore, from time to time, I indulge myself in a meal at the exquisite Meiteon restaurant. Speaking of Meiteon, I recently discovered that it belongs to the Ren family. Since my master took me under his wing, the restaurant has been exceedingly gracious to the Lin family, bestowing upon us a prestigious golden card typically reserved for VIPs. Not only do we enjoy a generous 50% discount, but we also have the privilege of savoring limited edition delicacies, with the option to settle our bills later. What an immense honor this is. When my esteemed master enjoys a drink, Members of the Ren family can request spirit stones all the way to the Yi Dao Peak. As my Master-S disciple, I am afforded such discounts at Meiteon. It suddenly strikes me that I might possess even greater prestige than my master. I have heard that the VIP card is currently with our ancestor, and that San Dai has nearly claimed it as his own spirit beast, accompanying him wherever he wishes to go. Such a life is truly enviable. However, since our ancestor has made it clear, I would rather not shatter his illusions, lest he secretly seeks to undermine me. I merely retrieved my small stove, opened the courtyard door, and settled on the ground, preparing a meal for our ancestor. Chapter 63. Not strong enough. Lien Wanshan. While savoring the braised spiny pork re-prepared by Lien Yi and the roasted bamboo rat she had made, along with her newly brewed spirit fruit wine, felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. As he ate, he engaged in light conversation with Lien Yi, occasionally glancing at his grandson's condition. Noticing that Lien Yi appeared to have gained a bit of weight and looked even fairer, exuding vitality, he felt reassured. However, the old man was quite prideful and would never openly express his longing and concern for his grandson. Isn't your father and mother awake now? TSK. The two of them are quite disheartening. Your elder aunt is still striving for cultivation, while your father has taken your mother to the market for shopping. Isn't there a restaurant belonging to your family in the market? Just a few days ago, your father mentioned to your great-uncle his desire to become a chef and earn some extra spirit stones, hoping to take your mother out for a little adventure. With their cultivation at merely the first level of chi refinement, do they truly believe they can wander about? Do they think the Meikuan realm is akin to the mundane world, oblivious to the myriad dangers within? Your great-uncle stated that they may venture out, but only after reaching at least the 5th level of chi refinement. Humph, and they even suggested taking me along. Am I truly so foolish? Their incessant clinginess is rather distasteful, and I wonder how the elders can bear to live longer, finding it quite bothersome to witness. I prefer to remain at the sect, enjoying my tranquility. I must say, with your father's culinary skills, I certainly shall not be frequenting the Lien family restaurant again. Lien Yi, somewhat helplessly, remarked, when have you ever dined at the Lien family restaurant? You only ever go to the Maitaju, don't you? It seems as though her father would indeed cook at the Lien family restaurant, yet he does not. By the way, it turns out that Maitaju is a property of my Master-S family, which means I cannot open a restaurant with Sister Lan. Given her current level of skill, which has been forced upon her by her ancestors, it merely mirrors the celestial chefs at Maitaju. Should she open a restaurant, it would undoubtedly be deemed an act of plagiarism, thus bringing disgrace upon the Lien family. Presently, she is a disciple of her master, and engaging in such an endeavor seems rather inappropriate. Lien Wanshan curled his lip, disdainfully declaring, unambitious. He did not pursue the topic further. Whether the girl opens a restaurant is of little concern to him. His only interest lies in whether she has the time to prepare a meal for him. Indeed, upon venturing outside, do not presume that this old man is oblivious to your actions. The teachings I have imparted must be diligently practiced. Particularly, the 9 transformations golden body technique requires your earnest commitment. Do not grow complacent. Young Yi possesses remarkable talent. Neglecting her training would be a lamentable waste. Furthermore, the mountain palm technique is intricately linked with the lion god's roar. The cultivation concerning spiritual consciousness within it holds a significant level of mastery. Once you reach a certain threshold, the benefits of heightened spiritual awareness are immeasurable. In the present realm of cultivation, spiritual consciousness is often overlooked. However, let me assure you that it can sometimes be far more crucial than mere cultivation level. Do not forsake the greater for the lesser. Wanshan remains unconvinced. With the girl not by his side, he finds himself lamenting his newfound propensity for verbosity, yet he feels compelled to impart a few words of wisdom. He fears that the girl may stray from the right path, squandering her inherent potential. Recently, his soul power has seen a notable increase, although he has yet to discern the catalyst for this enhancement. Nevertheless, the consolidation of his soul power is undoubtedly a positive development. As it solidifies, he seems to recall fragments of memories, though they are but fleeting and indistinct images. A sense of unease envelopes him, as if foreboding something unfavorable. An urgent voice within him whispers of time as fleeting nature, yet the reasons behind this urgency remain elusive. Thus, he cannot bear to see his child squander her time. He wishes for her to earnestly pursue her studies and enhance her abilities. The greater her prowess, the more secure he will feel as she navigates the complexities of the Meikuan realm. After all, as a mere mortal devoid of spiritual roots, he cannot accompany her indefinitely. Leonie nodded repeatedly, her hands busy as she deftly retrieved a bottle of her freshly concocted sauce, meticulously brushing it onto the grilled meat while conversing. Rest assured, my master is currently in seclusion, and I diligently adhere to the plan you previously set for me, without any delay. Lien Wanshan smacked his lips and savored a generous bite of meat, replying with a double entendre, excellent. Lien Wanshan was no stranger to the name Chu Yenzhou. However, he was surprised that Leonie could also venture there. A moment's contemplation led him to understand that the child was likely getting along well with her fellow disciples. Very well then. She possesses a considerable amount of spirit stones, and it pleases her to spend them on behalf of our ancestor. After paying his respects to their esteemed ancestor, Lien Xinyuan eagerly inquired. Lien Xinyuan, with a wry smile, quietly pleaded, Ancestor, that was not my intention. I believe you may have misunderstood me. Lien Yi, feeling exasperated, thought to herself that her great-uncle had brought this upon himself. After all, he had previously exhibited a particularly irritating demeanor and had even questioned the identity of their ancestor. Such behavior was truly unforgivable. Yet, it must be acknowledged that he had not known at the time that it was indeed their ancestor, so it could not all be laid at his feet. Lien Xinyuan and Lien Wanshan shared similar sentiments, and upon hearing this, they felt a sense of relief. Good children. Your great-uncle is about to enter seclusion as well, and he must not fall too far behind. With you young ones in the Lien family, our great-uncle can truly rest assured. Lien Xinyuan was genuinely elated. Ever since he had found Lien Yi and her family, he felt a great weight lifted from his heart. As of today, he sensed that he was on the cusp of an opportunity for enlightenment. Although the transition from the foundational stage to the infant stage is exceedingly rare, with a significant probability of failure, he harbored an inexplicable conviction that this time, he would succeed in his endeavor. A fleeting glance caught the disdainful and mocking expression on Lien Wanshan's face, prompting Lien Xinyuan to quickly adjust his demeanor. Regaining the favor of his ancestors seemed to pose an even greater challenge than achieving the infant stage. Upon leaving the Lien family estate, Lien Yi made her way to the marketplace, specifically to the Baoqi Pavilion. There, she commissioned the craftsman to forge 15 flying knives, modeled after the one she had utilized in the mundane world, with the inclusion of a minuscule amount of iron essence she had acquired from her great-uncle. Combined with a piece of golden luminous stone she had selected from the pavilion, the final product, albeit merely a low-grade magical weapon, boasted remarkable hardness that left Lien Yi thoroughly satisfied. With great delight, she reattached the flying knives to her attire, pleased with the cost as well. The golden luminous stone, while not exceptionally rare, was priced at just over 1,000 spirit stones for a small piece. The iron essence, though scarce, was estimated to be worth several thousand spirit stones. However, she had procured it from her great-uncle at no expense. After accounting for the craftsman's labor fees, the entire endeavor cost her less than 2,000 spirit stones. Lien Yi felt a surge of anticipation as she prepared to accompany her senior sister on an outing. Although her sister was exceptionally skilled and likely would not require her assistance, she understood that if her sister were to struggle, it would mean certain doom for her before she could even intervene. Nevertheless, she resolved to maintain a strong presence, determined not to bring any disgrace to her sister. The elder sister mentioned her intention to meet a friend, perhaps from another sect. If this individual were akin to others, also accompanied by disciples to participate in the alchemy competition, it would be imperative for her, as one of the junior disciples and the younger sister of the elder sister, to appear more formidable than the rest. Although her youthful vigor was not yet fully harnessed, her flying dagger technique had been honed to perfection. Coupled with her flying daggers, they could easily serve as lethal concealed weapons. Throughout her journey, these daggers had been her most formidable weapon. Even in their mundane state, they had the capability to inflict harm. Now, as they had transformed into magical artifacts, their power had only intensified. Noticing the fierce glare directed at her by a young woman, filled with an almost predatory disdain, Lien Yi realized this was Chen Yinin. Perhaps she had overheard something, for Chen Yinin seemed to harbor a deep-seated animosity toward her. Lien Yi chose not to engage with her, yet she was surprised by the peculiar connection they seemed to share. Since joining her sect, she had ventured down the mountain only twice, and on both occasions, she had encountered Chen Yinin. It seemed that upon noticing Lien Yi alone, Chen Yinin, accompanied by a companion, intended to block her path. Though Lien Yi felt no fear, she preferred to avoid trouble, especially upon observing that neither Chen Yining nor her companion possessed cultivation beyond the 5th level of qi refinement. Should she lose, it would be a disgrace not only to herself but also to the Lin family. Conversely, if she prevailed, accusations of bullying would ensue. After some contemplation, Lin Yi decided to evade the confrontation. As the day waned, she swiftly took her leave, relying on her superior cultivation to escape the two, who were left fuming in her wake. 3 days later, Lin Yi, accompanied by Fu Fei, prepared for departure. Fu Fei left a message for their master, Ren Yaofei, and summoned a celestial steed, setting off toward the summit of discourse with Lin Yi in tow. On this day, accompanied by over 100 disciples, the leader of the group, the Golden Core cultivator Ling Xi, happened to be the master of Chen Yining, perhaps wishing to expose his disciples to new experiences. The moment Lin Yi arrived, he spotted Chen Yining beside Ling Xi. However, Lin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment as he scanned the crowd, failing to catch a glimpse of Lin Y. In recent days, Lin Yi had intended to share the delightful news that she could accompany Lin Y to Chuyin Prefecture. Yet, shortly after Lin Y was taken on as a disciple by the Divine Needle Fairy, he retreated to the alchemical chambers of Yunding Mountain for seclusion, a place shielded by barriers to prevent disturbances, thus rendering her message undeliverable. Unbeknownst to her, she pondered why Lin Y had yet to arrive today. Fu Fei casually glanced at the crowd and then at her slightly disheartened and anxious junior sister, before raising an eyebrow and inquiring of Ling Xi, junior brother Lan. Why has the new disciple of the Divine Needle Master not joined us? Ling Xi also cast a glance at Lin Yi, fully aware of her status. It seemed that the child had recently shown signs of a breakthrough, and since the Divine Needle Master intended to visit Chuyin Prefecture, she would wait for her little disciple to join, as she was a nascent soul cultivator and could travel swiftly without needing to set off with the rest of the group. Yunding Mountain, an ancillary peak of Qingnong Peak, was distinct from other auxiliary peaks, possessing its own lineage. While Qingnong Peak focused on healing practices, Yunding Mountain specialized entirely in alchemy. Apart from the Divine Needle Fairy, there were no nascent soul-level alchemists within the Lingxiao sect, thus relegating Yunding Mountain to its position beneath Qingnong Peak. If in the future, Master Ling Xi achieves the pinnacle of his nascent soul, coupled with the likelihood of soon becoming an 8th-grade alchemist, it is highly probable that Yunding Mountain will emerge from Qingnong Peak, becoming one of the foremost peaks with nascent soul cultivators. Ling Xi is exceedingly proud, and rightfully so, for he possesses the credentials to warrant such pride. Should he attain the status of an 8th-grade alchemist in the upcoming alchemy competition, he would undoubtedly be recognized as the foremost alchemist of Lingxiao sect. His feelings towards Lin Yi are far from favorable. Firstly, it is due to the connection with his disciple, Chen Yining, for the Chen family and the Lin family are adversaries. Secondly, Chen Yining also possesses remarkable talent in alchemy, yet she is overshadowed by Lin Y. Ling Xi harbors a tinge of regret. Had it not been for the intervention of the Divine Needle Fairy, he might have been able to recruit the more gifted Lin Y. Unable to voice his grievances towards the nascent soul cultivators within the sect, he instead harbors resentment towards Lin Y and the Lin family. Therefore, it is no surprise that he holds disdain for Lin Yi, Lin Y's elder sister. On the journey, Fu Fei inquired of Lin Yi, "How did you feel just now?" The question seemed somewhat vague, yet Lin Yi understood intuitively. "I feel that Master Ling Xi does not seem to favor me." Fu Fei chuckled, praising Lin Yi for her perceptiveness. "Ah, the little girl is quite astute. His feelings stem from jealousy. It is of little consequence. Once you surpass him, all will be well." In previous years, Ling Xi had also been envious of her. Though they did not enter the sect together, due to the close relationship between the Divine Needle Fairy and her master, she often visited Qingnong Peak. And during that time, she frequently enjoyed herself at Yunding Mountain. In truth, Fu Fei is uncertain as to why Ling Xi consistently feels the need to compete with her, yet she remains indifferent. Perhaps it is simply that her fortune has always outshone Ling Xi's, and now her cultivation surpasses his, inciting his jealousy. In truth, it is the insufficient strength of the Lin family that invites jealousy. Otherwise, when the disparity in power is too great, jealousy cannot arise. Lin Yixin found this quite reasonable. Chapter 64. Enlightenment and disarray. Having determined the time for departure, Fu Fei did not delay. She summoned her flying artifact, a cerulean lotus flower. Though the early departure was unexpected, she felt quite pleased not to be accompanied by Ling Xi. Upon exiting the mountain gate, She gestured for Lien Yi to board the flying artifact while tossing a booklet towards him, saying, "Follow the incantations in this booklet, and remember to replace the spirit stones." With that, she climbed onto the flying artifact, selecting a comfortable spot to recline. In an instant, a flash of azure light enveloped them, and the flying artifact soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lien Yi, in a flurry, opened the booklet, fearful that a moment's inattention might send them tumbling. To his dismay, upon flipping it open, he found the front page adorned with two grand characters, "Martial Stage." Lien Yi's lips twitched uncontrollably. Instinctively, he touched the robe he wore, the one crafted from serpent skin. After its completion, the Martial Stage Master had gifted him a similar booklet, featuring the same front page and the same two significant characters, which were the most valuable words within that booklet. He could not comprehend why a robe or a flying artifact would necessitate a manual for use. It could only be attributed to the Master's peculiar sense of humor. As Lien Yi cast a fleeting glance at the flying artifact, she found the incantation remarkably simple. Not only had her senior sister meticulously tended to the artifact, but it could easily endure a whole day without her intervention. With a slight pout, Lien Yi observed her sister's languid demeanor, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Sister, why do you frighten me? This artifact is perfectly fine. Just look at the exquisitely lifelike petals surrounding it. The inner components remain soft and inviting, making it impossible not to sink into its comforting embrace. The artifact truly reflects its owner's indulgent nature. Observe the thickest protective shield enveloping it." Lien Yi had also glanced at the user manual, which indicated that the comfort level was set to its utmost. Yet, such luxury came at the price of a painfully slow flight and the visible transformation of spirit stones into mere powder. Her current task was to deposit the heaps of spirit stones handed to her by Fu Fei into the stone slot. "Why not find you a task to alleviate that perpetual frown of yours, akin to an old man?" Lien Yi paused, realizing that she hadn't spotted Lien Yi in the crowd earlier, and her brow furrowed once more. Is that so? Though she hesitated to admit it verbally, she was aware of the truth in her heart. Her expression softened slightly. Indeed, she had been overly fixated these days. After all, she was merely an ordinary person, and being accepted as a disciple by a Yuaning true monarch was something she had never dared to dream of. As others often remarked, it was an immense stroke of fortune. The expectations from the Lien family, her own aspirations, and the scrutinizing gaze of outsiders had been subtly influencing her all along. Perhaps it is a habit cultivated in the mundane world. She has always been a naturally anxious person, accustomed to managing household affairs since childhood. This time, not only has she taken on a disciple, but her dear sister Xiaoduo has also become a mentor. Unbeknownst to her, she bears a portion of concern for them both. She remains herself, yet over the past month, despite her unwavering diligence and methodical approach to cultivation, even adding further tasks to her endeavors after acquiring a master, she finds her progress in cultivation has markedly slowed. Initially, she attributed this to the increased breadth of knowledge she now must acquire. However, her senior sister's words serve as a reminder that perhaps this is not entirely the case. Why should she fret so? Whether it be her external companions or Xiaoduo, their destinies are promising. They will each have their own mentors to guide them. She need not worry about home. There are many who care for her ancestral line. Her parents are not in need of external concern. Her aunt has family, as do the members of their clan, and Xiaoduo watches over her. They are all intertwined in mutual support, and her excessive worry may be unwarranted. Though they remain bound by blood, each has embarked upon their own path. The most pressing matter for her is to walk her own journey with conviction. Only when she has established her own path can she find the strength to support others. With this realization, her heart felt instantly at ease. The once stagnant energy within her began to flow, and the gentle rotation of her inner essence quickened. Without delay, she seated herself upon the ground. The cool voice of Fu Fei echoed in her ears. "Embrace unity. Maintain tranquility. I shall safeguard you." Afterward, Lien Yi's entire spirit sank into her dantian, and she became oblivious to her surroundings. When she awakened once more, she found herself encircled by a tranquil formation arranged by Fu Fei. Upon introspecting her dantian, Lien Yi discovered that she had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. She stood up straight and respectfully bowed to Fu Fei, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance and protection." Fu Fei lazily turned around, presenting the back of her head to Lien Yi. "The little one isn't too foolish after all. Moreover, she's quite fortunate to achieve enlightenment in such a manner. Although Fu Fei feigned indifference, she regarded her little junior sister with both newfound respect and sympathy. This was the first time she had witnessed someone with a thunder-water spiritual root cultivating, and it felt as if they were perpetually struck by lightning. Initially, she intended to personally safeguard Ling Xi, but upon observing the crackling lightning surrounding her, Fu Fei felt a chill run down her spine. Taking the risk of being struck herself, she conducted a brief inspection and, upon confirming that Ling Yi's spiritual energy was intact, set up a formation for her while retreating to a safer distance to avoid any potential fallout. Now, seeing Ling Xi calmly casting a cleansing spell to smooth her frizzed hair caused by the electric shocks, Fu Fei, despite facing away, couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. It was evident that this little sister was quite formidable, unaware of the silent appraisal from her senior sister. Ling Xi shrugged and resumed the task originally assigned to her, placing spirit stones into the flying artifact. As they exchanged glances and actions, the bond between the two sisters deepened. While adding the spirit stones to the flying artifact, Ling Yi's curiosity piqued. By the way, senior sister, did you specifically seek out a martial realm master to craft this flying artifact? The magical artifact appeared pristine and immaculate. Although Fu Fei did not exude a traditionally masculine aura, her demeanor and actions, including the items she utilized, were decidedly robust, lacking any ethereal grace. Ahem, that artifact is intended for you. What, do you not fancy it? What prompted my senior sister to bestow upon me such a gift? The crucial point is the considerable expenditure of spirit stones. Moreover, judging by the artifact's appearance, she seems rather indifferent. A flying sword would have sufficed. As your elder sister, must I not express my sentiments? Should I refrain from gifting it to someone else? In truth, she was unprepared and had only impulsively decided to bring Ling Xi along to Tian Prefecture. Considering Ling Xi was merely a novice in Qi refinement, she hastily raided the martial realm's cave, seizing a flying artifact that was likely crafted for someone unknown. Otherwise, such an unusual form could not possibly be of her choosing. However, now, confronted with Ling Xi's inquiry, she was left with no choice but to fabricate this rationale. Such insipid sentiments of "I did this all for you" were beyond her capacity to articulate. No, senior sister, I was mistaken. I actually quite like this artifact. It will certainly facilitate my travels in the future. Is that so? Fu Fei cast a knowing glance at Ling Xi, choosing not to elaborate further. She was not oblivious to the insincerity. Not to mention, Fu Fei and Ling Xi shared a harmonious sisterly bond, while Lan Xi escorted numerous disciples of the sect, causing their progress to slow considerably. Fu Fei and Ling Xi arrived at their destination nearly half an hour earlier than Lan Xi and the others. In the majestic city of Tian Prefecture, the towering city gate exudes an awe-inspiring grandeur, surpassing even that of Ling Xi's sect. The weathered walls seem to whisper tales of Tian Prefecture's illustrious past. Accompanied by Fu Fei, I eagerly ventured into the city. To my astonishment, I found myself unable to discern the cultivation levels of the guards surrounding us. Furthermore, entering the city required a fee of 10 spirit stones. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior sister, is it really so expensive?" After passing through the gate, I immediately voiced my complaints. Throughout our journey, I had truly witnessed the meaning of extravagance. Fu Fei chuckled. Tian Prefecture is the host of the grand competition for pills, talismans, artifacts, and arrays, attracting countless talents every 4 years. What is so surprising about paying 10 spirit stones to enter? Our sect contributes millions of spirit stones to Tian Prefecture annually. Moreover, anyone studying alchemy, talismans, artifacts, or formations would undoubtedly possess spirit stones. Without spirit stones, spiritual herbs, talisman pens, or formation flags, how could one procure anything? Thus, Tian Prefecture openly declares its intent to profit from all visitors. The implication is clear. If one cannot afford the 10 spirit stones, they lack the qualification to enter the gates of Tian Prefecture. Look at the guards. They are golden core cultivators. Thousands of years ago, during the gathering of nascent soul cultivators in the Meikuan realm, only those at mid-nascent soul stage and above could be entrusted with guarding the gates of Tian Prefecture. Since we are here, it is only fitting to enlighten my junior sister about these fundamental truths of the cultivation world. What is the significance of Tian Prefecture? Though she was perplexed, she naturally understood that the venue capable of hosting the grand competition of the Danfu array must possess considerable significance. As mentioned by the ancestors, Xiyang Prefecture has long been associated with such events. It seemed that whenever the Meikuan realm emerged, so too did Xiyang Prefecture. However, the scale of this undertaking was astonishing. The governor of Xiyang Prefecture was affiliated with the Immortal Cultivation Alliance. The alliance was originally established to maintain stability between realms during the time when there were transcendent cultivators in the Meikuan realm, comprising adept practitioners from various realms and distinguished Yuanian cultivators from the Meikuan sections. Typically, the position of governor in Xiyang Prefecture was held by a transcendent cultivator. Before our Ling Xi sect was known as Ling Xi sect, the ancestor of the Lian family, Lian Wanshan, had once served as the governor of Xiyang Prefecture. But he later ascended and relinquished his post. Lian sighed, realizing that the Lian family's eccentricities were indeed a hereditary trait. As she prepared to journey to Xiyang Prefecture, her ancestor had never mentioned his former governorship, nor did he enlighten her about the significance of Xiyang Prefecture. He merely instructed her to bring local specialties. Suddenly, Lian recalled other individuals, such as her own ancestor, who had never mentioned the great transformation of Lian Wanjian's sect into Ling Xi sect, instead incessantly boasting about his own prowess. And as for her great-uncle, despite being able to thrive on his talents, he preferred to present himself in an affected manner, better left unmentioned. She pondered, who were the current members of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance? The current Immortal Cultivation Alliance remains formidable. Every newly ascended transformation realm cultivator automatically becomes a part of this esteemed organization. Furthermore, the nascent soul cultivators, regardless of their sect affiliation, are obliged each year to offer spiritual stones and treasures, and the nascent soul practitioners of their sect must take turns serving, with a rotation every 60 years. However, the governors are no longer merely transformation realm cultivators. They are all nascent soul practitioners, either from sects or distinguished free cultivators. Presently, the esteemed Governor Li Yuan is a remarkably adept free cultivator and a nascent soul practitioner. Their term, like that of the 4 rotating nascent soul practitioners, is also 60 years, during which they cannot enter seclusion or travel. They must spend the majority of their time within Chuyin state. Therefore, for many nascent soul cultivators, particularly those aspiring to the Dao and engrossed in their cultivation, this 60-year term can be quite excruciating, akin to a burdensome task. Nonetheless, for those without hope of attaining the Dao, it presents a lucrative opportunity. The wealth that can be accumulated over these 60 years is substantial. Even if they do not require it for themselves, they can bestow a rich legacy upon their families or descendants. Take the Lian family, for instance. Young Fufi gazes with innocent bewilderment. During the time of Lian Wanshan, there was no such rotation. The position of governor of Chuyin State has always been held by the most capable. Over the century that Lian Wanshan served as governor, he amassed wealth for the Lian family that surpassed that of many sections. Moreover, throughout generations, the Lian family has managed to avoid producing any significant wastrels, thus preserving a considerable fortune. Consequently, for coveted treasures like the everlasting fruit tree, the Lian family can unhesitatingly offer them to the sect in exchange for eternal stability and security. In truth, whether it is the former Wanjian sect or the present Ling Xi sect, the successive leaders have always treated the Lian family with kindness. Compared to the tribulations faced by the Ren family in the past and the decline of the Qin family, the Lian family has traversed a path of relative smoothness and stability. Fu Fei herself is not a member of an esteemed family within the sect. She hails from the Meikuan realm, where her parents were both wandering cultivators of mediocre talent and modest cultivation, barely earning enough spirit stones to sustain their daily practices. However, due to her striking beauty, her family met with ruin. Had she not encountered her master, she would have long since become a furnace for someone, perishing from exploitation. These experiences have instilled in Fu Fei a profound disdain for those progeny of influential families who possess ample resources yet remain complacent, especially those who resort to nefarious means in pursuit of advancement. Take, for instance, the Chun family of the Ling Xi sect. Their family morals are corrupt, and with thousands of members, she perceives little merit among them. She harbors no sympathy for Uncle Boizhou. Had he possessed the prowess of her master, the Qin family would not have deteriorated to such an extent. Chapter 65. The Secret Realm of Qijie Mountain in Xi'an Prefecture. Upon entering the city gates, the bustling atmosphere was overwhelming. Lian felt as though her eyes were insufficient to take in the sights. Surrounding shops and vendors offered an array of items related to alchemy, talismans, and formations. Upon closer inspection, the prices appeared quite reasonable. Not only was the selection abundant and diverse, but everything was also clearly marked with prices displayed prominently beside the goods. Many common elixirs and talismans that Lin Yi had previously encountered in the Lingxiao sex market were now offered at a discount of 20%. Fu Fei pointed to the surroundings, saying, "You may want to explore the shops and stalls. Didn't your master instruct you on the art of formation? See if there is anything you wish to purchase." Ren Yaofei is a 7th-tier array master. Had she not been injured, she likely would have attained the status of an 8th-tier array master a century ago. Coupled with her profound cultivation, it is conceivable that by now she might have reached the 9th tier, or perhaps even brushed against the threshold of transcending to divinity. Alas, fate can be capricious. Although the Lingxiao sect has endeavored to keep Ren Yaofei's circumstances under wraps, there is no wall that does not allow the passage of sound. Many are indeed aware of her plight. The youth who rose to fame, Ren Yaofei, elicits both sympathy and regret from those who know her story. Fu Fei felt she had conveyed all that was necessary and waved her hand dismissively. "I shall wait for you at the Unconcerned Pavilion. From today onward, we will reside there. I have arranged to meet friends for tea around noon. You may join if you wish, or simply take your time exploring." After a moment's thought, she added, "The Unconcerned Pavilion is quite renowned in Tsuyin Prefecture. If you have trouble finding it, feel free to ask anyone for directions." Lin Yi nodded obediently. Her senior sister was not particularly fond of children, and bringing her along was likely the extent of her tolerance. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was confident in her own capabilities and looked forward to a bit of freedom, so she readily acquiesced. Seeing her junior sister so perceptive, Fu Fei departed with a smile, leaving Lin Yi standing on the bustling street. Unperturbed, Lin Yi sought out a shop that caught her fancy, embarking on her shopping adventure. The street vendors outside and the shops within were numerous and closely packed, creating a lively atmosphere. The marketplace at the foot of Lingxiao Mountain was thriving, rivaling many cities within the realm of cultivation. However, when compared to the grandeur of Tsuyin Prefecture, it fell significantly short. With a leisurely curiosity akin to a stroll through a garden, Lin Yi cast her gaze east and west, and in the distance, she beheld an immense exhibition platform. Upon closer inspection, she surmised that this must be the venue for the forthcoming Dan Dao competition. She had not anticipated such a grand event to be held within the city, where the competition stage seemed to be enveloped by a spatial formation, rendering the interior shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring any clear view of its contents. After surveying the area briefly, Lin Yi continued on her way, reassured that she would soon witness the happenings here, and thus felt no urgency. As she ventured deeper, Lin Yi stumbled upon a familiar establishment, the Treasure Pavilion. Surprised to find it here as well, she did not linger but instead wandered around the stalls selling formation tools, intending to purchase some flags essential for beginners. The stall owner appeared to be quite young, perhaps around her own age, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, with sharp, intelligent eyes that conveyed a lively spirit. As Lin Yi approached, the stall owner noticed her presence and greeted her. "Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with today?" Lin Yi pointed to the formation flags, saying, "I would like these." The stall owner's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he responded, "Esteemed guest, you might also take a look at these formations. For instance, this is the Demon Suppression Formation. With proper activation, even ethereal demons can be subdued. And here is the Tranquility Formation, ideal for clearing the mind and focusing one's spirit, truly effective. Furthermore, this is the Cataclysmic Formation, an ancient array, available for merely 50,000 spirit stones. All of these are highly practical and perfectly suited for novices. Given that my family has been in this trade for generations, I assure you, our prices are absolutely fair and just." Lin Yi bent down, her gaze traversing the wares presented by the stall owner, before settling on a piece of crimson stone placed at the far end. "What is this?" she inquired. The stall owner, momentarily taken aback and somewhat perplexed, had thought he was showcasing an array of formations. "Oh, that is a fire radiant stone, used for crafting." He dismissed her curiosity. The fire radiant stone, born near volcanic regions, was inherently warm to the touch, akin to fire itself. It was frequently utilized by practitioners of fire attributes, as it could harmonize various properties when embedded within treasures, making it a common material for refinement. This stone held little monetary value, a fist-sized piece costing merely around 100 spirit stones, in stark contrast to the formations, which typically began at 1,000 spirit stones or more. "Little fairy, why not take a look at my formations? If these do not please you, I have others." Lien Yi waved her hand dismissively. No need. I shall take that fire radiant stone. The stall owner, at a loss for words and slightly exasperated, relented. Very well, 150 spirit stones. Lien Yi did not haggle, promptly producing the spirit stones and hastily departing with the fire radiant stone in hand. The stall owner scratched his head in confusion, muttering under his breath about her frugality. Observing her attire, he had assumed she was of affluent means, especially having been quite generous when purchasing formation flags earlier. To his dismay, she proved rather difficult to persuade, leaving him to reconsider his judgment. In a secluded corner of the street, devoid of human presence, Lien Yi shook her sleeves, and from within emerged a plump, short black snake. Upon seeing it, Lien Yi felt a pang of disappointment. In years past, the mother of this little creature, a beautiful white snake, had been strikingly graceful. Now, this one possessed none of the elegance of its kind. It was dark, stout, and notably short, appearing even less impressive than the earthworm. It was a complete failure in growth. This wretched creature was a coward. During their encounters, it could not hold its ground against the tabby cat, which frightened it into submission. In those days, it was quite obedient, burrowing into the spirit beast pouch without needing any prompting. Helpless in the face of its antics, she could only indulge it. Could it be that there was some treasure within? At this thought, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Who would have imagined that her little black companion could bring her spirit stones and precious items? She hastily inquired, quickly, what treasure is this? Could it possibly be a fire radiant stone? Previously, she had read a story in the book lent to them by Sister Lawn, which mentioned that certain treasures, to conceal their true nature, would be coated with a layer of other materials for disguise. At that time, she could only envy the tale, feeling a pang of desire. She lacked the discerning eye and did not possess a treasure-hunting spirit pet like the one in the story. The black snake gazed at her with its inky circular eyes, then slithered down her sleeve to her hand. With a swift movement, it gulped down a fist-sized fire radiant stone, chewing it a couple of times before swallowing. The crunching sound echoed as she felt her bones creak from clenching her fist. She quickly pulled the little black creature from her sleeve, exclaiming, "You spent 150 spirit stones on a mere snack for yourself." The little black creature blinked at her, then closed its eyes and tilted its head, drifting off to sleep. Lien Yi, in a fit of anger, produced her spirit beast pouch and unceremoniously shoved the foul creature inside, sneering, "You shall remain in there. If I release you before a year has passed, I shall no longer bear the surname Lien." Having uttered her threat, she dismissed it entirely, fastening the pouch to her side. As she felt her ire dissipate, she meandered off to explore on her own. By chance, she stumbled upon a vendor selling spirit fruit trees and took a moment to survey the wares, searching for varieties unfamiliar to her and the Ling Xi sect. Her ancestors were notoriously particular. They dismissed the mediocre and scorned those of insufficient rank, while the commonplace held no allure whatsoever. Thus, Lien Yi gritted her teeth and selected several dozen fourth-tier spirit fruit trees. Her estate was vast. The entirety of Symbiosis Peak belonged to her, surely. She need not worry about lacking space for planting. With the wealth of talent within the Ling Xi sect, she had no qualms about the trees thriving under her care. As she contemplated her plans, she mused that within a decade, these trees would yield fruit. At that time, she would craft various spirit fruit wines and jams. Oh, her ancestors, her father, and her great-uncle would surely be delighted. In the blink of an eye, noon had arrived. Lien Yi casually seized a passerby to inquire about the location of the Unconcerned Tower, then proceeded in that direction. The Unconcerned Tower was the largest and most opulent inn in Chuyin Prefecture. Inside, Fu Fei had rented an exquisite courtyard suite. At that moment, she was engaged in idle conversation with the esteemed Han Si from the Chengxian sect in a small, cozy room overlooking the street. She cast a disdainful glance at a certain unfamiliar golden core cultivator who had been captivated by her stunning beauty and had dared to send her flirtatious glances. "The Chitai Mountain Secret Realm will open in 10 years. Have you made your decision to attend?" The cold and composed figure of Master Han Si, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, possessed an unparalleled beauty. However, the chilling aura that emanated from him seemed capable of freezing even the finest strands of hair. Though Master Han Si was engaged in conversation, his expression remained utterly unchanged. Fu Fei remained silent, lost in thought. After a moment, she nodded slightly, inquiring, "Isn't it said that there exists the essence of Xinjiang fire within? Your junior sister possesses a thunder root. Why take such risks? You lack a fire root." And even if you were to discover this elusive Xinjiang fire, how would you retrieve it? Attempting to extract it with your true form could spell disaster for you. Fu Fei shook her head, replying, my junior sister is still young. It will take her a considerable time to cultivate her thunder root into a formidable thunder of divine lightning, at least until she reaches the golden core stage. Currently, she is merely refining her qi, and it could take her over a century to reach the golden core. My master cannot afford to wait that long. Why not consider another method? Once she establishes her foundation, she could harness her thunder root to channel the tribulation lightning from the golden core cultivators. At that time, it may indeed be possible for her to subdue that ancient formation. Your junior sister is not limited to just the thunder root. Even if she were to lose it, she possesses other roots as well. Surely, that is preferable to losing your own life? Fu Fei scoffed. Han Si, I am not as heartless as you. My master's decision to accept disciples was never solely based on whether my junior sister had a thunder root. If that were the criterion, she would have been unable to take on a disciple possessing a thunder root in over a century. Accepting my junior sister as a disciple is a matter of fate. The roots of spiritual energy are intricately linked to a person's spiritual veins and heart veins. How could the loss of a thunder root be of no consequence? Do not speak of cultivation. The cycle of life and death seems more fitting. Han Si, how is it that your heart has grown so hardened since your master's passing? The esteemed Ling Chan, a practitioner of the Chengxian sect, was the sole ninth-tier formation master in the Meikuan realm and a close friend of Ren Yaofei. During the battle against the demonic forces, Ling Chan sustained grievous injuries while rescuing her partner, the Jiao Dao true monarch, her wounds far more severe than Ren Yaofei's, leaving her entire Yuaning fractured. Consequently, she could not endure for long and passed away over 50 years ago, leaving behind 3 disciples led by Han Si. Tragically, her devoted partner had already forged a bond with another female cultivator within the sect by the time Ling Chan succumbed to her injuries, and upon her demise. That woman was already with child. From that moment on, Han Si and his 2 fellow disciples severed ties with the Jiao Dao true monarch, gathering their master's relics and residing in her cave dwelling. Now, Han Si has attained the pinnacle of the Jindan stage, on the verge of achieving the next realm. Merely a little over 300 years of age, and is regarded as one of the prodigious cultivators of the Chengxian sect. Thus, he has endured much hardship and is on the brink of true independence alongside his 2 junior brothers. Today he meets with Fu Fei, partly due to the long-standing relationship between their masters, and partly in light of the upcoming opening of the Qidai Mountain secret realm, to inquire about Fu Fei's thoughts. Additionally, he has heard that Fu Fei has gained a junior sister and wishes to learn more about her. If there is anyone in this world who comprehends the matters concerning Ren Yaofei, aside from Ren Yaofei himself and the leader of the Lingxiao sect, it would likely be Han Si. Fu Fei's words elicited no change in Han Si's expression. He deemed the hardening of his heart not necessarily a negative transformation. Unlike Fu Fei, he and his fellow disciples survived through the connections left by their master and the sympathy and compassion of other nascent soul cultivators who had once shared a good rapport with him. They also had to evade the relentless pursuit from the 9 paths. Under such circumstances, how could his heart not harden? He could not comprehend why Fu Fei would choose the side that was entirely detrimental to her, when the situation did not necessitate a choice. Upon seeing Han Si's expression, Fu Fei realized that her words had not penetrated his thoughts. She sighed. It was not surprising that Han Si had become hardened. Nevertheless, he still thought of her and her master, which was proof that his essence had not changed. It was merely life's adversities that had compelled him. Fu Fei ceased her explanations and softened her tone. My desire to obtain the Xinjiang fire is a decision I have made for myself, unrelated to my junior sister. Moreover, you know well enough the nature of my master, hard on the outside but soft-hearted within. I wish to venture to Qidai Mountain. Who knows if I will even have the opportunity? If she were to find out, she would undoubtedly force our sect leader to keep a watchful eye on me. Hence, she needed to devise a way to go secretly. Han Si's expression softened somewhat. Ren Yaofei was a confidant of his master. When his master had passed away, if it had not been for Aunt Yaofei's intervention, their brotherhood would have been left with neither their master's relics nor his abode. Do as you wish. But what about your junior sister? You are so protective of her. I am curious to see what kind of obedient child she is. Just as they were speaking, Fu Fei heard a joyful voice from downstairs. Senior sister, I have arrived. Looking through the window, she saw Lien Yi waving at her from below. Chapter 66. The glimmering Lien Yi sat beside Fu Fei, casting a shy smile at the distant figure of Master Han Si. She found herself at a loss on how to engage with this friend of Fu Fei's. Firstly, Han Xi's appearance was nothing short of breathtaking, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic. Standing alongside her senior sister, they resembled a pair of celestial beings, perhaps akin to divinities descending to the mortal realm. Secondly, there was an undeniable chill emanating from Han Xi, a coldness that, while imperceptible to him, enveloped Lin Yi in an unusual frigidness. It struck her as peculiar. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, she had long been impervious to the temperature, and this stark sensation had been absent for quite some time. However, she recalled her senior sister mentioning that Han Xi possessed an ice affinity, similar to her own spirit root, which made his demeanor rather fitting. Like Lin Yi, Han Xi scrutinized the young girl before him, assessing the closeness she shared with Fu Fei, indicating a significant bond between them. Rumor had it that she hailed from the Lian family of Ling Xi sect. Yet Fu Fei implied that this young girl did not exhibit the usual arrogance associated with disciples from prestigious cultivation families. Han Xi's junior brother had previously interacted with members of the Lian family during the grand event held once every century at the Yu Lake Secret Realm. Speaking of the Yu Lake Secret Realm, it was regarded as a monumental occasion within the cultivation community. Legends spoke of the Yu Lake as an immense fragment of space, its entirety remaining a mystery to this day. It was said that each century, when one ventured within, the scenes witnessed would always differ. This secret realm was firmly connected to the Mei Kuan realm, opening its gates once every 100 years, with the 4 major sects holding the keys to its entrance. Yet it was accessible to all cultivators. Within the confines of the Yu Lake lies a plethora of invaluable treasures, including numerous rare spiritual herbs and mystical beasts, as well as vital ingredients for concocting foundational elixirs such as phoenix tail grass and he, which are predominantly found in this locale. In these contemporary times, the spiritual energy of the Meikoan realm has significantly diminished, while phoenix tail grass can still be cultivated through a spirit-gathering array. There is no method available for obtaining he. Furthermore, entry to Yu Lake is restricted. Only Qi refinement practitioners are permitted to venture within. In order to ensure the safety of their disciples and to gather more he, sects typically send only high-ranking Qi refinement cultivators. This young girl, despite her tender age, has remarkably reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, suggesting not only exceptional talent but also fortunate opportunities that have facilitated her rapid advancement. At this rate, it is likely that she will secure a place in the Yu Lake Secret Realm 3 years hence. 97 years ago, Han Xi's 3rd junior disciple ventured into the Yu Lake Secret Realm and is said to have met a member of the Lian family, with whom he formed a commendable friendship. He even visited the Lian family as a guest. According to his accounts, he spoke highly of the Lian clan, describing them as a refreshing presence among the otherwise conventional immortal cultivation families. Despite some inherited shortcomings and self-serving tendencies that are not uncommon among prominent families, overall, they seem to maintain a commendable reputation, particularly in avoiding the internecine strife that often plagues long-standing families. This current Lin Yi is also a member of the Lian family. Although she appears quite youthful, her eyes possess an extraordinary vitality, not in the sense of conventional beauty, but rather in their keen intelligence, marking her as an exceptionally astute child. It is no wonder that Fu Fei, who has always kept a respectful distance from unruly children, has taken quite a liking to this young junior sister. Han Xi raised an eyebrow. The girl appeared to be rather intimidated by him. However, observing Fu Fei with her hands slightly raised in a defensive posture, Han Xi's inclination to tease the child dissipated. He found himself at a loss regarding Fu Fei's behavior. Honestly, it was merely a rather immature suggestion he had made, not a genuine intention to harm her junior sister. His earlier thoughts were solely for her benefit. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. After all, Aunt Yao Fei held a position of utmost respect in Han Xi's heart, second only to his master. Given the nature of his relationship with Fu Fei, he chose not to hold it against her. He waved his hand dismissively and shifted the topic, inquiring, having arrived so early, "And with the Dan Dao competition yet to commence, do you have any plans?" Fu Fei nodded. "Just before I arrived, I noticed a task posted on the mission board outside the state office of Chuyin Prefecture, stating that a horde of Guji high flash eels has been causing quite a disturbance. I have accepted the task and intend to take Lin Yi to investigate." Lin Yi blinked, having heard nothing of this matter. "What are flash eels?" Fu Fei explained briefly to Lin Yi. "Flash eels are a type of sea beast, endowed with fangs and a penchant for human flesh. They possess 4 limbs and resemble snakes, capable of coming ashore. They are social creatures and are notorious for their malevolence in the sea. Typically, they dwell in the deep ocean, surfacing only for one reason: to feast on human flesh. This time, it seems the horde is quite substantial, with the largest flash eel king reaching the 7th tier, while the smaller ones are at most 2nd or 3rd tier. A cultivator cannot simply confine themselves at home, detached from the world. A practitioner who has never faced bloodshed is likely ill-equipped to navigate the brutal realm of cultivation. Fei Fei, as the senior sister, understood that with their master in seclusion, it was her duty to guide Lin Xi effectively. This moment coincided with the pill competition, and due to a shortage of manpower in Chuyin Prefecture, a task was announced to hunt for the flash eel. Participants would be rewarded based on the quantity they managed to capture. Fei Fei, with an impassive demeanor and measured tone, remarked, "Senior sister has reviewed the rewards. They are indeed substantial. A 2nd-tier flash eel is worth 100 spirit stones, a 3rd-tier one fetches 1,000 spirit stones, and a 4th-tier eel can yield 10,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the flash eel's fangs can be used for crafting, its demon core can be exchanged for spirit stones, and its meat is quite delectable. Additionally, the establishments in the city, such as Chu Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Fragrant Grass Studio, will offer a 30% discount on magical tools, spiritual herbs, formations, and elixirs for 3 days following the pill competition. When the time comes, if there is anything you wish to purchase, you need not worry about availability." Hansi raised her eyebrows in astonishment, observing the increasingly gleaming eyes of that girl named Lin, realizing how profoundly Fei Fei's words resonated with her, striking at her vulnerabilities. She had raised 2 junior brothers, both with temperaments akin to old men, yet none possessed the playful spirit of this junior sister. What to do? It seemed this child was rather endearing. Lin Xi, upon hearing Fei Fei's words, could not contain her excitement. "Senior sister, I'm going." A surge of exhilaration coursed through her veins, nearly lifting her off the ground. She contemplated her own cultivation level, 9th stage of Qi refinement. The 2nd stage of the lightning eel was akin to a human cultivator in the Qi refinement phase, while the 3rd and 4th stages corresponded to the foundation establishment period. The 5th and 6th stages represented the golden core phase, and the 7th and 8th stages were equivalent to the nascent soul period. While grand aspirations seemed daunting, modest ambitions were not beyond reach. She believed she could capture several 2nd-stage lightning eels, each worth 100 spirit stones, if fortune favored her and she managed to catch a few 3rd-stage eels. A single task could potentially yield thousands of spirit stones. How exhilarating! Since she had dismissed her prior notion of opening a restaurant, she had been lamenting the lack of opportunities to earn spirit stones. To her astonishment, her senior sister had introduced her to such a remarkable opportunity. Truly, her senior sister was a gem. With genuine affection, she sweetly attended to Fu Fei, serving tea and offering a back massage, while the disinterested Hansi looked on with disdain. Fu Fei nodded, indifferent, "Then go register at the state office." With this agreement among the 3, they dispersed. The small courtyard, nestled behind an unoccupied building, was separated by a barrier. Upon entering the garden, one was greeted by pavilions, towers, artificial mountains, and flowing water, exquisitely beautiful, especially the living spring that introduced a hint of spiritual energy. Moreover, the outer barrier ensured an extraordinary tranquility within, a serene refuge amidst the bustling city of Chuyin Prefecture. Truly a realm unto itself. Fu Fei gestured towards the 2 rooms in the courtyard. "We shall each have a room, and in 3 days, we will depart from the state office to the Sea of Extremes for a 10-day mission." Lin Xi shook her head. A senior sister was still a senior sister. She feared that the latter might come to bother her, as she eagerly raised the protective barrier upon entering her quarters, making one wonder if there were wolves pursuing her. Once back in her small room, Lin Xi did not slack off. She first examined the jade slip that Fu Fei had given her. Within the slip, the description of the flash eel's appearance and habits was vividly detailed. It turned out that this region, Chuyin Prefecture, was near the Polar Sea, which, along with the Celestial Sea, constituted the 2 vast oceans of the Meikuan realm. These waters were boundless and interconnected, yet remained distinct. To date, no one had reached the extremes of either the Polar Sea or the Celestial Sea. From a distance, the water of the Polar Sea appeared black, while that of the Celestial Sea took on a blue hue, with a clear demarcation between the 2 at their confluence, each refusing to merge. When Lin Xi first encountered the description of the Celestial Sea and the Polar Sea within her sect, She found it reminiscent of the Rainbow River in their domain. The flash eel resided deep within the polar sea, categorized as a ferocious beast of the ocean. Its body was exceedingly long, inherently a first-tier sea creature, and even at birth, it measured over a yard in length. Although it possessed 4 legs, they were short and tucked beneath its body, rendering them nearly invisible, giving it the appearance of a sea serpent. However, its head bore sharp fangs, indicating its formidable nature. In the depths of the polar sea, the flash eel was a notorious predator, known for its brutal tendencies, using its elongated fangs to tear apart its prey before swallowing it whole, often accompanied by bloodshed. Notably, these creatures preferred to hunt in groups, relishing the advantage of numbers, with few rivals in the polar sea. This might have been acceptable if it were merely a matter of the polar sea, as higher-tier sea beasts would manage such affairs. However, as my senior sister mentioned, these electric eels possess a peculiar affinity for coming ashore. When it comes to the creatures of the deep sea, they merely serve to satiate their hunger. It is the humans on land that present themselves as irresistible delicacies. Remarkably, these fierce beasts are abundant, capable of spawning thousands of electric eels in a single brood, which allows them to return every 50 to 80 years. As unwelcome guests of the ocean, their forays onto land do not go unnoticed by the higher-tier demon beasts of the sea. For these creatures, this presents an advantageous situation. Once a demon beast reaches the 8th tier, its intelligence rivals that of humans, and those of the 10th tier are comparable to advanced cultivators in the human realm. The electric eel, with its lowly lineage and insatiable appetite for destruction, is best eliminated on land, where human cultivators will readily assist in eradicating the majority, thus alleviating the burden of exterminating the eels themselves. Consequently, whenever the electric eels venture forth, the sea remains eerily calm, devoid of any signs of demon beasts, all of which have concealed themselves, patiently awaiting humans to dispatch the electric eels so they may seize the eels' territories. This situation leaves human cultivators feeling rather helpless, as the electric eels indeed pose a genuine threat to humanity. Fortunately, the electric eel is a creature of considerable value. Slaying them is not without its rewards. On one hand, he is delighted at the prospect of great fortune, while on the other, she realizes that these electric eels are rather extraordinary. This marine creature is imbued with the attribute of lightning, crackling with sparks as it traverses the waters, hence its name, the electric eel. Contemplating her own thunderwater spiritual route, Leonie found it somewhat reminiscent of the lightning eel. She wondered if the eel had ever experienced its own share of torment while cultivating. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Unlike humans, the lightning eel possessed a low level of intelligence and a humble lineage, classifying it among the inferior sea beasts that relied solely on instinct for their cultivation. If it were to experience significant discomfort, how could it possibly continue its practice? Perhaps its skin or blood held peculiar properties that could resist the conflicting forces of thunder and water. Leonie stroked her chin, pondering this matter. Vowing to study the lightning eel thoroughly once she captured one. She also planned to investigate whether any ancient texts documented the lightning eel, considering the possibility that it might counteract the adverse effects of the thunder-water conflict in her own cultivation. It was indeed disheartening to possess such an unusual spiritual root. Perhaps it was a rarity since time immemorial. Despite her efforts to find relevant information within her sect, she had uncovered little of value. Each time she finished her training, she found herself in a disheveled state, a situation to which she had grown accustomed. Yet, what young girl would relish such a fate? While others exuded an ethereal aura during their cultivation, she alone faced the tempest, seemingly targeted by the very storms she conjured. Occasionally, Leonie pondered whether she had offended the heavens in a past life, resulting in this troublesome spiritual root that seemed to bring her nothing but misfortune. Strangely, whenever she thought of her spiritual root, her mind drifted to the phantasm she had experienced at the mountain worship bridge. Although the details eluded her memory, an inexplicable sense lingered within her, suggesting that the scenes from that illusion might hold considerable significance, yet she could not recall them. However, the blue-skinned elephant left a profound impression on her. Not only did she murmur to herself about the blue-skinned creature, but she also inquired about it from both her great-grandfather and her ancestors, yet was met with ignorance. Her great-grandfather remarked that since he had opened his eyes to the world, he had never encountered such a blue-skinned elephant, suggesting that she was likely haunted by a nightmare. In that moment of silence, she realized that no one in the Makuan realm seemed to possess knowledge of it. Although her great-grandfather was somewhat eccentric, having lived for tens of thousands of years, his wisdom was undoubtedly vast. If you did not know, Who else could? Chapter 67. A rampage 3 days swiftly passed. On the morning of the 4th day, Fu Fei, accompanied by Lian and 200 other cultivators who had registered in Xi'an Prefecture, embarked on a flying vessel towards the Sea of Extremities. The journey was relatively short, taking approximately 4 hours. Lian sat on the exterior of the flying apparatus, gazing through the transparent protective shield while listening to Fu Fei converse with the others. To facilitate their activities, Fu Fei had altered her appearance, primarily because her extraordinary beauty often attracted undue attention. After all, no one in this place knew she was Fu Fei of Ling Xiao sect, unaware of her notorious reputation. Yet, upon seeing her face, it would be impossible not to recognize her. She certainly could not reveal her fearsome name every time she arrived somewhere. So it was wiser to disguise herself. In truth, Lian believed that the senior sister was overly concerned this time, with Hansi radiating an icy aura beside them, and being a consummate cultivator at the late stage of Golden Core, while the senior sister was merely at the mid-stage. Who would dare to cross their path? However, due to her senior sister's transformation, it was unexpectedly easier for her to engage in conversation with the other Golden Core cultivators around, allowing her to inquire about the specific circumstances of the flash eel. Are you from out of town? Cultivator A asked Fu Fei. She nodded in response. Are you from Xi'an Prefecture? Cultivator A shook his head, appearing quite pleased. Not at all. We are all loose cultivators, members of the Cultivation Alliance. We signed up for this sea expedition, and I must say, I've heard the rewards are quite substantial. Fu Fei nodded in understanding and gestured toward Lian. I brought my junior sister here to broaden her horizons. The spirit stones are secondary. This time, the gathering from Xi'an Prefecture consisted of a team of 200 cultivators, 50 from the Qi refining stage, 50 from the Golden Core stage, and 100 from the Foundation establishment stage. Even if the rewards are generous, one must ensure they return alive. After all, there is the 7th Order Flash Eel King to contend with. Let us hope we do not end up losing our lives without securing any rewards, remarked the late-stage Golden Core cultivator, Master Qing Yuan, with a biting tone. Among the 200 participants, aside from Han Si, he possessed the highest cultivation, which made him quite arrogant. What are you saying? Do not presume that your higher cultivation grants you the right to speak recklessly. Though we 5 brothers are merely at the initial stage of Golden Core, we rely on our own capabilities to earn our keep. If you look down upon us, you need not join us. We all strive for spirit stones, and no one is nobler than another. Cultivator A, who had previously been conversing amicably with Fu Fei, was suddenly incensed and confronted Qing Yuan. Observing this, Fu Fei pulled Lian aside and began to close her eyes to meditate, uninterested in engaging in such disputes. Lian was somewhat intrigued as she scrutinized Qing Yuan, who was glaring with wide eyes, mockingly observing the monk A and his 4 companions. A great battle seemed imminent. Following the sound, Lian turned her gaze to the leader of this expedition from Xi'an Prefecture, the esteemed Wu Zheng. Clad in the robes of the Xi'an Prefecture officials, he was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, yet no one dared to utter a word, including the esteemed Qing Yuan. Lian had heard from her senior sister that those who wore such robes were the managing cultivators within the Xi'an Prefecture, representing its authority and possessing the power to eliminate any cultivators who might hinder their mission. Even those like Monk A, who claimed to be part of the Cultivators Alliance, were in reality just loose cultivators, offering only a meager tribute of spirit stones annually to the Alliance, hence enjoying a modicum of protection, which paled in comparison to the authority held by the robed cultivators of the Xi'an Prefecture. For a moment, the flying artifact was unusually tranquil, as everyone feigned meditation, wishing to avoid any trouble. The journey was smooth until they reached the level C. Upon disembarking from the flying artifact, Lian was met with a scene of utter devastation. Here, it could be said that the landscape was ravaged, with her consciousness revealing that the coastal towns were devoid of any human presence, their collapsed structures marked by damp traces of water and blood. Standing on the retreating light of Fufi, Lian had scarcely settled when a distant figure, clad in the attire of a Chu Yinzhou cultivator, swiftly approached. He greeted Wu Zheng with a familiar tone. Wu Zheng, since you have arrived, our group shall withdraw. Just 2 days ago, we repelled a horde, and it is likely that the next onslaught of the lightning eel is imminent. By the way, the 7th tier lightning eel has not made an appearance since it last surfaced 10 days ago. Exercise caution. Wu Zheng nodded, and the two exchanged a few words discreetly through their thoughts before the Golden Core cultivator departed. Lian Yi and the others were oblivious to their conversation. Yet Wu Jing's expression bore a hint of gravity. Fu Fi, clearly perceptive, tightened her grip on Lian Yi and conveyed through thought, when the time comes. Observe how Wu Zheng arranges things. If we are to separate, stay close to your senior sister. If we part ways, remember to utilize the talismans I provided wisely. Do not act recklessly. She was leading her junior sister on this journey for training, not recklessness, thus she prioritized safety. Lian Yi, understanding the gravity of the situation, responded through thought, Senior sister, you need not worry. Should we be separated, you must also exercise caution. Among the ranks of lightning eels, the second and third tiers were the most numerous, followed by the fourth tier. Thus, this time, Chu Yanzhou had summoned the greatest number of Foundation establishment cultivators. As the conversation unfolded, Wu Zheng spoke up. This time, we shall proceed as previously discussed and disperse. The lightning eels are likely to arrive shortly, so everyone should take their positions, rest briefly, and prepare your distress talismans. The implication was clear. They would indeed be parting ways. Lian Yi, along with the foundational practitioners and those in the Qi refinement stage, gathered near the coast, awaiting the arrival of the lightning eels, while Fu Fei and her companions ventured into the depths of the sea. With a wave of her hand, Fu Fei chose not to elaborate further and proceeded in the opposite direction. Lian Yi, standing gracefully upon the ephemeral waves, sat cross-legged in midair. Although she was near the coast, she was still 100 miles away from the shore. Other practitioners either waited in solitude like her, closing their eyes in meditation, or gathered in small groups, the atmosphere remaining relatively tranquil. After approximately an hour, as twilight began to descend, a sudden, urgent whistle pierced the air from the distance. It was the warning signal announcing the approach of the lightning eels. In an instant, a stir arose among the crowd. Lian Yi felt a tightening in her chest, yet her expression remained unchanged. Lowering her gaze, she observed the sea's surface beginning to churn violently. Not only that, but the once dark waters glimmered with a sanguine hue, casting an even deeper shadow upon the already dim sky. The lightning eels surged forth with astonishing speed, erupting from the depths in mere moments, transforming the surface into a tumultuous mass. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Charge!" At once, the practitioners surged forward in unison. Lian Yi joined the throng, raising her ephemeral blade and striking at a nearby second-tier lightning eel. The creature, fierce and menacing, clamped its jaws around her blade. With a swift kick to its head, Lian Yi withdrew her weapon, skillfully maneuvering her ephemeral blade into a flourish before severing the eel's head. Without a glance back, she reached for her storage pouch and executed a hand gesture, capturing a lightning eel within. A grin spread across Lian Yi's face. She had just secured 100 spirit stones. In a fleeting moment of triumph, Lian Yi heard a sudden outcry from the right side. A Qi refinement cultivator was entirely engulfed by a massive lightning eel. Lian Yi observed it chewing for several moments, and as its gaze fell upon her, it lunged forward. Lian Yi focused her attention. This creature was a third-tier lightning eel, and its fangs were indeed quite adept at devouring humans. Before the lightning eel could reach her, Lian Yi advanced boldly. Her senior sister had once remarked that third-tier monsters were comparable to foundation-building cultivators in human ranks. Yet the lightning eel, devoid of intelligence, relied solely on instinct and brute strength, rendering it weaker than a foundation-building cultivator. At that moment, the depths of the sea were stained crimson, casting a dark, bloody hue, a mixture of both the eel's and the cultivator's blood. Lian Yi dashed towards the lightning eel, evading its gaping maw, and swiftly maneuvered to its side, thrusting her sword forward. Sparks of electricity danced around the eel's body, surging through Xiaohua and into Lian Yi's hand, rendering it numb. A grin spread across Lian Yi's face as she disregarded the tingling sensation, raising her Xiaohua with unwavering resolve, piercing through the belly of the lightning eel. As the eel writhed in pain and teetered on the brink of defeat, she drove her sword into its dantian, subsequently stowing it away in her storage pouch. The lightning eel's formidable weapons were its fangs and the electrical charge coursing through its body. Anyone who touched it would be momentarily incapacitated by the electric shock, allowing the eel to seize the opportunity to swallow its prey whole. Unfortunately for the eel, it had encountered Lian Yi. The slight tingling sensation it imparted was but a mere tickle to her. The feeling she experienced during her rigorous training could electrify her hair to stand on end. Lian Yi wielded her twin swords with remarkable swiftness, cutting down foes as she advanced, and soon she had dispatched over 100 second-tier flash eels. Her extraordinary prowess had already captured the attention of numerous cultivators nearby, who exchanged incredulous glances filled with astonishment. Who could this prodigious disciple from which sect be? A mere child, yet possessing such formidable cultivation and exceptional agility. While her peers of the same rank either met their demise within the fish's belly or struggled to slay the flash eels. Her speed rivaled that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Although she appeared to be targeting only second-tier flash eels, her velocity was unparalleled. Lin Yi's outstanding performance naturally drew the attention of Wu Zhang. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized the young girl before him. Lin Yi, a disciple of Ling Xiao sect alongside her sister Fei Fei, left a lasting impression on him. When Fei Fei registered, she had disguised herself but used her true name. In the realm of Meikuan, who was unaware of Fei Fei. As for Lin Yi, their first encounter was striking, for she was the youngest among the 200 cultivators present. Yet her cultivation level was commendably high for a Qi refinement disciple. The next youngest disciple was already over 20 years old, at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Observing the young girl wreaking havoc in the sea, Wu Zhang stroked his beard thoughtfully. He had heard that Ren Yaofei of Ling Xiao sect had recently taken on a disciple of exceptional talent, and it surely must be this young girl before him. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, she had garnered the attention of all around her. She waved her slightly sore arms, her thoughts wandering to her sister's words. Was the flash eel truly as delicious as they said? She wielded the Xiaohua sword for half a day, her arms weary and the flesh feeling rather tough. Could it be that she had been deceived by her senior sister? Nevertheless, this time, she consciously engaged in battle with the flash eels, practicing the Xiaohua sword technique, and felt that she had made considerable progress in her swordsmanship. The flash eels began to stir, although lacking intelligence. Their instinctual drive to seek advantage and avoid danger was evident. They clearly understood that this individual was not easily subdued, and all second-tier flash eels distanced themselves as far as possible. This was an overestimation of her abilities. Lin Yi remained still, exercising great caution, fully aware that third-tier flash eels were not to be trifled with, especially since there were 3 of them. In an instant, all 3 flash eels surged forward simultaneously, their mouths agape, forming a triangular formation that enclosed Lin Yi in the center. With a swift kick, Lin Yi propelled herself into the air, striking out with one palm to unleash a thick green vine that ensnared the tusk of one flash eel. With a forceful tug, she sent the creature soaring, crashing it onto the surface of the ocean below. Paying no heed to its fate, she pivoted, placing a foot upon the head of another flash eel, and unleashed a flurry of 15 flying daggers, surrounding the third flash eel in a storm of blades. Simultaneously, she employed her previous tactic. The Xiaohua sword flew forth, piercing through the flash eel beneath her foot. With swift precision, she seized its demon core, leaping away to behead the flash eel that had just been thrown against the ocean's surface. At that moment, the flash eel, ensnared by the whirlwind of flying leaves, finally broke free, though its body was already marred by blood. In that moment, it was consumed by a profound rage. With a powerful swipe of its elongated tail, it surged forward with a speed that had more than doubled, baring its menacing fangs, intent on devouring the detestable human cultivator before it. It soared high, while Lin Yi ascended even higher, brandishing 2 verdant vines that danced through the air, ensnaring the shimmering eel. The eel struggled fiercely, yet the green tendrils snapped against its body, leaving behind 2 deep gashes. Confused, the shimmering eel sensed an ominous dread. It felt instinctively that the human cultivator's vines and the lethal blades possessed the capacity to inflict fatal damage upon it. In a desperate twist of its head and a flick of its tail, it sought to flee in accordance with its primal instincts. But Lin Yi could not abide this. With a flourish, the Xiaohua sword emerged, piercing straight towards the eel's dantian. In a mere quarter hour, Lin Yi, relying solely on her own strength, vanquished 3 third-tier shimmering eels. Chapter 68. A treacherous scheme. This spectacle truly astonished those in the vicinity. If, prior to this, they had merely marveled at the sight of the young girl pursuing over 100 second-tier shimmering eels, their astonishment was now magnified. After all, the second-tier shimmering eels were not formidable foes. Any cultivator of the 6th layer of Qi refinement or above could contend with them, though not with the same swiftness as that little girl, who dispatched them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Yet now, confronted by 3 third-tier shimmering eels, the girl remained as adept as ever, effortlessly cleaving and thrusting, dispatching them with grace. Observing her jubilant demeanor as she darted about, collecting the 3 shimmering eels as trophies, someone could no longer restrain their curiosity. "Hey, Zhang Daoyu. Do you know the origins of that little girl? Zhang Daoyu is a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, a local loose cultivator from Tsuyin Prefecture, who is also affiliated with the Immortal Cultivation Alliance. Owing to his local status and his close ties with the local government, he is privy to information that is often unknown to others. The cultivator who inquired of him was aware of this, which is why he sought Zhang out for answers. With a smile, Zhang Daoyu whispered, she is a disciple of the Ling Xi sect, and her master is a nascent soul cultivator. The questioner gasped in astonishment, while the surrounding cultivators nodded in understanding. No wonder, indeed. However, suddenly, one cultivator, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, are the cultivators of Ling Xi sect truly that formidable? Zhang Daoyu turned to glance at him, his gaze flickering, but he remained silent. Meanwhile, other cultivators nearby expressed envy, declaring, of course, this young lady has been accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul cultivator, indicating her exceptional aptitude. The knowledge imparted by her master will undoubtedly spare her from numerous detours on her path. Greatness awaits her. The sarcastic cultivator sneered, at such a tender age. Harboring such murderous intent, it is unlikely she will achieve greatness. Most of the cultivators present dismissed his words, choosing not to engage further. Their curiosity had been satisfied. It seemed that this cultivator was either harboring a grudge against the Ling Xi sect, or was simply too envious. Observing from a distance, Wu Zheng took in the scene. Fully aware of the identity of the speaker, Lu Xian, the disciple of the 9th grade alchemy master Qi Song Zhenjuan from the Huanfa Pavilion. His master is Yuan Beizhenren, the 5th disciple of Qi Song Zhenjuan, and at less than 200 years of age, Lu Xian has already reached late-stage Foundation establishment, earning the favor of Qi Song Zhenjuan. For reasons unknown, he enrolled in the task of hunting the scintillating eel. Observing his performance, I shook my head in disapproval. His strength was commendable, yet his heart seemed rather narrow. The sea churned with increasing ferocity, yet the others were filled with zeal. Witnessing the 2nd and 3rd tier eels diminish at a visible pace. Thus far, aside from a few Qi refining disciples who had perished at the jaws of the eels, the remaining cultivators had sustained only minor injuries. However, Lian Yi remained uneasy, having heard that there should still be 4th tier eels in this coastal region, though she had yet to spot a single one. Whether they had been slain by other cultivators or simply had not emerged, she could not ascertain. Drawing her Xiaohua sword, she once again swept up a 3rd tier eel into her pouch. At that moment, Lu Xian, who happened to be nearby, shot her a glance, his eyes betraying a palpable disdain. Humph, such a young age, and yet so bloodthirsty? She is surely on the path to demonic corruption. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to Lian Yi. Turning to face Lu Xian, she was taken aback, confirming that he was indeed addressing her. Frowning slightly, she chose to ignore him and resumed her hunt for the eels, leaving Lu Xian seething with anger behind her. He clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly, a murderous intent brewing within him. The thought of crushing this insufferable girl right here seemed rather appealing. Alas, with so many people around, Xiyang Prefecture enforced strict regulations against internal strife. Yet, if executed cleverly, it would not be impossible for her to meet her end at the hands of the eels. Unbeknownst to Lian Yi, Lu Xian harbored malicious intentions toward her. She found it utterly perplexing that an unfamiliar cultivator would dare to criticize her for harboring a murderous intent. Was it not absurd? Was he not also engaged in the slaughter of the electric eel? Was he not, therefore, guilty of excessive bloodlust himself? Furthermore, the electric eel was indeed a man-eater. The more they eliminated, the more they ensured the safety of the mortals in this realm. How could this be construed as an overabundance of murderous intent? In truth, was not the electric eel merely a fish? Since childhood, Lian Yi and her companion had relished fish, always catching and killing them themselves. Was this not simply the act of killing fish? To link it to murderous intent was truly incomprehensible. Moreover, this was a critical moment for hunting the electric eels. She had no time to be vexed with him. Once the eels were vanquished, she would certainly inform her senior sister and request her assistance in addressing this matter. She turned and vented her frustration by slaying another 3rd-tier electric eel. The sea churned more violently, and Lian Yi sensed that the waves were growing considerably more ferocious than before. As she pondered whether something was amiss, a sudden surge of water erupted before her, producing waves that soared several dozen meters high. Startled, Lian Yi quickly enveloped herself in a protective shield and retreated hastily. Not only she, but everyone was hurriedly backing away. Although the waves alone might not inflict significant harm upon them, they were currently engaged in battle with the electric eels. And who could predict whether a lurking eel awaited behind those tumultuous waters? Moreover, the sudden upheaval of these waves and the swirling vortexes within the sea seemed to narrate the extraordinary nature of the moment. As the colossal waves surged, the once vibrant waters were devoid of the second and third-tier lightning eels. Instead, a daunting multitude of fourth-tier lightning eels dominated the scene. In the distance, the voice of Master Wu Zheng resonated in every ear, urging, "Fellow Taoists, heed my words. The fourth-tier lightning eels have arrived. Those in the Qi refinement stage should retreat as much as possible, allowing those in the foundation establishment stage to take the front lines." The fourth-tier lightning eels were akin to late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. For a Qi refinement practitioner to confront them head-on would be akin to a lamb stepping into the den of tigers. No sooner had Wu Zheng's words faded than the fourth-tier lightning eels erupted from the surface of the sea. Lian looked up, her breath caught in awe. These eels were immense, each exceeding 10 zhang in length. Despite their considerable size compared to the second and third-tier eels, they exhibited a surprising agility. Their bodies shimmered with an even more intense electric light, momentarily blinding Lian. The ferocity of the fourth-tier lightning eels was palpable, although alerted by Master Wu Zheng. It took but a fleeting moment for Lian to witness several Qi refinement practitioners meet their doom, devoured in an instant by the eels. A few foundation establishment cultivators, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared by the eels' vicious bites. The scene quickly turned gruesome. Chaos erupted among the cultivators. The Qi refinement practitioners were gripped by fear, and a female cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refinement shrieked in terror. Lian too felt a wave of dread wash over her, but fortunately, her quick reflexes propelled her skyward, and she conjured a protective shield around herself. Had she been caught in the grip of those massive fangs, the pain would have been unimaginable. She contemplated retreating. One must possess a sense of self-awareness, unless absolutely necessary. She saw no reason to risk her life against the lightning eels. Gripping the 5th-grade fire chain talisman bestowed by her senior sister tightly, she began to withdraw towards the periphery. In a flash, without a moment's hesitation, she hurled the talisman bestowed upon her by her senior. The flames of the golden core stage instantly painted half the sky crimson, showing no fear of the encroaching sea of the extreme sea. With breathtaking swiftness, it ignited a vast area, incinerating a multitude of the surrounding lightning eels. The brilliance of the flames blazed across the extreme sea, erupting in a dazzling display. Meanwhile, as she unleashed the fire chain talisman, Lian had already activated the 5th-grade golden bell talisman, propelled far away by the momentum of the fire talisman. Lian found herself at a loss for words to describe her tumultuous emotions. On one hand, she felt a lingering dread. On the other, she was infuriated. She had never anticipated such malicious intent from that person, yet she had been on the brink of peril herself, leaving no room to retaliate against her assailant. Moreover, she had no time to collect the lightning eels she had scorched with the talismans, nor did she know who ultimately benefited from the demon cores. The thought alone ignited her fury further. Observing that the golden bell talisman still held strong, Lian gritted her teeth, stowed it away, retrieved the Qinglian flying artifact gifted by her senior, and, after infusing it with spirit stones, sped towards the near sea. She could not swallow this humiliation. She was determined to unearth that individual and shatter their head. At the very moment Lian activated the talisman, Fu Fei, far out at sea, sensed the disturbance immediately. Her expression sharpened as she struck out with both palms, slaying a 6th-grade lightning eel that dared to encircle her. Han Siyang raised an eyebrow, uttering no words. But with a murmured affirmation, he conjured an ice wall before Fu Fei, freezing 2 6th-grade lightning eels that dared to make a move. Fu Fei paid no heed to the situation behind her as she hurriedly made her way towards the near sea. At this moment, Master Wu Zheng was acutely aware of Lu Xian's covert machinations against Lian. He raised his hand, contemplating an action, but after a moment's reflection, his eyelids drooped, and his hand fell. Both Huanfa Pavilion and Ling Xiao sect were forces he could not contend with. Not only could he not oppose them, but the entire Tsuyin prefecture was also powerless in this regard. If they were merely ordinary disciples, he could have intervened with an air of impartiality. However, Lu Xian was a disciple of the esteemed Qisong True Monarch, a 9th-tier alchemist, while the young lady Lian was a student of Ren Yaofei. It was known that Ren Yaofei had suffered grave injuries during the battle against the Spectral Ink, yet her ability to take on disciples indicated she had recovered. Her reputation as the foremost figure beneath the divine transformation of Ling Xiao's sect remained unblemished, and offending either party would prove detrimental. The mirror array before him reflected the unfolding events in the distant sea, revealing Fufi soaring towards them. Wu Jing chose to feign ignorance. Enough of this. He could not provoke any of these individuals, so it was perhaps wiser to remain uninformed and unseeing. The Qinglian flying artifact, provided it was fed with spirit stones and comfort was not a priority, could achieve remarkable speed. In just a quarter of an hour, Lin Yi reached the periphery of the battle. At that moment, the disparity in strength between the 4th-tier and 3rd-tier lightning eels made it exceedingly difficult for the nearby cultivators to fend them off. The crowd was widely dispersed, wary of being engulfed by a lightning eel while still occupied with one in front of them. She sought out Lu Xian's position and discovered him engaged in combat with 2 lightning eels in the western waters. Lin Yi had acquired the Qinglian flying artifact and quietly activated the golden bell talisman, stealthily approaching from behind. At this moment, aside from the foundation-building cultivators accompanied by their qi-refining disciples on the battlefield, the other cultivators of lesser rank had retreated beyond the fray. Even if a foundation-building cultivator caught sight of Lin Yi, they would merely sigh and deem her foolish, never deigning to intervene. Cultivators, by nature, possess a certain aloofness compared to mortals. Even those with a kind heart would find themselves too engrossed in their own conflicts to concern themselves with others. This indifference provided Lin Yi with a fortuitous opportunity. Those who could be found near the coast certainly could not be golden core cultivators. Her inability to discern his cultivation level indicated he was likely a foundation-building cultivator. Lin Yi's confidence stemmed from the talismans she possessed. Not only did she have a dozen 5th-grade talismans gifted by her senior sister, but she also held a 6th-grade talisman. Additionally, upon her departure from the Lin family, Elder Qinsong had bestowed upon her numerous 4th-grade talismans, along with a stack of 1st and 2nd-grade talismans from Taizhou. Perhaps it was a legacy of Lin Changhai's adventurous spirit, which he often shared with his wife, that had been passed down to Lin Yi inherently. She did not harbor a great fear of danger. Given her belief that there was a 60% chance of success, she was willing to embrace the risk. Just as in the past, when she faced the Chao family ancestor, Chao Xuanlian, she had not known fear. On the vast sea, where waves surged tumultuously, Lin Yi rode the crests, swiftly approaching Lu Xian. At that moment, Lu Xian had just dispatched a lightning eel, though he had inevitably sustained some injuries, having been struck by the dying creature's final, desperate attack that pierced his arm. Lu Xian cursed under his breath, his temper flaring. Initially, I came here to participate in the Dan Dao competition, regardless of whether it concerns alchemical symbols, instruments, or formations. The transition from the 4th to the 5th tier represents a significant chasm, and every ascending level beyond the 5th is a formidable divide. In the realm of 5th-tier alchemical symbols, there are fewer than 500 masters collectively, while the 6th tier dwindles to a mere 100, the 7th to less than 30, the 8th to under 15, and at the 9th tier, there are merely 3 alchemists, 2 instrument masters, 2 talisman masters, and not a single formation master. Having been favored by my esteemed Master Qisong since childhood, my innate talent in both alchemy and cultivation has been commendable. However, recently, my master has taken on a new disciple, garnering even greater affection from my ancestor, who claims that this new disciple's alchemical prowess rivals that of my own master in his youth. Such a lofty appraisal is indeed remarkable. Considering my ancestor is one of the 3 esteemed 9th-tier alchemical masters in the Meikuan realm, I am consumed by jealousy. Consequently, my ancestor has shown me less favor than before. When I aspired to compete as a 5th-tier alchemist, my ancestor forbade me, citing my lack of preparation. I could not shake the feeling that my ancestor preferred my junior disciple and no longer wished to expend energy on me. In a fit of anger, I left, only to encounter a rival on the way, who mocked me, provoking my ire to the point of violence. To my surprise, he self-destructed in his final moments, inflicting injuries upon me and depleting my resources to procure healing elixirs. If this continues, I shall lack even the spirit stones to secure lodging, prompting me to accept a task in Chuyan Prefecture. Little did I anticipate encountering a most bothersome young girl there. My disdain for Ling Xiao's sect intensified upon seeing her, as she reminds me painfully of my junior disciple, igniting a murderous intent within me. Chapter 69. Cause and effect. Lu Xian brooded alone, filled with resentment over the matters at hand, lamenting that his efforts had ultimately come to naught. How could he have forgotten that disciples of their sect would surely possess some means of self-preservation? This posed a significant dilemma. That insufferable girl had seen his true form. A mere child from the distant Ling Xi sect could not have journeyed here alone. The sect had strict regulations that required inner disciples to reach the foundation establishment stage before venturing out for training. As a mere Qi refinement practitioner, she would need a senior accompanying her. As he pondered this, a sudden recollection struck him. It seemed that the girl had another female cultivator by her side, whose cultivation level he could not discern. Lu Xian cursed under his breath, realizing that he had acted too hastily, resulting in a situation that was now difficult to rectify. Nevertheless, he still had a chance. It was only the first day, and he had 10 days at his disposal. Surely, he would find an opportunity to eliminate her. By then, her senior would remain oblivious to his involvement. With this thought, Lu Xian managed to steady his nerves. However, in a moment of distraction, he was bitten by another electric eel, and now his other arm bore the marks of its wrath. To make matters worse, 2 more electric eels encircled him. Enraged, Lu Xian's jade flute suddenly elongated, and he struck fiercely at the head of one of the 4th-tier electric eels. The eel, in pain, glared with bloodshot eyes. Its mouth agape as its long body leaped from the sea's depths. The electrical energy crackled and shifted outward, forming an extensive net of electricity aimed to ensnare Lu Xian. He hurriedly retreated, feeling flustered. This electric net was formidable. Should he become ensnared, he would experience a moment of paralysis, rendered immobile, and in such a state, he could easily be torn apart by these vicious electric eels. Meanwhile, the moment Li Yi's gaze sharpened, it was now. With a deft gesture, she conjured a powerful surge from the surrounding sea. Unbeknownst to Lu Xian, she had previously set a simple talisman formation while he was preoccupied with combat. This was a rudimentary binding array, reliant on the premise that as long as Lu Xian could be restrained, she would have the opportunity to strike him decisively with her talisman. Lu Xian retreated rapidly, attempting to evade the ensnaring electric net. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that he had already stepped into another trap. Thorns erupted from beneath him, layering upon one another, while the talismans detonated one after another, sending shards soaring upwards and icicles plummeting downwards. The icicles, sharp and frigid, enveloped him in an icy chill reminiscent of a frozen dungeon, truly a perilous situation with dangers on all sides. In a state of panic, Lu Xian glanced upward and beheld Li Yi outside the binding array, her previously composed demeanor now twisted into a fierce snarl as she bellowed, "You wretched girl! How dare you scheme against me?" Li remained silent. As he charged toward her, she activated a 5th-grade sword talisman. From a distance, Fu Fei witnessed a dazzling flash of sword light near the coastline. In his final moments, Lu Xian's last sight was of Li Yi's expressionless face illuminated by the radiant sword light. As a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he typically would not be without life-preserving talismans. However, during his recuperation, he had exchanged them for medicinal pills. At this moment, he lacked the courage to self-destruct, unable to believe that this audacious girl could be so ruthless. Perhaps this day marked his end. Struck by the 5th-grade sword talisman, he fell backward, landing squarely within the gaping maw of a leaping electric eel, consumed in one swift motion. At that very moment, Fei Fei approached, and a golden beam shot forth from her hand, swiftly resolving the threat posed by the lightning eel that had devoured Lu Xian. Lian Yi, delighted at Fei Fei's arrival, hastily set aside the talismans in her hands and rushed to greet her. "Sister, you have finally arrived." Fei Fei furrowed her brow. "Were you ambushed?" Lian Yi understood that Fei Fei was well aware of her character. It was unlikely for her to take a life without cause. Furthermore, the detonation of so many talismans indicated that the girl had indeed harbored murderous intent. Lian Yi nodded in affirmation, explaining that someone had pushed her into the jaws of the lightning eel. "Had it not been for the protective talisman you provided, I would have perished." Fei Fei stepped forward and swiftly picked up the storage bag that Lu Xian had dropped, opening it to reveal its contents. Huanfa Pavilion's Lu Xian. Upon seeing the name, Fei Fei's expression darkened. She recognized him. Although his master was of little renown, he had a renowned 9th-tier alchemist as an ancestor. While Master Qisong appeared to embody the essence of an immortal, in truth, he was rather hypocritical. Indeed, his character scarcely matched his esteemed position. Noticing Fei Fei's furrowed brow, Lian Yi sensed impending trouble. "Sister, is there an issue with this person?" Fei Fei cast a sidelong glance at Lian Yi, her face devoid of emotion as she conjured a fireball that incinerated Lu Xian's storage bag. It was merely a collection of worthless items. Keeping them would only invite trouble. Moreover, it was not you who killed him. Everyone saw that he was consumed by the lightning eel. Her declaration was emphatic and resonant, directed not only at those present but also at unseen observers lurking in the shadows. The surrounding cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Yet none dared to advance a step closer. In the shadows, Wu Zheng's eyelids drooped, feigning ignorance of the situation. Lin Yi believed that the finest female cultivator in the Meiquan realm was indeed her senior sister, who exuded an aura of authority while being both protective and considerate. Fu Fei smiled faintly and waved her hand, saying, "In that case, let's deal with these electric eels." Lin Yi, having carelessly set up a talisman array, not only eliminated Lu Xian but also dispatched the surrounding electric eels. However, the collective value of these eels paled in comparison to that of the rare and sought-after talismans. Fu Fei pressed her lips together, pondering whether her foolish junior sister had grasped this reality, for judging by her cheerful demeanor, it seemed she had not. Yet, thoughts of Lu Xian stirred something within Fu Fei. Indeed, there exists a profound interconnection in the fabric of fate. Years ago, the Lin family had beseeched the esteemed Qisong Jinjuan for a longevity pill, offering a wealth of treasures in return. At that time, Lin Qingwang had been unwilling to allow his family to seek such aid, knowing full well that a longevity pill could not remedy the body tainted by the abyssal demon. Nevertheless, the family could not bear the thought of his suffering. Behind Lin Qingwang's back, they approached Qisong, who, instead of fulfilling their request, not only ruined their pill but also absconded with a significant portion of the Lin family's treasures. The Meiquan realm abides by established customs, wherein alchemists are expected to charge only a nominal fee for failed concoctions, returning the rest to the seeker. Yet, none would act as unscrupulously as Qisong did. Regrettably, following this incident, the Lin family's plea for Qisong's alchemical assistance became public knowledge, and Lin Qingwang, unwilling to burden his kin any longer, succumbed to his deteriorating health and soon passed away. The family, having grown cold-hearted due to the demise of Lin Qingwang, no longer wished to pursue the matter of the longevity elixir nor to be reminded of the sorrowful past tied to Qisong, thus inadvertently granting him an advantage. It is akin to the flute that was recently swallowed by the voracious eel. It was one of the treasures bestowed upon them by the Lin family, now rendered useless by the creature's insatiable appetite. The higher echelons within the Lin clan were well aware of the situation and had their own judgments. Her master, Ren Yaofei, had once remarked that Qisong was a man whose virtue did not match his position. Regrettably, among the 3 ninth-tier alchemists in the Meiquan realm, it was impossible to seek out the elusive Pufeng Jinjuan, as his disciple, Xinrui, had her eyes firmly set on the longevity elixir as well. The other 9th-tier alchemist, the transformation deity, Duanyo Xingjuan from the Qingxian sect, was known for his erratic whereabouts, making him an unreliable source of assistance. The Lin family, fully cognizant of these circumstances, had no choice but to solicit Qisong's aid, which ultimately led to such an outcome. The grievances and indignities the Lin family had endured at Qisong's hands were unexpectedly avenged through Lin Yi. As Fei Fei pondered this, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. With a graceful sweep of her wide sleeves, she soared toward the distant sea. Now that her junior sister was safe, it was time to resume their tasks, which remained unfinished. Following this encounter, Fei Fei felt reassured that the young girl would no longer be in peril. It appeared that she could thrive in the outside world while causing others to falter. Upon Fei Fei's departure, Lin Yi, having surveyed her spoils, retreated among the ranks of the Qi refining cultivators. However, due to her earlier remarkable displays, the Qi refining practitioners, upon seeing her approach, instinctively recoiled as if she might consume them whole. Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly, her demeanor surprisingly composed, reminiscent of her past brawls with the villagers. Unfazed, she sought a vacant spot to assess her spoils, setting aside the hundreds of 2nd and 3rd-tier electric eels she had dispatched. She took note of the 32 4th-tier electric eels she had collected, each valued at 10,000 spirit stones. What a windfall! Perhaps her earlier explosive talisman had wreaked havoc, resulting in the deaths of numerous electric eels. Gradually, many Foundation establishment cultivators began to cease their efforts, signaling that this wave was drawing to a close. After the 4th-tier electric eels retreated like a receding tide, half an hour later, the voice of Master Wu Zheng echoed, "This wave of electric eels has retreated. Everyone may rest in place." Lin Yi settled cross-legged atop her Xiaohua sword, retrieving from her storage bag the prepared spirit meat buns and spirit rice, complemented by a delightful fish sauce purchased from the Lingxiao sect's dining hall. The aroma was simply exquisite. The surrounding onlookers gazed at her in astonishment. Their own provisions, consisting of dry rations and, for many, spirit-repelling pills, suddenly seemed far less appealing. Even if their stomachs weren't empty, they audibly protested, grumbling as if rebuking their owners for neglecting them. Unperturbed by the curious glances of her peers, Ling Xi, influenced by her ancestors and her own background as a culinary adept, firmly believed that nourishing oneself could elevate one's spirits and enhance productivity. Moreover, since she possessed the ability to cook, why not indulge in self-care while circumstances permitted? Not only for herself, but she had also prepared a plethora of delightful provisions for her senior sister during the 3 days prior to this moment. Although the meat sauce and buns she prepared were made from second-tier coarse pork and similar ingredients, the flavor was undeniably exquisite. She was not boasting. Her culinary skills had been meticulously honed through comparisons with ancestral recipes from the renowned Mei Taoju. Indeed, Fei Fei initially exhibited shock and disdain, resisting the offerings. Yet ultimately, after persistent invitations from Ling Xi, she took a small sip of the fruit wine and with an impassive expression, collected everything Ling Xi had given her. While Ling Xi was content to partake in her meal, the enticing aroma wafted far and wide, testing the patience of the surrounding cultivators, who could not help but mutter their grievances. This lady was not to be trifled with. Not only did she have formidable backing, but she herself was no pushover. She had audaciously confronted late-stage foundation establishment cultivators during her qi refining period, and indeed, she had proven herself capable. This reaffirmed the adage that great skill breeds great courage. What the cultivators did not anticipate was that more astonishing events were yet to unfold. After satiating her hunger and thirst, this young girl produced a flying artifact shaped like a blue lotus, which then floated in midair, allowing her to recline within it. This was truly beyond their endurance. She engaged in casual conversation with Han Si, finding the time rather enjoyable. For the next 7 days, both Ling Xi and Fei Fei engaged in their own pursuits, each dealing with the onslaught of the lightning eels, and once the eels retreated, they would rest separately. On the night of the 8th day, after successfully repelling a large swarm of lightning eels, Ling Xi sat down to recuperate. She rummaged through her large storage bag, specifically prepared for this campaign against the lightning eels, to assess her achievements over the past days. Given her speed, she had already amassed several thousand second-tier lightning eels, over 1,000 third-tier eels, and nearly 200 fourth-tier eels. In recent days, Ling Xi has garnered considerable insights, and her proficiency with the sword has grown increasingly adept. Her mastery of spells has also become more refined. It is no wonder that both her ancestors and senior sisters have always emphasized that cultivators should avoid secluding themselves and must venture out into the world. However, practicing at midnight is rather inconvenient. Despite the concealment offered by her magical attire and the Qinglian flying artifact, she finds it challenging to immerse herself in her training, constantly wary of the unpredictable onslaught of the thunder eel. Surprisingly, these days, Dan has proven to be a delightful companion, capable of absorbing the lightning energy from the thunder eel. Although Ling Xi remains uncertain about the effects of this energy absorption, the joyous demeanor conveyed by Dan assures her that it cannot be detrimental, just as she was lost in thought. The urgent voice of Master Wu Zheng pierced through the tranquility. All cultivators at the qi refining and foundation establishment stages, heed my command. Retreat to the seaside immediately. A 7th-tier thunder eel is approaching. Ling Xi was taken aback. Through the protective barrier of the Qinglian artifact, she glimpsed 3 towering waves surging skyward, one of which seemed to be barreling directly toward them. Chapter 70. The 3-headed thunder eel. The wave was the largest Ling Xi had ever witnessed in her life, and it appeared almost alive, exhibiting remarkable agility. Should this wave crash down, even if it did not claim her life, she would undoubtedly be crushed upon the surface of the sea. Without a moment's hesitation, she commanded her flying artifact to swiftly change direction and flee toward the shore. The 7th-tier thunder eel possessed a cultivation level comparable to that of a human cultivator in the early stages of the nascent soul realm. Despite her exceptional talents, the disparity in their cultivation levels was too vast. Advancing would be tantamount to courting death. Although Ling Xi was deeply concerned about Fu Fei, she understood that rather than indulging in futile thoughts and worries, it was far more prudent to make every effort to escape first, as it would open up other possibilities. The Qinglian talisman proved to be remarkably effective, propelling Ling Xi forward amidst the towering waves. She noticed that aside from Taoist Zhang, no other cultivators were accompanying her in this desperate flight. Ling Xi was oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet the tone of Master Wu Zheng's voice resonated with urgency and incredulity, leading her to surmise that this situation was likely beyond his expectations. She felt a profound sense of helplessness. The Chuyin prefecture was proving to be utterly unreliable. Did they not realize that misjudgments could lead to fatalities? What were she and her senior sister to do? A cacophony of thoughts raced through Lin Yi's mind, yet she could not grasp a viable solution. Was the wave merely a surge stirred by a flash eel, or was the creature pursuing her? Would it catch up? If it did, what recourse would she have? She found herself bereft of any actionable strategies. The dampness of the sea air seemed poised to breach the protective barrier of the Qinglian talisman and envelop her entirely. Meanwhile, Fu Fei was engaged in combat, wielding a golden whip to deflect the oncoming waves. Amidst her struggle, she complained to Han Si, "This is unbearable. What is the situation with this cursed Chu Yin prefecture? Is that a 7th-tier flash eel? It certainly doesn't seem like one." Unbeknownst to her, she and her junior sister were simultaneously questioning the capabilities of Chu Yin prefecture. Fu Fei was consumed with rage, feeling utterly deceived. After Han Si froze another wave into an ice pillar, he coldly observed that the pillar lasted but a fleeting moment before the wave surged back with vigor. His tone remained indifferent and unperturbed. Indeed, it is of the 7th tier. However, it has not been mentioned that it is a 3-headed lightning eel. This peculiar eel, for reasons unknown, had undergone a mutation, manifesting 3 heads that corresponded to the 3 tumultuous waves. Possessing 3 heads is akin to having 3 avatars. While its strength may not triple, an enhancement is undoubtedly evident. The most prudent approach is to confront each head individually. The power of each avatar is somewhat diluted, rendering the danger of engagement less acute. It is imperative to avoid allowing it to launch a coordinated assault with all 3 heads. However, what was most unexpected was that one head of the lightning eel extended towards the near shore, likely bringing misfortune to the cultivators there. Though this action of the eel is perplexing, Han Si surmised that the senior sister before him would be greatly distressed. Indeed, Fu Fei was infuriated. She fiercely wielded a whip flower, cleaving through one of the waves. "I can assure you that damned Wu Zheng is well aware of this situation." Fu Fei recalled the day of their arrival, when 2 cultivators from Chu Yin Prefecture had clandestinely communicated, and she had sensed an unforeseen peril. Though she had not anticipated such a grave danger. With Chu Yin Prefecture behaving this way, do they not fear inciting the ire of others? They are disciples of a sect. Do they not fear making enemies of esteemed sects like Ling Xiao sect and Chengxin sect? Han Si replied coolly. How could that be? They issue tasks, offering spiritual stones. It is a mutually beneficial transaction, and no one is coercing you into it. It is all a matter of mutual consent. Moreover, regarding the 7th-tier beasts, do we not possess enough golden core cultivators to handle them? Even if they are 3-headed, it is of little consequence. It is likely that only the foundation establishment and Qi refinement cultivators will suffer greater losses, with perhaps a few golden core cultivators also perishing. Fu Fei fell silent, her movements becoming increasingly frantic as her thoughts turned to her junior sister, whose fate remained uncertain. Although she had not employed any talismans, who could say if they had not simply run out of time? Regret washed over Fu Fei. She had been overly confident in bringing her junior sister to such perilous grounds. Yet, what good was regret now? She could only strive to eliminate the 3-headed electric eel to mitigate the threats lurking in the coastal waters. As she pondered, her innate treasure erupted in a dazzling golden light. The golden whip, stretching to several times its original length, lunged forth like a golden dragon, striking one of the waves with ferocity. As the wave crashed down, it revealed the enormous, menacing jaws of the electric eel beneath. Han Si was equally resolute, unleashing a palm strike that froze the beast's fangs in place. With a cold command, 2 of its fangs shattered under the pressure. The electric eel's eyes turned a vivid crimson, perhaps surprised by the tenacity of its adversaries. It gasped heavily before releasing a piercing howl to the heavens. Fu Fei and Han Si could only watch as the creature's head visibly swelled, becoming twice its size, its movements growing more agile and fierce than before. Han Si furrowed his brow, bewildered by the sudden change. Meanwhile, a nearby golden core cultivator, engaged in the encirclement, suddenly caught sight of a doppelganger racing towards the coastal waters. Look! Fei Fei and Lian Yi turned their gaze towards the distant waves receding into the sea. Although the tide still surged ahead with remarkable speed, it had evidently thinned considerably. The onlookers quickly comprehended that this elusive eel possessed the extraordinary ability to transform its spiritual power among its 3 doppelgangers. Witnessing this scene, Fei Fei wasted no time and unleashed her golden whip with fervor towards the eel's head, exerting more force on her end to alleviate the danger faced by her junior sister. Lian Yi, with her keen senses, noticed that the pursuing wave behind her seemed to have diminished significantly, though its velocity remained astonishingly swift. Despite her relentless efforts to evade, she found herself unable to create a substantial distance from her pursuers. Moreover, the voices of the cultivators behind her grew fewer and quieter, leaving Leonie dreadfully uncertain if they had all fallen victim to the eel's lethal grasp. In this vast expanse, it felt as though only she and the Taoist surnamed Zhang were engaged in a frantic escape. As she pondered this, the distant Zhang Taoist conveyed through sound transmission. Little Taoist friend, fleeing like this is futile. Why not engage in a fight instead? Leonie cast a skeptical glance at him. Have you lost your mind? That creature is at the 7th tier. The Zhang Taoist, in a state of urgency, replied, I observe that it seems to have shrunk considerably. Its momentum has diminished by at least half, and it is now approximately at the 5th tier. 5th tier. That still equates to the golden core stage. Seeing that Leonie remained unconvinced, the Zhang Taoist grew increasingly anxious. As a solitary cultivator, he lacked the substantial resources of a sect disciple like Leonie. And with no means of flying artifacts at his disposal, he relied solely on his cultivation and an ancient secret technique to enhance his speed as they fled for their lives. If this continues, not only will there be severe aftereffects, but he will also be caught by that elusive eel. After cultivating for several centuries, how could he bear to see his journey conclude in such a manner? However, relying solely on himself, he felt uncertain. Yet, this young girl. He had witnessed her prowess in combat. She was remarkably nimble. With her assistance, they might possess a glimmer of hope. Should they miss this opportunity? He was unsure how long the girl could endure, but he knew he could not last much longer. If things persisted in this fashion, his demise was inevitable. Rather than succumbing to despair, it would be better to risk everything for a chance. He urged Leonie, my dear companion, I confess I harbor some selfish motives. Yet my intentions are also for your benefit. Among the 150 cultivators of Qi refining and foundation establishment, we are the last 2 remaining. If I perish, can you guarantee that you will not fall prey to this eel? With your current cultivation level, you would stand no chance. Instead, let us join forces to either defeat or severely injure it. Then we may still have a chance at survival. Leonie fell silent. Although the Zhang fellow had personal interests at heart, much of what he said held merit. Without him, her chances of survival would diminish even further. Who could say whether the eel might go mad if it continued to pursue them? If its speed increased, she would certainly be unable to withstand it. Very well. Zhang Daoyu, you are the elder, and I shall follow your lead. Initially, she had been managing to suppress it, but it struggled violently, thrashing within her dantian. Leonie felt her vital energy churning, teetering on the brink of madness, her mind consumed with thoughts of how to subdue it. At that moment, having acquiesced to Zhang Daoyu, the creature strangely quieted down. Upon observing that Leonie had consented, Zhang Daoyu was filled with immense joy. He remarked, I have noticed your agility and, in my earlier years, acquired a 5th-grade binding formation that should be capable of ensnaring the lightning eel. I pride myself on my speed. And if you grant me 10 breaths of time, I shall set the formation. Once the eel is trapped, I shall require your assistance. Zhang Daoyu expressed a hint of regret, acknowledging the difficulties his request would impose on Leonie. However, should this endeavor succeed, I am willing to share with you my secret technique for enhancing speed. Leonie, without further contemplation, prepared herself for the impending danger, having already committed to the task. With a spirited affirmation, she stowed away her Qinglian artifact and turned to confront the oncoming wave. Beneath the crest, the menacing visage of the lightning eel could be discerned. True to Zhang Daoyu's words, the pressure emanating from the wave was considerably diminished. As the wave surged forth, it approached her with alarming swiftness, threatening to obliterate her in mere moments. In tandem, Leonie activated her final 5th-grade Golden Bell Talisman along with 2 5th-grade Fire Chain Talismans. At this juncture, Zhang Daoyu's binding formation had yet to be established, rendering the Sword Talisman unusable. The lightning eel was remarkably agile. Should she miss, it would be a wasted effort. However, the Fire Refinement Talisman possessed a broad attack range, making it a viable option. The Fire Chain Talismans erupted into a conflagration, encircling the entire water column. Seizing the opportunity, Leonie soared into the air. While the fire remained unextinguished, 2 thick green vines shot forth from her hands, entwining themselves within the water column. Sprouting robust wooden thorns crackling with lightning. These electrified thorns evidently had a significant effect on the lightning eel. Inflicting pain, the eel became even more ferocious, its crimson eyes locking on to Leonie with fierce intensity. The lightning eel possesses a rather modest intellect. However, as a 7th-tier entity, it has begun to develop its own preferences and sensations. This creature is a mutated 3-headed lightning eel, exhibiting far greater intelligence than its counterparts. Unlike other lightning eels that rely solely on instinct for cultivation, this one absorbs spiritual energy by consuming cultivators, which in turn enhances its own prowess. Today, it seeks to feast upon cultivators, sparing none, including those in the foundation establishment and chi refining stages. To this eel, they represent vital nourishment for its cultivation, and they are also easier to subdue. Before it lies a young cultivator, whom the eel is determined to devour, for she possesses a certain essence that captivates it, though it cannot quite identify what that essence is. The audacity of this young cultivator to attempt to slay it is fortuitous. At last, it has the opportunity to consume her. The eel opens its maw wide and emits a thunderous roar, instantly conjuring a vortex of suction to draw in its prey. The young cultivator, Ling Xi, is taken aback and, harnessing the power of the vines, leaps back in an attempt to evade the whirlwind. Just as she executes her retreat, her expression shifts to one of horror. The egg within her dantian suddenly stirs, compelling her towards the lightning eel with an insatiable force. The interplay of her internal and external energies propels Ling Xi towards the eel's gaping maw like an arrow released from a bow, powerless to resist the pull. Just as the eel is about to seize her, the egg within her ceases its motion. Swiftly, Ling Xi brandishes her Xiaohua sword, creating a narrow gap between herself and the eel. Yet, she finds herself in a precarious situation, struggling against the eel's consuming vortex, only to discover that the egg is voraciously absorbing the lightning energy emanating from the creature. She was taken aback. The thrill she experienced while absorbing the lightning energy from the second, third, and fourth-tier electric eels had never been so intense, nor had it ever felt so overt. Why was it different this time? Just then, her companion called out, "Little friend, I'm ready here. You may release the talisman." As the words were spoken, a binding formation activated, encircling the electric eel in a brown, cage-like aura. Ling Xi felt extremely uncomfortable, while Dan Dan was voraciously absorbing the lightning energy. She was struggling against the swirling tempest generated by the eel. Now, Dan Dan was wildly reversing the energy flow, sending pure lightning force surging towards her. If Dan Dan were a person standing before Ling Xi at that moment, she would likely have been scolded and beaten to death by Ling Xi. What was this troublesome creature thinking, providing her with such energy now? Was it trying to overwhelm her? This was hardly the time for cultivation. At this moment, Ling Xi found it challenging to maintain her current state, leaving her no opportunity to activate the talisman. The electric eel, realizing it was trapped within the formation and that its chances were dwindling, could not wait any longer. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to devour the seemingly helpless and anguished Ling Xi. In that critical moment, Ling Xi could hardly comprehend her own actions. With her hands raised, she swiftly gathered all the lightning energy into her left palm, summoning all her strength for a downward strike. The mountain-slapping palm. A phantom of a massive violet hand descended from the heavens, directly flattening the eel's head into its body. A charred scent wafted through the air, and when Ling Xi regained her senses, she found no trace of the flattened head. It had long since been incinerated by the energy-infused strike. Chapter 71. The first bucket of gold. Ling Xi, with remarkable agility and quick reflexes, steadied her weakened body and reached for the already lifeless core of the lightning eel. Extracting the demon core with a deft touch, she felt utterly drained, yet the power of the mountain-slaying palm she had unleashed in the final moments astonished even her. This strike far surpassed her previous training. The mountain-slaying palm consists of 3 levels. Her ancestor had once told her that upon reaching its pinnacle, a single strike would unleash a force comparable to the thunder of heavenly tribulation. However, such heights were currently beyond Ling Xi's contemplation. In the dire straits of that day, she reflected upon the shadow of her palm strike, which bore a faint resemblance to the scenes her ancestor had described. It was, after all, the essence of lightning that had been bestowed upon her by Dandan, more refined than the energy absorbed from the 7th-tier lightning eel. Ultimately, Ling Xi believed that the lightning eel had perished under the weight of its own power. Zhang, still in disbelief, could hardly fathom that this young girl had not used any talismans but had instead awakened some latent potential from an unknown source, vanquishing the lightning eel with a single palm strike. Amidst his astonishment, he felt an overwhelming joy at having survived the ordeal. "Little friend, I thank you greatly. I am in awe of your prowess." As he spoke, he presented an old tome, saying, "This is a technique of evasion I stumbled upon. It can temporarily concentrate all your spiritual energy in your feet, enhancing your cultivation technique. I have tried it myself, and it can roughly double your original speed." Zhang had tested it with his current foundational cultivation. The 7th-tier lightning eel was equivalent to a human cultivator at the nascent soul stage. demonstrating the exceptional nature of his evasion speed. However, after utilizing the latter hour, a dreadful sensation of exhaustion ensues, causing a depletion of spiritual energy throughout the body, with a recovery period spanning approximately 3 days. For those like him, who, after fleeing, forcefully wield their spiritual powers, the recuperation may take even longer. Thus, Zhang Daoist smiled bitterly, acknowledging that we have shared trials together. Should this matter conclude, and I find myself immobile, I kindly ask you, dear friend, to assist me on my journey in light of our bond forged through adversity. The tumultuous waves here have begun to subside, with only 2 of the 3 lightning eels remaining after their ordeal. Both are aware that, under such circumstances, the far sea must soon come to an end. As they spoke, a sense of relief akin to surviving a catastrophe enveloped them. Ling Xi accepted the speed scroll handed over by Zhang Daoist, casually flipping through its pages before nodding enthusiastically. Very well, my thanks to you, dear friend. We shall journey together. She was in high spirits at this moment. Although drained and fatigued, she still possessed some vigor. The 3 lightning eels likely held 3 demon cores, and with 1 acquired here, it was a 7th-tier lightning eel. This endeavor proved worthwhile. She retrieved the Qinglian artifact once more, inviting Zhang Daoist inside, and together they proceeded towards the coastline. One of the heads of the lightning eel in the near sea had been repelled, a fact that astonished a group of golden core cultivators. This incident directly led to a noticeable lethargy in the remaining 2 heads of the lightning eel, allowing the group to clean up with greater efficiency. Their current concern was the potential self-detonation of its demon core, prompting them to collectively unleash their ultimate techniques to vanquish it here. As the group boarded Wu Zheng's flying artifact, their spirits remained buoyant. Even the typically reserved golden core cultivators could hardly contain their excitement while seated aboard the flying vessel. The cultivator could hardly contain his eagerness as he inquired of Wu Zheng. Wu Zheng, my friend, was it our fellow cultivators who vanquished the 3-headed lightning eel near the coast? Wu Zheng cast a sidelong glance at the meditative Fu Fei and nodded affirmatively. Indeed. As for the specifics, old Zhang has conveyed the details through a message. That girl named Ling Xi is truly a promising successor of Ling Xiao's sect. He thought with a hint of envy. The second cultivator, noticing Wu Zheng's half-spoken words, grew impatient and speculated with near certainty. Is that so? Which esteemed disciple of a major sect was it? Only disciples from significant sects possess the capability to engage in battles beyond their rank. The assembly of cultivators repeatedly praised the virtues of Chuyin Prefecture. Most of them were solitary practitioners seeking fortune, and should they perish, they would leave nothing behind. The support from Chuyin Prefecture, albeit modest, provided a glimmer of hope and reliance for their families. Fu Fei lifted her gaze and glanced at Wu Zheng, her heart also affirming, under this current prefectural leader, the reputation of Chuyin Prefecture is indeed commendable. It is no wonder that it has been said that the ancient cultivation era is being revived in Chuyin Prefecture. Observing a fragment reveals the entirety with such prowess. They could win the hearts of many solitary practitioners. In the future, when tasks are announced, finding participants would be effortless. The journey continued in silence until they reached the coastal edge, where Ling Xi and Daoist Zhang awaited. The two ascended Wu Zheng's flying artifact, and especially for Ling Xi. It felt as though she was under the spotlight of countless gazes. Most were familiar with Daoist Zhang, while this young girl was not as well known. Generally, they were aware of old Zhang's capabilities. He possessed strength, but taking down the lightning eel single-handedly seemed quite unlikely. After all, although the flash eel's strength had diminished, that was a matter for later. Initially, the act of fleeing must have consumed considerable energy. Moreover, while old Zhang had a decent reputation, he was hardly a paragon of virtue. He would not possess the compassion to take a pitiful little girl under his wing without reason. It is highly likely that this young girl had accompanied old Zhang in slaying the flash eel. How audacious indeed. Fei Fei waved to Ling Xi, who, filled with delight, approached. She scrutinized Fei Fei from head to toe. Sister, are you uninjured? Fei Fei, in turn, examined Ling Xi carefully and, seeing her unharmed, felt relieved. No, but are you all right? Ling Xi blinked. I'm fine. I even obtained a demon core. Though her voice was soft, the presence of numerous golden core cultivators in the vicinity ensured her words did not go unheard. Instantly, the golden core cultivators were unable to conceal their astonishment, exchanging glances filled with intrigue. The demon core indicated that she was indeed the primary force behind the slaying of the demonic beast. Just as with the other 2 cores of the flash eel, one held by Master Han Si and the other by Master Wu Zheng, the implication was clear. It was unexpected that between old Zhang and this girl, she was the one in command. This left everyone in a state of disbelief. Yet, upon reflection, it was reasonable for a disciple of a major sect to possess life-saving talismans. However, considering that the flash eel was a living creature, the number of sect disciples who had perished despite having protective talismans was not insignificant. TSK, 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 looking at her youth. She was still quite young and had already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Reflecting on their own offspring, the others felt a deep sense of frustration. In the realm of flying apparatuses, each individual's thoughts diverged, yet Lian Yi appeared unperturbed, engaged in a telepathic conversation with her senior sister, lamenting the perilous encounters she had faced. However, the matter concerning the egg was delicate, and regarding the peculiar phenomenon that accompanied the final appearance of the mountain palm strike, Lian Yi could only speak in vague terms. Fortunately, Fu Fei remained oblivious to this nuance, believing her junior sister to be merely youthful and, although having vanquished the lightning eel, still somewhat startled. Lian Yi felt a twinge of regret towards her senior sister. Nonetheless, the issue of the egg was of no triviality, as apart from their ancestor and Lian, no one else was privy to it. She was at a loss for words. Following the group, Lian Yi exchanged their spoils for spirit stones, retaining only the 7th-tier demon core from the 3-headed lightning eel and 10 4th-tier demon cores from other lightning eels, converting the rest into spirit stones. Gazing at the storage bag filled with spirit stones handed to her by the steward of the Chuyan prefecture, Lian Yi was overwhelmed with joy. Nearly 5 million spirit stones were beyond anything she had ever encountered in her lifetime. She couldn't bear to part with the 7th-tier lightning eel demon core and discussed with Fu Fei the decision to keep it. Firstly, 7th-tier demon cores were already quite rare, and a 3-headed lightning eel possessing 3 cores was an extraordinary anomaly. Retaining it for future incorporation into magical artifacts or other purposes seemed a prudent choice. Secondly, as a marine creature imbued with lightning attributes, the lightning eel's unique lightning water properties resonated deeply with Lian Yi, making this 7th-tier demon core particularly advantageous for her. Lian Yi had long wished to ponder why the lightning eel did not incapacitate itself with its own electricity. Possessing the demon core would now enable her to conduct her research. This time, aside from reaping substantial profits, Lian Yi's gains in cultivation were even more significant. Regardless of the mountain-slapping palm technique, after this recent refinement, she wielded the Xiaohua sword with remarkable dexterity. Fufi informed her that this Xiaohua sword was no ordinary magical artifact, but rather a treasured possession of her master, being a rare water attribute sword. Recognizing Lian Yi's affinity for water, she bestowed it upon her. The Xiaohua sword is a growth-type magical instrument. If Lian Yi utilizes it well, she might consider it a life-bound treasure for further refinement, nurturing it within her dantian. In the future, should she come across suitable exceptional materials, she could incorporate them, transforming it into a fully fledged growth-type treasure. Such a life-bound treasure, nurtured alongside Lian Yi, would resonate with her spirit as if it were a part of her own essence, with profound understanding should she attain the great Dao in the future. Giving rise to a spirit of the instrument would not be out of reach. Upon hearing this, Lian Yi cherished the Xiaohua sword even more, diligently nurturing it. Besides her mastery of the Xiaohua sword technique, her proficiency in other spells was commendable. Her adeptness in spellcasting allowed her to dispatch the elusive electric eel with ease, surpassing even the speed of typical foundation-building cultivators. In the final moments, despite her mind being blank, she instinctively executed the mountain-slapping palm to turn the tide. This was all due to the intense training she underwent daily under her ancestor, which had internalized into an instinct that could save her in critical moments. While this might not be evident in mundane situations, it proved to be life-saving when it mattered most. In the realm of spells, speed is paramount, sometimes. This is the essence of survival. Lian Yi felt deeply about this and resolved that henceforth, no matter how busy she became, she would ensure to maintain her speed. Having merely closed a small door, Lian Yi emerged feeling refreshed, only to discover that she had gained notoriety. As she stepped out, she noticed that the protective barrier around her senior sister, Fufi, had also been lifted, suggesting that Fufi had likewise exited her seclusion. Promptly, Lian Yi sent a message to her senior sister, inviting her to join for a renowned dish of tricolored shrimp dumplings at the inn. Upon descending, Lian Yi acutely sensed a shift in atmosphere. Not only were the diners casting glances in her direction, but even the innkeeper and the attendants were unusually eager to serve her. The weight of such attention was somewhat disconcerting to Lian Yi, who felt a shiver run down her spine, prompting her to usher Fufi into a private room. Inside the chamber, Lien Yi seized the attention of a waiter. Pray tell, why do you regard us so? With warmth, the attendant poured tea for both Fufi and Lien Yi, responding, you may not be aware, but your recent conquest of that detestable flash eel has rendered you both heroes. While you were in seclusion, our master instructed me to convey that during your stay, all meals and accommodations are complimentary, as long as you continue to reside with us here in Chuyin Prefecture. Lien Yi's eyes sparkled with astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless, while Fufi could not suppress her laughter. If that is the case, we extend our gratitude to your master. Please inform him that my sister and I would be delighted to treat him to tea at his convenience. The attendant smiled in agreement and withdrew. Fufi then turned to Lien Yi, grinning, it seems today you have brought some fortune to your senior sister, little hero. Lien Yi felt a flush of embarrassment, replying, is it permissible to stay without paying spirit stones? Fei Fei waved her finger, saying, you may not comprehend this, but I imagine that in recent days, the ancestry of your lineage has been thoroughly scrutinized. Residing in the unrelated building places you in the position of a living emblem. Do not be deceived into thinking that cultivators lack curiosity. On the contrary, many will be drawn here by your reputation. Furthermore, being a disciple of Ling Xi sect adds to your allure, making you yet another living testament. It is evident that the owner of the unrelated building possesses remarkable intelligence. Lien Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment, likening the situation to that of the famed scholars' residences in the mundane world. If a guest house were to host a successful candidate from the imperial examinations, it would undoubtedly become a living signpost. With the next examination approaching, patrons would flock to such establishments in hopes of securing good fortune. Lien Yi had never anticipated that such a circumstance would unfold in her life. Chapter 72. Pre-competition. During their leisure moments, they would set up a small purple clay stove in the courtyard, perhaps even a grill, to prepare delectable dishes, inviting their senior sister to indulge in a delightful feast. Under the luminous moonlight and the gentle flow of water, enveloped in the vibrant aura of spiritual energy, both Lien Yi and Fei Fei found themselves experiencing a serene and tranquil state, leading to newfound breakthroughs in their mental realms, particularly for Fei Fei. At her level of cultivation, such advancements in mental state were exceedingly rare. To her surprise, she seized the opportunity and felt herself on the verge of reaching the threshold of the golden course stage. This uplifting revelation brought great joy to Fei Fei, and she found herself less bothered by Lien Yi's presence, leading the two sisters to frequently gather for small reunions. On this particular night, the two lay half reclined in the courtyard, gazing at the moon. Tomorrow, the team from Ling Xi sect would arrive, and Master Xinjin would soon be accompanied by Lien Yi. Aware of Lien Yi's concern for her younger brother, Fei Fei eagerly shared the news with her junior sister. Lien Yi busily placed the pristine fish balls into the bubbling hot pot, followed by a handful of tender green sprouts, creating a dish of exquisite flavor. Listening to Fu Fei's words, Lien Yi felt indifferent. The grand alchemy competition was merely 3 days away, and their companions should soon arrive. In any case, they had no intention of reuniting with Master Lan Shi, and Lien Yi was unconcerned about their arrival. After all, in just 3 days, Master Xinjin would bring Lien Yi along. Lien Yi had already planned to accompany Lien Yi to the treasure pavilion to select some talismans, elixirs, and formations. With her ample supply of spirit stones, she was unperturbed by any exorbitant demands from Lien Yi. Fu Fei squinted her eyes and took a sip of the fishball soup, savoring its ethereal essence and delightful flavor. Suddenly, curiosity sparked within her. What is this? Lien Yi raised an eyebrow and shot her a glance, remaining silent. Fu Fei frowned, sensing something amiss in her junior sister's demeanor. Then, as if struck by divine inspiration, she exclaimed, is this a flash eel? Although phrased as a question, her tone was undeniably assertive, and upon uttering it, she felt a wave of nausea. Lien Yi hastily patted her back. Didn't you say, senior sister, that flash eels are edible? In Chuyin Prefecture, they only harvest the heads and demon cores, leaving the bodies to waste. Why does your expression suggest you're about to be sick? Fu Fei clutched her chest with one hand and pointed at Lien Yi with the other, rendered speechless by indignation. Could she confess that it was because, at the time, she had intended to entice her into slaying the flash eel by exploiting her fondness for delectable food? When else have you ever offered me such a dish besides today? Upon hearing this, Fu Fei's face turned pale. Lien Yi scratched his head innocently, pondering that the flesh of the electric eel was indeed exquisite. The demon beasts, akin to spiritual creatures, possess tender meat devoid of any fishy odor, imbued with spiritual essence. When consumed, it was succulent and delightful, a rare delicacy. Shaking his head, Lien Yi thought, If his senior sister would not partake, then he would relish it himself. Over the past few days, he had prepared the electric eel flesh into numerous fish balls, confident that his ancestral lineage would surely appreciate them. What was wrong with the electric eel? He suspected his senior sister disdained its appearance and the fact that it consumed human flesh. However, demon beasts and human cultivators were mostly at odds. Human cultivators sought the demon's core, while demons craved the elixirs of the cultivators, such as their golden cores and nascent souls. Even if it weren't the electric eel, the various demon meats consumed by gourmet enthusiasts who could ascertain whether they had feasted on human flesh. Shaking his head, Ling Xi mused that his senior sister was truly missing out on a culinary delight. The following morning, instead of the arrival of the Ling Xi sect, led by Ling Xi, they were greeted by the presence of the true monarch Xinjun and Ling Yi. Ling Xi was summoned early by the stern-faced Fu Fei to the private room of the unconcerned pavilion. Aware that his senior sister still bore a grudge for having fed her electric eel, he refrained from speaking and simply followed in her wake. Upon entering the private room, he beheld the ethereal figure of true monarch Xinjun, clad in flowing white robes, seated alongside Ling Yi and another exceptionally handsome and dignified young man, all engaged in a serene tea-drinking session. Fu Fei led Ling Xi forward to bow in respect. Disciples Fu Fei and Ling Xi pay their respects to Uncle Master. Master Xinjun casually waved his hand, warmly inviting, "Come, take a seat. Ling Xi, you and Ling Yi sit together. Let me see if you resemble each other. I have lived for over 1,000 years and have yet to encounter such gifted dragon and phoenix twins." Fei Fei and Ling Xi, with a hint of resignation, stood up, greeted Master Xinjun's eldest disciple, Qin Ming, and then sat down as requested. Upon noticing Ling Yi's cultivation level, Master Xinjun praised, "I have heard of your remarkable reputation since your arrival in Chuyin Prefecture. You truly bring honor to Ling Xi sect and to Yao Fei." He then teased Ling Yi, saying, "Look at you, young man. Your sister has already reached the 9th level of qi refinement, and you can hardly keep up." Ling Yi feigned tears, exclaiming, "Master, please don't say that. The moment I saw my sister, I felt disheartened. Ever since I began my cultivation, I have never once surpassed her." While saying this, he humorously dipped his fingers into his tea, preparing to smear it under his eyes. The others were amused by his antics, and Ling Yi took the opportunity to admonish him, "Stop being so ridiculous. You've always been like a stubborn duck since childhood." Ling Yi retorted with a look of disdain, "Oh please, spare me. You only know how to expose my secrets. If it weren't for me backing you up back then, would you have been able to become the village bully? Did I ever intend to be the village bully?" Their banter continued in this manner. Despite their apparent joy at seeing one another and their genuine affection, they both maintained a facade of toughness, enjoying the playful jabs as their way of caring for each other. Master Xinjun observed the interaction between the two with genuine curiosity, nodding in approval. In the eyes of the two, there existed only warmth and concern, devoid of jealousy and dissatisfaction. They were both good-hearted individuals. Fu Fei affectionately inquired of Master Xinjun, "Uncle Master, what took you so long to arrive?" She cast a glance at Qin Ming, noticing his apparent injury. Ling Xi, upon hearing this, also glanced at Qin Ming and then swept her gaze towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi winked at her, indicating that he was fine, which eased Ling Yi's worries. After a cultivator contracts the plague, they become extraordinarily ferocious, severing ties with their kin. Qin Ming's injury was inflicted by an elderly cultivator. Qin Ming interjected, "It's merely a superficial wound, nothing to be concerned about. We only departed after waiting for the members of the Qing Yuan sect to arrive." In truth, they had lingered for several more days, initially finding the Qing Yuan sect's attitude towards the plague rather peculiar, somewhat evasive. Although Master Xinjun concealed his identity, his cultivation level as a nascent soul master commanded respect. Nonetheless, their demeanor and actions seemed rather unusual. However, upon discreetly observing, they noted that the Qing Yuan sect had begun to investigate the cause, prompting their departure. Thus, time was inadvertently lost. Master Xinjun chuckled, "At last, we have managed to reunite. It is indeed a rare occasion for us 3 disciples to venture out together, even if we had not made it in time. This journey would still hold its worth." Fu Fei smiled. "Uncle Master, you remain as magnanimous as ever." Ling Yi joined in the laughter, thoughtfully replenishing the spiritual tea for everyone. Upon noticing that the esteemed Master Xinjun had a penchant for sweet delicacies, Ling Yi placed a medley of spiritual fruit soup before him. Her senior sister had a fondness for the tricolored, 3-tailed spirit shrimp, so Ling Yi ordered an additional serving. Ling Yi, who adored tender and delectable leafy greens, was promptly served by Ling Yi. Meanwhile, Brother Qin fixated on a platter of dried cut musk oxen beef, prompting Lin Yi to nudge the dish in his direction. Naturally, she indulged in her own preference for the fragrant and sweet roasted marinated meat. The group engaged in lively conversation while savoring their meal, creating an atmosphere of harmonious joy. Though Master Xinjun was a healer by trade, his demeanor was far from aloof. Rather, he was open-minded and easygoing, occasionally displaying a touch of girlish charm. It was indeed surprising that such a high-ranking practitioner maintained a close and intimate relationship with the proud and solitary Ren Yaofei. Fu Fei, who had been under Master Xinjun's care since childhood, shared a particularly close bond with him. Although Master Xinjun appeared to be engaged in casual conversation, he discreetly observed Lin Yi, recognizing her as the elder sister of his young disciple and a pupil of Ren Yaofei, which he regarded with great importance. After a delightful meal, Master Xinjun declared, "Well then, since little E is enjoying complimentary lodging here, I shall take you, your brother, and your master under my wing for a while, and we shall reside in this tower without concern." Lin Yi responded with unbridled joy, "That sounds wonderful. It is certainly no problem at all." None of the group showed any inclination to reunite with Ling Xi and her companions, opting instead to relish their time in comfort. The following day, Lin Yi and Lin Y ventured out to explore the shops. They indulged in a shopping spree, purchasing numerous gifts for their ancestral lineage, family, and friends, items they had previously hesitated to buy. Last night, the brother and sister conversed for hours, and upon hearing that their elder sister had struck it rich, Lin Y seized the opportunity to extract some benefits from Lin Yi. Lin Yi, feeling rather pleased with herself, encouraged Lin Y to express more flattering words to lift her spirits, all the while conceding to Lin Y's small requests. The following day marked the commencement of the alchemy competition. At dawn, Lin Yi accompanied the esteemed Xinjuan Xinjun to witness the event, while Fu Fei, disinterested in the affair, had earlier declared her intention to pursue her own endeavors. The alchemy competition is a grand event in Chuyin Prefecture, attracting a multitude of attendees. True to Lin Yi's anticipation, the competition stage was enclosed by a spatial array, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Upon entry, Lin Yi was left in awe. Before stepping inside, the surrounding viewing areas were composed of numerous secluded compartments. For cultivators like Xinju and Xinjin, not only were there cloaks to shield their divine senses once inside, but also specialized sealed passages for entry and exit. Lin Y went off to join the other competitors from Ling Xiao sect, while Xinju and Xinjun selected a top-tier compartment, inviting Qin Ming and Lin Yi to observe as spectators. This premier compartment was situated at the highest point of the corridor, with a protective barrier at the entrance that allowed only outward visibility, completely obscuring the interior from view. Lin Yi leaned against the barrier, captivated by the sights beyond. Xinju and Xinjun, fond of Lin Yi, savored sweet oranges from a fruit platter while introducing, "Do you see the group of 7 over there? They are the judges for this alchemy competition." The individual at the center is the esteemed governor of Chuyin Prefecture, Master Lv Yuan Jinjun. To his left sits the illustrious Master Pufeng Jinjun, renowned as a 9th-tier alchemy master from the Qing sect. At this mention, a glimmer of amusement sparkles in the eyes of Master Shen Jinjun, as she recalls the intricate ties between the disciples of Master Pufeng and the Lin family. She is aware that her own young disciple possesses a remarkable tome on alchemical techniques, which contains many unique methods that are the exclusive secrets of Master Pufeng. It raises a question as to how the Lin family acquired such knowledge. Could it be that Master Pufeng's own disciple harbors lingering affections for Lin Qinyuan? Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, her esteemed senior uncle has indulged in gossip, and she nods in agreement. Master Lv Yuan Jinjun, adorned in a feathered crown and flowing robe, exudes the aura of an ancient cultivator, emanating great presence. Master Pufeng Jinjun, with his white hair and brows, wields a snow-white whisk, exuding a benevolent demeanor akin to that of a terrestrial longevity deity. To the right of Master Lv Yuan Jinjun is the enchanting fairy Wan Mei, a solitary cultivator, an 8th-tier alchemist, and a nascent soul practitioner. Flanking fairy Wan Mei are 2 cultivators from our 4 major sects, all of whom are in the golden core stage and possess considerable expertise in alchemy. To the left of Master Pufeng, there is a captivating fairy. She is Qi Yu, the most prominent disciple of our Ling Xiao sect's esteemed Jian Jun, and a senior sister from the Ziyu. Although she has not pursued the path of sword cultivation, she is exceptionally gifted in alchemy, currently recognized as a 7th-tier alchemist. Having traveled extensively, it is quite unexpected for her to accept an invitation to serve as a judge here. I surmise that she has come in search of a disciple, likely dissatisfied with those within the sect, and is now seeking a solitary cultivator to take under her wing, with a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing the description from my senior uncle, it appears that this Sister Chiyu is rather unsociable. The expansive square below is divided into 9 sections, each containing a multitude of compact spaces designated for the alchemical evaluations of various alchemists. The arena for the first tier is the largest, while that of the 9th tier is the smallest. The compartment designated for their level, akin to the judges' panel, is equipped with reflective surfaces that allow one to observe the alchemical competitions of any tier with precision. As the conversation unfolds, the competition below has already commenced, with participants clad in the standardized sky blue robes issued by the Tsujo authorities stepping into the arena of the first-tier alchemists.